Chapter 1. Is this the treatment of the chosen one? How long must I wait before you clean up properly? If you delay any longer, it will disrupt the meditation of the senior brothers, and you shall reap the consequences. Under the scorching sun, Lin Yun, clad in a thin shirt, was drenched in sweat as he diligently swept the courtyard, occasionally letting out a sigh. 3 years ago, he had traversed to this realm, expecting to bask in an abundance of opportunities, marry the Empress, and be surrounded by countless beauties. However, reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. No talent, no background, no strength. Thus, the 3-0 Lin Yun was forced to become a menial disciple of the Luyun sect to survive in this brutal world of the law of the jungle. Each day, he toiled from dawn till dusk, often subjected to humiliation by his senior brothers. Life had become a veritable misery. Having spent nearly 3 years on the mountain, Lin Yun would soon turn 16 in a month. If he failed to break through to the spirit-nurturing realm by then, according to the regulations of the Luyun Sword sect, his status as a menial disciple would be revoked, and he would be expelled. Yet, within this month, even if enlightenment graced him, it would be impossible to leap 3 levels and transcend a major realm. With this thought, Lin Yun could not help but sigh once more. Suddenly, a peculiar click echoed in his ear, reminiscent of a clock's ticking. Following that, a gentle voice resounded. Ding! Module loading complete. Life panel system activated. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Yun was on the verge of tears. For 3 years? Do you have any idea how I have endured these 3 years? Eagerly, Lin Yun opened the life panel, only for his smile to freeze. Name: Lin Yun. Realm: Body Refinement Level 6. Fate: Celestial Calamity Lone Star Black. Destiny: Great Peril Approaches Black. Conclusion: 1 month later, still unable to enter the spirit-nurturing realm, expelled from the Luyun Sword sect, and killed by bandits on the way down the mountain. Recent turn of events: expelled from the Luyun Sword sect due to poor aptitude, murdered by bandits. What kind of start is this? Isn't this a death sentence? Why wasn't I granted invincibility? Lin Yun's heart swelled with indignation. Lin Yun, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and work, the senior brother will be here soon. A nearby menial disciple interrupted Lin Yun's reverie with a shout. In a hurry, Lin Yun began checking the panels of nearby disciples. What a disaster! Not a single one was free of misfortune. Just as Lin Yun wallowed in despair, a voice rang out from outside. Jianzi! It's Jianzi coming! At this, Lin Yun's expression shifted. In the next moment, the courtyard gate swung open, and several young disciples, both male and female, stood on either side, all eyes fixed on the white-clad figure approaching slowly from outside. Xiaoping Tian, donned in a striking outfit with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a face like a jade crown, was undoubtedly the dream lover of countless young maidens. Coupled with his chilling demeanor, he rendered many female cultivators sleepless at night. Before the crowd, Xiaoping Tian remained oblivious, exuding an air of arrogance. Xiao Shixiang, I personally crafted this talisman for protection. If you don't mind, a young female disciple stepped forward, speaking softly. Without even sparing her a glance, Xiaoping Tian held his head high, brushing past her with resolute strides into the courtyard. The talisman slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. Yet she bore no anger. Instead, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Xiaoping Tian's broad back. Wow, Xiao Shixiang is so masculine, I want bathe for a month. Goodness, what outrageous flattery! Lin Yun's lips twitched in disbelief. At that moment, the menial disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. Menial disciple: Wow, this Jianzi is a bit hard to deal with. Menial disciple B: Isn't that obvious? He reached the pinnacle of the spirit-nurturing realm at 18, and it said he could step into the 10,000 laws realm at any moment. Undoubtedly the sect's foremost disciple. Menial disciple D: Not only that, a disciple once accidentally stained Jianzi's clothes, and the very next day, he was found dead on the mountain. Menial disciple: Goodness, let's keep our distance, I don't want to end up like that. Lin Yun was taken aback. This arrogant Jianzi was indeed formidable. Then, Lin Yun glanced at Xiaoping Tian's panel and was once again struck dumb. My goodness, you must be the protagonist. Name: Xiaoping Tian. Realm. Spirit Nurturing Level 9. Fate. Chosen 1 Gold. Destiny. Sword Heart of Ascension Purple. Divine Favor Gold. Celestial Presence Purple. Bloodthirsty and Brutal Gray. Vendetta White. Sword Heart of Ascension. Innate Sword Heart, solidifying spirit and body, enhancing sword intent efficiency 100-fold. Divine Favor. Fortunate stars shine upon you, opportunities abound, continuous blessings of fortune. Celestial Presence. Greatly enhances luck, charm, and physical attributes. Bloodthirsty and brutal. Ruthless, devoid of empathy. The only solution to a problem is to kill. Vendetta. A gentleman takes revenge 10 years is too late. Offend me today, and I shall ensure your demise by midnight. Conclusion. Achieves the throne of an emperor, slaying 100,000 celestial demons with a single sword, yet due to overwhelming murderous intent, he is rejected by the mortal realm, ultimately besieged by righteous forces and perishing at the cliff of divine severance. Recent turn of events. Today, while returning to the Luyan Sword Sect to submit a mission, he passed by North River Peak and unexpectedly discovered a 5th-grade blood origin ancient vine beneath a gnarled tree, breaking through his shackles and stepping into the 10,000 Laws realm. A 5th-grade blood origin ancient vine? Lin Yun's heart nearly stopped. Such a treasure was exceedingly rare, with gentle medicinal properties and rapid absorption speed, usable regardless of one's realm. If he could miraculously obtain one, Lin Yun was confident he could break through to the spirit-nurturing realm. With that thought, Lin Yun stealthily glanced around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to his inconspicuous presence, he quietly took a shortcut and hurried to North River Peak, immediately spotting the gnarled tree. At that moment, the sect's disciples were still admiring Xiaoping Tian's grace, utterly oblivious to the departure of a menial disciple. Without a second thought, Lin Yun swallowed the blood origin ancient vine whole. It was tough to chew. The taste was reminiscent of canned herring. Suppressing his disgust, Lin Yun unleashed his heart method. Booze, booze, booze. His inner essence began to stir violently, circulating through over 100 cycles at a terrifying speed. Boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled explosions echoed as the barriers of Lin Yun's realm shattered one after another. He surged up 3 levels. In a single leap, he entered the spirit-nurturing realm. Exhilarating, Lin Yun could not contain a triumphant shout. Half an hour ago, he had been fretting about his impending expulsion from the Luyan sect. Now, all of his troubles had evaporated. This feeling was simply divine. Just as Lin Yun reveled in his breakthrough, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air behind him. What are you sneaking around for? You lowly menial. What right do you have to tread upon North River Peak? Lin Yun swiftly turned around, his expression startled. He recognized that it was Xiaoping Tian. What astonished him was that Xiaoping Tian's life script had inexplicably changed. Name, Xiaoping Tian. Realm, Spirit Nurturing Level 9. Fate, Chosen 1 Gold. Destiny, Sword Heart of Ascension Purple. Divine Favor Gold. Celestial Presence Purple. Bloodthirsty and Brutal Gray. Vendetta White. Conclusion. Achieves the throne of an emperor, slaying 100,000 celestial demons, ultimately perishing at the cliff of divine severance. Recent turn of events. Today, while returning to the Luyan Sword Sect to submit a mission, he passed by South Sun Peak and discovered a cold pond emitting scorching steam. After investigating, he obtained a low-grade magical weapon, the Cold Flame Sword, from the pond's depths. What on earth? Having lost the blood origin ancient vine, he was immediately compensated with a Cold Flame Sword. Heaven truly doles out favors excessively. Is this the treatment of the Chosen One? Chapter 2. As long as I don't get caught, he'll take everything. In the land of Qianlong, magical treasures are categorized into common tools, spiritual tools, precious tools, and magical weapons. Each level is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. In Lin Yun's memory, magical weapons are the pinnacle of treasures. As for stronger treasures, they are beyond his current reach. At present, Xiaoping Tian had just lost a blood origin ancient vine, and now a low-grade magical weapon was being delivered to him. Currently at the peak of the spirit-nurturing realm, he stood just a step away from breaking through. This Cold Flame Sword as a low-grade magical weapon, was perfectly suited for those at the 10,000 Laws realm, almost tailor-made for him. It is worth noting that most elders of the Luyin sect possess only low-grade magical weapons, with very few having mid-grade. As for high-grade magical weapons, they are exceedingly rare. For a sect like Luyin, they possess only one high-grade magical weapon, which is treated as a treasured relic of the sect. It is said that only during times of dire crisis can the sect leader wield this weapon in defense. In stark contrast, Xiaoping Tian was on the verge of acquiring a low-grade magical weapon, having barely crossed the threshold into the 10,000 Laws realm. This is what it means to be the Chosen One. This is what it means to be the Singular One. At this moment, Xiaoping Tian's gaze fell upon Lin Yun. This lowly menial dared to lose focus in his presence, wasting his precious time? Such an affront was utterly unforgivable. One of his hands tightened around the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it and swiftly eliminate Lin Yun. Buzz! A chilling aura of murder enveloped Lin Yun. In an instant, he snapped back to reality. He quickly raised his hands in a salute. Xixiang, I was fortunate enough to accidentally enter the spirit-nurturing realm and became momentarily lost in thought. I beseech you to forgive my oversight that I am preparing to attend the Outer Disciples Assessment at the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Xiaoping Tian scoffed, sweeping his divine sense over Lin Yun. Indeed, he had just entered the nascent origin realm. The situation seemed somewhat acceptable. Xiaoping Tian ceased his replies, flicking his sleeve as he brushed past Lin Yun. Lin Yun, with a sudden thought, hastily inquired, "Are you perhaps heading to Yunxiao Pavilion to submit a task, senior brother?" However, Xiaoping Tian maintained his haughty demeanor, refusing to respond. Lin Yun took a deep breath and continued, "Senior brother, the fog has been heavy at Nanshuan Peak recently, making the mountain paths muddy. Please be cautious." Though he spoke thus, a cold sneer lingered in his heart. Who in Luyin's sect doesn't know you are a cleanliness fanatic? The path ahead will surely dirty your clothes. You will undoubtedly fly on your sword. Indeed, just as Xiaoping Tian was about to ascend the mountain, he paused, a look of disdain crossing his face. His raised foot slowly retreated. Xiaoping Tian replied coldly, then summoned a flying sword, soaring into the air. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yun couldn't suppress a triumphant smile. The Chosen One? Countless fortunes bestowed upon him? Yet he was still easily manipulated by me. Despite his mocking thoughts, Lin Yun's actions were swift as he hurried into Nanshuan Peak. He scanned his surroundings and finally spotted a steaming cold pond at the foot of the peak. There was no one around. Without hesitation, Lin Yun plunged in. Buzz! The cold pond fluctuated wildly in temperature. At times, it was bone-chillingly cold. At other times, it radiated a scorching warmth akin to molten gold. Lin Yun felt his senses blur. This is truly life-threatening. For the sake of a brighter future, I shall press on. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yun continued to delve deeper. At last, he spotted a sword gleaming with white light at the bottom of the pond. The moment he grasped it, Lin Yun felt his arm nearly freeze. Yet in the next instant, his right hand burned with an intense heat. No wonder it is a low-grade magical weapon. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yun bit his finger, allowing his blood to stain the sword's hilt. Whoosh! The brilliance of the cold flame sword suddenly dimmed. Then, a red and blue, dual-colored sword fell into Lin Yun's hand. Emerging from the cold pond, Lin Yun could hardly contain his joy. Though the cold flame sword was merely a low-grade magical weapon, it was not inferior to mid-grade or even high-grade weapons. It not only unleashed a formidable cold flame aura to vanquish foes, but also generated a cyclical cold flame energy, aiding its wielder in honing their physique and accelerating their comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth. In simpler terms, it is an entirely automatic cultivation assistant. Once revealed to the public, the entire Luyin sect would tremble, truly deserving of the fortuitous encounters of the destined child, marked by sheer simplicity and brutality. But alas, in the end, my skills surpass yours. As Lin Yun erupted in a villainous cackle, he opened his personal status panel. Name, Lin Yun. Realm, Nascent Origin First Layer. Fate, Celestial Calamity Solitary Star Black. Destiny, Great Misfortune Approaches Black. Outcome, endured a life of hardship and frustration, finally achieving some progress, only to be schemed against, ultimately pushed off a cliff, meeting a shattered demise. Recent turn. 1 month later, slain by an enemy, with no burial place. Wait, heavens, are you mocking me? Lin Yun felt tears welling up in his eyes. After finally acquiring a golden opportunity, must I still meet my end? This is no jest. After a moment of frustration, Lin Yun gradually calmed down. He contemplated a possibility, having consecutively experienced 2 fortuitous encounters. Logically, his fate's trajectory should have completely altered. Yet, the death calamity still loomed a month away. Could this be a trial? If he could just overcome it and survive, could he break free from this celestial calamity's solitary star fate? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Fortunately, there was still a month's time. He could continue to enhance his strength while also uncovering who sought to kill him and the nature of their power. It would be best to ascertain their weaknesses, enabling him to turn the tables. Thus, the optimal course of action was to continue to exploit Xiao Ping Tian's resources. As long as he could extract without consequence, he would do so relentlessly. This is the boundless path of exploitation. With his resolve firm, Lin Yun no longer hesitated, striding purposefully towards Yunxiao Pavilion. Meanwhile, Xiao Ping Tian, riding his flying sword. As soon as he landed, achoo! Xiao Ping Tian sneezed, furrowing his brow. What is happening? Why do I feel as if something is watching me from the shadows? An inexplicable sense of anxiety and unease washed over him. Just as Xiao Ping Tian was lost in thought, a commanding voice echoed nearby. Ping Tian, was this mission successful? Xiao Ping Tian immediately collected his thoughts, hastening forward, his icy demeanor replaced with a smile, as he replied, Master, everything went smoothly. Ahead, on a high platform, a man clad in elegant attire stood with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling as he gazed at Xiao Ping Tian. This individual was none other than Gu Xianda, the sect leader of Liyuan's sect, and the most ambitious among the sect's leaders throughout its history. Very good. Gu Xianda slowly rose. Advancing towards Xiao Ping Tian, he scrutinized him from head to toe, smiling as he remarked, Ping Tian, this mission was a test for you. You performed commendably. Now that you have reached the pinnacle of the Tongyu realm, you are only a step away from achieving the Myriad Forms body. In order to ensure your smooth transition into the Myriad Forms realm, I have arranged a grand opportunity for you. Chapter 3. A gallant intervention, the reincarnation of the Empress the common folk. Today, I am truly elated, having managed to reap the benefits of the destined child. Lin Yun, while sprinting, hummed a cheerful tune when suddenly, a shrill voice pierced through the tranquility of the bamboo grove. Heh, today I have finally caught you. Lin Yun halted in his tracks, the voice sounding oddly familiar. It belonged to Zhao Yuhu, a fellow disciple of the miscellaneous category. Unlike him, however, Zhao Yulong, his brother, possessed extraordinary talent and had already entered the inner sect. Leveraging this connection, Zhao Yuhu had never acted with virtue, likely bullying yet another unfortunate disciple from the lower ranks. Now, as a practitioner of the Nang realm, dealing with Zhao Yuhu would be a trivial matter. Lin Yun was about to lend assistance when laughter erupted again from the bamboo grove, indicating a considerable number of individuals were present. His foot, which had been poised to step forward, froze. There were too many adversaries involved. Getting entangled would surely lead to complications. Zhao Yuhu merely bullied others, not to the extent of taking lives, in comparison. Reaping benefits held far more significance. This was a matter of life and death for me. I can always deal with Zhao Yuhu later. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to act as if nothing had transpired. Just then, a desperate female voice shattered Lin Yun's thoughts. Get away, don't come any closer. Is there anyone who can help me? The desolation in her tone tugged at his heartstrings. Go ahead, scream. Even if you scream your throat raw today, no one will come to your rescue. Ha ha, beautiful lady, just surrender to us. Upon hearing a group of men jeering, Lin Yun's expression grew conflicted. The beasts led by Zhao Yuhu truly deserved to be exterminated. He cast his gaze towards Yunxiao Pavilion, clenching his fist. If it were just Zhao Yuhu, he wouldn't have to worry too much. However, he was acutely aware of his own vulnerabilities. He had no knowledge of how many were against him. Acting rashly might not only fail to save the woman but could also endanger himself. Even if he miraculously saved her, it would consume a great deal of time, making it increasingly difficult to locate Xiaoping Tian afterward. With a life-altering calamity looming a month away, Lin Yuan could not afford to be careless. Fair maiden, it is not that I do not wish to help, it is simply that I am but a clay Buddha crossing a river. Unable to save myself, he muttered softly, then slowly turned away. This is Lu Yun's sect. How dare you act in such a manner? Help! Is there anyone who can hear me? The woman's voice grew even more despairing. Lin Yuan could genuinely feel her helplessness and fear. He tightened his fists, a voice echoing in his mind. Do not meddle in others' affairs. Turn a blind eye. What does someone else's virtue have to do with you? Sighing deeply, Lin Yuan's eyes gradually filled with resolve. At times, I truly cannot tolerate my own nature. Without further hesitation, he dashed towards the small grove. Within the bamboo grove, Zhao Yuhu was flanked by 5 shifty-eyed companions, surrounding a woman as they laughed lewdly. The woman had cascading black hair, an exquisite face with almond-shaped eyes, and a delicate nose, truly a vision of beauty. Yet at this moment, she was encircled by several burly men. Her face etched with despair. Do not come any closer. If you advance, I shall end my own life. She suddenly brandished a hairpin, pressing it against her throat, her eyes reflecting determination and loyalty. Zhao Yuhu furrowed his brow. Should a life be lost within Lu Yun's sect, it would spell trouble. Fair maiden, hold on, he quickly urged, fearing she might act rashly. It was all a misunderstanding. We mean you no harm, the woman replied softly. Then let me go. Create some space. Zhao Yuhu signaled to his companions, who understood and stepped aside, allowing her to cautiously rise from the ground. Just as she was about to leave, a surge of spiritual energy struck her right hand. Ah! She cried out in pain as the hairpin clattered to the ground. In the next instant, her wrists were firmly grasped by 2 of Zhao Yuhu's lackeys. Keep a sharp eye on her. We cannot let a cooked duck fly away. Zhao Yuhu grinned at the woman, saying, Think you can leave? The women I set my sights on have never escaped my clutches. Today, whether you comply or resist, my brothers and I will have our fun. The others erupted into malicious laughter, heightening the despair on the woman's face. She struggled fiercely, but the 2 lackeys, being outer sect disciples, were far too strong for her to break free. With no one to call upon, even the option of self-harm eluded her. It was all over. Zhao Yuhu rubbed his hands together, a look of lust in his eyes. Of course, if you obediently listen, Brother Tiger will ensure you enjoy yourself. He stepped closer to the woman, seizing her delicate garment. With a ripping sound, her clothing was reduced to tatters, exposing an expanse of delicate skin to the air, momentarily dazzling Zhao Yuhu and his companions. Seeing her resistance futile, the woman resigned herself, closing her eyes in despair. In her mind, only 4 words echoed. To die for my principles, better to perish than to live in shame. Brothers, I will be your test subject. Zhao Yuhu was utterly entranced, his mind consumed by the sight of the woman before him. Suddenly, a figure lunged out, delivering a swift kick to Zhao Yuhu's lower back. Boom! Zhao Yuhu flew through the air like a deflated balloon, crashing through several bamboo stalks before finally halting, pain etched across his face. The sudden turn of events left his lackeys taken aback, instinctively turning to see a lean figure shielding the woman in the purple attire. In broad daylight, under the heavens, a group of men bullying a single woman. Do you still consider yourselves men? Truly shameless. Lin Yuan spat disdainfully as he spoke. He loosened his robe, gently draping it over the woman. Hearing Lin Yuan's voice, she opened her eyes. What a handsome man, she thought to herself, particularly moved as she observed him closing his eyes to cover her with his garment. Fair maiden, are you unhurt? After ensuring she was covered, Lin Yuan sought to confirm her well-being. Upon opening his eyes, he was taken aback by the unexpected situation. Name: Qin Shiyin Realm. Body Refinement Level 3 Fate. Reincarnation of the Empress. Gold. Destiny. Outcome: after 9 cycles of reincarnation, she will break through the heavens, yet perish beneath the 9 heavens tribulation during ascension. Recent turn: awakening of the reincarnation imperial vein in 3 months. Body of the Empress reshaped. Fortune restored, accepted as a disciple by the ancestor of Lu Yun. Chapter 4. Initial display of talent. A heart, secretly affectionate. Thank you so much, senior brother, I am fine. Qin Shiyan said shyly, one hand clutching the robe while the other covered her body, fearful of exposing herself. Yet Lin Yun's burning gaze left her feeling flustered. Unbeknownst to Qin Shiyan, Lin Yun's attention was entirely consumed by her life script. Incredible. A reincarnated powerhouse. How could such fortune come my way? When luck arrives, even the walls cannot hinder it. At that moment, Zhao Yuhu, nursing his injured back, slowly rose. Which blind fool dares meddle in Zhao Yuhu's affairs? Do you know who my brother is? Beside him, a sniveling lackey pointed at Lin Yun. Tiger brother, it's him, this brat. Zhao Yuhu narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting to one of derision. Lin Yun, haven't you had enough of a break? Are you itching for a beating today? How dare you meddle in my affairs, however? Since I am in a good mood today, kneel and kowtow 3 times, and I may spare you a beating. Otherwise, I will bury you alive right here. Seeing Zhao Yuhu's contemptuous demeanor, Qin Shiyan expressed concern for Lin Yun's safety, whispering, Senior brother, do you have any other allies? Lin Yun shook his head slightly. Qin Shiyan observed the outer disciple's garb on Lin Yun, falling into deep thought. Zhao Yuhu and his companions were all practitioners of the Nang realm. Although they were only at the first level, Lin Yun, as a mere outer disciple, how could he stand against them? Good lad, you've got some guts, thinking you can look down on our brother Tiger? A tall lackey began to stir trouble. The previously sharp-tongued lackey quickly chimed in, Tiger brother, this brat dares to disrespect you. Just give the word, and we will take care of him. As they spoke, the lackeys encircled Lin Yun, blocking all escape routes. Zhao Yuhu chuckled lightly. Lin Yun, I never expected you to be so bold as to boast. I was going to let you off today, but now, don't blame me for being ruthless. You lot, incapacitate this brat. The sharp-tongued lackey sneered, Tiger brother, just watch me, I can take him down with a single fart. Lin Yun regarded the group, noting their frequent misdeeds. The 5 of them had effectively blocked all his escape routes. Sharing the same Nang realm, Lin Yun was confident he could deliver a decisive blow with his Hanyan sword. Taking on 6 opponents would be a daunting task, but it was feasible. Pointing at the tall lackey, he declared, you should join in as well. The sharp-tongued lackey rolled up his sleeves. Kid, let us see if I can't take you down today. As the words were spoken, a figure charged forward with large strides, arms swinging in a wide arc, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lin Yun. The others remained motionless, as expected. Lin Yun observed the scene keenly, lowering his body just in time to nimbly evade the impending attack. With his right hand clenched into a fist, he channeled strength from his core and struck heavily at the abdomen of the sharp-tongued henchman. Bang! The force of his blow was tremendous. Ouch! The sharp-tongued henchman wailed, unable to even turn back before being sent flying, expelling a belly full of bile. The expressions of the remaining individuals changed drastically. However, Lin Yun showed no mercy. He had already calculated his next move. Before they could regain their composure, he unleashed a thunderous strike with his sword. His first target was the lanky figure standing beside the sharp-tongued henchman. With a swift whoosh, the cold flame sword was drawn, its edge sharp and imposing. The lanky individual, caught off guard, attempted to defend himself but was a moment too slow. The chilling aura of the sword surged forth, and as he crossed his arms to block, he witnessed his limbs becoming encased in frost, while the interior felt like a blazing furnace, causing him to collapse to the ground, howling in agony. Lin Yun offered no respite to these adversaries, wielding the cold flame sword with an ethereal grace as he weaved through the fray. Thrusts, jabs, slashes. In merely a few breaths, several henchmen lay groaning upon the ground. Zhao Yuhu was left dumbfounded. Had this lad been anointed with divine oil today? How could he be so ferocious? Witnessing the swift defeat of his henchmen, Zhao Yuhu dared not linger, promptly turning to flee. Yet, having taken only 2 steps, Lin Yun had already blocked his escape route, coldly stating, Zhao Yuhu, you have committed countless evils. Today, I shall take it upon myself, on behalf of my elders, to rid the world of you. The vile disciple, as Lin Yun's sword lunged toward him, Zhao Yuhu clumsily dodged. Though he possessed slightly greater strength than the henchman, he was still outmatched, under the assault of the inferior-grade magical artifact. It was not long before he lay injured on the ground, on the brink of death. Both Zhao Yuhu and Qin Shiyin cried out simultaneously, "Senior brother, hold on. If you kill him, the sect will not forgive you." Zhao Yuhu, kneeling like a chick pecking for grain, pleaded, "She speaks the truth, Lin Yun. No, Yun Gu, spare my life, and I, Zhao Yuhu, shall forever follow your lead." Lin Yun cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Yuhu, pointing the sword's edge at him, and reprimanded, "To kill you would only soil my hands. Leave, and do not let me see you again. Otherwise, each encounter shall result in a beating." Zhao Yuhu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve from death. "Thank you, Yun Gu." The henchmen, supporting one another, hastily fled alongside Zhao Yuhu. After dealing with the few adversaries, Lin Yun sheathed the cold flame sword and approached Qin Shiyin. "Junior sister, are you able to walk?" Qin Shiyin gazed at Lin Yun with rapt admiration, a blush creeping onto her delicate face. Noticing his gentle, concerned gaze, she lowered her head in shyness, her fair hands unsure of where to rest. "I am fine. Thanks to you, senior brother, I have escaped the clutches of peril." She cautiously rose to her feet, tightening her robe to conceal her alluring, snow-white skin. "Lin Yun, you must remain composed. She is the reincarnation of the Empress. Your future support. You cannot allow your desires to cloud your judgment," Lin Yun repeatedly reminded himself, then retrieved 3 pills from his storage ring and handed them to her. "We are all from the same sect. There is no need for formality. I noticed your spirit was unsettled. You must have been frightened earlier. Take one and restore your vitality." Qin Shiyin nodded, staring at the pills in the box, astonished. "Is this the Gu Yuan Dan?" This is what Lin Yun has spent 3 years preparing to break through to the Nayan realm. It is of little effect for him now, but for this reincarnated empress, currently merely at the 3rd stage of body refinement, it may enable her to break through her cultivation soon and perhaps awaken her bloodline ahead of time. Lin Yun felt a surge of delight at the thought. Wouldn't that mean an additional ally? "Senior brother, this is far too precious." Qin Shiyin shook her head. "I cannot accept this. I am already immensely grateful for your bravery today. This Gu Yuan Dan is simply too much. For those of their cultivation level, who wouldn't desire a Gu Yuan Dan?" And here Lin Yun was giving away 3. Qin Shiyin's admiration for Lin Yun surged, her heart racing. The blush that had faded earlier returned with greater intensity. Chapter 5. The Blood Yuan Ancient Vine and the Cold Flame Sword are merely an appetizer. Seeing Qin Shiyin repeatedly refuse, Lin Yun grasped her small hand and placed the pills in her palm. "As a beautiful young woman, you will inevitably attract unwanted attention from vile individuals. I cannot always be there to protect you. Only by becoming strong can you ensure your safety, which will also ease my worries." He wore a gentle smile. "If you refuse my kindness, what will happen the next time Zhao Yuhu seeks to trouble you? Now that I have reached the Nayan realm, the Gu Yuan Dan holds little value for me. Conversely, for you, it may provide the opportunity to break through your cultivation barrier, granting you the means to protect yourself." Qin Shiyin's face displayed a conflicted expression, completely oblivious to Lin Yun's grip on her hand. Yet, she realized that her senior brother must have saved these pills for a long time, and he had already risked himself to protect her once. Now, he was offering her such a precious gift. Lin Yun chuckled heartily, closing her hand gently and patting it. "I am but a solitary figure, without many friends in the Lu Yun sect. Today, having met you, junior sister, is fate that it would be a waste for these Gu Yuan Dan to remain with me. It is far more effective to gift them to you. If you feel that the gift is too generous, you may repay me when you grow stronger in the future." Qin Shiyin looked at Lin Yun's warm and magnanimous demeanor, feeling even more fondness for him. Ultimately, she shyly accepted the Gu Yuan Dan. Blushing, she said, "Rest assured, senior brother, as long as I am alive, I will never forget your kindness." Lin Yun nodded. Qin Shiyin consumed the Gu Yuan Dan and, after a moment of meditation, her complexion improved significantly. A wave of warmth flowed from her dantian through her limbs, and even the surrounding aura seemed clearer and more tangible. She marveled at the miraculous effects of the Gu Yuan Dan, simultaneously sensing that some shackles within her were slowly being unbound. Upon opening her enchanting eyes and finding Lin Yun gazing at her, her cheeks flushed once more. At that moment, Lin Yun suddenly recalled Xiaoping Tian and inwardly lamented. "This is indeed a test of my resolve. It is truly junior sister's beauty that is overwhelming." Lin Yun inwardly groaned, yet he maintained a smile on his face. "Since you are well now, you should return quickly. I have sect duties to attend to." So I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart. Qin Shiyan watched Lin Yun's hurried retreating figure, her resolve growing firmer, as if she had made a decision. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she had yet to tell Lin Yun her name. Having fled the Qingzhou forest, Zhao Yuhu and his companions arrived at Beichuan Peak, where they finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the enforcement disciples. "Damn it! I will definitely avenge today's humiliation," Zhao Yuhu declared fiercely. "If it weren't for that sword, I would have skinned him alive today. Huge brother, that fellow Lin Yun's sword is simply too sinister." One henchman lamented. "None of us has ever lost, but today we were all defeated by that sword." The other henchmen echoed their grievances. Zhao Yuhu snorted disdainfully. "I wonder what kind of luck that brat has stumbled upon. That sword is certainly not ordinary. Now that I know about it, humph, he cannot hope to hide it again." "Huge brother, we cannot defeat Lin Yun." Wang Zhuang, one of the henchmen, protested. The lanky individual pointed at Wang Zhuang and retorted. "Huge brother was ambushed. If he had been prepared, even 10 Lin Yuns would be no match." Zhao Yuhu had a clear understanding of the situation. Lin Yun is indeed a troublesome opponent. But so what? He is just a nobody without any background. What is there to fear? My brother is an inner disciple and has already reached the 3rd stage of Yuan Hai. I will seek him out to take action. When the time comes, whether it be just a sword or Lin Yun's very head, I shall claim it. Zhao Yuhu spoke with conviction, and his henchmen cheered in agreement. After parting ways with Qin Shiyan, Lin Yun hastened his pace, fully aware that matters of life and death were at stake. There could be no negligence. Although it was crucial to earn Qin Shiyan's favor, seizing Xiaoping Tian's opportunity would be a double boon. Throughout the journey, Lin Yun remained vigilant, unwilling to overlook any detail. The Yunxiao Pavilion held a particularly special status within the Lu Yun sect due to the sect leader's prohibition against anyone but inner disciples entering. It was rumored that years ago, an outer disciple had met a grim fate there. Lin Yun stood at the entrance, scanning left and right, but he had yet to catch sight of Xiaoping Tian. At this moment, he realized that the duck he had almost caught had flown away. Nevertheless, one must not be too greedy. Perhaps there were other means to turn the tide, as Lin Yun consoled himself. He stubbornly wandered around the entrance, yet he could not even catch a glimpse of Xiaoping Tian, nor a single dog. Sighing deeply, Lin Yun felt a sense of loss as he prepared to turn away. Just then, a chilling aura suddenly enveloped him. Had it not been for his experience with the cold flame sword, he might have struggled to withstand it. "What brings you here?" the icy voice belonging to Xiaoping Tian echoed. Lin Yun's heart leaped with joy, though he feigned ignorance, awkwardly saying, Xiao. Senior brother Xiao. What a coincidence. Are you here for business at the Internal Affairs Pavilion as well?" Observing the disheveled youth before him, Xiaoping Tian gradually grew impatient. "This is the Yunxiao Pavilion. The Internal Affairs Pavilion is over there." He disdainfully pointed at another mountain, saying, "I am about to begin my cultivation. Don't linger here and obstruct me." "Leave immediately." Xiaoping Tian exhibited a hint of irritation, and Lin Yun suddenly comprehended why there was not a single soul to be found in the entire Yunxiao Pavilion. What the heck? This guy is exceedingly arrogant. During his cultivation, he can't even tolerate the presence of others in Yunxiao Pavilion. What is he practicing? Some sort of sinister technique? Though such thoughts flitted through Lin Yun's mind, he dared not linger. He understood that had he not mentioned anything earlier, Xiaoping Tian would not have wasted so much breath on him. A single strike of his sword could easily end him. Yet, when Lin Yun gazed at Xiaoping Tian, he felt utterly overwhelmed. Name: Xiaoping Tian Realm, Ninefold of Tongyu Fate. Chosen One, Gold, Destiny. Feathered Sword Heart, Purple. Heavenly Assistance, Gold. Celestial Appearance, Purple. Bloodthirsty and Violent, Gray. Vengeful, White. Outcome: achieve the position of Emperor, slaying 100,000 celestial demons with a single sword. However, due to his overwhelming killing intent, he was deemed unacceptable in the mortal realm, ultimately being besieged by the righteous path and perishing at the Cliff of Severed Gods. Recent turn: paid a visit to the Flowing Cloud sect's master, Gu Xianda, and received clues to a fortuitous opportunity. He will head to the back mountain, Li Zhu Dong Tian, in a month to successfully obtain the cultivation legacy of the Flowing Cloud sect's ancestors, achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation on that very day. Entering the realm of myriad laws, my goodness, Xiaoping Tian's profile has indeed changed. So the previous blood, origin, ancient vine, and cold flame sword were merely appetizers. This is the real feast? Chapter 6. Internal Affairs Pavilion Interception. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Lin Yun chuckled awkwardly, bowing to Xiaoping Tian. Watching the retreating figure of the miscellaneous disciple, Xiaoping Tian furrowed his brow. For some inexplicable reason, after seeing Lin Yun a few times, he felt an emptiness within, as if something essential was missing. Perhaps the recent tasks assigned by the sect were wearing him down. Later, he would catch a fish to relax. On the way to the Internal Affairs Pavilion, Lin Yun could hardly contain his excitement. Having dealt with Zhao Yuhu just moments prior, he had now also managed to take advantage of Xiaoping Tian. Truly perfect, though he appeared enigmatic in front of Qin Shiyan. Inside he was just a flustered dandy. After all, that was Zhao Yuhu. His brother, Zhao Yulong, was rumored to be one of the best among the inner disciples. Given Zhao Yuhu's temperament, he would surely seek revenge from Zhao Yulong. Lin Yun had previously worried that he might become a target of Zhao Yulong's wrath, but now it seemed that as long as he snatched away Xiaoping Tian's extraordinary opportunity, he could handle both Zhao Yuhu and Zhao Yulong with ease. Of course, Lin Yun did not allow himself to become overconfident. He understood the essence of playing the fool to deceive the tiger. For now, he must remain hidden. Once he had strength, he would be audacious without restraint. Before long, he arrived at the Internal Affairs Pavilion. Two disciples guarding the door cast sidelong glances at Lin Yun. Their faces showing disdain. At his age, he had only just qualified to participate in the inner sect assessment. They couldn't fathom what he found so joyous. Lin Yun had grown accustomed to such gazes and paid them no mind. Just as he was about to step inside, he heard a voice from behind. "Get out of the way, you dog servant." Suddenly, Lin Yun was shoved aside. He stared at the 3-meter-wide door in disbelief, his eyes widening. Buddy, are you out of your mind? It's such a wide door, and you have to fight me for it? Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he caught sight of the newcomer's profile. Name: Zhang Renfeng. Realm: first level of Naiyuan. Fate: martial arts. Family: blue. Destiny: self-willed, white. Simpleton: purple. Martial arts family, possessing a distinguished lineage. It increases the speed of cultivation. Self-willed: an extreme egotist, never considering others. Simpleton: a significant reduction in appearance, but an exceptionally high comprehension of martial arts, with a chance of becoming a martial fanatic. Outcome: embarked on the path of cultivation in the Flowing Cloud sect. Although selfish, this also meant he had no friends or relatives, allowing him to immerse himself in martial arts without disturbance. Ultimately becoming a legendary swordsman. Recent turn: successfully entered the Naiyuan realm and discovered a manual on the technique Cloud Seeking Hand in the Internal Affairs Pavilion. Wait a minute, your profile doesn't add up. Lin Yun immediately noticed the inconsistency. This guy obtained a boxing technique, yet ended up as a sword fanatic? Initially, he had dismissed it, but now it seemed that this opportunity was definitely questionable. It must be seized. Zhang Renfeng was tall and hefty, standing nearly 2 meters high, resembling a black tower before Lin Yun. He halted and looked at Lin Yun provocatively. "What's the matter? Do you have a problem?" Lin Yun glanced at the guards. These two were completely inattentive, so it seemed they were intentionally ignoring him. He smirked coldly and took advantage of one guard's distraction to release a surge of Yuan power. Smack! The storage bag in the guard's arms fell to the ground, scattering spirit stones everywhere. Lin Yun remarked, "Brother, you dropped something." Zhang Renfeng grinned widely upon seeing the scattered spirit stones. "You little trash," quite perceptive. With that, he stepped forward to pick up the storage bag. The guard's teeth nearly cracked in frustration. What a nuisance! He dared not provoke Zhang Renfeng, and just as he was about to deal with Lin Yun, the latter had already vanished. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Renfeng was distracted, Lin Yun hurried into the Internal Affairs Pavilion. The Flowing Cloud sect was renowned as the sect of swordsmanship, but not everyone was qualified to study sword techniques. Only those with exceptional talent could catch the attention of the elders, thus having a slim chance of learning superior sword techniques. For someone like Lin Yun, even if he passed as an outer disciple, he would merely be able to casually select a manual from the Internal Affairs Pavilion to practice. Ultimately, his achievements would depend on his own capabilities. Upon entering, Lin Yun saw an elderly man with a head of white hair, reclining lazily in a grand chair. Upon hearing the commotion, he cast a sharp gaze at Lin Yun. "Naiyuan realm? Come in." As he spoke, a jade talisman fell into Lin Yun's hand. You may choose any manual you desire. If you find one you like, simply use this talisman to unlock it. You have only 1 hour. If the time is up and you haven't made a choice, there will be no further opportunities. After the elder finished speaking, he lazily closed his eyes, ignoring Lin Yun. Thank you, senior. Lin Yun bowed and, clutching the jade talisman, entered the library. TSK. No wonder it's a prestigious sect. This library must encompass the world's manuals. Looking around, he could not see an end in sight. For convenience in searching, manuals on swords, knives, staffs, boxing, and body techniques were all categorized, making it suitable for Lin Yun to gather information. Lin Yun focused on the section for boxing techniques and began to search. Thousand Buddha Palm, Crimson Flame Palm, countless manuals were available. As time slipped away, Lin Yun grew anxious. Just then, he spotted a dusty manual. Cloud Seeking Hand. This is it. No wonder no one paid attention. It sounded like a technique only a thief would learn. Lin Yun picked up the jade talisman and immediately unlocked the manual S restrictions. At that moment, Zhang Renfeng happened to arrive. Upon Lin Yun's glance, he noticed that this guy's life profile had already changed. Name: Zhang Renfeng. Realm: first level of Nayuan Fate. Declining family: gray, destiny. Self-willed: white. Simpleton: purple, declining family. Once of noble lineage, but due to his own inadequacies, his family fell into decline, making it easier for him to encounter setbacks in cultivation. Self-willed: an extreme egotist, never considering others. Simpleton: a significant reduction in appearance, but an exceptionally high comprehension of martial arts, with a chance of becoming a martial fanatic. Outcome: embarked on the path of cultivation in the Flowing Cloud sect. Due to his selfish nature, he offended many enemies, and when he failed to find a suitable manual in the Internal Affairs Pavilion on time, he ultimately missed his opportunity, leading a life of mediocrity. Recent turn. Half a month later, fell into a state of madness during cultivation, severely injured and bedridden. Looking at the stark contrast between their lives, Lin Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. However, if this guy truly became a sword fanatic, how many innocent bystanders would he have to kill along his path of cultivation? Considering this, Lin Yun decided to seize this opportunity. What is this called? This is called acting for the sake of the people, for the greater good. In contemplation, Lin Yun approached Zhang Renfeng, patting him on the shoulder. Junior brother, no need to rush. Take your time. There must be something suitable for you. You think you're worthy to be my senior brother? I will surely become the best in the world. Get lost? Zhang Renfeng retorted without gratitude. Lin Yun smiled, waved his hand, and swaggered out of the Internal Affairs Pavilion. Not long after Lin Yun left, the elderly man who had been reclining in the grand chair suddenly opened his eyes wide. Gasping in shock, hiss, after all these years, has that old coot's legacy truly been chosen by someone? Chapter 7. Hunyuan sword embryo Lin Yun, cradling the cloud-seeking hand, had just exited when the guard he had teased was preparing to make a move. Upon seeing the manual in Lin Yun's hands, he burst into laughter. I've been guarding this door for over 30 years, watching countless disciples enter. You had a splendid opportunity to leap over the dragon gate. Yet you chose a worthless manual ignored by everyone. Haha, truly retribution for your actions. Lin Yun scoffed. You know nothing. I didn't choose this manual. This is a fortuitous opportunity. He couldn't be bothered to engage in further banter. Returning to his room, Lin Yun first locked the doors and windows, confirming that he was alone before letting out a sigh of relief. This manual wouldn't be holding the remnant soul of some great being, would it? With such expectations in mind, Lin Yun opened the secret manual, flipping through its pages. What a monkey's trick! Is this not the genuine manual for the cloud-seeking technique? Initially, he thought it was a jest, but it soon became evident that it was indeed a mockery. The content of the manual resembled the ramblings of a petty thief scrawled on the streets. No wonder those two guards laughed until their bellies ached. Lin Yun was utterly perplexed. How could Zhang Renfeng's fate shift from blue to gray because of this nonsense? Who would believe it was useless? The more he pondered, the more unsettled he became. After another hour of study, he despaired and decided to wash his face to refresh his mood. Suddenly, the manual accidentally fell into a basin of water, nearly startling Lin Yun awake. The rules of the Lu Yun sect were stringent, especially regarding the management of such manuals. If discovered damaging it privately, would he not be flayed by the elders of the discipline hall? He hurriedly fished it out, only to find that the manual was unscathed by the water. Moreover, a string of characters began to appear in the blank spaces. Hunyuan Sword Embryo, a foundational manual for sword cultivators. It is known that sword cultivators differ from ordinary practitioners. They typically possess robust physical attributes and therefore undergo a period of body refining before cultivation. The stronger their physical capabilities, the greater their power as sword cultivators. The various manuals in the Qianlong continent are categorized into 4 major tiers: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, with each tier further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The Hunyuan Sword Embryo is an upper-grade manual tailored specifically for sword cultivators. This treasure would leave even the elders of Lu Yun's sect envious. Lin Yun promptly began to cultivate according to its contents, channeling his energy while refining it with his heart's flame. After consuming the blood origin ancient vine, he had undergone a physical transformation. As Lin Yun activated the Hunyuan Sword Embryo technique, he felt a long-hidden flame reignite, spreading from his dantian throughout his entire being. An indescribable power erupted at that moment. 2 hours later, Lin Yun exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling sticky all over. His once sun-kissed bronze skin now gleamed like radiant white jade. He lightly swung his arm, and a fierce gust of wind followed. Previously, his strength was merely equivalent to 200 jin, but after practicing the Hunyuan Sword Embryo, his power had doubled. If Lin Yun were to encounter Zhao Yuhu and his companions again, he was confident that he could single-handedly annihilate them all. At that moment, dawn was breaking. Seizing the opportunity while others were still asleep, Lin Yun washed up. He then began practicing the Lu Yun Palm, a technique imparted by the sect in the courtyard. This set of palm techniques was essential for strengthening the body and was a requisite course for every outer disciple. It had been Lin Yun's sole means until now. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that a pair of eyes had been watching him from a distance. Not bad, not bad. The elder stroked his beard, nodding with satisfaction. This child possesses great potential. Although he was still practicing the same palm technique, his insights had transformed after cultivating the Hunyuan Sword Embryo. Lin Yun collected his thoughts and, noticing that the others in the courtyard had risen, he packed his belongings and departed. From this day forth, he would no longer return to the small courtyard designated for the outer disciples. Each outer disciple had the privilege of selecting their own cave dwelling. Except for those sent on missions, outer disciples were required to report to the conference hall every week, which was typically the only concern for them. Upon arriving at the conference hall, Lin Yun swiftly completed the procedures for his cave dwelling and was preparing to move in when he caught sight of a young man's figure in the distance. Name: Qiu Baidao. Realm: 5th layer of the nascent origin realm. Fate: wealthy and noble, purple. Destiny: thunderous roar, blue. Benefactors in fate: purple. Thunderous roar. Your voice is loud, increasing persuasion. Benefactors in fate: you are fortunate. Throughout your life, you will not have to strive much to become a person of status. Conclusion: with the help of friends, he becomes a renowned sect leader in the Qianlong continent, but falls from grace, treating mortals as slaves and ultimately being killed by righteous forces. Recent turn: accepted a sect mission in the Internal Affairs Pavilion, went out to assist a senior brother, and befriended a benefactor. Purple destiny: Lin Yun's eyes brightened, and he immediately rushed forward. Currently, there were 3 sect missions available. 1. Help Granny Lu at the foot of the mountain find her missing big yellow dog. 2. Trial of medicines at the 100 Herbs Peak. 3. Descend the mountain to provide assistance. The third task lacked specific details but was marked as urgent, with a reward of 100 spirit stones. For Lin Yun, spirit stones were not particularly significant. The key was that he could not sit idly by and watch his fellow disciples suffer while he did nothing to help. As Qiu Baidao hesitated, Lin Yun proactively accepted the task. The disciplinary disciple responsible for assigning tasks looked at Lin Yun in surprise. Junior brother, I see that you have just entered the nascent origin realm, right? This task is not simple, Lin Yun replied. Thank you for your concern, senior brother, but I am quite resourceful and enjoy challenging myself with difficult tasks. Lin Yun accepted this task purely to form connections with potential benefactors while seizing the opportunity to intercept Xiao Ping Tian's fortunes. Once these matters were concluded, it would likely be time for Zhao Yulong to come knocking. Seeing Lin Yun's resolute attitude, the disciplinary disciple said no more, handing him a token of proof before sending him on his way. With this token, Lin Yun could freely descend the mountain and use this opportunity to connect with other disciples of Lu Yun's sect. As he descended, he faced no obstacles. However, the gatekeepers were astonished to see Lin Yun, a newcomer in the nascent origin realm, daring to undertake a sect mission. This kid out of his mind. Instead of staying on the mountain to cultivate, he's thinking of descending to experience the world right after entering the nascent origin realm? Isn't that pure folly? Chapter 8. Senior brother, care to give it a try? Lin Yun arrived at the temporary station at the foot of the mountain with his token. There, 3 individuals awaited him. Leading the group was an elder from Lu Yun's sect, responsible for supporting missions. Liao Chongping frowned as he regarded the young man who had just entered the first layer of the nascent origin realm. What is the sect thinking, sending an outer disciple to carry out missions with us? Sitting at the entrance, Wang Shuang scoffed, visibly displeased. Lin Yun's strength is far too weak. At this moment, Fan Kuan smiled at Wang Shuang, saying, "You know very well that Lu Yun's sect has been facing numerous troubles lately. Having someone willing to come is already commendable." His attitude toward Lin Yun was relatively amicable. Just then, Liao Chongping, who had been sitting quietly, stood up and coldly declared, "Let us set off." Lin Yun followed behind Liao Chongping. "Elder, won't you tell me what our task is this time?" Liao Chongping paused his steps, turned his head to glance at Lin Yun, and sneered, "Your task? Here, carry our luggage." After that, he ignored Lin Yun entirely. Wang Shuang tossed his package into Lin Yun's hands with a grin. "Junior brother, remember to take care of those things. Though it was a bit burdensome, it would serve as your training." He laughed mockingly and followed closely behind Liao Chongping. Fan Kuan reassured Lin Yun, "You need not worry. Junior brother, this task is not difficult. We are more than enough." "Understood, senior brother." Lin Yun silently accepted the burden. Being looked down upon was not a new experience for him. Moreover, having practiced the Hunyuan sword embryo, his physical prowess was now such that carrying these packages was a trivial matter. He could easily bear the weight of 7 or 8 people. Leaving the station, the 4 of them boarded a vehicle known as a flying boat. During the journey, Lin Yun learned that several inner disciples of Lu Yun's sect had gone missing on a recent mission. Not long ago, news surfaced that a spirit stone mine had been discovered nearby. From Lin Yun's perspective, the sect placed great importance on spirit stone mines, and dispatching them was also to investigate the matter. As for other tasks, they were merely secondary. Spirit stones are an essential resource in the Qianlong continent, used to aid cultivation and power various tools. Just like the flying boat beneath Lin Yun's feet, it required spirit stones for propulsion. This was Lin Yun's first time descending the mountain for a mission and witnessing the real world. A wave of emotions washed over him. The flying boat traveled swiftly, and given the proximity of their destination to Lu Yun's sect, they arrived at a steep mountain range after half a day. "This is it," Liao Chongping coldly remarked before leaping off the flying boat. Lin Yun promptly opened the panels of the others. Unfortunately, there were no special turning events. Lin Yun could only follow behind. Amidst the forest, Liao Chongping took out a device resembling a compass. This object seemed to indicate their location. Before long, Liao Chongping led the group to the entrance of a collapsed cave, frowning slightly. Wang Shuang, quick-witted, said, "Lin Junior brother, come lend a hand and clear away these stones." Lin Yun stared at the giant boulders towering over him, looking at Wang Shuang. "Are you serious? Is this what you call lending a hand?" Lin Yun was acutely aware that Wang Shuang was deliberately causing trouble. The colossal boulder blocking the entrance weighed approximately 300 dan. Which nascent Yuan realm cultivator could possibly move it? Even Wang Shuang, at the 7th level of the Yuan Sea realm, could not guarantee success. It should have been Liao Chongping who intervened. However, observing the elder's disdainful expression, one might think he was concerned that the dust from the shattered stone would soil his robes. After Wang Shuang's taunt, Liao Chongping paid no heed to whether Lin Yun could manage. "Be quick about it, and remember to clean up afterward." He then leisurely retreated to rest. Lin Yun's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Did he really resemble a pangolin? Besides, how could a foreign affairs elder be so idly relaxed? After harboring irritation for quite some time, Lin Yun realized he still had to get the job done. Despite the amicable conversation he had with Fan Kuan earlier, the latter's presence was notably absent at this juncture. Liao Chongping sat cross-legged far from the cave entrance, quietly recuperating. "Junior brother Lin, can you manage?" Fan Kuan inquired. Wang Shuang sneered, "The stone is inanimate, while humans are alive. If he cannot lift it, he could always break it apart and move it piece by piece. If a disciple from the outer sect wishes to elevate himself through a sect task, he must be prepared to pay the price." As he spoke, He regarded Lin Yun's back with overt scorn. A disciple in the nascent Yuan realm attempting to shift such a boulder? What a fantasy. Without at least half a day's time, he would surely be late, and Liao Chongping would undoubtedly punish him. Upon returning, he might even lose his status as an outer sect disciple. Just as Wang Shuang believed Lin Yun was bound to fail, his attention wavered, and when he glanced back, he was astonished to see Lin Yun effortlessly lift the enormous stone, hurling it away with a force that made it resemble a mere block of tofu in his hands. Not only Wang Shuang, but even Liao Chongping was taken aback. A cultivator of the nascent Yuan realm possesses a maximum strength of merely 200 Dan. How could this young man lift such a heavy boulder? Junior brother Lin seems rather extraordinary, Fan Kuan murmured, gazing at Lin Yun with a complex expression. At that moment, Wang Shuang approached Lin Yun. Hey, those are hollow stones. Why are you moving so slowly? Do you need your senior brother to assist you? Lin Yun turned to Wang Shuang, a smirk playing on his lips. How about you give it a try, senior brother? 300 Dan of stone. Without physical enhancement, even a cultivator of the Yuan Sea realm could not move it. Seeing Lin Yun's apparent ease, Wang Shuang assumed he was resorting to trickery. In reality, the stones were not nearly as heavy as they appeared. Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Wang Shuang scoffed. What is so difficult about this? Just toss it to me. Lin Yun's nonchalance only strengthened Wang Shuang's conviction that the stones, while appearing massive, were deceptively light. As soon as Wang Shuang finished speaking, Lin Yun selected a 2-meter-high block and tossed it directly at him. Watch closely, senior brother. I'll show you how it's done. Before Wang Shuang could finish his boastful retort, he was crushed to the ground by the boulder. Fan Kuan, witnessing Wang Shuang's predicament, was equally surprised. If he, a cultivator of the Yuan Sea realm, could not manage it, how could Lin Yun of the nascent Yuan realm do so with such ease? This junior brother Lin was indeed remarkable. Liao Chongping said nothing, but the glances he cast at Lin Yun revealed a shift in his perception. Chapter 9. Unexpected opportunities, strange aspirations. Lin Yun, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Wang Shuang shouted angrily. Lin Yun feigned innocence. Senior brother Wang, have I done anything wrong? Wang Shuang's ire simmered as he struggled to find an outlet for his frustration. Liao Chongping, unable to bear the sight any longer, exclaimed, such disgrace. After uttering a few scathing words, he pointed with his finger, and with a whoosh, Lin Yun felt a terrifying force rush toward him. The boulder that had initially blocked the cave entrance instantaneously disintegrated into dust. With such capabilities, why hadn't he used them sooner? Did he truly need me to move stones? Lin Yun inwardly scoffed. As the dust settled, a 3-meter-high entrance emerged. Only then did Liao Chongping casually stroll forward, hands clasped behind him, and remarked, all set. Inside, the atmosphere was dark and damp, but Lin Yun discerned a faint scent of blood upon entering. Sure enough, they stumbled upon several corpses, their demise gruesome, as if a fierce battle had transpired. Elder Liao, could this be the work of other sects? Fan Kuan whispered. Unclaimed spiritual stone mines often became hotspots for conflict, as those who seized them first would hold the rights to their exploitation. Liao Chongping shook his head. Search for any other survivors. The group dispersed, and Lin Yun sought out his benefactor. Initially, he believed it to be one of Liao Chongping's companions, but it now seemed that a certain senior brother on a mission had sustained injuries. Before long, Lin Yun discovered a man gravely wounded amidst the rubble, his garments soaked in blood. Name: Duan Hong Realm. 8th layer of Sky Control Fate. Fortuitous, purple, destiny. Resilient through adversity, blue. Fated romance, purple, fortuitous. You are naturally blessed with fortune, increasing your chances of encountering opportunities. Resilient through adversity. All trials that do not kill you will only make you stronger, fated romance. You will experience a destined romantic encounter. Outcome: defeated in the Valley of Falling Sunset, resulting in demise. Recent turn of events: found a mysterious Yuan embryo within the 5 Yang Mountain S secret cave. 5 Yang Mountain. ISNT that right here? Senior brother, Lin Yun called softly. Upon hearing the voice, Duan Hong stirred slightly, opening his eyes with a start. After confirming Lin Yun was from the Luyun sect, he visibly relaxed. Junior brother, please take me back to the sect. After struggling to utter these words, Duan Hong fainted once more. Lin Yun called out several times, but Duan Hong remained unresponsive. He then rose, clearing the debris, and located the entrance to the mysterious cave. It appeared that Duan Hong had attempted to breach the restrictions and force his way inside, only to cause a landslide that left him severely injured. Had Lin Yun not arrived, this place might not have been discovered. It was clear that Duan Hong would return to retrieve the enigmatic Yuan embryo. Unfortunately, while those massive stones posed a challenge for others, Lin Yun handled them with ease. The significance of this cave was evident. Yet Duan Hong did not utter a word about it, clearly indicating that whatever lay within was extraordinary. Lin Yun, cautious, chose not to elaborate. Just then, Wang Shuang's voice echoed from behind, "Junior brother Lin. What are you doing?" Lin Yun hurriedly concealed the area with some large stones. Moments later, Wang Shuang approached and immediately noticed the unconscious Duan Hong. "Isn't this senior brother Duan?" He rushed forward, assisting Lin Yun in lifting Duan Hong. Liao Chongping's expression darkened upon seeing Duan Hong. After a brief examination, his demeanor grew even more serious. The pulse is erratic. His injuries are severe. If we do not treat him promptly, he may lose his life. He first administered a pill to Duan Hong and then addressed the others. "Fan Kuan, you come with me. The rest of you stay here and await the sect's reinforcements." Upon hearing Liao Chongping's decision to leave, Lin Yun's heart leaped with joy. However, Wang Shuang was less than pleased. They had all seen the corpses upon entry. It was evident that others were aware of this place as well. Should other sect members arrive, without Liao Chongping to safeguard them, they would be like cabbages ready to be slaughtered. This thought weighed heavily on Wang Shuang's mind. Yet, Liao Chongping offered them no opportunity for further discussion. A talent like Duan Hong was far more critical. After Liao Chongping departed, Lin Yun noticed Wang Shuang's growing anxiety. He inquired, "Senior brother Wang, do you think we might encounter an attack?" Wang Shuang fell silent. Recalling the corpses he had seen earlier, it was clear that a battle had taken place here, likely involving other sect members. If that were the case, their remaining here together was perilous. Lin Yun's words intensified Wang Shuang's unease. They could only wait for the sect's rescue. How long would that take? Lin Yun murmured. "Humph. Let us see how long you can hold out." Lin Yun intended to instill fear in Wang Shuang. While others might worry about retaliation from other sects, Lin Yun remained unafraid. Only when the others departed would he be able to seize the mysterious Yuan embryo. "He, junior brother, rest assured, this mine is rich. The sect will not overlook it. You can be at ease. Reinforcements will arrive soon." Lin Yun replied with a smile. Time passed, and nearly half an hour later, Wang Shuang suddenly clutched his stomach, a frown creasing his brow. "Junior brother Lin, I think I might have an upset stomach. Why don't you wait here while I find a place to relieve myself?" Observing Wang Shuang's poor acting, Lin Yun couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Nevertheless, he feigned innocence, appearing naive. "Senior brother, please take your time." Wang Shuang groaned, clutching his belly as he painfully departed. "Junior brother Lin, don't worry. I'll be back soon." Upon emerging from the cave, Wang Shuang immediately underwent a transformation. "Fool," he muttered, "with such a vast vein of ore, others from different sects must be arriving soon. Remaining here is tantamount to certain death. I shall take my leave. In due time, senior brother will return to collect your remains." With that, Wang Shuang departed. Lin Yun, however, did not rush to seek the mysterious primordial fetus. He continued to sit in contemplation for a quarter of an hour, ensuring that Wang Shuang would not return before he rose to clear away the debris. Unveiling the entrance to the cave dwelling, inside, it was pristine and orderly, as if its occupant had only recently resided there. Lin Yun wandered about, and in a stone chamber, he discovered a primordial fetus the size of a palm. Resembling a fossil, simultaneously, he found a preserved tome, strange chronicles of mountains and seas. After a cursory glance, confirming there was nothing else of note, he erased any trace of his presence and concealed the entrance with a massive stone. Chapter 10. Lihua Cave. Heaven. Lin Yun was concerned that others might come. Fortunately, although this cave was adjacent to the Spirit Stone Mine, it was exceptionally hidden. Moreover, with Lin Yun's deliberate measures, it would likely take quite some time for the uninformed to discover this place. Seizing the opportunity of solitude, Lin Yun resumed his practice of the mixed Yuan sword fetus technique. At that moment, he noticed that the surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly converging towards him. Most of it was being absorbed by the mysterious primordial fetus within his storage ring, while another portion was being drawn into himself. Goodness, This entity can even attract the energy of heaven and earth. Lin Yun was utterly astounded. Truly, it was a purple opportunity. If Duan Hong possessed this mysterious primordial fetus alongside his own strength, it would not be impossible for him to challenge Xiao Pingtian. Seizing this chance, Lin Yun focused intently on his cultivation a day later. Although Lin Yun had yet to achieve a breakthrough, he could sense a substantial accumulation of spiritual energy in his dantian. Pressing for release, at that moment, the shackles finally loosened, and the accumulated energy surged forth, breaking through barriers. Lin Yun felt as though his body were being tempered in a crucible, with strands of spiritual energy merging with his flesh and blood. With each heartbeat, his strength grew incrementally. When he finally opened his eyes, a surge of power shot toward his spirit platform. Bang, bang, bang. He shattered 3 barriers in succession, advancing into the 3rd realm of primordial gathering. Though he had ascended 3 levels, the enhancement of his power was not trivial. Lin Yun swung his arm, marveling. I never expected the efficacy of this mysterious primordial fetus to be so profound. We outer disciples are certainly not inferior to those of the inner sect in terms of talent. What we lack is merely the resources for cultivation. The varying densities of spiritual energy were precisely why so many aspired to become inner disciples. The entirety of Lu Yun's sect's energy-rich caves was designated for the use of disciples above the inner sect. Yet now, although Lin Yun remained an outer disciple, with the aid of this mysterious primordial fetus, he could harness the surrounding energy for his own purposes, likely yielding even greater results than those of the direct disciples. It seems I must venture to the back mountains sooner rather than later. Lin Yun murmured to himself. With this mysterious primordial fetus coupled with the mixed Yuan sword fetus heart's determination, his cultivation in the back mountain would surely be twice as effective with half the effort. At that moment, a voice broke the silence outside. Liao Chongping had returned, accompanied by dozens of others. Among them were several inner disciples, but most were merely errand boys. It appeared that this spirit stone mine was to be claimed by Lu Yun's sect. Upon seeing Lin Yun alone, Liao Chongping inquired, "Where is Wang Shuang?" As he spoke, Wang Shuang stumbled in, exclaiming, "Elder Liao." Liao Chongping raised an eyebrow. "Did I not instruct you to guard this place? Where did you run off to?" Wang Shuang cast a glance at Lin Yun, his expression hostile. "Did Lin Junior brother not inform the elder? We were ambushed by disciples from other sections. I barely managed to repel them and hoped to capture one alive for you. Alas, they fled far too swiftly." Liao Chongping regarded him coldly, turning to Lin Yun. "Is this true?" Wang Shuang's eyes brimmed with malice. Lin Yun hastily feigned an injured demeanor. "Elder Liao, I owe my survival entirely to Brother Wang's assistance." Liao Chongping snorted, then tossed a jade talisman to Lin Yun. "You may return to the sect. You performed commendably on this mission." He had certainly discerned the underlying tension between Lin Yun and Wang Shuang but chose to remain silent on the matter. Lin Yun accepted the talisman, offered a respectful nod, and then departed the mine with Wang Shuang. Upon exiting, they encountered an elder of external affairs who guided them back to Lu Yun's sect via flying vessels. The discovery of this mine held immense significance for Lu Yun's sect. It was rumored that more errand disciples and inner disciples would be dispatched to ensure the mine's security. Lin Yun collected his mission rewards from the affairs hall, and as he stepped outside, he coincidentally ran into Wang Shuang, who seemed intent on waiting for him. Lin Yun attempted to sidestep, but Wang Shuang blocked his path. "Junior brother Lin, you performed excellently this time." He patted Lin Yun's shoulder with pride. "It is evident you possess intelligence. Should anyone inquire about this matter, I trust you know how to respond." "Rest assured, brother, I comprehend fully." Lin Yun thought only of making his way to the back mountain and had no inclination to engage with Wang Shuang. Upon hearing Lin Yun's affirmation, Wang Shuang nodded in satisfaction. With a week remaining until their next report to the affairs hall, Lin Yun wasted no time preparing and then headed directly toward the back mountain. The back mountain of Lu Yun's sect had long been off-limits to outer disciples. It was expected that sentinels would be stationed there. However, due to the mine's discovery, it seemed that manpower was insufficient. Leaving this area wide open, this presented a perfect opportunity for Lin Yun. After sneaking into the back mountain, he followed the stone steps deeper within. Soon, he arrived at a gorge where a waterfall cascaded downwards. Beneath the waterfall lay Lihua Cave Heaven. This was the first test. To enter Lihua Cave Heaven, one must possess the strength to sever the falling waterfall. Lin Yun stood at the water's edge, took a deep breath, gathered all his spiritual energy, and with one hand gripping the Han Yin sword, he struck out fiercely, whoosh. The sound of air being sliced apart echoed as formidable spiritual energy combined with the Han Yin sword cleaved the waterfall in two. Seizing the moment, Lin Yun forcefully stomped the ground, creating a small crater, and then stepped into Lihua Cave Heaven. What a rich aura of spiritual energy! Just as he had imagined, cultivation here would indeed yield significant results. However, at that moment, Lin Yun noticed the inscription on a stone tablet before him, written in a flamboyant script. Future generations, take heed. The path of the sword is steep, yet the path of the heart is resolute. Without this determination, do not enter. Merely gazing upon these words caused Lin Yun's eyes to sting. It seemed this predecessor was no ordinary individual. He sighed, circled around the stone tablet, and ventured deeper into the cave. Next lay a narrow corridor, only wide enough for a single person to enter, flanked by visible sword marks on either side. As Lin Yun glanced over, he felt a sudden rush of sword intent bearing down on him. A corridor of sword intent? This predecessor's strength must have reached an extraordinary level. At that moment, he comprehended the meaning of the inscription on the stone tablet. If one lacked sufficient ability, merely traversing this corridor of sword intent would shatter one's resolve. Lin Yun felt no trepidation. Instead, he strode forward with determination. In a moment of reverie, he felt as though he were on a battlefield. Transformed into a white-haired elder, sword in hand. Before him loomed countless ferocious demonic apparitions. The elder raised his sword, bellowing to the heavens, "The heavens did not give birth to me. Only the sword exists. I can cleave mountains, sever rivers, subdue demons, and open the heavens." In an instant, a myriad of brilliant sword energies surged forth. In that moment, only this sword remained in the universe. Boom! The earth trembled, and the heavens were rent asunder. Lin Yun's consciousness was abruptly drawn back, only to realize he had unknowingly passed through the corridor of sword intent. His garments lay in tatters, his body, pale as jade, was marred by crimson streaks. And he was drenched in sweat. Had it not been for the mixed Yuan sword fetus, charging through the corridor of sword intent at his current level would have been certain death. Lin Yun felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Chapter 11. Mastery of the technique. Lin Yun collapsed onto the ground, reeling from the earlier spectacle. Was this the overwhelming power of a top-tier sword cultivator? Yet he could also sense the elder's unyielding spirit within his furious roars. Time was indifferent. Even a sword cultivator as formidable as the elder ultimately succumbed to the passage of time. After a while, Lin Yun regained his composure. Though the wounds on his body had yet to fade, he rose and proceeded forward, crossing an arched bridge until he finally arrived at the true cave dwelling of Lihua Cave Heaven. Here lay a deep pool, where one could faintly discern numerous golden-scaled fish of considerable size. To the left of the cave dwelling was another corridor suffused with sword intent. In the central living area, there were various pots and pans, and even a grill with seasonings. This predecessor had quite the appetite. Lin Yun pouted slightly as he searched the cave, ultimately discovering a seated corpse on the stone bed. The figure had a head of white hair, yet appeared youthful, clad in the standard robe of a senior elder from the Lu Yun sect, despite having been deceased for quite some time. The body showed no signs of decay. Beside the elder, Lin Yun found a vial of elixirs, 2 tomes of secret techniques, and a compass. Besides these, there remained only a letter, with no other items in sight. The letter revealed, "My Dao is known as Jin Wuming, an elder of the Lu Yun sect's guest chamber. After a century of seeking enlightenment, I have achieved nothing. Now, I sit in meditation here. Hoping my legacy will be inherited by future generations, I implore you to carry on my teachings, but do not bring disaster upon the world." Bah, how pretentious and awkward. Yet, later on, the tone shifts. I wonder which fortunate brat has the luck to find this. Regardless, I leave behind these 2 tomes. The Qingyuan sword technique, though incomplete, was acquired by me a century ago on an overseas celestial isle. Whether you practice it or not is your choice. The Dai sword technique, while not as profound as the Qingyuan sword technique, possesses stability despite its lower potential. The choice is yours, determined by your heart's resolve. I obtained the Qingyuan sword technique too late. After 60 years, I reached perfection but could not find the remaining volume. I only know it is most likely to appear in the southern wilderness. As for the Dai sword technique, while it may not lead to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, I can assure you that my insights will guarantee your entry into the myriad realms without issue. Whichever you choose, a decade hence, please visit Kunshin in the north for an appointment on my behalf. Whether it be fortune or misfortune depends on your fate. What to do? One path leads to a stable myriad of realms, while the other transforms a bicycle into a motorcycle. Lin Yun found himself in a quandary. Jian Wuming had also advised against practicing both sword techniques simultaneously, as the Qingyuan sword technique was too domineering and could easily lead to failure for a novice. After much contemplation, Lin Yun decided, only children make choices. Adults take them all. As for the elixirs, they were meant to enhance cultivation suitable for the Tongyu realm. Jian Wuming likely never anticipated that the inheritor of his legacy would be a mere Na-Yuan realm cultivator. The compass, however, was part of an incomplete formation, which Lin Yun set aside for the time being. In the following days, he dedicated 2 hours daily to practicing the Hunyuan sword embryo heart technique, while the rest of his time was spent honing the Dai and Qingyuan sword techniques. When hunger struck, he would simply catch a fish outside to roast and eat. To Lin Yun's surprise, this fish was extraordinary. Consuming it not only satisfied his hunger but also fortified his physique. Although its effects paled in comparison to the Hunyuan sword embryo, they were indeed rare. Thus, for days passed, and his cultivation reached the 8th level of the Na-Yuan realm. Although Lin Yun wished to keep the elixirs, he realized he would soon be pursued by Zhao Yulong, making this the perfect time to enhance his strength. Jian Wuming likely never envisioned that the successor of his teachings would treat the Tongxian elixirs like candy. Both the Qingyuan and Dai sword techniques had seen minor progress, whether it was due to the Hunyuan sword embryo or not. There were no conflicts between the two sword techniques as Lin Yun had initially feared. However, his cultivation speed had indeed slowed. One day, he resolved to challenge the sword intention corridor left by Jian Wuming. Although not mentioned in Jian Wuming's letter, Lin Yun felt that this place held true opportunities. After 4 days of progress in both his cultivation and sword techniques, he felt confident in traversing the sword intention corridor. As Lin Yun stepped forward, a fierce sword aura surged towards him. He immediately employed the Dai sword technique to counter it. With each inch he advanced, dozens of sword auras assaulted him. Lin Yun could only continuously perform the Dai and Qingyuan sword techniques to barely hold his ground. Initially, he felt some pressure, but gradually, he realized it was not as difficult as he had imagined. The sword aura released by the corridor seemed intentionally arranged, with some suitable for the Dai sword technique and others for the Qingyuan sword technique. Having cultivated both techniques, coupled with the assistance of the Hunyuan sword embryo, Lin Yun successfully navigated the sword intention corridor, albeit sustaining minor injuries and appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet it was worth it. At present, Lin Yun possessed only the 5th layer of the Qingyuan sword technique, while the Dai sword technique had 12 layers. After this trial, he felt both techniques had reached the 2nd layer's great perfection. At that moment, Lin Yun noticed an expression carved into the wall, depicting Jian Wuming's vividly smiling face, alongside another letter. Good lad, you have spirit. I admire your rebellious nature. Sword cultivators across the world know that different sword techniques require varied methods of manipulating yuan force and circulating energy. You should now comprehend my earlier words. Yet, since you have the audacity to pursue this path, I shall assist you one final time. I have devoted my life to the sword and have battled countless sword masters. Collecting the strengths of many, I have penned this insight for your perusal. It was only on the day of my demise that I realized the paths of past sword cultivators were misguided. True swordsmanship should amalgamate the strengths of all and unify the world. Solely practicing one sword technique is a lesser path. However, the path you choose is fraught with peril. Only those with unwavering resolve can achieve the supreme sword way. Lin Yun's expression brightened, eagerly flipping through Jian Wuming's insights. Yet, the more he read, the more he felt something was amiss. Isn't this just the content following the Hunyuan sword embryo heart technique? Most importantly, he found that what was written barely encompassed half the expertise of the Hunyuan sword embryo. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of insights Jian Wuming had conjured demonstrated his obsession with the sword way. With that, Lin Yun felt reassured. The Hunyuan sword embryo heart technique comprised 6 layers of realms, and currently, he had only barely mastered the 1st layer. Now that he faced no pressure practicing both sword techniques, perhaps he could explore others? With this thought, Lin Yun promptly began his endeavor. Within Jian Wuming's insights were additional sword techniques, prompting him to select the Wanhua sword technique. However, as he practiced, he encountered a blockage in yuan force. Akin to being pierced by needles in his organs, resulting in excruciating pain. He nearly fainted after just a quarter of an hour of practice. It seemed the Hunyuan sword embryo must be cultivated to the second layer to master more sword techniques. Lin Yun temporarily ceased his practice of the Wanhua sword technique and continued refining the Dai and Qingyuan sword techniques, assisted by the golden scalefish and Tongshan elixirs, yielding considerable results. Thus, time slipped by like a fleeting shadow, and soon it was time to report to the conference hall. Although Lin Yun's realm had not notably advanced during these days, the Dai sword technique had reached the third layer's great perfection, while the Qingyuan sword technique had achieved minor success at the second layer. Now, Lin Yun was fully confident he could easily overpower Zhao Yulong. Chapter 12. Inquiries at Yunxiao Pavilion. Still no sign of him? Liao Chongping furrowed his brow as he looked at the disciples beside him. Elder, the entire sect has searched high and low, several disciples replied with worried expressions. Just then, a series of humming sounds echoed through the mountains. What a fine day it is! Following the sound, Liao Chongping turned to see a young man ascending the steps. He appeared like white jade, with deep, bright eyes, dressed in pristine white garments. The young man was none other than Lin Yun. Upon seeing Liao Chongping, he approached and clasped his hands in greeting. Elder Liao. Standing nearby, Wang Shuang stared at Lin Yun in shock. Handsome guy, who the hell are you? Liao Chongping had a vivid impression of Lin Yun but maintained a stern demeanor. Where have you been these past few days? Lin Yun had prepared his response in advance. Reporting to the elder, I completed my task at the conference hall and descended the mountain. The Lu Yun sect's rules are not too strict. As long as you report regularly, they do not mind where you go. Liao Chongping snorted, come with me to meet the sect master. Lin Yun glanced at Wang Yun, fully aware of the inquiries to come. The group swiftly made their way to Yunxiao Pavilion. Upon arrival, Lin Yun began to survey his surroundings. Liao Chongping, brow furrowed, suppressed his irritation. What are you looking at? Lin Yun, not spotting Xiaoping Tian, clicked his tongue. Alas, this big cash cow won't be seen today. I have never been here before. I'm a bit curious. Upon reaching the pavilion, Lin Yun finally encountered the elusive sect master, Gu Xinda, who stood by the window. Hearing their approach, he slowly turned. Is this the little rascal? Liao Chongping nodded. Sect master, it was Lin Yun and Wang Shuang who guarded the mine 7 days ago. Gu Xinda fixed his piercing gaze on Lin Yun, who lowered his head, feeling as if sitting on pins and needles. Hiss. Could it be he has seen through something? Lin Yun, on that day, did you and Wang Shuang encounter an attack? Wang Shuang was desperately signaling with his eyes, while Lin Yun replied, Master, it was too dark that day. I was in the midst of cultivation. I did not see any enemies before being severely injured. Liao Chongping scoffed from the side. Is that really the case? Gu Xinda's aura suddenly intensified, pressing down like a mountain. Had it not been for Lin Yun's prior experiences in Lizhu Dongtian, he would have been utterly intimidated. I do not dare to conceal the truth. Lin Yun's tone was resolute, which caused Gu Xinda's aura to soften considerably. Wang Shuang also breathed a sigh of relief. All right, you should head to the conference hall to report now. Just as Lin Yun was about to turn and leave, he suddenly heard Gu Xinda say, in 3 days, the inter-sect competition will commence. Do not disappoint me then, oh no? Has the old fox seen through me? Lin Yun felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat breaking out all over. Fortunately, Gu Xinda did not elaborate further, allowing Lin Yun to make a hasty exit. After Lin Yun departed, Gu Xinda dismissed Wang Shuang and turned his attention to Liao Chongping. Elder Liao, do you think this young lad is speaking the truth? Liao Chongping shook his head. Wang Shuang is never honest. There must be more to the story, Master. Did you just appoint Lin Yun to participate in the inter-sect competition? As far as I know, he only entered the outer sect a few days ago. Gu Xinda chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Elder Liao, the boy has already reached the 8th level of the nascent realm. Liao Chongping's face displayed shock. Lin Yun had just exited the Yunxiao Pavilion and had not walked far when he spotted Wang Shuang approaching. Junior brother Lin. Senior brother Wang. Wang Shuang looked at Lin Yun with an air of arrogance and smiled. This child has potential, he added. If anyone in the sect bullies you in the future, just mention my name. Lin Yun forced a smile. Thank you, senior brother. Wang Shuang patted him on the shoulder and strode away. Brimming with pride, Lin Yun gazed at Wang Shuang's retreating figure, and his panel displayed, Name. Wang Shuang Realm, 6th level of the Primordial Sea Fate. Treacherous and deceitful, blue, destiny. No evil unpunished, white. Evil meets evil, gray. No evil unpunished, cannot go a day without committing mischief. Evil meets evil. The heavens reward diligence. Good and evil are repaid. The wicked will face retribution. Conclusion. Due to his habitual treachery and misdeeds, he ultimately faced retribution, left to rot in the wilderness. Recent turning point. He will be attacked and perish on Wuyang Mountain in 7 days. Dead? Lin Yun shivered as he looked at Wang Shuang's panel. He had intended to seize an opportunity but unexpectedly discovered Wang Shuang's impending demise. However, Lin Yun was not foolish enough to alert him. He only reminded himself to steer clear of Wuyang Mountain. At that moment, someone patted him on the shoulder. Turning around, he recognized a somewhat familiar face. Senior Brother Duan? What brings you here? Duan Heng smiled and replied, I was recovering from an injury a few days ago. Afterward, I asked the sect master and learned that it was you who found me that day. Lin Yun chuckled. I merely stumbled upon you after you fainted. It was Senior Brother Wang's experience that led him to call for help. Duan Heng stared at Lin Yun for a while before awkwardly chuckling, I see. Junior Brother Lin, if you ever need assistance, feel free to come to Weifeng to find me. Lastly, I wish you good fortune in the upcoming intersect competition. The intersect competition? How do you know about this? Lin Yun, who had initially regarded Duan Heng with goodwill, suddenly became serious. Jiu Xinda could tell that this was to be expected, but how had Duan Heng managed to learn of it? Had he been eavesdropping during the meeting in the main hall? Lin Yun remained vigilant, but did not voice his suspicions. After exchanging pleasantries with Duan Heng, he hurriedly departed. Duan Heng continued to watch Lin Yun's figure with a smile. Upon leaving the Yunxiao Pavilion, Lin Yun felt a tinge of disappointment. He had not encountered the plump sheep he sought, and it appeared he needed to explore if there were any other opportunities within the Lu Yun sect. With this thought in mind, Lin Yun began to wander aimlessly within the sect. After half a day had passed, as he was preparing to return, he heard an elderly voice call out, Come here. Lad that he looked around but saw no one that over here, by the riverbank. The old man's voice rang out once more. Following the sound, Lin Yun soon arrived at a stream where an elderly man sat by the bank. Dressed in simple clothes, lacking the demeanor of a cultivator from the Lu Yun sect. Old man, did you call for me? Do you not recognize me? The elder chuckled. You took the Tianyun hand from the Internal Affairs Pavilion the other day. Lin Yun chuckled lightly, quickly regaining his composure. Senior, is there something you need? The elder waved his hand with a smile. I noticed your vital energy was stagnant as you passed by here. Here, take this manual of swordsmanship from the mortal realm. It will benefit you. Lin Yun looked at the 7 Xian sword technique in his hand, astonished as he gazed at the elder. Do not thank me. I reside in the Internal Affairs Pavilion. If you have time, come visit me. I, an old man, enjoy conversing with young people like you. Chapter 13. One's Own Fortune, Purple. The elder wore a warm smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. Lin Yun accepted the 7 Xian sword technique and checked his own panel. Name, Lin Yun Realm, first level of the nascent realm Fate. Celestial Star of Solitude, Black, Destiny. Great Calamity approaches, Black. Smooth Sailing, Purple, Smooth Sailing. You have benefactors aiding you. Recently, your endeavors have been fruitful. Conclusion. After enduring a life of adversity and struggle, just as things began to take a turn for the better, he was schemed against and ultimately pushed off a cliff. Meeting a tragic end. Recent turning point. He will be killed by an enemy a month later, leaving no place for burial. A purple destiny? Alas, it seems that fate is difficult to defy, even with the assistance of benefactors. Is death still inevitable? Lin Yun sighed as he looked at the elder before him. Could this so-called benefactor be the very man standing in front of him? Name, Deng Pingzhu Realm, 8th level of the Myriad Laws Fate. Righteous Aura, Purple, Destiny. Single Nobleman, Green. Wine Sword Immortal, Blue. Master of Manipulation, Purple, Righteous Aura. You possess an aura of righteousness, making it difficult for evil to approach you. Single Nobleman. A natural steel man, lacking in romantic charm. While in a single state, your cultivation speed increases, for women only hinder your sword-drawing speed. Wine Sword Immortal. Heightened perception and combat prowess when intoxicated. Master of Manipulation. From a young age, you have excelled in the manipulation of objects. Now reaching an extraordinary level. Conclusion. A century ago, you suffered severe injuries in a duel at Waijian. Your cultivation waned, and you ultimately concealed your identity in the Lu Yun sect, leading a leisurely life. Recent turning point. You bought fake wine while descending the mountain, and in a fit of rage, smashed the wine shop. Observing Deng Pengzu's carefree demeanor, Lin Yun found it difficult to believe this could be his benefactor. Surely, the system must have made an error. Rest assured, Senior, if I have the time, I will visit you. Lin Yun graciously accepted the sword manual and then promptly departed. Deng Pengzu watched him leave, awkwardly scratching his nose. This lad has quite the spirit. You should have enough time to master this sword technique in a few days, right? Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Lin Yun immediately began studying the Seven Xian sword technique. The distinction of mortal swordsmanship lies in its independence from the need for vital force, which is precisely what Lin Yun currently required. To participate in the inner sect competition, he must showcase genuine skill. However, Lin Yun's current methods were not fit for public display. In the following days, Lin Yun remained in his cave, diligently practicing the Seven Xian sword technique. Each evening, he would train with the mixed Yuan sword embryo. While the mysterious Yuan embryo grew increasingly transparent day by day, Lin Yun could vaguely discern a creature moving within the Yuan embryo. As for the Shanhai Yiji, the first half detailed numerous peculiar beasts, while the latter half was densely filled with text that Lin Yun could not comprehend. Thus, time passed, and the day of the inner sect competition arrived. This event was among the most bustling occurrences within the Luyun sect. The inner sect disciples of the Luyun sect were not easily swayed. Every year at this time, the sect would select some underperforming inner sect disciples to compete against the outer sect disciples. Should they win, they would remain in the inner sect. However, losing would result in demotion to outer sect discipleship. Yet, defeating an inner sect disciple using outer sect resources was no simple feat. Though the competition was held annually, only a fraction of outer sect disciples managed to achieve victory. On this day, Lin Yun was thoroughly prepared. Donning a fresh outfit and carrying a wooden sword he had recently carved, he wrapped the wooden sword in cloth and slung it over his back. Arriving at the martial arts hall, he noticed numerous outer sect disciples already present. Most of them were at the nascent realm. Scanning the crowd, Lin Yun was surprised to find several outer sect disciples at the primordial sea realm. It was remarkable for anyone in the outer sect to elevate their strength to the primordial sea realm. Such individuals were undoubtedly exceptionally gifted. He noticed that all three had successfully advanced. Wow, this inner sect competition is truly lively indeed. I've heard that this year's competition differs from the past. The sect has prepared numerous valuable rewards. Several outer sect disciples whispered nearby. In this competition, the outer sect disciples would first determine their rankings, with the top 10 receiving various rewards and the top 3 receiving particularly generous prizes. Most notably, the first place winner would receive the extremely rare Crossing Calamity Divine Pill and a choice of any manual as rewards. If one could defeat the inner sect disciples in the assessment, they would successfully enter the inner sect. A good performance could even lead to the possibility of becoming a direct disciple. It is worth noting that direct discipleship is a secure position. Rumor has it that there is even a reclusive elder from the Luyun sect coming to observe this time, though he had not taken on a disciple for many years. This time, inexplicably, he felt a desire to select a personal disciple from among the outer sect disciples, which was indeed a rare occurrence. There were over 100 outer sect disciples participating this time. All lined up to register their names, and Lin Yun was naturally among them. Just as it was nearly Lin Yun's turn, he was abruptly pulled aside. "Kid, move aside." Lin Yun glanced back at the towering figure of a man, nearly 2 meters tall. This fellow had cut in line, and the disciples behind him dared not voice their anger. As the burly man attempted to shove Lin Yun aside, Lin Yun simply stood firm. No matter how forcefully the man pushed, Lin Yun remained unyielding. "Kid, what do you mean by this?" Lin Yun pointed to the crowd behind him. "I suggest you wait in line. Don't you know who I am?" The man seemed taken aback, clearly surprised that Lin Yun was entirely oblivious to his identity. "I don't give a damn who you are. Just queue up." Lin Yun replied impatiently, simultaneously bringing up the man's profile to discern his background. He was curious about what made this fellow so arrogant. Name: Hishochi Realm. Second level of Yuan High Fate. Unrestrained, blue. Predicament: arrogant and overbearing, green. Betrayer, white. Outcome: perishing due to dissatisfaction with his inability to grow stronger, ultimately falling into darkness and being hunted to death by countless cultivators. Recent turning point: successfully entered the inner sect of Luyun sect after passing assessments. Is this truly enough to qualify for the inner sect? Lin Yun scoffed at that moment. He overheard someone nearby whispering, "Isn't that Hishochi? Recently, he has been quite the talk among the outer sect disciples. and it seems he has a high chance of entering the inner sect this time. Upon hearing their remarks, Hishochi chuckled. Did you hear that? I am the most likely to enter the inner sect. Kid, why aren't you moving aside? Lin Yun shook his head. No, you've missed your chance. His tone was resolute, and his gaze turned icy. Chapter 14. I only need one punch. Lin Yun successfully drew the attention of many. Hishochi sneered. You little brat, so talking nicely isn't working? Huh. Then let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. Hishochi wasted no time and swung a punch at Lin Yun. The onlookers gasped. Hishochi is making a move? This kid is in for it. He has offended Hishochi and will either die or be severely injured today. No one had any faith in Lin Yun. However, Hishochi's strike was swift. But Lin Yun was even quicker. Before Hishochi's fist could reach him, Lin Yun retaliated with a punch to Hishochi's abdomen. Pure strength, devoid of any technique. Bang! Hishochi's body curled up like a shrimp, crashing against the stone wall like a cannonball. He spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly lost consciousness. Lin Yun shrugged. I told you, you had no chance. What the hell? Hishochi was taken down in one move? The onlookers were astonished. Wasn't he the rising star of the outer sect? How could it end so quickly? Several outer sect disciples stood dumbfounded, expecting a fierce battle. But who would have thought that a rising star would crumble before Lin Yun's single punch? Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Lin Yun dusted off his clothes and resumed his place in line. That moment, one of the bystanders approached Lin Yun. Nice strength. This person was Qiu Zhiping, one of the three individuals Lin Yun had observed earlier at the third level of Yuan Hai. Achieving such prowess in the outer sect, he would undoubtedly soar in the inner sect. Lin Yun merely glanced at him. Initially hoping for a proper showdown with Hishochi in the finals, he hadn't anticipated that someone in the outer sect could possess greater strength than Hishochi. Kid, make sure you put in the effort. You must hold your ground until the finals. Lin Yun desired nothing more than to sign up quickly and rest on the side. He even suspected Qiu Zhiping might not be entirely sane. Do I know you? Is there a need to ramble on so much? In the distance, the other two individuals also turned their attention to Lin Yun. Yeshi, what do you think of this kid? The girl named Yeshi, adorned in a gown of green, with her black hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, merely cast a dispassionate glance. Hishochi was simply too foolish to seize the opportunity. If it were me, he would undoubtedly be defeated within 2 moves. Yeshi remarked to the man in white beside her. Su Ruoqing, do not forget our aspirations. Qiu Zhiping is a fool. Does that make you one as well? Don't compare us to such a mediocre individual. After much effort, Lin Yun finally completed his registration and was assigned to wait on the side. The first round of the inner sect competition commenced, with hundreds of outer sect disciples taking the stage. Stepping beyond the martial arena's boundaries constituted a loss, and being thrown out also counted as such. This was a chaotic free-for-all. Victory meant advancement, while defeat called for further attempts. As the competition began, the outer sect disciples scanned their surroundings. Yeshi and Su Ruoqing stood at the edges, while Qiu Zhiping charged into the fray like a madman, tossing out disciples before they had a chance to act. Indeed, this fellow was either foolish or reckless, most likely truly foolish. Lin Yun shook his head and mimicked Yeshi and the others, positioning himself at the edge, letting the disciples in the center engage in their melee. Interestingly, throughout the entire event, not a single person dared approach Lin Yun. The shock from Lin Yun's punch against Hishochi had left everyone hesitant. Lacking the confidence to withstand such a blow. In less than half an hour, only over 30 individuals remained on stage. The first round of the inner sect competition concluded. Advancers, Yeshi, Su Ruoqing. Those called were led to a room to draw lots. Lin Yun drew an unfamiliar name. When he found his opponent in the crowd, he witnessed the transformation of the other's fate from blue to white. It seemed that when one's strength was sufficiently formidable, it could indeed influence another's fate. The second round began. Perhaps due to Hishochi's incident, Lin Yun's stage attracted the most spectators. You really think Lin Yun is that strong? His opponent is the famed Wang Chuan from the cloud-piercing hands. Does it even need to be said? He is the one who took down Hishochi in a single punch. I reckon it was mere luck. Regardless of the murmurs below, Lin Yun stepped onto the stage and clasped his fists. Please, enlighten me. The man smirked arrogantly. Humph, you may have defeated Hishochi, but that doesn't mean you can defeat me. His weapon was an oddly designed pair of gauntlets. When the referee announced the start, He lunged forward, only to find Lin Yun standing still, curious. "Aren't you going to use a sword? If you lack a suitable weapon, I can lend you one." The man looked down on Lin Yun, scoffing at his wooden sword. "This is the inner sect competition. Do you think it's a child's play?" Lin Yun shook his head. "No need, come at me." The man persisted, removing his gauntlets. "Since you want to use weapons, I want to either. Don't say I bullied you later." He tightened his fists and assumed a stance. "Kid, are you ready?" Bang! Another resounding punch. The man flew through the air in a perfect arc before crashing to the ground, unconscious. Watching the man tumble off the stage, Lin Yun sighed. "This is just too weak. Isn't it? I didn't use my sword because you're not worthy of it. With such weakness, why pretend to be tough?" Truly frustrating. These days, everyone seemed to think they could overpower him. Did he really have such low standards? Lin Yun glanced towards Su Ruoqing's stage, where he was effortlessly countering his opponent's attacks with a sword, before suddenly unleashing a sword chi that perfectly knocked his opponent off the stage. Indeed, he possesses a certain flair. In the following matches, Lin Yun continued to dispatch opponents with a single punch, leaving no one able to discern his movements. Those who previously dismissed Lin Yun as merely lucky began to reconsider their opinions. One or two times could be attributed to fortune, but each match ending in a single punch was truly alarming. The top 12. At this stage, the competitors were all exceptional outer sect disciples. The sect would assess their performances and ultimately select 10 individuals for the final inner sect competition. Defeating an inner sect disciple would grant them entry for cultivation. This time, Lin Yun's opponent was a gaunt man wielding peculiar dice as his weapon. Bai Zhuqing? Why is he back? This is already his 8th participation in the inner sect competition. He truly is persistent despite repeated failures, persistent in defeat. On the stage stood two highly controversial contestants, particularly Beizhuqing, a prominent figure in the outer sect. Despite numerous failures, no one doubts his capabilities. Chapter 15. The Millennial-Old Misfortune. Hearing the discussions about Beizhuqing from the audience, Lin Yun couldn't help but feel curious and pulled up the opponent's profile. Upon seeing it, he nearly wept. At last, he encountered a fellow unfortunate soul whose plight was somewhat akin to his own name. Beizhuqing Realm, first stage of Yuanhai Fate. Surrounded by misfortune, gray, destiny. Declining lifespan of 1,000 years, green. Wishes going awry, white. Stubborn mule, blue, surrounded by misfortune. You are the reincarnation of the god of misfortune. Anyone who stays near you for too long will encounter calamity. Declining lifespan of 1,000 years. You will become a god of decline. With misfortune following you incessantly, wishes going awry. Nothing you desire will come to fruition. Stubborn mule. You are obstinate, single-minded, and lack adaptability. Conclusion. Although plagued by misfortune for a millennium, you will eventually accumulate strength and achieve great success after 1,000 years. Recent turn of events. Journeying to Qingxia Peak, you stumbled upon a piece of jade. If Lin Yun were to endure a millennium of bad luck, he would rather choose death. However, seeing Beizhuqing's recent turn of events left him skeptical. How could someone so unfortunate still possess opportunities? Beizhuqing, you may begin, the judge said, glancing at Beizhuqing, who was all too familiar with the procedure. It could be said that Beizhuqing was indeed unfortunate. His cultivation was not lacking. Yet he remained perpetually unlucky. Every time the inner sect's grand competition occurred, he would invariably encounter a formidable opponent. Before this round began, many were already contemplating meeting Beizhuqing, as facing him guaranteed a place in the top 6. On stage, Beizhuqing performed a bow. Lin Shidi, I shall commence. Lin Yun nodded, not daring to be negligent. Though this fellow was unfortunate, it didn't necessarily imply weakness. Indeed, as Beizhuqing's words fell, he casually tossed the dice. The originally fingertip-sized dice instantaneously expanded, resembling a heavy iron weight. 6 dice flew towards Lin Yun with astonishing speed. Lin Yun took a deep breath, stabilizing his stance before delivering a powerful punch. Boom! His fist struck one of the dice, shattering it instantly. Wow! Lin Yun is still as formidable as ever. Another punch. This fellow was indeed the dark horse of the outer sect. Amidst the praises, Lin Yun replicated the action, effortlessly obliterating all of Beizhuqing's dice. Subsequently, he turned his attention to Beizhuqing, only to find that Beizhuqing, overly focused on manipulating his objects, had stumbled over his own feet and fell off the stage. Judge, Lin Yun, victory. Although Lin Yun's opponent was base-hooking, his performance remained exceptionally impressive. In the audience, Gu Xinda gazed with a smile at Yi Qian in the distance. Beside him sat a beautiful young woman. This inter-sect competition was far more intriguing than in previous years, with so many talented individuals. What do you think of this girl? The woman merely glanced, proud and arrogant, but unfortunately, her talent does not match her temperament. Her discerning eye was truly remarkable. Ji Xinda then pointed to Su Ruoqing. And what of him? Too upright. One cannot be excessively rigid in the path of cultivation. Ji Xinda refrained from further questioning Qiu Zhiping. Yet both turned their gaze towards Lin Yun. This young lad was indeed impressive. After successfully advancing to the top 6, the competition for the top 3 would commence. As expected, Qiu Zhiping and others all progressed successfully. Lin Yun drew his lot, unexpectedly facing Yi Qian. Initially, the crowd prepared to witness Lin Yun's performance, but now they all sighed in disappointment. What a pity, the greatest dark horse. Had he drawn Su Ruoqing or Qiu Zhiping, he might have had a fighting chance. Alas, he drew the strongest in the outer sect, Yi Qian. A chorus of lamentations arose. Even Lin Yun found it difficult to gauge who was stronger between himself and Yi Qian. Fourth stage of Yuan Hai, undoubtedly the most formidable presence in the outer sect. The clash between a dark horse and the strongest promised a spectacle of unparalleled excitement. When Lin Yun ascended the platform, Yi Qian stood with arms crossed, coldly regarding him. Reaching this point indicates you possess some skill and luck. However, your good fortune has been exhausted, which is why you face me in the finals. Lin Yun remained silent, instead quietly summoning his wooden sword. Why? Yi Qian scoffed dismissively. Hey, are you deaf? I'm advising you to concede, lest you embarrass yourself. Did you not comprehend? Gripping his sword, Lin Yun met Yi Qian's gaze. Only through battle will we discern who is stronger. Yi Qian's cold stare bore into Lin Yun, visibly irked. I am kindly considering your situation, yet you are so ungrateful, since you are so eager to vie for first place. Today, I shall teach you a lesson to make you realize that all your previous successes were merely luck. As Yi Qian's words fell, she summoned a sword and launched a direct assault on Lin Yun. Outer sect disciples rarely practiced sword techniques, as most available styles were rather weak. Yet Yi Qian was a glaring exception. As soon as Lin Yun recognized her attack, he realized it was the mid-grade Shintir Yu sword technique. Indeed, this woman had an impressive background. With a thunderous offensive, countless sword shadows descended like a torrential storm, forcing Lin Yun to retreat step by step. Is this the fourth stage of Yuan Hai? Lin Yun gripped his wooden sword tightly, his Yuan force enveloping it like a delicate membrane. The Yu sword technique emphasized speed and precision. Even though Lin Yun had achieved minor success in his cultivation, he felt considerable pressure facing Yi Qian's blade. After just a few exchanges, he already felt a searing pain in his hands. How intriguing! Is this truly the strongest disciple of the outer sect? Lin Yun murmured to himself, and instead of growing anxious under the pressure, a smile crept onto his face. You little rascal, on the verge of collapse yet still so defiant. Observe my sword. Yi Qian unleashed a strike from a distance, dozens of sword energies converging from all directions to assault Lin Yun at the center. Akin to a swarm of young maidens dancing gracefully, the audience watched, entranced, as Lin Yun remained acutely aware of the peril surrounding him. Seizing the opportunity, he activated the Seven Mysteries sword technique. Previously suppressed, he had struggled to find the rhythm to execute it, but now was the perfect moment. Boom! Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lin Yun astonishingly managed to counter Yi Qian's deadly strike. Of course, he bore several wounds, revealing his flawless skin beneath. Truly remarkable, Yi Qian. Even the strongest dark horse was currently being thoroughly suppressed. A dark horse is still merely a dark horse. Yi Qian is undoubtedly a genuine genius. Yet what sword technique did Lin Yun just employ? It was astoundingly powerful, capable of withstanding Yi Qian's strike. Though everyone anticipated Lin Yun's defeat, the moment he executed the Seven Mysteries sword technique, their interest in this dark horse intensified. Conversely, Lin Yun, having disrupted Yi Qian's onslaught with the Seven Mysteries sword technique, was left in shock. Upon utilizing the technique to counter Yi Qian's strike, he felt a surge of warmth radiating from his dantian. Akin to a boiling ocean, it was as if a force was awakening within him, igniting an unbearable restlessness. Chapter 16. He has yet to unleash his full potential. What is happening? sensing the peculiar fluctuations of Yuan force within him. Lin Yun was bewildered, while Yi Qian wore an expression of astonishment. What sword technique is this lad using that allows him to block my strike? This brought her considerable visual shock. Yet, she quickly smirked. I shall see how much luck you have left. With a whoosh, Yi Qian formed a hand seal, and her flying sword rushed forth. At this moment, Lin Yun could hardly afford to be concerned about anything else. After employing the Seven Mysteries sword technique to counter her attack, he felt the primal force within him spiraling out of control, as if it were ready to burst forth. Meanwhile, Yi Qian's assault was rapidly approaching. With a mere thought, Lin Yun channeled an unending stream of Yuan force into his wooden sword. This is the Tongxian pill I consumed earlier. Lin Yun had ingested numerous pills, causing his Yuan energy to stagnate within. Yet there was no immediate threat. However, prolonged confinement would be detrimental to his cultivation. Now, in this battle against Yi Qian, utilizing the Seven Mysteries sword technique had enabled him to convert the stagnant Yuan energy into active Yuan force. Bang! The crowd witnessed an explosion of invisible energy emanating from Lin Yun, his garments billowing, and his long black hair flowing in the wind. Facing the oncoming flying sword, Lin Yun did not evade. Instead, he gripped his wooden sword and charged directly forward. I asked this lad out of his mind. He dares to clash swords with Yi Qian? Yi Qian wielded a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Lin Yun not only possessed inferior techniques, but also wielded a weapon of a lesser tier. How could he possibly win in a sword duel? As the crowd murmured in disbelief, the two swords finally clashed. The collision unleashed a terrifying force that rippled outward from their point of contact. Shaking the entire arena, the judge stood in stunned silence. Was this truly a contest between outer sect disciples? Even among inner sect members, such talent at this age would be exceedingly rare. Yet the most astonished of all was Yi Qian. Her experience was the most visceral. The confident strike she had unleashed was completely neutralized by Lin Yun. How could you possibly withstand my sword? She cast her gaze towards Lin Yun, the elemental energy within her continuing to surge forth. Yet, confronted by Lin Yun's unfathomable power, akin to an expansive ocean, even she found herself unable to secure victory in this contest. At that moment, the duel between the two drew the complete attention of all present. Lin Yun remained silent, not responding to Yi Qian. Suddenly, a sharp crack resounded, interrupting everyone's thoughts. They turned their eyes to the stage, witnessing the wooden sword begin to splinter from the center, rapidly fracturing until it disintegrated into fine dust. Meanwhile, Yi Qian's flying sword transformed into a blade of energy that struck Lin Yun squarely in the chest. With a cough, Lin Yun tasted blood, realizing that he had indeed made an error in judgment. Nevertheless, to face Yi Qian with such strength was commendable. He truly deserved the title of Dark Horse Eye in the stands. Gu Xianda expressed his satisfaction with Lin Yun's performance, turning to the woman beside him. This young man is truly remarkable. Do you still doubt Yi Qian's capabilities? The woman scoffed. Gu Xianda, when did your vision become so clouded? That lad employed the Seven Mysteries sword technique, a skill known to all martial artists at the foot of the mountain. While he made some modifications, it is not enough to deceive me. Moreover, his weapon was merely a hastily broken wooden sword. In such circumstances, if Yi Qian could not severely injure him, do you truly believe she can win? Gu Xianda wore a broad smile, yet internally felt a surge of excitement. It seemed they had found another emerging swordsman, and he naturally wished to take him under his wing. However, he was taken aback by the seriousness with which the woman regarded Lin Yun. The woman continued, Lin Yun may appear to be gravely injured, but this boy has been concealing his true strength. Just moments ago, he likely did not exert even 70% of his power. At this, Gu Xianda's eyes widened in disbelief. Why Yi Qian, after all, was the strongest among the outer disciples. Do you think that Lin Yun, despite his disadvantage in both technique and weaponry, had the audacity to hold back? Was he mad? It seemed to validate the woman's assertion. Lin Yun stood, his tattered garments revealing a robust frame unmarred by injury. Why Yi Qian stared at Lin Yun, her eyes wide with astonishment. What kind of monster are you? She exclaimed. I'm afraid this time I cannot let you win, Lin Yun replied with a smile. Just moments ago, he had received a message from Deng Pengzhu. The efficacy of the Seven Mysteries sword technique had earned Lin Yun's respect for Deng Pengzhu's prowess. However, Deng's stance was simple. If Lin Yun wished to continue learning swordsmanship under his tutelage, he must first claim the top prize in the inner sect competition and successfully enter the inner sect, all without choosing any elder of the Luyun sect as a master. Lin Yun had initially thought that the reclusive elder was Deng Pengzu, but it appeared there were others. Now, possessing the legacy of the Nameless Sword, if he were to apprentice under any of the Luyun sect's elders, it would undoubtedly expose him. Should Xiao Pingtian pursue him, he would have no time to respond. Since Deng Pengzu was aware of everything, he decided to take a gamble on him. Lin Yun silently resolved to learn the sword from Deng Pengzu and slowly straightened his posture. Wei Qian, observing this, taunted, "I have heard that you were once a mere menial. Achieving status as an outer disciple is already rare. Do you think you can aspire to greater heights? The inner sect is no place for someone of your lowly stature. You have lost your sword. What do you have left to contend with me?" Yi Qian was genuinely anxious. She, who had always been regarded as a prodigy, found it humiliating to be entangled in a drawn-out confrontation with a nobody. "Yi Qian, you are indeed a natural talent, but your family background plays a significant role in that. Frankly, with your family's influence, even a Cao could soar to the heavens with a modicum of talent." As soon as Lin Yun uttered these words, Yi Qian's rage ignited. "You seek death," she shouted, biting her finger and allowing her blood to stain her flying sword. The blade, which had once shimmered with a pearlescent glow, now bore a sinister crimson hue, its energy becoming far more malevolent. Jiyu Xinda abruptly rose from his seat, but the woman merely smiled faintly and said, "No need for concern, sit back and watch." "This young lad is just beginning to take things seriously." Skeptical, Gu Xinda returned to his seat. Meanwhile, Yi Qian, consumed by murderous intent, lunged at Lin Yun. The referee intended to intervene, for this was merely a contest and not a life-or-death scenario. However, upon seeing Gu Xinda's gesture to observe, he relented and stood aside. Lin Yun inhaled deeply. Once the pent-up energy dissipated, he finally felt at one with his honed body. He turned to Yi Qian. A slight smile gracing his lips. In the corridor of sword intent, he had encountered myriad formidable swordsmen and had long since outgrown the intimidation of a novice like Yi Qian. "Why, Yi Qian, your sword is far too weak." Chapter 17. Are you really this bold? Had Lin Yun been stunned into silence? He had never witnessed Yi Qian so enraged. Countless outer disciples were left in awe by her display. Just when everyone believed Lin Yun was doomed, he finally made his move. Instead of dodging, he walked directly towards Yi Qian, his movements slow yet exuding an undeniable pressure. As Yi Qian's sword approached, Lin Yun's right hand suddenly revealed a sword, the cold flame sword. With a smirk, he flicked the sword upward. Yi Qian felt the blade in her hand become unbearably hot, instinctively releasing her grip. At that moment, her palm was completely scorched. Just then, Lin Yun unleashed a wave of sword energy, a furious strike fueled by his wrath. Yi Qian gazed at Lin Yun, perceiving him as a towering giant before her. His sword intent relentless and vast like an endless ocean. What was this? She could not withstand that strike. Though her protective charm intercepted the blow, it still sent her flying off the stage. The arena fell into silence, the referee's mouth agape, large enough to fit an egg. Had he been blind? Lin Yun had defeated Yi Qian in a single stroke. Zhao Yuhu, witnessing this spectacle, swallowed hard, on the verge of tears. Against mere fodder, Lin Yun had not drawn his sword but dispatched them with a single punch. Yet, against an outer genius like Yi Qian, at the fourth level of the elemental sea, he had drawn his sword and ended it with a single strike. Was this the work of a mere mortal? Yi Qian had been an outer disciple for several months. Lin Yun had only just entered the outer sect a week ago. Was his cultivation skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket? Zhao Yuhu's heart ached for his cousin. The rewards for the upcoming inner sect competition were substantial, and Zhao Yulong had heard about Lin Yun's potential participation. Given Lin Yun's current prowess, Zhao Yulong was practically courting death. "Brother, I'm sorry," he thought. "This is a monster." Yi Qian spat out a mouthful of blood, her hands trembling. The terrifying sword intent lingered in her memory. Unlike Yi Qian, Lin Yun's sword intent was sharp and robust, forged through rigorous experience. Although she possessed some talent, her lack of practical combat experience rendered her incapable of mastering such a level of sword intent. Not to mention the disparity in cultivation. Lin Yun's understanding of the sword far eclipsed hers. "No, it's impossible. I will not lose." Yi Qian continued to roar defiantly. But at that moment, who cared about her protests? Gu Xinda sat, a frown marring his features. Such a promising talent. Should she be taken under the old ancestor's wing at Qingxia Peak? The next Spirit Realm competition would be missing a crucial card. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the woman beside her, who bore a satisfied smile as she regarded Lin Yun. Meanwhile, Su Ruoqing and Qiu Zhiping emerged victorious in their respective matches. After the draw, Lin Yun's next opponent was Qiu Zhiping. The two stood on the stage, and Qiu Zhiping raised his hand. Qiu Zhiping, do you have something to say? Qiu Zhiping chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Referee, I concede. Lin Yun replied, did you not say you wanted to test your strength against me? He had not anticipated that Qiu Zhiping would so readily concede. What are we even competing for? Look, I know I offended you previously. Please don't hold it against me. They all say I'm a simpleton, but I'm quite clever. I knew I was no match for you after you defeated Yi Qian, Qiu Zhiping said, grinning with pride. This fellow was indeed a character. Lin Yun couldn't help but laugh. The referee's expression darkened. Qiu Zhiping, are you certain you want to compete? No more competitions? It's not like the top 10 rankings differ much. Su Ruoqing shook her head as she watched Qiu Zhiping leave the stage. The next match naturally pitted Lin Yun against Su Ruoqing. Su Ruoqing ascended the stage, clad in elegant robes, radiating an air of scholarly grace. Brother Lin, your duel with Miss Yi was quite captivating. Lin Yun responded candidly, too kind. The young lady from the Yi family still has room for improvement in her swordsmanship. Su Ruoqing's lips twitched slightly as he glanced towards Yi Qian's direction. Deciding it wise to refrain from speaking too much, I'm well aware that I am not a match for Brother Lin. However, should a duel be upon us, I, Su, cannot exhibit the same cowardice as Qiu Zhiping in admitting defeat. Please, bestow your guidance upon me, Brother Lin. Lin Yun nodded. You are too courteous. Su Xiongde, Su Ruoqing is a person of integrity, and Lin Yun does not take advantage of others' weaknesses. The two engaged in earnest combat, exchanging blows for over a dozen rounds. Su Ruoqing, recognizing his inferiority, was spared from defeat several times only due to Lin Yun's leniency. Ultimately, he conceded defeat of his own accord. Thus, Lin Yun rightfully claimed the title of the foremost outer disciple. Meanwhile, 10 inner disciples were also selected. The order of the matches was determined by the 10 inner disciples choosing their opponents, entirely based on personal preference, as they had no prior knowledge of the strengths or weaknesses of the 10 promoted outer disciples. Dressed in resplendent attire, Zhao Yulong swaggered onto the arena, quickly spotting Zhao Yuhu, who was making exaggerated facial expressions. Their gazes met, and an understanding passed between them. Brother, you should flee. You are no match for Lin Yun. Do not worry, Brother Hu. Today, I will make Lin Yun pay dearly. Zhao Yulong fixed his determined gaze upon Lin Yun. Zhao Yuhu felt a chill run down his spine. This was bad. The silent communication had failed. The selection of opponents commenced, and Zhao Yulong was first. Noticing Lin Yun's cheerful demeanor, he snorted disdainfully and pointed at him while addressing the referee. I choose to duel him. The referee turned with a sympathetic expression towards Zhao Yulong, and Su Ruoqing and the others wore peculiar expressions. Although Zhao Yulong sensed something amiss in the atmosphere, he dismissed it and glared at Lin Yun. You are the one who harmed my brother, aren't you? Today, I specifically requested a spot from the elders to participate in this inner disciples competition, to ensure you do not have the chance to enter the inner circle. Little did he expect. His gamble had paid off. Lin Yun chuckled. Truly, you are wise, Brother Zhao Yuhu. Upon hearing Zhao Yulong's opening remarks, the crowd felt even more sympathy for him. You should not be called Zhao Yulong. You ought to be Zhao Yuhu. For you are indeed a true tiger. After all, this was the first of the outer disciples competition, a fierce individual who could eliminate a Realm 4 Yuan Hai opponent with a single strike. What audacity does a Realm 3 Yuan Hai disciple have to boast? Thus, Zhao Yulong believed he had found an appropriate opponent. The first match was Qiu Zhiping against an inner disciple of Realm 2 Yuan Hai, which naturally presented no contest. Qiu Zhiping easily triumphed after merely exerting a fraction of his true strength. In situations where realm suppression is at play, unexpected outcomes are rare. After all, not everyone possesses the extraordinary fate akin to Lin Yun. On the arena, Zhao Yulong flicked his bangs, casting a smug glance at Lin Yun. Youngster, you still have a chance. Kneel down and admit your mistakes, and hand over your sword. I can make your defeat less humiliating, so as not to ruin your state of mind. His expression turned cold. Should you refuse, I shall seize your sword. Furthermore, I intend to shatter your sword heart. ensuring you can never become a master of the sword path. Lin Yun regarded him with disdain. Oh, how terrified I am. Are you going to fight or not? Seeing Lin Yun's utter lack of fear, Zhao Yulong sneered. You ungrateful brat, I offer you a chance, yet you refuse. Do not blame me for being unmerciful. With a furious shout, he drew his sword, a brilliant crimson blade that gleamed in his grasp. This is a high-grade spiritual weapon, the Yuqian sword, acquired during my travels. It is indeed an honor for you to stand beneath its edge today. As Zhao Yulong charged towards Lin Yun, his sword intent surged, tinged with a hint of murderous intent, albeit not substantial. Clearly, his experience was lacking. Lin Yun had once ventured into the corridor of sword intent, where battles raged with the clash of metal and rivers of blood. He dared not unleash his sword intent lightly against these inexperienced disciples, who had yet to witness the vastness of the world. The mere impact of Lin Yun's sword intent might overwhelm them. Zhao Yulong's strike was deftly avoided by Lin Yun. Should you hesitate further, it may soon be too late. With a scoff, he raised the Yuqian sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy directed at Lin Yun. Against you, I need not even draw my sword, Lin Yun replied calmly, delivering a powerful punch. The force of 300 to 400 Jin is no trifling matter. The fierce sword energy barely grazed Lin Yun, instead dissipating under the impact of his fist. Zhao Yulong's eyes widened in shock. Can it truly be played this way? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lin Yun seized the opportunity to close the distance. With a mighty push off the ground, he launched himself like a cannonball towards Zhao Yulong. Before the latter could regain his senses, Lin Yun had already reached him. Iron Mountain crash. Zhao Yulong felt as though he had been struck by a 400-pound beast, propelled into the air. Stars danced before his eyes as he plummeted towards the arena's edge. This is the end. How could Lin Yun be so formidable? Just when he thought he was about to be thrown out of the arena in defeat, he felt someone grasping his ankle. Before he could express his gratitude, the world spun around him. Lin Yun had seized Zhao Yulong's ankle, swinging him left and right with unrelenting force, the ordeal lasting several minutes. The referee, witnessing Zhao Yulong barely clinging to consciousness, could no longer remain idle and stepped forward. Enough, Lin Yun. You've knocked him out. Lin Yun nonchalantly nudged the foaming Zhao Yulong with his foot. He hasn't officially conceded yet. The referee glared at Lin Yun. I suspect you are taking personal revenge. Were it not for Gu Xinda's subtle hint, he would not have allowed Lin Yun to continue his assault on Zhao Yulong. Yet, Zhao Yulong's inherent arrogance was to blame for seeking trouble with Lin Yun, a mere inner disciple. How are you holding up, Brother Zhao? Still want to continue? Lin Yun taunted, kicking Zhao Yulong lightly. The latter, summoning all his strength, shakily raised his arm. Referee, I concede he was on the verge of tears. What a disgrace! He could barely endure even a quarter of an hour against Lin Yun. Lin Yun then smiled, addressing Zhao Yulong, Brother Zhao, you ought to learn to be humble in the future. After all, not everyone is as kind-hearted as I am. With that, he gleefully descended from the arena. As expected, Yi Qian and the others also successfully advanced to the inner sect, with Lin Yun claiming first place. Yi Qian second, and Su Ruoqing and Qiu Zhiping taking third and fourth respectively. At that moment, Gu Xinda stood and addressed the four of them. Your performances today were commendable. Please remain. The outer disciples who had been spectating, along with the recently battled inner disciples, cast envious glances in their direction. This inner sect competition not only promised substantial rewards, but also the opportunity for a reclusive elder to select personal disciples. Given their performances, it was nearly certain that Lin Yun would be chosen. Gu Xinda, accompanied by a woman, approached the four. Throughout the encounter, Lin Yun noticed the woman's unwavering gaze upon him, her intense eyes causing him a slight sense of embarrassment. Everyone was aware that she was the reclusive elder, yet her youthful appearance, coupled with the aura of a mature woman, rendered her a veritable heartthrob for young men. Lin Yun almost lost the motivation to strive further. Is this truly the esteemed elder? I have never seen her before. She seems so young. I heard she has come down from Qingsha Peak. Qingsha Peak? The one that only accepts female disciples? Goodness, Lin Yun has struck gold. A group of disciples murmured. Clearing his throat, Gu Xinda announced, Lin Yun, this is Elder Hong Xiu from Qingsha Peak, here today to select personal disciples. Elder Hong Xiu regarded Lin Yun, her tone nonchalant. Young man, Do you wish to take me as your master? While I do not claim to be unparalleled in swordsmanship, I believe I am rarely matched in the realm of myriad laws. Go be my disciple is indeed a fortune. Moreover, with numerous female disciples at Qingxia Peak, I can also arrange a marriage for you in due time. Lin Yun turned to Gu Xianda, who wore a resigned expression, as if even arranging a mate was part of the plan. How could Lin Yun possibly refuse? Elder, I beg your pardon, I only wish to become an inner disciple. I do not aspire to be a personal disciple, just as everyone expected Lin Yun to acquiesce. He outright rejected Elder Hong Xiu's kind offer. Having prepared to accept a disciple, Elder Hong Xiu was taken aback upon hearing Lin Yun's refusal. What did you just say? Lin Yun reiterated, Elder, I am accustomed to a leisurely life and cannot abide by constraints. Therefore, I shall decline the offer of being a personal disciple. Elder Hong Xiu gazed at him incredulously, her chest heaving with disbelief. Jiyu Xinda scolded, You insolent brat. What nonsense are you spouting? Elder Hong Xiu has not sought a disciple in many years. This is a rare opportunity, master. I truly have no desire to be a personal disciple. Lin Yun remained resolute, unaffected by the pressure. Elder Hong Xiu regarded him with a scoff. Very well, it is rare to find someone who refuses to be my disciple. This is indeed amusing. She glanced at Gu Xianda. Since this lad prefers to be an inner disciple, let him remain as such. The last 4 words, Hong Xiu elder, were uttered through gritted teeth. Lin Yun understood that he had utterly offended this elder. Yet, there was little he could do, aside from the matter concerning Deng Pengzhu. It was also because Lin Yun had just surreptitiously glimpsed the life script of the Hong Xiu elder. Chapter 19. Alas? Elder, you must take responsibility for me. Name. Hong Xiu Realm. Yin Yang Realm Fate. Sect Master, Golden, Destiny. Beautiful yet short-lived, White. Seeker of the Way, Blue. Approaching Great Limit, Gray. A Thought for All Beings, Purple. Sect Master. Possesses the potential to establish a sect, greatly enhancing the chances of disciples acquiring opportunities. Beautiful yet short-lived. Throughout history, beauty has often been accompanied by misfortune. Due to your beauty, you will struggle to find a worthy partner in life. And your destiny will be fraught with challenges in the early stages of cultivation. Seeker of the Way. You possess an unwavering heart in the pursuit of truth, increasing the probability of breaking through by 30%. Approaching Great Limit. Your lifespan is nearing its end. The moment of demise may arrive in an instant, a thought for all beings. A fleeting thought can lead to emptiness or divinity. Perhaps at the end of life, there remains a glimmer of hope, ending. After hundreds of years of cultivation, devoted to the pursuit of truth, you ultimately fail to attain the Tao you seek and pass away at Qingxia Peak. Recent turning point. Lost a piece of jade at Qingxia Peak. Deng Pengzhu, if you don't give me something, it would be truly unreasonable. This is the Yin Yang realm. Lin Yun could scarcely fathom that one day he would encounter a formidable being of the Yin Yang realm, let alone reject their request to take him as a disciple. Such a display would be astonishing even thousands of years hence. However, the reason behind Lin Yun's refusal was the elder's impending doom. Although there remained a faint chance of survival, Lin Yun could not afford to gamble. After all, having seized Xiaoping Tian's opportunity, should Gu Xianda find out and inform Xiaoping Tian, the latter's character would undoubtedly lead him to skin Lin Yun alive. That moment, when Lin Yun needed the Hong Xiu elder's protection, she might suddenly pass away. Who would he turn to for reason then? Thus, Lin Yun found himself with no choice. Moreover, he believed in his purple opportunity. With his dismal luck, to unexpectedly have a purple fate was astonishing. It was estimated that this opportunity, had it been bestowed upon an ordinary person, would undoubtedly be golden, or perhaps even of red caliber. Deng Pengzhu was undoubtedly reliable. Lin Yun glanced around but saw no sign of Deng Pengzhu. Old fellow, seeing me refuse the Hong Xiu elder, you must be cackling in the corner, right? Gu Xianda had not anticipated Lin Yun's refusal and secretly rejoiced, though he could not show it outwardly. He confirmed, Lin Yun, are you truly decided? The Hong Xiu elder has not taken in a disciple for many years. This is an opportunity that others would break their heads to attain. Lin Yun nodded earnestly, Sect Master. My mind is made up. Jiyu Xianda was about to speak again when the Hong Xiu elder said, Very well, if he is unwilling. So be it. That moment, Yi Qian stepped forward. Hong Xiu elder, I wish to become your disciple. I implore you to accept me. Upon hearing Lin Yun's rejection of the Hong Xiu elder, Yi Qian was surprised but simultaneously delighted. How could such a fool fail to recognize a great talent? Before ascending the mountain, Yi Qian had met her elder brother and had heard of a formidable being in the Lu Yun sect named Hong Xiu. If she could become her disciple, attaining unparalleled strength would be merely a matter of time. Therefore, her ambition was to become Hong Xiu's apprentice. Unexpectedly, Lin Yun was so foolish as to reject an opportunity handed to him. Indeed, these lowly fish lacked foresight, failing to grasp the opportunities presented to them. The Hong Xiu elder turned to Yi Qian, feeling somewhat embarrassed by Lin Yun's rejection. Why Yi Qian's willingness to step forward somewhat alleviated the elder's humiliation. Qing Cheng Yi family? Yi Qian responded reverently, yes, elder. My elder brother is the sword madman, Yi Fan. Missy was actually the sister of Yi Fan, the renowned swordmaster who had defeated a myriad of realms at the Tongyu realm. Hiss, this enmity had grown significantly. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Yun's expression soured. The Hong Xiu elder chuckled lightly, sword madman Yi Fan? If he were here, I would indeed have an interest in offering some guidance. As for you, she scoffed, a useless one, wishing to be my disciple. Perhaps incensed by Lin Yun's actions, the elder vented her frustration on Yi Qian. After berating her, she turned and left in a huff. Gu Xianda, glancing back and forth, pointed at Lin Yun, shaking his head. You sighed out. He sighed and hurried after the Hong Xiu elder. At that moment, Lin Yun felt a pair of eyes fixated on him, filled with murderous intent. Turning around, he met Yi Qian's cold-gazed, I say, elder sister, is that really necessary? It's not as if I insulted you. Judging by her demeanor, it was evident she blamed all of the elder's actions on Lin Yun. To this, Lin Yun merely smiled nonchalantly. What business is it of mine? As the inter-sect competition concluded, Lin Yun received the Dui Shundan and the Jie Yin Ling before slipping away. He was now a key focus of attention. Those disciples who had previously looked down on him now clamored to elevate him to the heavens. After shaking off the crowd, Lin Yun stealthily made his way to the Internal Affairs Pavilion. He did not see the two guards from his last visit, allowing him easy entry. Upon entering, he immediately saw Deng Pengzu with his feet propped up on the table, lounging comfortably in a chair. Seeing Lin Yun arrive, he merely smiled faintly. Lin Yun hurriedly approached. Elder, you must take responsibility for me. I have now completely offended the Hong Xiu elder. Deng Pengzu almost blurted out, the Hong Xiu elder? Humph, she is not that fearsome. He coughed lightly. After all these years, she remains the same, cold on the outside but warm within. You need not fear her. Indeed, Deng Pengzu had significant influence. Lin Yun felt joy in his heart but feigned a pitiful expression. Elder, you must help me. What if the Hong Xiu elder seeks trouble with me? I'm far too weak to win a fight. Seeing Lin Yun's exaggerated sorrow, Deng Pengzu finally said, hasn't the sect given you the Dui Shindan? And you were also allowed to choose a secret manual here. Why are you crying? It's all because of you, elder, that I offended the Hong Xiu elder. Otherwise, I would have certainly accepted her. Lin Yun lamented. That is Qing Xia Peak. Which male disciple in the entire Lu Yun sect wouldn't he wish to reside there? Lin Yun shed a couple of crocodile tears. Deng Pengzu, feeling exasperated, waved his hand dismissively. Brat, within a month, I will help you step into the Yuan High Realm. Please stop your tears. Lin Yun's sorrow vanished in an instant. Elder, are you serious? If you don't learn to change your expression, it would truly be a loss for the cultivation world. Deng Pengzu sighed inwardly but replied, of course, there is no falsehood in that. Since I advised you to refuse the Hong Xiu, it means I have the intention to teach you. Hearing his affirmative response, Lin Yun finally felt relieved. At that moment, Deng Pengzu rose. Let us go. I will take you to select a secret manual. This time, the Lu Yun sect has spared no expense. You may choose a suitable one from the third floor. As for what you select, that will depend on your fortune. The third floor? Lin Yun was aware that the third floor of the Internal Affairs Pavilion housed books that only direct disciples could borrow. It was said that these were treasures of the Lu Yun sect. Chapter 20. Stubborn by Zhuqing. Lin Yun followed Deng Pengzu to the third floor in no time. Here, not a single soul was in sight. The space remained vast, yet only a dozen or so bookshelves were present, each categorizing the texts. However, compared to the lower floors, the classification of manuals here was far more detailed. Lin Yun scanned the area and decided to select a manual on body techniques. As for sword techniques, having traversed the Li Zhu Dong Tian, he believed there was little that the Lu Yun sect could offer him. He held no interest in other fist or palm techniques. His only shortcoming lay in body techniques. Deng Pingzhu noted Lin Yun's inclination towards body techniques and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a promising talent, he does not greedily pursue sword techniques but humbly seeks to remedy his deficiencies. However, Lin Yun's discernment proved lacking. For a quarter of an hour, he perused the shelves but found nothing suitable. Deng Pingzhu grew impatient. I can scarcely believe it. Is it truly so difficult to select a single body technique manual? Step aside, let me choose for you. With a wave of his right hand, several manuals flew off the shelves. Tai Shinju, Fei Xian Xian Fa, Chong Su Gue Fa. These are all excellent options. I recommend. Before Deng Pingzhu could finish, Lin Yun seized the Chong Su Gue Fa and used the Jie Yin Ling to unlock its seal. A flash of dark light shot forth, revealing the contents before Lin Yun. This Chong Su Gue Fa was indeed formidable, yet due to its remarkable effects, it was naturally challenging for an ordinary person to master. Lin Yun held the Chong Su Gue Fa in one hand and fell into contemplation. You little rascal, I wonder what you are so anxious about. This Chong Su Gue Fa is indeed suitable for you. However, mastering it completely will be difficult. Deng Pingzhu was somewhat conflicted, knowing that given Lin Yun's current situation, it was unwise to expend too much effort on body techniques. Rest assured, I will learn it slowly. Lin Yun smiled, and upon seeing this, Deng Pingzhu ceased to be entangled in his thoughts. Subsequently, he led Lin Yun to the back mountain. Along the way, Lin Yun could not help but inquire, Elder Deng, are you quite familiar with Elder Hongxiu? Although Deng Pingzhu was willing to engage and teach Lin Yun, he did not acquiesce to Lin Yun's request to regard him as a master. Nor did he permit him to address him as such. Upon hearing Lin Yun's question, he chuckled. I suppose we are somewhat acquainted, though it was many years ago. What scheme are you concocting this time? Lin Yun replied with a grin. I merely wish to make amends after offending Elder Hongxiu. I wonder if Elder Deng has any wise suggestions? Deng Pingzhu shot him a sidelong glance. How should I know? That woman has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, and she treats her disciples quite well. Unfortunately, her previous disciples left her for various reasons, and after enduring that sense of loss, she no longer accepted apprentices. Lin Yun sensed a hint of gossip in the air. Elder Deng, why not elaborate? Deng Pingzhu snorted dismissively. There's nothing much to say. Her former disciples enjoyed favorable fates, often encountering significant opportunities. However, you must understand that those who thrive on causality, if they acquire something that does not belong to them, will ultimately face retribution. This is what we commonly refer to as the principle of extremes leading to reversals. Lin Yun initially thought that Elder Hongxiu's disciples had merely departed. But it seemed they had met their demise instead, and no wonder, given Elder Hongxiu's fateful disposition, most ordinary individuals simply could not withstand it. Furthermore, do not address her as Elder Hongxiu repeatedly. If she hears you, she might strike you down with a single palm. The elder of Qingxia Peak should be Shang Wanwan, right? Deng Pingzhu glanced at Lin Yun. Though she is known as Hongxiu, all the elders within the sect refer to her as the Ancestor Lu Yun. Ancestor Lu Yun? Everything clicked for Lin Yun. No wonder Gu Xianda had been so obedient in her presence. She is currently the most senior figure within the sect. Simultaneously, Lin Yun recalled some prior events. Qin Shiyan had indeed become Ancestor Liu Yun's closed-door disciple a few months later, after having already assisted her in embarking on the righteous path. If only he could facilitate an earlier meeting between the two, would it yield positive results? Lin Yun furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Yujue. Without hesitation, Lin Yun rose and declared, Elder Deng, I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall return another day. Before Deng Pingzhu could respond, Lin Yun had already vanished from sight. For Lin Yun, what was of utmost importance at that moment? The imminent life and death calamity in just over half a month. The best course of action now was to establish intricate interpersonal connections. When the time came, even if he could not fight, he could still rally support. By the time Lin Yun arrived at Qingxia Peak, it was already dusk. However, after searching around, he still could not find anyone, not to mention Yujue, not even a trace of Yu Yuzi. Suddenly, Lin Yun pondered a possibility. Perhaps the item had been picked up by Bai Zhuqing? On the way, Lin Yun found someone to inquire about Bai Zhuqing's residence and then hurriedly dashed off. Duan Heng hummed a cheerful tune, feeling particularly good today, and thought to invite Bai Zhuqing for a game of cards. Whenever he found himself short on resources, he would seek out Bai Zhuqing, and she, being quite accommodating, always welcomed him. Today, Duan Heng had a strong premonition that he would win a great treasure from Bai Zhuqing. Suddenly, A gust of wind swept by him, and after some effort, he discerned the figure. Oh, isn't that junior brother Lin? Why the haste? Duan Heng intended to greet him, but Lin Yuan had already disappeared without a trace. In truth, Lin Yuan had also spotted Duan Heng on the road, and he even saw the fellow's status panel name. Duan Heng Realm, 8th level of Sky Control Fate. Continuous Good Fortune, Purple Fortune. Resilient in Adversity, Blue. Fated Romance, Gold, Outcome. Defeated in Luoxia Valley, perished in the path of Dao recent turnaround. Triumphed in dice games against Bai Zhuqing at Dian Peak, with Bai Zhuqing gifting him a Yujue when he had no spirit stones to offer. How did this Yujue end up in Duan Heng's hands? Observing Duan Heng's golden fated romance, Lin Yuan would certainly not be foolish enough to believe he had any connection with Elder Hongxiu. Thus, it was highly likely that Duan Heng eventually gifted the Yujue to Qin Shiyan, and it was through this Yujue that she had the opportunity to meet Elder Hongxiu, leading to the discovery of her unique constitution. Everything made sense now. Hence, Lin Yuan did not stop to exchange pleasantries and directly rushed to Bai Zhuqing's cave dwelling. Senior brother, you indeed came. At that moment, Bai Zhuqing had already set up the gaming arrangement. Oh, Lin Yuan, what brings you here? Upon recognizing him, Bai Zhuqing expressed some surprise. I was feeling bored on the mountain and thought to come and gamble a bit with you. Let us get started. Lin Yuan promptly sat down in front of Bai Zhuqing. Although he had made arrangements with Duan Heng, Bai Zhuqing clearly did not believe she would be outmatched by an outsider like Lin Yuan. Thus, she nodded in agreement. The dice game commenced, and evidently, the 1,000-year-old lucky coin was still too confident in itself. It performed consistently poorly, losing 4 rounds in succession. Ultimately, she could only hand over the Yujue she had picked up to Lin Yuan. I saw senior brother Duan on the way. Were you waiting for him? Bai Zhuqing nodded, her face revealing a hint of sorrow. Senior brother Duan knows I enjoy gambling and comes to find me every few days. However, since you arrived first today, it seems I won't be able to continue playing with him. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and then tossed down a pouch of spirit stones. Bai Zhuqing, I advise you to gamble less in the future. Your luck is quite poor. He did not linger any longer and hurriedly left. Chapter 21. The female disciple of Bei Peak. As Lin Yuan departed, Duan Heng arrived just in time. What brings you here? Upon seeing Lin Yuan, Duan Heng's eyes widened in surprise, and he felt a sense of emptiness, as if something that belonged to him was slipping away. Duan Heng had no time to speak with Lin Yuan before he vanished from sight. At this moment, Lin Yuan was solely focused on facilitating an early meeting between Qin Shiyan and Elder Hongxiu. The female disciples of Lu Yun's sect, apart from those in the inner sect, were primarily concentrated on Bei Peak, the largest mountain range in the sect. The scenery was delightful, coupled with its remote location, making it more suitable for female disciples, who were rarely found by male disciples. Qin Shiyan, I am feeling unwell. Could you cover my shift tomorrow? In a small courtyard, Qin Shiyan, who was tidying up, looked up at the woman half reclining on a bench. The woman was Zhan Ningyue, who shared the same living quarters. However, it was not the first time she had made things difficult for Qin Shiyan. After Qin Shiyan spoke, she heard Zhan Ningyue let out a cold laugh. The elders have been preoccupied with issues in the inner sect these days. When would they have time to concern themselves with us? Another attendant remarked, this year's inner sect competition is quite intriguing. The number of disciples advancing to the inner sect has reached an all-time high. I even heard that Elder Hongxiu from Qingxia Peak sought to accept a personal disciple but was declined. Clearly, this matter had become the most significant gossip within Lu Yun's sect during this period. Isn't the elder of Qingxia Peak Shangguan? Zhan Ningyue scoffed. You may not know this, but while Shangguan Elder is indeed at Qingxia Peak, her status and position are incomparable to Elder Hongxiu. Elder Hongxiu is someone whom even the sect master must treat with deference. I was present when that Lin's senior brother outright refused her. Even the sect master was taken aback as she recounted this. She wore a starry-eyed expression, while attendant A remarked, senior brother Lin is the first disciple in Lu Yun's sect's history to refuse becoming a personal disciple. Attendant B added, truly the strongest dark horse. Not even placing value on personal disciples. Such a pity that by rejecting the opportunity to become a personal disciple, the resources from the sect will likely not be allocated to him. Making his path of cultivation even more treacherous, as they discussed Lin Yuan, the faces of the female disciples were also marked with infatuation. Zhan Ningyue huffed, you know nothing. Senior brother Lin's refusal to become an inner sect disciple is merely because Elder Hongxiu did not offer enough. Consider Xiao Pingtian, The sect master expended so much effort to recruit him. The others nodded in agreement, sighing. This was the first time Qin Shiyin had heard news of Lin Yun since their last parting. Truly impressive, senior brother Lin, she thought. Zhang Ningyue caught Qin Shiyin's muttering and sneered. Qin Shiyin, what were you just saying? Nothing. Qin Shiyin shook her head. Zhang Ningyue scoffed. You don't mean to say you have feelings for senior brother Lin? Do you? He is a figure who could rival your sword, Xiao Pingtian. With your kind of woman? A toad wishing to eat swan meat. Dream on. Relying on her own numbers and influence, Zhang Ningyue frequently bullied the much prettier woman, Qin Shiyin, due to her gentle disposition, which usually led to her not resisting. But this time, it was different. Qin Shiyin stood up. Senior brother Lin is not as superficial as you think. There is a reason for his choice not to become a personal disciple. Zhang Ningyue raised an eyebrow. Oh, you dare to retort? It was rare for the usually docile Qin Shiyin to challenge Zhang Ningyue over Lin Yun. Qin Shiyin, you wouldn't have developed feelings for senior brother Lin, would you? Upon hearing these words, Qin Shiyin's expression became awkward, unsure of how to respond. When Zhang Ningyue witnessed this, she was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Do you know senior brother Lin? I have a distant cousin who returned from Wuyang Mountain alongside him. He knows far more than you. Qin Shiyin, I advise you not to overthink your position in this lifetime. You can at most be an outer disciple. Do you still wish to cling to senior brother Lin? Dream on. Qin Shiyin glared at Zhang Ningyue. Just as tensions escalated, a man's voice resonated from the entrance. Excuse me, is Qin Shiyin residing here? Zhang Ningyue turned to see Lin Yun standing at the door, her expression turning to one of shock. Is that senior brother Lin, the future dark horse of Lu Yun's sect? He actually came to find me. Upon this realization, Zhang Ningyue sprang up from the bench, cleared her throat, adjusted her attire, and approached Lin Yun with a beaming smile. Senior brother Lin, are you here to see me? Lin Yun looked at the woman with spring-like eyes and instinctively took 2 steps back. Goodness, are all the female disciples of Bei Peak this forward? Zhang Ningyue's 2 lackeys, upon seeing Lin Yun, also began to act flirtatiously. Even with Zhang Ningyue present, they couldn't resist seizing this opportunity. What if Lin Yun truly took a liking to one of them? Becoming Lin Yun's partner would mean that they would rise to prominence, no longer having to fear the obstacles on their path of cultivation. Sorry, I'm here to find Qin Shiyin. Lin Yun felt a shiver as he perceived the predatory gazes of the women. Being admired by beautiful women was indeed a pleasant affair, but being eyed like prey by wild beasts was undeniably frightening. Compared to these dinosaurs, Qin Shiyin appeared extraordinarily beautiful. Upon hearing that Lin Yun was indeed looking for Qin Shiyin, Zhang Ningyue's expression darkened. Senior brother Lin, what business do you have with her? If there's anything, you can tell me. Lin Yun, growing weary of Zhang Ningyue, chose to remain silent and walked directly into the courtyard. Seeing Lin Yun's arrival, Qin Shiyin stood nervously at the spot, unsure whether to approach or retreat. At that moment, Lin Yun grasped her delicate hand. Come with me. This left Zhang Ningyue and the others utterly stunned. They had initially thought Qin Shiyin was joking, but it turned out to be true. This woman truly knew Lin Yun, and their relationship seemed rather significant, as Lin Yun was about to take Qin Shiyin away. Zhang Ningyue hurriedly positioned herself in front of them. Senior brother, Qin Shimi has duty tomorrow. May I ask where you intend to take her? Lin Yun had long seen through Zhang Ningyue's facade and knew she was trouble. Do I need to report to you if I want to take her away? Who do you think you are? An elder even more powerful than the sect leader. Zhang Ningyue hurriedly explained. Senior brother Lin, I'm just worried that Shiyin might incur punishment from the elders. The rules of Lu Yun's sect are strict. You must consider Shiyin's well-being. Lin Yun shot her a cold glance. You often bully Shiyin? Yet now you feign concern for her? This truly opens my eyes. Zhang Ningyue's expression shifted, as her first instinct was to think that Qin Shiyin had reported her. Chapter 22. Shang Wanwan at this moment. Qin Shiyin looked at Lin Yun with exceptionally gentle eyes. This man always appeared to protect her so dominantly. Zhang Ningyue was rendered speechless. What she did not realize was that Lin Yun had learned quite a bit about Bei Peak before arriving. And he had seen through Zhang Ningyue and her cohorts as someone who had been bullied. Lin Yun understood the hardships Qin Shiyin had endured. However, such circumstances would no longer persist. Starting today, Qin Shiyin would genuinely transform her life. Shimi, let us go. Watching Lin Yun take Qin Shiyin away, Zhang Ningyue felt a mix of envy and resentment, yet she could only watch helplessly as the two faded into the distance. Lin Yun held Qin Shiyan's small hand as they made their way toward Qingsha Peak. Senior brother, please let go of me. It was then that Lin Yun realized he had been holding onto Qin Shiyan's hand. Noticing her flushed cheeks and shy demeanor, he released her as if jolted by an electric shock. Qin Shimi, Seeing Lin Yun appear equally bashful, Qin Shiyan quickly changed the subject. What did you need from me, senior brother? Lin Yun did not rush to answer but instead gazed at Qin Shiyan as her life panel slowly materialized. Name: Qin Shiyan Realm. Body Refinement 7th Layer Fate. Reincarnation of the Empress, Gold, Destiny. Celestial Phoenix Sacred Body, Gold. Deep Affection, Blue. World-Shaking Beauty, Purple. Wishes Fulfilled, Green. Celestial Phoenix Sacred Body. Inherits the bloodline of the ancient divine phoenix, possessing innate mastery over fire, and is one of the 4 sacred bodies of antiquity. Deep Affection. For life and beyond. One love will last a lifetime. Unwavering in devotion. World-Shaking Beauty. As your cultivation realm rises, your beauty will astound the world. Wishes Fulfilled. Recently, fortunate events have been plentiful, and everything you wish for will come to pass. Conclusion. After 9 reincarnations, the path of heaven and earth was broken. Yet upon ascension, she perished beneath the 9 heavens' thunder tribulation. Recent turning point. The bloodline of the divine phoenix awakens, the imperial body is reforged, luck returns, and upon receiving the jade pendant gifted by Duan Hong, she encounters the ancestor Lu Yun on Qingsha Peak, who accepts her as a closed-door disciple. In just a few days, Qin Shiyan had broken through 3 realms. Moreover, just as Lin Yun had anticipated, her sacred body had awakened. This filled Lin Yun with delight. By bestowing the jade pendant upon Qin Shiyan and facilitating a meeting with her, she would successfully become a disciple under the ancestor Lu Yun. Qin Shimi, you should be aware of how I rejected Elder Hongxiu during the inter-sect competition, right? Qin Shiyan stared intently at Lin Yun, nodding with her small face etched with seriousness. Now that I have offended her, Elder Hongxiu instructed me to select someone for her as a disciple. If I fail to find someone, I will be in serious trouble. Qin Shiyan listened intently, but upon hearing that Lin Yun intended for her to become Elder Hongxiu's disciple, she was utterly flabbergasted. That was Hongxiu, a figure even more formidable than Shang Wanwan on Qingsha Peak, with rumors suggesting a connection to the founding ancestor of the sect. Senior brother, I fear I cannot do this. Thinking of this, Shang Wanwan felt a wave of unease wash over her. Lin Yun shook his head. Just consider it a favor for your senior brother. Even if it doesn't work out, at least it shows I made an effort. Otherwise, I know no other female disciples at Lu Yun sect, and no one would be willing to indulge me in such nonsense. Qin Shiyan remained anxious, but then realized that if she refused, Lin Yun would surely struggle to find someone else. If Elder Hongxiu were to retaliate, it could ruin his future. All right, I will accompany senior brother. After persuading Qin Shiyan, Lin Yun handed her the jade pendant. When you meet Elder Hongxiu, present her this jade pendant. I found it, and she has likely been searching for it for a long time. Qin Shiyan blushed as she accepted it, following Lin Yun like a little bride. The two arrived at Qingsha Peak, but before they could ascend the mountain, they were intercepted by 2 female disciples clad in white garments, their faces veiled by light gauze. Stop. Qingsha Peak has rules. Male disciples are not permitted inside. Who are you? The leading female disciple stepped forward, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Lin Yun. I am Lin Yun, an inner disciple. I have come to seek an audience with Elder Hongxiu, for I bring her a significant opportunity. The 2 female disciples were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. So you are the Lin Yun who fails to recognize greatness? Our ancestor has come out of seclusion seeking a successor. Yet you dare to come here and boast about bringing her opportunities? Who do you think you are, Lin Yun? As they spoke, they drew their swords, and the atmosphere grew tense. Lin Yun looked at the 2 and said, I have no intention of arguing with you. You simply need to relay this matter to your elders. As for the truth of it, there will be those who can determine it. However, the 2 female disciples dismissed his words entirely. Lin Yun, do you look down on our ancestor? You dare to provoke us at Qingsha Peak. Today, we shall seek vengeance for her. With that, they charged at Lin Yun, 1 on each side. Be careful, senior brother. Qin Shiyan exclaimed. Lin Yun sighed. Why won't you just listen? These 2 were merely at the first layer of spirit nurturing. How could they possibly be his match? In just a few exchanges, they were swiftly defeated. After all, I am a victor of the inter-sect competition. If I were to lose to you here today, it would surely be the laughingstock of the sect. Lin Yun shook his head at the two, preparing to lead Qin Shiyan further up the mountain. That moment, a chilling aura enveloped Lin Yun. What a fine victor of the inter-sect competition, bullying others, yet you dare to tread upon Qingxia Peak. Do you truly believe that I, Shang Wanwan, do not exist? As the last words fell, Lin Yun suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. He staggered back several steps before managing to steady himself. Looking up, he beheld a stunningly beautiful woman descending the mountain path, adorned in a blue floral dress. Her flowing dark hair cascaded gracefully, and her bright eyes resembled a tranquil autumn lake. From afar, she appeared almost ethereal, as if a celestial being had graced the mortal realm. Shang Wanwan gazed down at Lin Yun and remarked, "Is it merely the triumph in the inter-sect competition that leads you to believe yourself superior on Qingxia Peak?" Lin Yun hastened to explain, "Elder Shangwan, I harbor no intention of offending Qingxia Peak. I came here to make amends for my previous actions that displeased Elder Hongxiu." Upon hearing Lin Yun's explanation, Shang Wanwan's expression darkened rather than softened. "Make amends? You brought a female disciple of the body refinement stage here, thinking that Qingxia Peak is in dire need of a menial worker? Or do you truly believe she is worthy of becoming a disciple of Qingxia Peak?" Lin Yun furrowed his brow. This woman's words were remarkably caustic, matching her frosty demeanor. "Elder Shangwan, junior sister Qin is not as lacking as you suggest." Faced with this narrow-minded woman, Lin Yun could only offer a resigned clarification. Shang Wanwan scrutinized Qin Shiyan earnestly. "Nothing particularly remarkable here. She merely appears to be an ordinary female disciple. She possesses some talent, but hardly to the extent that would attract the attention of ancestor Lu Yun." Noticing Shang Wanwan's continued disdain, Lin Yun realized that further discussion would be futile. He then directed his gaze toward the summit of Qingxia Peak, channeling his energy to call out, "Elder Hongxiu, I have come to present you with a tremendous opportunity. You might want to step out and take a look. I assure you will be pleased." Shang Wanwan's expression soured further at Lin Yun's blatant disrespect. "Impudent brat, I shall teach you the meaning of reverence for your elders." With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed several waves of formless sword energy, charging toward Lin Yun with overwhelming force. Damn, this madwoman is serious. Lin Yun was taken aback. He knew Shang Wanwan would not let him off easily, but he never anticipated her assault would be so fierce. While this attack would not be lethal, it could certainly cost him dearly. Indeed, a woman of a certain age without a partner can be quite ruthless. Just as Lin Yun braced for the worst, a resplendent golden flying sword shot in from the distance, successfully intercepting Shang Wanwan's formless sword energies. Furrowing her brow, she turned to the newcomer. "Duan Hong? What are you doing?" Duan Hong approached with a smile, his gaze briefly lingering on Qin Shiyan before he addressed Shang Wanwan. "Disciple pays respects to Elder Shangwan." Shang Wanwan scoffed, her eyes sharp. "Elder Shangwan? While Lin Shidi may have offended Elder Hongxiu, it must be acknowledged that there were reasons behind his actions. Since he has come sincerely to apologize, why not grant him an opportunity to meet Elder Hongxiu?" As Duan Hong spoke, he let out a muffled grunt and retreated a few steps. Shang Wanwan dismissed him with disdain. "What are you, to instruct me on how to conduct myself?" Just as she prepared to continue her assault on Lin Yun, a voice resonated from the mountain above. "Wanner, cease your actions." Shang Wanwan parted her lips but refrained from saying more. The voice continued, "Lin Yun, I am curious to see what kind of individual you have brought. If you can impress me, I shall not pursue the previous matter and may even grant you certain requests. However, if you fail, even with Gu Xian's protection, I will ensure your soul is annihilated. Now, it is up to you to decide." Lin Yun did not hesitate. Qin Shiyan, however, looked worried. "Shi Xiang, what if, fear not, I have faith in you. What is there to be afraid of?" Lin Yun replied with a cheerful grin. The group proceeded to the grand hall atop Qingxia Peak, where Elder Hongxiu sat at the head, her gaze fixed on the newcomers. Disciple Lin Yun, Duan Hong, and Qin Shiyan, pay respects to Elder Hongxiu. Elder Hongxiu nodded. Take a seat." Shang Wanwan approached Elder Hongxiu, her usual dominance diminished, replaced by a hint of girlish petulance. "Elder, why must you meet this insufferable brat?" She glared at Lin Yun, her teeth clenched in irritation. Elder Hongxiu offered no reply. In the past, when she had taken on disciples, many had perished due to the backlash of opportunities they could not withstand. It was only years later, upon realizing her time was limited, that she reconsidered taking on a disciple again. The true catalyst had been an encounter with a sage, who foretold that she would find a worthy disciple within Lu Yun's sect, one who might lead her to glimpse the realm beyond the Yin-Yang mirror. This had long been Elder Hongxiu's aspiration, and thus she could not decline. Initially, she had thought Lin Yun would be that disciple, but to her surprise, he had turned her down. Now, though she maintained a calm exterior, she secretly anticipated Lin Yun's downfall. If he could not provide a compelling reason, she would ensure he understood her power. Elder Hongxiu, this is Qin Shiyan. I believe she is the most suitable candidate among all in Lu Yun's sect to become your disciple. After speaking, Lin Yun exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Shiyan, who promptly stood. Elder Hongxiu, this is something I found on Qingxia Peak, and I have come to return it to its rightful owner. Shang Wanwan could no longer contain herself and retorted, Lin Yun, how dare you? Does Elder Hongxiu not have the right to choose her own disciples without your permission? Do you think you can just pull some menial disciple from outside as her personal disciple? What audacity! Her anger escalated with each word, yet Elder Hongxiu appeared nonchalant. However, upon seeing the jade pendant in Qin Shiyan's hands, her expression shifted dramatically. She regarded Qin Shiyan with earnestness, standing up in a moment of excitement. Ah, I see. What is happening with Elder Hongxiu? Duan Heng wondered, perplexed by the sudden change in her demeanor. Elder Hongxiu waved her hand dismissively. Wanner, dismiss everyone else. I have matters to discuss with Qin Shiyan and Lin Yun. Shang Wanwan was taken aback but complied, ushering everyone else out. As Duan Heng departed, he cast a lingering glance at the jade pendant in Qin Shiyan's possession, a feeling of profound loss washing over him. As Shang Wanwan passed Lin Yun, she sneered, you insolent brat, if you dare to mock Elder Hongxiu, prepare for your demise. In her eyes, Lin Yun's actions were akin to playing with fire, and there was no way Elder Hongxiu would let him off the hook. Lin Yun remained composed. Elder Hongxiu approached, studying Qin Shiyan with great seriousness, causing her to feel quite bashful. Elder, this brat Lin Yun has been spouting nonsense. Allow me to teach him a lesson. Just as Shang Wanwan was about to strike, Elder Hongxiu interjected, Wanner, you must learn to be patient. I have told you before, one must approach matters with diligence. Can you not see? Shang Wanwan remained perplexed. Elder Hongxiu placed a hand on Qin Shiyan's shoulder and whispered, though she is merely awakening, she has already begun to show remarkable potential. Given time, she will undoubtedly make her mark in the world of cultivation. Her voice trembled with excitement, while Shang Wanwan continued to observe Qin Shiyan in bewilderment. Elder, what do you mean? Seeing Shang Wanwan still in the dark, Elder Hongxiu chuckled, silly girl, the one before you is no mere menial disciple, but a renowned inheritor of the ancient divine phoenix bloodline. It has been thousands of years since such a lineage has surfaced. I never expected to encounter one at this time. The ancient divine phoenix bloodline? Upon hearing this, Shang Wanwan was left utterly speechless. The very disciple they had previously mocked as a failure possessed such a formidable heritage. Qin Shiyan, feeling lost, looked to them. The ancient divine phoenix bloodline? Is it me? Having previously worried about her qualifications to be Elder Hongxiu's disciple, now she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Elder Hongxiu, trembling with excitement, gazed warmly at Qin Shiyan. Little girl, do you wish to become my disciple and be my personal apprentice? Overwhelmed, she nodded. Elder Hongxiu, I am willing. What had begun as a mere trial had unexpectedly turned into a success. Shang Wanwan, witnessing Elder Hongxiu's fervent enthusiasm, felt a mix of curiosity and trepidation but dared not voice her thoughts. Instead, she cast a wary glance at Lin Yun. Lin Yun, brimming with pride, grinned. Elder Hongxiu, are you satisfied with this disciple? Elder Hongxiu regarded Lin Yun with a huff. You, brat, seem quite capable. It appears we truly share a fortuitous connection. Lin Yun's current talents seem quite promising, yet when compared to the ancient bloodline of Qin Shiyan, they are hardly worthy of mention. Hongxiu entrusted Qin Shiyan to Shang Wanwan, instructing her to find suitable lodging. She then turned to Lin Yun and said, you rascal, your unsolicited attentions must surely be for a favor. Am I correct? Lin Yun replied with a cunning smile, as expected of Elder Hongxiu. However, my intentions today are merely to offer my apologies to you. Of course, if you feel any reluctance, I humbly ask that you spare my life should I find myself in peril in the future. Hongxiu fixed Lin Yun with a piercing gaze. Spare your life? This is Lu Yun's sect. As long as you remain obedient, there is no reason to fear for your life. Lin Yun forced a sheepish smile. Elder, I believe there are many disciples who have met untimely ends within Lu Yun's sect. Are there not? Hong Xiu huffed. You are hesitant to become my closed-door disciple, likely fearing the exposure of your secrets. Are you not? You may deceive others, but not me. Lin Yun, who had initially breathed a sigh of relief, now felt a renewed sense of anxiety. What did Elder Hong Xiu mean by that? He looked at her. Recognizing her wisdom as the ancient ancestor of Lu Yun, you did not unleash your full strength when battling Yi Qian, and though Gu Xian may not have grasped the situation fully, he certainly harbored suspicions. Do not worry. I shall publicly declare that you both have joined our Qingsha Peak, and you, just visit Qingsha Peak after some time has passed, and I shall not interfere with your affairs beyond that. How does that sound? Hearing Hong Xiu's words, Lin Yun felt a surge of joy. This way, he would not need to fear being forcibly taken as a personal disciple, and with a figure as formidable as Elder Hong Xiu protecting him, he felt a greater sense of security within Lu Yun's sect. The Elder's proposal is indeed agreeable, but Junior Sister Qin is a rare opportunity for you. I am offering you a chance to defy fate. Do you not think, Elder Hong Xiu, that the opportunity you provide is somewhat lacking? Lin Yun lowered his head, smiling as he spoke. Hong Xiu's pupils constricted, and the temperature within the hall noticeably dropped. She had never shared with anyone the details of her impending demise. How did he know? The two fell into a prolonged silence before Hong Xiu finally concluded that Lin Yun surely had a powerful figure guiding him. It made sense. No wonder this little fellow could defeat Yi Qian using the Seven Mysteries sword technique. Very well, I shall give you this item. It may save your life when the moment arrives. An object flew into Lin Yun's hand. It was a leaf adorned with peculiar patterns. Without waiting for Lin Yun to speak, Hong Xiu continued, there is plenty of time ahead. Do not be overly greedy. Young one, you may leave now. Cast out. Lin Yun rubbed his chin in annoyance. How dismissive. Once used, I am promptly shown the door. Truly a heartless woman. Junior brother Lin. At that moment, a figure approached. It was Duan Heng. Upon seeing this senior brother again, Lin Yun greeted him with a smile. Senior brother Duan, I truly owe you one. Had it not been for you, Elder Shangwan's strike would have surely cost me half my life. He felt a twinge of guilt. Had it not been for his own life, he would not have seized this opportunity from Duan Heng. It is of no consequence. I happened to be passing by. Elder Shangwan's temperament is well known. Duan Heng replied generously with a smile. I also witnessed your match against Yi Qian. Among the inner disciples, you both are quite remarkable talents. Lin Yun shook his head with a smile. Senior brother, you flatter me. However, I just learned that you have only recently become an outer disciple and have spent little time in training, which has led you down several wrong paths. If you would not mind, I could offer you some guidance on the fundamentals. Though Lin Yun wished to decline Duan Heng's kind offer, he could not resist the latter's enthusiasm and ultimately agreed. Thus, for the next few days, Duan Heng sought Lin Yun nearly every day for practical training, imparting indeed some foundational knowledge. Although Lin Yun had already mastered these skills, he feigned compliance to avoid revealing his true capabilities. In the evenings, he practiced under the tutelage of Deng Pengzu. Initially, Lin Yun expected to learn some extraordinary sword techniques, but to his surprise, Deng Pengzu merely took him beneath a waterfall, instructing him to stand in a horse stance for several hours. Lin Yun, without protest, obediently complied, utilizing his idle moments to practice the void deception technique. Time flew by, and one day, Lin Yun awaited Duan Heng in his cave abode, but learned that he had gone to Wuyang Mountain on a mission. Lin Yun did not think much of it until that evening when a grave incident occurred within Lu Yun's sect. The Wuyang Mountain mine was attacked, resulting in numerous disciple fatalities, including Wang Shuang, who had previously accompanied Lin Yun on a mission. This event stirred considerable concern throughout Lu Yun's sect, prompting the dispatch of 8 elders to oversee Wuyang Mountain. Duan Heng's cave was somewhat secluded within Lu Yun's sect, with rumors of a nearby canyon seldom visited by others. Upon arriving, Lin Yun immediately sensed the presence of a restrictive formation, truly a grand display for a personal disciple. Who goes there? Came a stern voice from within. Senior brother Duan, it is I heard you were attacked at Wuyang Mountain, so I came to see if you were injured. Moments later, the restrictions dissipated, and Duan Heng emerged, scrutinizing Lin Yun before shaking his head with a smile. Ah, it is merely my junior brother. Come in with that. He took Lin Yun by the wrist. Duan Heng's cave was spacious, revealing a hidden paradise, complete with a spiritual spring. Although many had perished during the Wuyang Mountain attack, They were primarily outer disciples and a few inner disciples. It would take more than that to bring me down, Duan Heng chuckled, producing a piece of raw jade to hand to Lin Yun. Knowing you are on the verge of a breakthrough, I brought this back from Wuyang Mountain. It possesses nourishing spiritual energy. It will serve you well. Without hesitation, Lin Yun accepted it. These past few days, Duan Heng had treated him with sincerity, always answering his questions to the best of his ability. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Heng waved his hand dismissively, his expression distant. It is of no consequence. If my brother were still alive, he would be of your age. Achieving a breakthrough to the Yuan Sea is no simple task. One must not be careless. His tone turned serious. While the body refinement and Yuan gathering realms are distinct, they are not vastly different. Success comes naturally at the right moment. Transitioning from Yuan gathering to Yuan Sea demands a degree of comprehension that, of course, I have no doubts about your abilities, given your rapid cultivation speed. It will not be long before you succeed. Rest assured, senior brother, I am fully aware of my path. Duan Heng patted his shoulder. This piece of Yuan Yang jade should be of great assistance. But be sure to keep it a secret. Otherwise, the elders will undoubtedly trouble me. Lin Yun agreed and, after confirming that Duan Heng posed no issues, took his leave. Little did he know, not far away, someone had been observing their every move. As Lin Yun departed, Duan Heng glanced around, a smirk of triumph playing on his lips, before swaggering back into his cave. After parting from Duan Heng, Lin Yun wasted no time and hurried to find Deng Pengzhu, only to discover a message left behind. Wuyang Mountain had uncovered traces of the Chigaizong, suspected to be connected to the recent attack on Lu Yun sect. Deng Pengzhu had been summoned for an investigation, which would take at least half a month. Lin Yun frowned, feeling the pressure as the deadline approached, and he remained stuck at the 9th layer of the Yuan gathering realm. If he could not break through, the likelihood of his demise would be exceedingly high. Relying on others is no match for relying on oneself. Lin Yun promptly returned to his cave to commence his training. He had already perfected the 1st layer of the Hunyuan Sword Embryo Heart technique. Yet breaking through remained a formidable challenge. He surmised that he required a valuable practical experience to advance. Progress in both the Dai Sword technique and the Qingyuan Sword technique was painfully slow, leaving Lin Yun with no choice but to focus on the Void Deception technique. This technique was particularly unique. At its initial stages, it seemed no different from ordinary movement techniques, but it became increasingly extraordinary as one progressed. Nevertheless, Lin Yun's advancement remained sluggish. It seemed that without breaking through the 1st layer of the Hunyuan Sword Embryo, further progress in either sword or movement techniques would be exceedingly difficult. Was he truly to sit idly by? Lin Yun had always despised inaction. Since he could not achieve a breakthrough, he would have to seize opportunities from others. The next morning, Lin Yun began wandering the mountain once more. Just as he passed by the Yunqiao Pavilion, a familiar figure appeared, and Lin Yun was nearly moved to tears. After such a long absence, surely senior brother Xiao had come to present him with a grand opportunity. He pondered in this manner, casting a glance at Xiao Ping Tian. Name: Xiao Ping Tian. Realm: Ninefold Mystique. Fate: Chosen One of Heaven, Gold. Destiny: Feathered Sword Heart, Purple, with Heavenly Assistance, Gold. Celestial Countenance, Purple. Bloodthirsty and Brutal, Gray. And Vengeful Retribution, White. Conclusion: achieves the status of a great emperor, cleaving through 100,000 celestial demons with a single strike. However, due to his overpowering murderous intent, he becomes intolerable to the mortal realm, ultimately besieged by the righteous path and perishing at the cliff of severed gods. Recent turn of events: accepts a task from his sect to descend the mountain for training, where he encounters a suspicious figure on Weiyang Mountain and acquires a mysterious ancient tome from him. Hiss, indeed worthy of being the child of destiny. With such thoughts, Lin Yun proactively stepped forward, addressing him. Senior brother Xiao. Xiao Pingtian, lost in thought, glanced at Lin Yun. For reasons unknown, he always felt an inexplicable irritation and displeasure whenever he beheld this young man, devoid of any discernible cause. What brings you here? Lin Yun smiled and explained. I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation recently and wish to seek guidance from the sect master. Xiao Pingtian regarded Lin Yun with some surprise. The last time they met, he was merely at the 1st layer of the gathering Yuan realm, yet upon this reunion, he had already reached the 9th layer, only a step away from entering the Yuan Sea realm. Was this young man's cultivation speed akin to ascending in a rocket? Even Xiao Pingtian, self-proclaimed genius, found himself envious of Lin Yun's rapid progress. Have you forgotten the rules of Yunshao Pavilion? Although you are now an inner sect disciple, you cannot arbitrarily come here. Be gone, he reprimanded impatiently. Before Lin Yun could respond, a voice from within called out, "Is Lin Yun here?" Xiao Pingtian's expression darkened. Lin Yun bowed. Disciple pays respects to the sect master. Just then, Gu Xinda stepped forward from behind Xiao Pingtian, scrutinizing Lin Yun for a moment before smiling. "So you've joined the Qingxiao Peak?" Lin Yun chuckled a couple of times. "Well, following that elder, you can certainly learn a lot." "Sect master, I was summoned here by my master today." Lin Yun immediately began to invoke authority. He mentioned that it would be challenging for me to break through at my current realm. The best method is to descend the mountain for training and engage in real combat. Xiao Pingtian's face darkened further. Yu Xinda contemplated for a moment, glancing at Xiao Pingtian. "Pingtian, since that is the case, you should take Lin Yun down the mountain with you." "Master, this task is sufficient for me alone." Xiao Pingtian, accustomed to solitary endeavors, was not pleased with the thought of being accompanied by someone he already found irksome. Lin Yun anticipated that Xiao Pingtian would refuse, yet he remained composed, saying, "Sect master, I would prefer not to trouble senior brother Xiao. His strength is formidable, while I am but a mere novice. If I were to inadvertently cause any trouble for senior brother, it would not bode well." Lin Yun's words seemed to bolster Gu Xinda's resolve even further. "You are but a novice? Ha! In the entire Luyun sect, few can match your rapid progress. Pingtian, I understand it is difficult for you. Yet the matter with the Lei family fortress is indeed complex. It would be inconvenient for you to handle it alone. Taking Lin Yun along is just right." Xiao Pingtian opened his mouth to protest but was cut off by Gu Xinda. "All right, pack your things and descend the mountain together. You must return within 7 days." Seeing Gu Xinda's demeanor, Xiao Pingtian reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Lin Yun, your talent is commendable. Staying by Pingtian's side, you should learn as much as you can." He patted Lin Yun on the shoulder, then watched the two depart. Xiao Pingtian strode ahead at a brisk pace, attempting to shake off Lin Yun, only to discover that the young man was closely following him. Lin Yun was employing the void deception technique, appearing to move ordinarily, yet there was considerable skill beneath the surface. After some time, realizing he could not lose Lin Yun, Xiao Pingtian finally resigned himself. With a snort, he warned, "During this mission, if you dare to disobey orders, do not blame me for being ungracious." As he spoke, he cast a cold glance at Lin Yun, the aura of murder palpable. Chapter 26. Chen Family Fortress. Noticing Xiao Pingtian's anger, Lin Yun remained cheerful. "Brother, are you not afraid? Rest assured, once we descend the mountain, I shall not cause you any trouble." Xiao Pingtian summoned a sword and sped off with Lin Yun in tow. "Brother, your sword mastery is truly impressive. I envy you. What is our mission this time? And where are we headed?" Lin Yun chattered incessantly along the way, driving Xiao Pingtian to the brink of madness. Few could converse so animatedly with him. "Do you lack any sense of boundaries?" Xiao Pingtian snapped, his patience waning. "Speak another word, and I shall pluck out your tongue." "This mission is simple. The Chen family fortress is holding an ancestral ceremony, and over the years, our sect has always sent someone for protection. However, due to the recent events at Wuyang Mountain, our sect's manpower is stretched thin, hence we are called upon." He felt as though he had never spoken this much in his life. Lin Yun nodded thoughtfully, sensing that the task was not difficult. Yu Xinda watched Lin Yun and Xiao Pingtian depart. Just as he was about to turn back, Liao Chongping arrived. "Sect Master, Elder Liao, what brings you to Yunshao Pavilion?" Gu Xinda inquired with some surprise. Liao Chongping glanced around and leaned closer to whisper a few words in Gu Xinda's ear. "Are you certain?" Gu Xinda's expression darkened upon hearing Liao Chongping's words. "I only just heard news of their undertaking a mission. Sect Master, time is of the essence. Perhaps we should send them to investigate?" Gu Xinda regarded Liao Chongping and nodded. "If that is the case, let us send them. The Qin family fortress is a grand city not far from the Luyun sect, renowned within 100 miles. Upon their arrival, Lin Yun and Xiao Pingtian found the Qin family fortress bustling with activity. During the ancestral ceremony, the Qin family typically invited many guests to partake in the occasion, which was their most sacred ritual. Even amidst the festivities, Xiao Pingtian walked with an air of pride. Wait. At that moment, two guards rushed forward, scrutinizing the pair. "Where do you hail from?" Xiao Pingtian stood tall, his demeanor haughty. How dare the esteemed disciple of the Luyun sect be halted by mere guards? Lin Yun inwardly lamented, "Gentlemen, we are from the Lu Yun sect." Before he could finish, he watched as Xiao Pingtian completely disregarded the guards and strode forward. "You little brat, how dare you ignore us?" The guards, emboldened by Xiao Pingtian's audacity, swung their weapons and charged at him. Yet, before they could close the distance, they were sent flying back. "You worthless trash, dare to obstruct me? Even the lord of your Chen family fortress would not speak to me in such a manner." Lin Yun observed the two guards lying unconscious on the ground, grateful that Xiao Pingtian had managed to restrain his temper. Otherwise, those guards might have met a far worse fate. As Lin Yun followed Xiao Pingtian into the fortress, he noticed many onlookers pointing and whispering, "Isn't that the famed sword prodigy, Xiao Pingtian? What brings him here? He is a veritable killing god." "Hush, be cautious with your words. We wouldn't want to invite calamity upon ourselves." The atmosphere was festive, adorned with colorful decorations, yet Xiao Pingtian remained an exception. Shortly after entering, they were approached by a middle-aged man. "Brother Xiao, what a surprise to see you here in person, in the presence of these individuals." Xiao Pingtian's arrogance soared even higher than on the mountain. "Recent events in the Lu Yun sect have been tumultuous. I shall take care of matters here," he replied nonchalantly. The middle-aged man maintained a smile as he turned to Lin Yun and inquired, "And who might this be?" "Lin Yun, merely a fool who insisted on descending the mountain." Xiao Pingtian impatiently interjected before continuing forward. "Ah, so you are Lin, brother. A pleasure to meet you." The middle-aged man smiled warmly. "I am Chen Jibao, responsible for hosting the esteemed guest from the Lu Yun sect." At that moment, the companions of the previously subdued guards rushed over. "Manager Chun, you must help us. These two dared to lay hands on our men. When has the Chun family fortress ever suffered such an insult? You must teach them a lesson." The guards wore expressions of grievance. Chen Jibao cast a glance at them, snorting disdainfully, "You fools, are you blind? How could you possibly obstruct these two esteemed brothers from the Lu Yun sect?" Rather than admonishing the guards, he chastised them loudly. The guards were left dumbfounded. Lu Yun sect? Given Manager Chen's earlier greeting to Xiao Pingtian, a chill gripped their hearts. Surely, that figure must be the illustrious Xiao Pingtian. As several guards grew subdued, Chen Jibao let out a cold smirk. He then led Xiao Pingtian and Lin Yun to the very heart of Chen family fortress, the grand stronghold of the Chen clan, which exuded an impressive aura. Xiao Pingtian was well acquainted with this place. Upon arriving, he made a beeline for the main hall. At that moment, the head of the Chen family, Chen Nanfeng, had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Xiao Pingtian, he hurriedly approached with a welcoming smile. Lin Yun, however, was left to the side, well aware that the Chen family held Xiao Pingtian in high regard, while he himself was of little consequence. After conversing with Chen Nanfeng for a while, Xiao Pingtian glanced back at Lin Yun and said, "You may wander around Chen family fortress, but be sure to return promptly by nightfall." "Yes, senior brother," Lin Yun replied. Watching Xiao Pingtian depart, Lin Yun turned to Chen Jibao with a smile. "Chen steward, might you show me around?" To Lin Yun's surprise, as soon as Xiao Pingtian left, Chen Jibao's demeanor shifted dramatically. "If you wish to explore Chen family fortress, you can do so on your own. Young man, judging by your youthful appearance, do you truly believe you can flaunt your authority here at Chen family fortress?" The earlier deference was merely out of respect for Xiao Pingtian. As for you, well, don't take yourself too seriously. Hearing Chen Jibao's scornful remarks, Lin Yun chuckled coldly to himself, realizing he was indeed dealing with a cowardly bully. He had initially intended to convey an important message to Chen Jibao, but now he decided against it. Shaking his head, Lin Yun walked past Chen Jibao, only to be halted by a sharp command. "Halt!" As Chen Jibao's words fell, several Chen family servants emerged, encircling Lin Yun. "This is Chen family territory. You shall not call the shots here. You mentioned having important news. Let us hear it, if it fails to satisfy me. Do not blame me for being impolite." He looked at Lin Yun with an air of arrogance, clearly sensing Xiao Pingtian's disdain for Lin Yun and seizing the opportunity to assert his dominance. "Do you think you are worthy of such treatment? Every ancestral ceremony at Chen family fortress is attended by our Lu Yun sect members. Is this how you treat your guests?" Lin Yun scoffed disdainfully. "Individuals like you deserve nothing less than such treatment. It would be best if you shared all that you know to avoid physical retribution. How dare the Chen family treat a disciple of Lu Yun's sect in such a manner?" Lin Yun questioned, suspecting that this was all orchestrated by Xiao Pingtian. His expression turned icy. "What if I refuse to speak?" Qin Jibao chuckled. Young man, I advise you to be wise. If you were to perish here, no one would care. Just as Qin Jibao finished speaking, another voice rang out with a reprimand. Ha! The Chun family truly possesses audacity. Who do you think you are to disregard members of Lu Yun's sect? Surprised by the familiar voice, Lin Yun turned to see Duan Hong accompanied by several disciples of Lu Yun's sect arriving at the scene. Qin Jibao, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now wore a look of horror. Why is there another group? Upon seeing Duan Hong, Qin Jibao's demeanor changed instantly. Senior brother Duan. Lin Yun greeted him with a smile. Realizing Duan Heng's identity, Qin Jibao quickly clasped his fists in apology. Ah, it is senior brother Duan. I must have misunderstood earlier. We would never dare show disrespect to disciples of Lu Yun's sect. It is merely that your junior brother here lacks understanding of proper etiquette, and we were only attempting to teach him that in ordinary circumstances, this matter would have been quickly resolved. However, today was different. Just as Qin Jibao thought the situation could be downplayed, Duan Hong stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap that left Qin Jibao stunned. He looked at Duan Hong in disbelief, realizing that while Lu Yun's sect was formidable, it also relied on the support of families like theirs, and they had never been this brazen. What gives you the right to teach Lin Shidi about etiquette? Duan Hong rebuked. He is a direct disciple of an elder from Qingxia Peak. That alone is enough to put you in your place. Qingxia Peak. Qin Jibao's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Shidi, please forgive my ignorance. I beg you not to hold this against me. He began to kneel as several nearby servants hastily imitated his gesture. Lin Yun did not even glance their way. How fortunate that senior brother Duan has arrived. Lin Yun said. Duan Hong led Lin Yun into the Chen residence, ignoring Qin Jibao and his entourage entirely. The Chen family is merely a vassal of Lu Yun's sect. They have benefited from our protection for years without showing gratitude. How dare they treat our disciples with such disdain? Duan Hong remained indignant. The sect leader personally summoned us here. There are new developments over at Wuyang Mountain. Today's ancestral ceremony at the Chun family is equally significant, and the sect leader is concerned about potential issues, which is why we were asked to accompany him. There is strength in numbers. Duan Hong patted Lin Yun on the shoulder like an older brother. You, my friend, need not show these blind fools any mercy in the future. Disciples of Lu Yun's sect should never have to bow to anyone. Lin Yun nodded with a smile, knowing that even without Duan Heng's arrival, he had his own means to deal with those who lacked insight. Upon seeing Duan Hong, Chun Nanfeng approached with a hearty laugh. It is senior brother Duan as well. I was just conversing with junior brother Xiao. The aging Chan Nanfeng, with graying temples, still carried himself with remarkable vigor, indicating his formidable prowess. Head of the Chen family, you must reign in your subordinates. Had I not come personally today, I would have remained unaware of Qin Jibao's discontent towards our Lu Yun sect disciples. Duan Hong remarked casually. Chun Nanfeng shot an annoyed glance at Qin Jibao. You impertinent fool. Are you still unclear about the relationship between Lu Yun's sect and my Qin family fortress? How dare you treat esteemed guests in such a manner? With that, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. Bang! Lin Yun felt a surge of pure energy rush towards him, and Qin Jibao was sent sprawling out of the courtyard, blood splattering everywhere. Even so, Qin Jibao dared not protest. Struggling to kneel as he pleaded, I was wrong. Please forgive me, head of the Qin family. Seeing Qin Jibao on the verge of receiving a severe punishment, Lin Yun stepped forward. Head of the Qin family? A light reprimand would suffice. He did not mean any harm. Chen Nanfeng regarded Lin Yun with surprise. Given Lu Yun's sect's stature, even if he were to kill Qin Jibao today, no one would dare say a word against it. He assumed Lin Yun was simply being magnanimous, unaware that Lin Yun had his own ulterior motives. Humph, for this Lin Shidi's sake, I shall let this matter slide. However, should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to flay you alive. Do you understand? Qin Jibao nodded repeatedly. Now be gone. After expelling Qin Jibao, Chen Nanfeng turned to the two young men and bowed. Junior brother Xiao, junior brother Duan. Today's incident is a result of my lax discipline. I hope you will not hold it against me. Xiao Pingtian frowned at Lin Yun, muttering to himself, this kid is truly troublesome. Lin Shidi, you need not linger here any longer. You may explore Qin family fortress at your leisure, as the ancestral ceremony is approaching, and it will be quite lively, Duan Hong said with a smile. Lin Yun nodded. He had no intention of dawdling at Qin family fortress. His primary objective remained capturing the individual at Weiyang Mountain. Upon exiting the Chen residence, Lin Yun took a brief stroll around the area. Indeed, many guests had arrived at Qin Family Fortress, but few possessed remarkable opportunities. It seemed he would have to continue to exploit the available resources. Lin Yun chuckled and shook his head. By evening, he returned to the Chen residence, where Qian Nanfeng and Xiao Pingtian had gathered in the study. As Lin Yun approached the door, he spotted Qin Jibao, who initially intended to block his entry but thought better of it after recalling the earlier events and considering Lin Yun's status. Direct disciple of Qing Xiaopeak, that Shang Wanwan is undeniably a witch. Everyone knows it, Lin Yun mused as he was announced into the study. Xiao Pingtian, visibly impatient, remarked, "What do you want, kid? Can't you see we are discussing the ancestral ceremony?" Lin Yun remained composed, his expression unchanged. "Senior brother Xiao, while the ancestral ceremony is indeed significant, let us not forget the true purpose of our visit." Duan Hong interjected with a smile, "Senior brother Xiao? Since Lin Shidi is here, he likely has something important to convey. Brothers, during my time at Qin Family Fortress, I stumbled upon some intriguing news. It seems a mysterious group has recently arrived at Weiyang Mountain. I fear they may have connections to the Qigui sect." Weiyang Mountain? Chen Nanfeng's expression shifted slightly, while Xiao Pingtian appeared momentarily stunned before chuckling. "You have only been gone for a brief moment, yet you have unearthed such critical intelligence? Lin Yun, do you realize the gravity of this matter?" Duan Hong remained steadfast in his belief. "Senior brother Xiao, Lin Shidi is not a liar. There is likely truth to his claims. Lin Yun, you are merely at the nascent realm. How could you possibly uncover such vital information? Moreover, others merely spoke of some secretive individuals. Can you ascertain their connection to the Qigui sect?" Xiao Pingtian opposed Duan Heng's view. In the face of Xiao Pingtian's agitation, Duan Hong maintained his composure and proposed a resolution. "Senior brother Xiao, let us proceed in this manner. I lead several disciples of the Luyun sect to stand guard here, ensuring that the ancestral worship ceremony scheduled for 2 days hence proceeds as planned. Brother Xiao, you must immediately head to Weiyang Mountain. Should you encounter members of the Qigui sect, you may use our Luyun sect signal to notify us." Xiao Pingtian outright rejected this, prompting Lin Yun, in a fit of pique, to declare, "If brother Xiao is unwilling to trust, let it be thus. I shall accompany you, and I will not hinder your progress. If no abnormalities arise, I willingly accept the punishment from our sect." Duan Heng's expression shifted. "Junior brother, you must not. The consequences of sect punishment are severe. A light sentence could confine you to bed for 10 to 15 days, while a heavier one might even shake your cultivation." Yet Lin Yun remained resolute. "What does brother Xiao think?" Xiao Pingtian regarded Lin Yun with disdain. "You are but a naive fool. You have scarcely undertaken a few missions and already presume your intelligence to be infallible?" This time, even Duan Heng felt a twinge of concern. "Junior brother Lin, the information you possess is unverified." "What if?" "Rest assured, brother Duan, I am well aware," Lin Yun interjected. Seeing Lin Yun's unwavering conviction, Duan Heng could only relent. Conversely, Xiao Pingtian scoffed. "I have encountered many brash individuals like you before." "Very well, I shall accompany you. After all, Weiyang Mountain is not far from here." The following morning, Xiao Pingtian left Duan Heng and the others to guard the Qin family while he took to the skies on his sword. With Lin Yun in tow, Weiyang Mountain spans hundreds of miles, and Xiao Pingtian guided Lin Yun to a location near Qin Family Fort. After a thorough inspection, no anomalies were detected. "Junior brother Lin, where is the suspect you mentioned?" he coldly inquired. Lin Yun felt a pang of uncertainty. "You ask me, but who am I to inquire? Spirits of heaven and earth, reveal the suspect at once," perhaps responding to his silent plea. The sound of a breaking branch echoed through the air. Xiao Pingtian's demeanor shifted, and he immediately turned toward the source of the sound. A shadow darted into the forest with astonishing speed. "Damn it, is this kid telling the truth?" Xiao Pingtian thought, previously assuming Lin Yun was merely spouting nonsense. "Wait here," he commanded before transforming into a streak of light and pursuing the shadow. Lin Yun watched from behind, scoffing to himself. "Make me wait? In your dreams." Xiao Pingtian surged ahead, with Lin Yun closely following. While he could not match their speed, he leveraged the Chongshu method to keep pace. The shadow was remarkably swift, covering dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Yet Xiao Pingtian was not far behind. A quarter of an hour later, they arrived at a dense mountain forest, where the vegetation was thick and sunlight barely penetrated. Surrounded by ancient trees, it was challenging to ascertain their location. Upon reaching this point, Xiao Pingtian halted. The shadow, clearly aware of its inferior speed compared to Xiaoping Tian, had lured him into this trap. Brother, we've lost the trail, he remarked as Lin Yun caught up. Though Xiaoping Tian's brow furrowed momentarily, he soon relaxed. It was evident this was a trap. Had he been alone? He would have needed to exercise greater caution. However, with Lin Yun at his side, the situation seemed less daunting. Naturally, Lin Yun understood Xiaoping Tian's thoughts. The only reason he had followed was to catch a glimpse of his and Xiaoping Tian's life panels. Life and death had not yet changed. He would not perish on Weiyang Mountain. Did I not instruct you to wait outside? Xiaoping Tian asked. I was worried about you, so I thought I might lend a hand. Lin Yun replied, both feigning concerned. At that moment, Xiaoping Tian crouched down. Although the adversary had devised a plan to shake them off, he had clearly underestimated Xiaoping Tian's capabilities. I have left a mark on him. No matter where he flees, he shall not escape my grasp. He pointed to the right. We proceed from here. Utilizing the signal left by Xiaoping Tian, the two quickly arrived at another lake. The trail vanished here. Could it be submerged beneath the water? Xiaoping Tian mused, gazing at the expansive lake, which stretched for thousands of yards, its surface shimmering, concealing whatever lay below. Noticing Xiaoping Tian's gaze shift toward him, Lin Yun promptly feigned interest in other directions. The lake appeared rather peculiar, and for reasons unknown, Lin Yun felt a sense of unease as he approached, as if something lurked beneath its unfathomable depths. Regrettably, both he and Xiaoping Tian would likely be unable to trigger the opportunity here. Suddenly, Lin Yun was taken aback to find that the previously dormant mysterious Yuan Tai had begun to react. Lin Yun, descend and investigate. I shall keep watch from above, Xiaoping Tian instructed. Brother, we do not yet know what monstrosities lurk beneath this lake. Are we truly to descend? Lin Yun protested. Moreover, I have already apprehended this individual. Thanks to the mysterious Yuan Tai, Lin Yun felt as if he were endowed with extraordinary powers. Perceiving the surrounding essence, it was evident that something lay hidden beneath the lake, with the essence of Weiyang Mountain converging here. Furthermore, cultivators, in their unguarded moments, would inadvertently capture the essence of heaven and earth. Comparing notes with Xiaoping Tian, Lin Yun quickly identified the concealed foe. Though clever enough to hide among the branches and conceal his aura with secret techniques, he could not evade the absorption of essence necessary to maintain his cultivation, revealing the greatest flaw in his disguise. Brother Xiao, he is there. Lin Yun pointed out the adversary's location. Xiaoping Tian was somewhat taken aback. Have you perhaps acquired the ability of fiery eyes to discern this? He exclaimed, quickly raising his head and sensing the adversary concealed in the trees. His attention had been entirely absorbed by the lake moments prior. Leading to his oversight, he had nearly allowed the foe to escape. Now that they had him cornered, there was no need for further deliberation. Xiaoping Tian snorted coldly and summoned his flying sword. Go! The sword sliced through the air, and a startled cry emerged from the treetops, followed by the figure tumbling down. Ouch! The man clumsily scrambled to his feet, only to find a blade poised at his throat. Xiaoping Tian maintained a frigid demeanor. Had he not needed to confirm the adversary's identity, he would have struck without hesitation. Why are you running? The man, of diminutive stature and with shifty eyes, retorted defiantly. Isn't that obvious? You are pursuing me. What else am I to do? Wait for a feast. As soon as the words left his mouth, blood began to seep from his neck. You would do well to consider your words carefully, or else I shall kill you. Seeing Xiaoping Tian exude an aura of lethal intent, Lin Yun hastily interjected. Brother, do not be hasty. Allow me to speak with him. Goodness, if you wish to interrogate him. It may take 10 days or more. Xiaoping Tian snorted coldly, but given Lin Yun's commendable performance thus far, he chose to hold his temper. What is your name? Lin Yun stepped forward to inquire. Feng Yi Dao, the man replied, not daring to conceal the truth. Although Lin Yun appeared weaker than Xiaoping Tian, Feng Yi Dao evidently feared the smiling youth more. Lin Yun crouched down, patting his shoulder. You are from the Qigui sect? Are you not? I know you would rather not divulge this information. Lowering his voice, Lin Yun continued, but you should recognize that my brother here has quite the temper, if you wish to survive. It would be prudent to cooperate. Feng Yi Dao's strength was feeble, barely at the Yuan High realm, but his skills in evasion were undoubtedly top-notch. A mere intimidation would suffice to persuade him. He glanced between Lin Yun and Xiaoping Tian. The latter's eyes icy. You think this brat can extract anything from you? Perhaps I should just kill you. Faced with Xiao Ping Tian's imminent threat, Feng Yidao panicked. Fine, I'll talk. I am indeed from the Qigui sect, but merely a peripheral disciple. Lin Yun pressed further. Where are the others? Feng Yidao stammered, unsure of how to respond. Lin Yun added, in that case, lead us there. You had best not attempt any tricks. Feng Yidao nodded, and with Xiao Ping Tian's sword still at his throat, he trembled as he walked ahead, while Lin Yun followed closely behind. He knew that Feng Yidao must be concealing the mysterious ancient scroll, and when he captured him, the mysterious Yuan Tai's reaction intensified, as if recognizing an old acquaintance. After traversing for half an hour, they arrived at a clearing in the woods, where a peculiar formation made of white jade stones was visible. Xiao Ping Tian halted immediately. A formation? Lin Yun quickly warned. Brother Xiao, be cautious. This place is strange. Grasping Feng Yidao by the collar, he added, You did not mention that a formation was set here. Feng Yidao shook his head in terror. I had no idea how this came to be, Brother Xiao. I suggest we send a signal for assistance. The Qigui sect has likely dispatched numerous elites. You alone may not be able to handle them. Xiao Ping Tian, upon hearing Lin Yun's words, cast a frigid glare at him. Do you look down upon me? Xiao Ping Tian? After all, I am a direct disciple of Gu Xianda. Is it not rather embarrassing to let such a trivial matter be spread abroad? Since this fellow has outlived his usefulness, it would be best to eliminate him altogether. Just as Xiao Ping Tian raised his sword to strike, Feng Yidao hastily fell to his knees, pleading, Hero, spare my life. I am merely a lackey, truly unaware of their intentions in light of the fact that I brought you here. I implore you to let me go. The moment Feng Yidao finished speaking, a white light began to emanate from the ground. Xiao Ping Tian seemed to vaguely perceive shadows flickering in the center of the formation. Not good. These rascals intend to flee. His first thought was that the people from the Qigui sect were trying to escape. Xiao Shixiang, leave this matter to me. Hearing Lin Yun's words, Xiao Ping Tian nodded. Once this is resolved, we shall promptly return to the sect and report that the Qigui sect is making significant moves at Chunjiabao. Having said that, Xiao Ping Tian charged towards the center of the formation. At this moment, Lin Yun glanced at Xiao Ping Tian's profile. Name: Xiao Ping Tian. Realm: Tongyu Ninefold Fate. Chosen One: Gold, Destiny. Feathered Sword Heart: Purple. Celestial Assistance: Gold. Celestial Beings Form: Purple. Bloodthirsty and Brutal: Gray. Vengeful to the Extreme: White. Outcome: Achieves the title of Emperor, slashing through 100,000 fiends with a single sword, yet ultimately due to his overwhelming murderous intent. He is rejected by the mortal realm and falls at the cliff of severed gods under a siege from the righteous path. Recent turn: failed to eliminate the main force of the Qigui sect at Wei Yang Mountain. Returning in disappointment. Chunjiabao has suffered a bloodbath, and the family head, Chen Ninfeng, barely clung to life until the support from Lu Yun sect arrived, entrusting his legacy and treasures. Chunjiabao? Is the target of the Qigui sect this time truly Chunjiabao? Even Lin Yun was taken aback by this revelation. Meanwhile, Xiao Ping Tian had already leaped into the formation. Following a normal trajectory, Lin Yun would undoubtedly miss this opportunity upon returning to Lu Yun's sect. Truly, the Chosen One is blessed time and again. If not for Xiao Shixiang's repeated attempts on my life, I would hardly need to seize this chance. Lin Yun scoffed inwardly. With Xiao Ping Tian's strength, killing Feng Yidao would merely require a thought, yet he refrained from doing so. It appeared he was merely pretending to acquiesce to Lin Yun, while secretly wishing to use him as a pawn to eliminate Feng Yidao. Even if he could not kill Lin Yun, he would ensure the latter received some punishment. After Xiao Ping Tian departed, Feng Yidao initially remained compliant. However, upon witnessing the formation illuminate entirely, he burst into raucous laughter. Ha ha! Are the disciples of Lu Yun's sect truly this foolish? Merely some flowery words can make them obedient. As Feng Yidao spoke, he forcefully wriggled free from his bindings and fixed his gaze upon Lin Yun. You little brat, are you not afraid? Lin Yun regarded him as one might a simpleton. Feng Yidao coughed twice and patted Lin Yun on the shoulder. You little rascal, are you terrified? No wonder. As a mere nascent realm kid, encountering a cunning opponent like me for the first time must be quite a headache for you. Feng Yidao felt rather pleased with himself. What did he have to fear from a mere nascent realm cultivator? The most formidable Xiao Ping Tian had already walked into their trap and would not escape anytime soon. At this juncture, Lin Yun stroked his stubbled chin. You intend to trap Xiao Ping Tian here, then strike at Chunjiabao. Is the goal the ancestral worship ceremony at Qinjiabao? Feng Yidao, caught up in his laughter, paused momentarily. This kid possesses some wit, however, it is too late. Qinjiabao has likely already been besieged. None shall leave alive, including your Lu Yun sect disciples. As Feng Yidao pondered this, his delight grew. As for you, considering you spoke a few words in my favor earlier, I can grant you a more merciful death. Lin Yun remained silent, likely contemplating some countermeasure. Feng Yidao snorted and summoned a bloodied skull. Fear not, it won't hurt. The moment he finished speaking, a piercing pain surged through his right hand. Turning to look, he was astonished to find his right arm had inexplicably turned to ice. He gazed at Lin Yun, disbelief etched in his pupils. I am deeply sorry. With such a significant event unfolding, I lack the spirit for jest. Lin Yun raised his head. A mere glance made Feng Yidao feel as though he had been struck by a heavy blow to the heart. Isn't he a nascent realm cultivator? Why? Chapter 30. The Siege of Qinjiabao. Feng Yidao's voice trembled. What have you done? Lin Yun grasped his sword with his left hand, red and blue energies swirling around him. You now have two choices. Hand over the ancient tome on your person, or be compelled to do so by my methods. Though he wore a smile while addressing Feng Yidao, the latter felt an icy chill envelop him from head to toe. I will give it to you. Please spare my life. Lin Yun observed the ancient tome Feng Yidao offered. Given his cultivation level, he could only turn a single page. After confirming its authenticity, Lin Yun shot a glance at Feng Yidao. You still think you can kill me in your current state? A mere Yuan-Si realm? It's not as though I haven't slain one before. Upon finishing his sentence, Feng Yidao felt a layer of frost settle upon him. As Lin Yun turned away, the frozen Feng Yidao bore numerous gashes upon his body. With the rise in temperature, only a pile of minced flesh remained. Lin Yun glanced at the Hanyan sword in his hand. With the increase in his strength, wielding this sword had grown increasingly effortless. Confirming that Xiaoping Tian would not emerge for the time being, Lin Yun wasted no time and, utilizing the mysterious Yuan, swiftly made his way towards Qinjiabao. Having departed Weiyang Mountain, Lin Yun reached the outskirts of Qinjiabao within a few hours. Upon arrival, he immediately spotted a blood-red barrier enveloping the distant fortress, with numerous black-clad cultivators stationed at the city gate, each adorned with sinister, dark masks. Qigui sect? Lin Yun cautiously concealed his presence, seeking an opportunity to investigate. Was the ancestral worship ceremony at Qinjiabao linked to the attack on the Wuyang mountain mine? He pondered silently. Suddenly, several figures flew in from afar, trailing a blood-red glow. The leader wore a golden mask, accompanied by several others donning white masks. Clearly, the Qigui sect had differentiated their masks based on rank and status. The golden mask signified the leader. The guards at the gate opened a gap in the barrier, allowing two individuals to pass through. Lin Yun patiently awaited outside. Xiaoping Tian would not arrive anytime soon, and Qinjiabao was the stronghold of the Qigui sect. From Lin Yun's initial assessment, the leader behind the golden mask possessed strength at the Wan Fa realm. With his current capabilities, if he approached recklessly, he would surely perish before even meeting Chen and Feng. I wonder how Shixiang Duan is faring inside. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Yun noticed a solitary black-masked disciple making his way toward him. Without hesitation, he struck the opponent down with a sword, then donned the Qigui sect's attire, preparing to infiltrate. As Lin Yun approached the city gate, two Qigui sect disciples approached him, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Where is the Disaster Jade? Disaster Jade? What on earth is that? Lin Yun racked his brain but could not recall what the Disaster Jade was. Did you not hear me speak? The disciple who had initially questioned him raised his voice. Clearly annoyed. As Lin Yun teetered on the brink of exposure, a sudden sword light descended from the heavens. Enemy attack! The Qigui sect disciples atop the city wall shouted in alarm, while the two inspecting disciples hastily rushed outside. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yun stealthily entered Qinjiabao. Upon stepping into the city, Lin Yun was immediately struck by the overwhelming stench of blood. Corpses littered the ground. The ancestral worship ceremony had attracted numerous guests, wealthy merchants from the secular world, casual cultivators, and prominent families. At this moment, all had fallen victim to the Qigui sect's massacre. Blood stained the entirety of Qinjiabao, rendering it indistinguishable from hell. This was Lin Yun's first encounter with such a scene. Even with his sharpened mental fortitude from the sword-intent corridor, he found himself somewhat taken aback. Outside the city, Reinforcements from Lu Yun's sect had arrived, but Qi Gui's sect disciples were fiercely resisting, taking to the skies to obstruct their advance. Lin Yun turned to glance back. Leading the charge was Su Wanro, a direct disciple of Sheng Wanwan, whom Lin Yun had met previously, clad in a deep blue robe and riding a flying sword. She was flanked by dozens of female disciples from Qingxiao Peak. Additionally, there was a considerable contingent of direct disciples and inner sect members from various elders, numbering in the hundreds. Given the gravity of the situation, it was peculiar that not a single elder was present. It seemed the elders of Lu Yun's sect were preoccupied with some pressing matter. The Qi Gui sect had orchestrated this plot with great cunning. The scene further fueled Lin Yun's concern. Judging by the power of the formation, it was likely they would not be able to breach it anytime soon. Lin Yun dared not delay and hastened towards the location of the Qin family. Along the way, he encountered an increasing number of corpses, including many fallen disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect. At that moment, Lin Yun was anxious about the possibility of encountering Duan Heng's lifeless body. Fortunately, as he approached the vicinity of the Qin family, he saw no sign of it. The surprise attack from the Red Ghost sect caught the Qin family off guard. Despite the suddenness of the incident, Chen Nanfeng and his group quickly mobilized their forces. At this time, the entire Qin family stronghold had gathered formidable experts, which prevented the Red Ghost sect from taking control in a short span of time. Lin Yun sensed that both sides were engaged in a protracted struggle, and several cultivators were locked in fierce combat in the skies above. However, under the influence of the Red Ghost sect's formation, their strengths had been significantly diminished. Lin Yun blended into the front lines and soon spotted a man wearing a golden mask, accompanied by another man donning a white mask. The disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect had arrived, allowing them to withstand for a considerable time. Take this opportunity to leave the Qin family stronghold, the man in the white mask suggested. He nodded. What is the situation over at Wuyang Mountain? Has that item still not been located? The man in the golden mask replied. We have searched inside and out, but found nothing. Your earlier conjecture appears to be correct, so we will rely on you to retrieve those two items. After a lengthy conversation, the man in the white mask finally rose to depart but cast a peculiar glance towards Lin Yun. Although it was merely a fleeting gaze, Lin Yun felt as though he had been seen through. Fortunately, the man in white did not take any action against him. Meanwhile, a group of cultivators led by Chen Nanfeng was fiercely resisting the onslaught of the Red Ghost sect. Humph! The infamous Red Ghost sect is nothing more than this, Chen Nanfeng declared. Today, I shall witness how you intend to annihilate my Qin family. With his declaration, the morale of the Qin family's cultivators surged even higher. Yet, regardless of his provocations, the Red Ghost sect deployed only their black-masked disciples, who served merely as cannon fodder in the sect. They were using these pawns to exhaust the strength of the Qin family stronghold. Lin Yun pondered to himself, if that man in the golden mask were to intervene, this battle would likely end swiftly. Yet why had he not acted? Doubts filled Lin Yun's mind, and he resolved that he must take action. Otherwise, the people of the Qin family stronghold would not be able to hold out much longer. Chapter 31. The rescue. The battle was fierce, yet the members of the Qin family stronghold fought to the last breath. Faced with enemies outnumbering them several times over, each person engaged in combat with all their might. However, despite the tenacity of the Qin family, the Red Ghost sect maintained a composed demeanor, neither attacking with full force nor losing control of the situation. At that moment, Lin Yun noticed a white-masked individual approaching from behind. Hey, why are you standing here? The white-masked figure scrutinized Lin Yun. Huffing, this is the latest map. Tell them to move quickly. Lin Yun took the map, which detailed the layout of the entire Qin family stronghold. A single glance was enough for him to comprehend the situation. The Red Ghost sect was not attacking with full force out of concern that Chen Nanfeng might destroy the family's treasured artifact at a critical moment. It appeared that their assault had never ceased, but in reality, they were always searching for the secret treasure hidden by Chen Nanfeng. Many members of the Red Ghost sect had already infiltrated, ready to coordinate from within. If they were to locate the treasure, the Chen family would surely face defeat. Lin Yun felt a deep sense of unease. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. The white-masked figure shouted. Lin Yun nodded and turned to leave, but before he could take a few steps, another white-masked figure appeared, snatching the map from his hands. This is mine. You go join them on the battlefield. He then pushed Lin Yun into a small squad of about 10 cannon fodder. Their squad leader was fervently rallying the troops before the battle. Brothers, This is a crucial battle for our Red Ghost sect. If we achieve a decisive victory this time, it will be a glorious event for our lineage. Show your fearless fighting spirit." The entire team roared with excitement. Lin Yun regarded them with disdain. "Why aren't you shouting?" The squad leader looked at Lin Yun. "Kill, kill," Lin Yun shouted a couple of times half-heartedly. The squad leader nodded in satisfaction, leading them swiftly to the outskirts of the Chen family stronghold. The Red Ghost sect siege on the Chen family continued, and even though they were merely cannon fodder, they still inflicted significant losses on the Chen family. At this rate, it seemed they could not hold out much longer. Soon, Lin Yun charged alongside the Black Mask disciples, facing 3 opponents, 2 men and 1 woman. The leading man possessed only the strength of the nascent realm and wielded knives with determination in his eyes. "Chen Shimi, don't worry, with us here, we will never let these Red Ghost sect scoundrels break through." Lin Yun glanced at the man speaking, who was named Hua Mingqiu. The Chen Shimi he referred to was none other than Chen Nanfeng's daughter. Chen Jingru. Though not particularly strong, Chen Jingru clearly inherited her father's courage, bravely standing her ground against the onslaught of the Red Ghost sect. Only Lin Yun understood that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. "Hua Shixiang, be careful," Chen Jingru cautioned. In the very next moment, several cannon fodder from the Red Ghost sect charged forward. These disciples had been thoroughly brainwashed, exhibiting a reckless disregard for life. Hua Mingqiu and his companions were skilled, yet facing such frenzied opponents, especially when outnumbered, proved to be quite challenging. However, Lin Yun was surprised to see that their squad leader, despite being a mere Black Mask disciple, possessed the strength of the Yuan Si realm. He charged forward alone, forcefully repelling several members of the Chen family. Soon, Hua Mingqiu and another man, Fang Dong, joined forces. "You shall meet your doom here today." The squad leader sneered, "With your strength, do you think you can stop me? If I break through this line, I will certainly be rewarded." He laughed loudly, facing Hua Mingqiu and Fang Dong without losing ground. Seeing this, Chen Jingru immediately wanted to assist, but was quickly entangled by other Black Mask disciples. The battle grew increasingly chaotic. "Your Chen family is finished this time. Just wait, I will cleanse you all." The squad leader's laughter grew more frenzied. It seemed the battle was on the verge of a decisive conclusion. Just then, Lin Yun suddenly drew his sword, swiftly slaying a Red Ghost sect disciple. This action left Chen Jingru and the others dumbfounded. What is going on? Is this guy not from the Red Ghost sect? Even the squad leader was taken aback. "You little brat, are you blind? That is a comrade." Lin Yun removed his mask. "I've been wanting to take you down for ages, you fool." Channeling his energy, Lin Yun unleashed the void deception technique, swiftly closing in on the squad leader. Chen Jingru and the others were momentarily unsure whether to intervene. After all, Lin Yun was clad in the attire of a Red Ghost sect disciple. Who would have expected him to turn on his own superior? "You little brat, since you seek death, I shall grant it to you." The squad leader, seeing Lin Yun seemingly possessed and reckless, let out a cold laugh. Though this was his first encounter with such a situation, it clearly did not trouble him. "What is going on?" Hua Mingqiu glanced at Fang Dong beside him. "I don't know. Is he not from the Red Ghost sect?" While the two were still puzzled, Chen Jingru recognized Lin Yun. "It's Lin Shixiang from the Flowing Cloud sect." Upon hearing Lin Yun was from the Flowing Cloud sect, Hua Mingqiu and Fang Dong's eyes brightened momentarily but soon dimmed. It was true that the disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect were strong, but unfortunately, Lin Yun was merely a nascent realm disciple. At this moment, facing an opponent of the Yuan Si realm, overcoming him would be no easy task. They had initially hoped for a turning point, but regrettably, his strength was too weak, and engaging in battle with such a foe would surely lead to defeat. The two felt a tinge of regret and were even considering finding an opportunity to assist. Meanwhile, Chen Jingru remarked, "I doubt it. I've heard that this Lin Shixiang is currently the youngest direct disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect." "What of being a direct disciple?" Hua Mingqiu retorted. "He is still too young and hasn't he had enough time to grow?" Hua Mingqiu observed Chen Jingru's infatuated expression and whispered aside. Chen Jingru merely smiled and said nothing further. At that moment, Lin Yun was already engaged in a fierce battle with the squad leader, and the current outcome suggested that Lin Yun was indeed being suppressed by his opponent. Fang Dong sighed. "What a pity. If only we could intervene." The two individuals were also under the watchful gaze of the Red Demon sect, making it difficult for them to assist Lin Yun in the immediate future. From their perspective, Lin Yun had initially displayed commendable prowess, yet they believed that when faced with an adversary of the squad captain's caliber, he would ultimately succumb to defeat. They had already resigned themselves to this outcome. However, Qian Jingru remained undeterred by their sentiments, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yun, filled with concern. Chapter 32. Who will meet their demise first? The squad captain launched a ferocious assault, recklessly attempting to overwhelm Lin Yun. Kid, you are already one of us at the Red Demon Sect. Why betray us? Haven't we granted you enough benefits over the years? As Lin Yun listened to the captain's inquiry, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Are you out of your mind? It's painfully obvious, and yet you still think I'm one of the Red Demon Sect. Lin Yun was at a loss, bewildered by the captain's insistence that he was a disciple of the Red Demon Sect. Nevertheless, Lin Yun chose not to elaborate further. Seeing Lin Yun's silence, the captain sneered, "Very well. If you believe these people can survive, then I shall grant you a swift end." Just as he naively thought victory was within his grasp. A flash of blue light streaked past in an instant. The captain froze, confusion evident in his eyes as he regarded Lin Yun. At that moment, Lin Yun leisurely approached, not sparing a glance at his opponent. Is the Yuan Sea realm truly formidable? It's not as if I haven't slain one before. With a swift motion, Lin Yun advanced, and in the blink of an eye, the captain's form shattered like a fragmented puzzle. Blood gushing forth from the cracks, spraying in all directions. Everyone stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Lin Yun had actually defeated him with a single move, leaving them no time to grasp the unfolding events. He turned his attention to Hua Qiuming and Fang Dong. "Do either of you have any comments to make?" Lin Yun had overheard their previous exchange and was now curious about their forthcoming words. Fang Dong wore an awkward expression, while Hua Qiuming stammered, uncertain of what to say. Lin Yun then chuckled. This fellow was one of the stronger pawns of the Red Demon Sect. It's only natural that you took some time to contend with him. Qian Jingru eagerly approached. "Excuse me, are you Lin Shixiang of the Flowing Cloud Sect?" "Indeed," Lin Yun nodded, his excitement palpable. "Where is Shixiang Duan? I have something of great importance to discuss with him." Initially delighted, Qian Jingru's expression faltered upon hearing Lin Yun's question. She led Lin Yun back to the Qin family estate and explained. At the onset of the battle, Shixiang Duan engaged with a disciple of the Red Demon Sect, but he seems to have gone missing. Lin Yun's heart sank. Duan Heng is missing, but he is of the Sky Ascendant realm. With the current group of pawns, none could possibly rival him. How could he simply vanish? Upon hearing of Lin Yun's return, Qian Nanfeng and the others immediately convened. They sought to inquire about support, knowing that the Chun family stronghold faced dire straits, and the Flowing Cloud Sect was their best hope for assistance. "Lin Shidi, what discoveries did you make at Weiyang Mountain?" Lin Yun sighed. "Shixiang Xiao and I encountered members of the Red Demon Sect. They seemed to be hiding within a certain secret realm, and Shixiang Xiao fell victim to a trap. I returned seeking aid, but upon witnessing the situation at the Chun family stronghold, I promptly sent a distress signal to my sect." Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Qian Nanfeng finally felt a sense of relief. As long as the signal has been sent, we still have hope. Everyone was now placing their bets on the Flowing Cloud Sect, for in this predicament, they could no longer afford to hope for any other form of salvation. As word of potential assistance spread, the atmosphere in the hall lightened slightly. In truth, when I infiltrated, support from the Flowing Cloud Sect had already arrived. However, this time, the Red Demon Sect was far more formidable than anticipated. They had meticulously planned numerous maneuvers, and currently, the elders of the Flowing Cloud Sect were still occupied elsewhere. Qian Nanfeng's previously hopeful demeanor darkened upon hearing this response. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the outcome was still unexpected. Then who has arrived? From Qingxia Peak, Elder Shangguan's personal disciple, Su Wanru. Lin Yun observed the expressions of those present, and it was evident that upon learning that it was not an elder who had come to their aid, despair washed over them. They understood that without the elder's intervention, no one could save them. It was uncertain how long it would take for disciples like Su Wanru to arrive, and the Red Demon Sect undoubtedly had other strategies in reserve. What shall we do? The Red Demon Sect will not relent. Indeed, even if we risk our lives, can we truly contend with them in a life-or-death struggle? The crowd lamented, their faces etched with concern. Lin Yun turned to Qian Nanfeng. Though the latter's expression was grim, he appeared more composed than the others. "Everyone, even if we are to voice our grievances, it would serve no purpose. Instead, we ought to reconsider our strategy. Since support from the Flowing Cloud Sect has arrived, Our objective now is to endure as long as possible. After Chan Nanfeng spoke, the hall fell into a profound silence. It was one thing to fight desperately in despair. But now that support was imminent, who would dare to resist? While it was feasible to hold out, Chan Nanfeng should first inform them who would stand against the Red Demon sect. Indeed, we have already lost a significant number of people. We must ensure fairness in our approach. The crowd erupted into debate. Among them, a burly man with a face full of flesh spoke up. Chan Nanfeng understood that trouble was brewing upon hearing Zhou Ji's words. And he quickly clarified, "Everyone, do not panic. The Chun family is willing to take the lead in confronting the Red Demon sect." At that moment, Lin Yun interjected, "Chanju Master, prior to my arrival here, I infiltrated the Red Demon sect and learned that they are currently seeking the Chen family's heirloom. Moreover, there are already infiltrators among us." He spoke. He deliberately glanced at Zhou Jiza. The latter immediately retorted, "You little brat, are you implying that I am the traitor? Don't think that just because you are a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, I won't dare to act against you." As he spoke, he swaggered towards Lin Yun, pointing a finger at his nose in accusation. Suddenly, the temperature in the space plummeted. Zhou Jiza halted in his tracks. Feeling an icy chill wash over him, his raised arm became encased in frost, rendering it stiff and unyielding. He turned to Lin Yun, who wore a cheerful expression as he addressed them. "It seems you all still do not comprehend the situation. You are trapped here, while I have chosen to fight alongside you. If anyone still fails to understand and wishes to test the limits of the Flowing Cloud sect, feel free to try." With a cold gaze, he surveyed the surroundings. "I wouldn't mind letting you experience this sensation." Chapter 33. The final battle begins. The room fell silent. Lin Yun's formidable presence left everyone in awe. The Red Demon sect's assault was well prepared. Although the Flowing Cloud sect had made prior arrangements, they had indeed lost the initiative. He addressed the crowd, "Do not harbor any illusions. We must fight to the bitter end. I too shall not retreat." However, he is merely a disciple of the nascent element realm. What can he truly achieve? Even if he enjoys a modicum of fame within the Flowing Cloud sect, can he truly turn the tide? A mere nascent element disciple would indeed struggle to make a significant impact on the battlefield. Ignoring the chatter, Lin Yun pulled Chan Nanfeng aside. "Master, you know full well what is about to unfold." Chan Nanfeng nodded solemnly. "I have obtained the Red Demon sect's entire plan for attacking the Chen family, but I have no record of the infiltrators here." Lin Yun began to highlight several key locations that represented the Chun family's current vulnerabilities, which the Red Demon sect intended to target aggressively. Upon seeing this, Chan Nanfeng was deeply moved. "Lin Shidi, I never imagined you would provide us with such crucial intelligence. It is my duty, and moreover, it is to ensure the Chen family's survival and to win your favor." Observing Chan Nanfeng's enthusiastic demeanor, Lin Yun thought to himself, "Master, I too shall fight alongside the others. We cannot allow the Chen family to fall into enemy hands." With the news brought by Lin Yun, the situation of the Chen family improved somewhat over the next few days. However, this respite did not last long. After 3 days of fierce resistance, the Chen family suffered significant casualties. Even with knowledge of the enemy's attack routes, they began to falter against the relentless onslaught of the Qigui sect. Amidst the ruins to the south of the Chen estate, Lin Yun sat in solitude. Before him lay a battlefield littered with corpses, including both the defenders of the Chen family and the fallen disciples of the Qigui sect. For several consecutive days, the attackers had been mere cannon fodder. He raised his gaze to the barrier above, its power still holding, yet the strength of the Chen family's defenders was waning, while the assault from the Qigui sect intensified. Lin Yun was drenched in blood. Even he had sustained numerous injuries over these days. Yet, he remained undeterred. The offensive from the Lu Yun sect outside the city was growing stronger, and he felt an impending breakthrough. "Brother Lin," a playful voice chimed from behind. Chen Jingru, her face covered in dirt, arrived carrying a lunchbox. At this hour, she would always bring him food. "Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable. The minions of the Qigui sect have been repelled once again." She looked at the corpses strewn across the ground, her expression calm, having grown accustomed to the grim sight over these past days. Lin Yun bit into a steamed bun with a determined expression. "I wonder how much longer this will last," he mused, contemplating that the Lu Yun sect should be able to decipher the Qigui sect's formations by now. These days had been a torment for him. Has even Xiaoping Tian not managed to emerge from Weiyang Mountain? Qin Jingru rested her chin in her hand, watching him eat. They sat in silence, yet it was not awkward. Suddenly, Lin Yun set down the bun. He slowly stood, taking a deep breath. Jingru, you must return quickly. The Qigui sect's attacks had followed a predictable pattern, but today, that pattern had been abruptly shattered. Lin Yun realized that the Qigui sect was preparing for a counterattack. After so many days, they must have found a breach within the Chen family stronghold. Qin Jingru did not hesitate, turning on her heels to flee. She understood that her strength was insufficient and that remaining would only hinder Lin Yun. Just then, the Qigui sect's offensive indeed commenced, led once more by the black-faced minions. Lin Yun gripped his sword with one hand, deftly executing the Seven Mysteries sword technique. Any black-faced minion that ventured within half a meter of him met certain death. Yet, like an unending tide, the disciples of the Qigui sect continued to pour forth. Some, even after having their heads severed by Lin Yun, clung desperately to his legs, rendering him immobile. Blood splattered as a small hill of flesh and bone quickly accumulated before him. At this rate, he would not be able to hold out much longer. He gritted his teeth, determined to endure. The Chen family had no one left to support him. Suddenly, he spotted a white-faced figure materializing behind the black-faced minions. Lin Yun's heart raced. Was this it? Would the Chen family be unable to withstand the onslaught? For days, he had fought tenaciously, each time emerging from peril unscathed, believing he could alter the course of the Chen family's fate. Yet now, it seemed that was not to be. As this thought flashed through his mind, several minions charged at him with ferocious roars. In response, Lin Yun swung his Hanyan sword, the blade cleaving through flesh with gruesome ease. This boy has some talent, remarked one of the white-faced figures to his companion. Have you made the necessary arrangements? The support from the Lu Yun sect will arrive shortly. This time, it's quite troublesome. The sect leader has dispatched elders to confront the enemy, and we only have an hour, came the calm reply from the other white-faced figure. As Lin Yun continued to fend off the minions. A white-faced figure lurking among the throng suddenly sprang into action. One of them, adorned with claw-like weapons, raked Lin Yun's shoulder, tearing through flesh. Had it not been for his extraordinary physical resilience, this strike could have cost him an arm. Gasping in pain, Lin Yun felt the tremors in his hand as he gripped the Hanyan sword. You little brat, your strength is commendable, but unfortunately, you've encountered me. You are ultimately unqualified, the white-faced figure sneered, even going so far as to lick the blood from his weapon with a perverse delight. Lin Yun, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, recognized that he could no longer hold back his true strength. He needed to fend off this wave of the Qigui sect's assault and escape immediately. The Chen family's situation was dire. They could only contract their defensive perimeter, perhaps buying themselves a little more time. The white-faced figure seemed to sense Lin Yun's intentions. You, a mere nascent realm cultivator, have managed to prance about for so long. Quite impressive, he taunted. The reason the Qigui sect had refrained from deploying a large force against them was to lull both the Chen family and Lin Yun into a false sense of security, leading them to believe they could endure indefinitely. In the eyes of the white-faced figure, Lin Yun was hardly worth consideration, a mere practitioner of the Seven Mysteries sword technique, which he deemed worthless. As this thought crossed his mind, the white-faced figure was taken aback by Lin Yun suddenly changing his tactics. If the Seven Mysteries sword technique was akin to a delicate flower, then the Dahu sword technique he unleashed now was like a grand lady of noble birth, majestic and overwhelming. With each stroke, it seemed to summon the very might of the heavens. Lin Yun's eyes gleamed with determination as he faced the white-faced figure, delivering a single, decisive strike. The ground shook as the sword's energy descended like a raging river. Even Lin Yun was startled. He had always concealed his true capabilities by employing the Seven Mysteries sword technique. To his astonishment, the Dahu sword technique, which he had not wielded in ages, unleashed such terrifying power. The white-faced figure's expression shifted, surprise evident in his eyes. He swiftly evaded the attack, but the sword energy continued to rain down, decimating the unprepared black-faced minions behind him, reducing them to mere pulp. The combination of the Hanyan sword and the Dahu sword technique was indeed formidable, but it also took a heavy toll on Lin Yun. I never expected you to possess such hidden talents, the white-faced figure remarked, though he soon dismissed Lin Yun's swordsmanship. Impressive technique, but unfortunately, your broad strokes are too slow. You remain no match for me. The white-faced figure moved with incredible speed. The moment Lin Yun's sword swung forth, he had already sidestepped, lunging at Lin Yun once more. How swift, Lin Yun thought in awe, realizing that the white-faced figures of the Chiguo sect were likely all above the Yuanhai realm with a clang. Lin Yun raised the Hanyan sword in defense. Although the white-faced figure's claws came crashing down, they failed to inflict harm, instead propelling Lin Yun backward. As he flew through the air, Lin Yun bit his tongue to regain focus and once again unleashed the Dahu sword technique. The pursuing white-faced figure could only momentarily halt his advance, narrowly avoiding a strike that passed perilously close, the terrifying sword energy inflicting a minor wound. Rather than dissuade him, this only fueled the white-faced figure's excitement. Fascinating. A mere nascent realm cultivator can push me to this extent? Shadowy phantoms, he shouted, transforming into a multitude of indistinguishable shadows that surged toward Lin Yun, each one seemingly real and fiercely aggressive. You little brat. Your sword technique may be powerful, but it lacks the speed for rapid execution. Faced with so many formidable foes at once, how will you respond? The white-faced figure seemed to have seized upon Lin Yun's potential vulnerability. As multiple figures closed in, the white-faced figure prepared to strike. However, the moment his claws descended, he noticed a smirk on Lin Yun's lips, causing his heart to skip a beat. Lin Yun had long anticipated the difficulty of landing a hit with the Dahu sword technique. If the opponent was cautious, it was nearly impossible to connect. Thus, after the first execution, he continued to employ the Dahu sword technique not to strike the white-faced figure, but to lure him closer. Just as the white-faced figure believed he had evaded Lin Yun's sword technique and was about to launch another devastating attack, an unexpected shift occurred. A vibrant green aura enveloped Lin Yun. His eyes transforming to a brilliant emerald HUE.T that moment, the white-faced figure lost control, charging headlong into Lin Yun. With a rush, countless blades of sword energy erupted from Lin Yun, resembling a flurry of green bamboo swords. The white-faced figure attempted to sever them with his claws, but as he swung, he found that his weapon merely grazed the edges of the sword energy before being obliterated. What is happening? The white-faced figure gasped, but there was no time to ponder. Lin Yun closed his eyes, fully immersed in the essence of the sword. This was the first time Lin Yun felt the emotions of the Hanyan sword. As though a long-sealed treasure had been drawn from its sheath, rejoicing in freedom. Behind the white-faced figure loomed dozens of black-faced minions, undaunted by death. However, faced with the overwhelming torrent of sword energy, they turned and fled in terror. How terrifying! Boom, boom! In the instant the sword energy descended, it erupted into a profound pit. The clones birthed from the white ghost mask were rendered utterly ineffective before Lin Yun's sword energy. Vanishing in an instant, the remaining entity gazed in astonishment at the several sword energies hurtling toward it, resorting to summoning a copper mirror artifact in a desperate attempt to defend itself. The copper mirror emanated a shimmering golden light, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of several sword energies. Yet, the white ghost mask emitted a muffled groan, its hand trembling in response. Such formidable sword energy. This young lad, despite merely being at the nascent soul stage, possesses a terrifying mastery of the sword. Sword cultivators differ significantly from ordinary practitioners. The stronger their sword intent, the more fearsome their sword techniques become. Lin Yun's sword intent was akin to that of one forged through countless trials, rendering the same techniques in his hands lethal. Cough, young one. How long do you think you can endure? The white ghost mask's arms quivered as it clutched the copper mirror tightly to fend off Lin Yun's relentless assault. This sword technique is indeed powerful. I underestimated you before. It gritted its teeth in frustration. Typically, a sword cultivator of Lin Yun's caliber would be fortunate to master even a single technique, yet here he wields three, each more formidable than the last. However, while the strongest Qingyuan sword technique boasts immense destructive power, it undoubtedly exacts a tremendous toll on the user. The white ghost mask surmised that Lin Yun could hardly sustain himself for long. Huang Shi, what are you waiting for? In the very moment the white ghost mask spoke, another figure emerged from behind Lin Yun. A second white ghost mask, the whip lashed out, and Lin Yun's pupils constricted. The Hanyan sword slipped from his grasp, and the intertwining red and blue sword light enveloped his form. The whip struck Lin Yun, instantly dulling the once resplendent brilliance of the Hanyan sword. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yun executed the void deception technique, evading the whip's attack. Although swift, he still felt a stinging graze on his right ankle, the fiery pain nearly causing him to stumble. He staggered forward several meters before finally regaining his balance. Su Qing, if you attempt such a thing again, I shall end your life, Huang Shi said impatiently. Had they been a tad more prepared, Lin Yun would surely have met his demise. Su Qing chuckled awkwardly. This brat is troublesome. Let's work together to eliminate him, and then we can proceed. Huang Shi nodded, and with Huang Shi's involvement, Su Qing appeared considerably more at ease. Lin Yun exhaled a long breath. He was no fool. He understood that the adversaries he faced were far from simple in a one-on-one confrontation. He still possessed the strength to fight back, but against two opponents, particularly while injured and fatigued, victory seemed utterly unattainable. Lin Yun resolved to retreat, enduring the pain as he prepared to escape. Little brat, do you still think you can run? Is it even possible? Su Qing laughed, closely pursuing him. Huang Shi hesitated for a moment but soon followed suit. Lin Yun had not yet succumbed to despair. He still held the trump card given to him by Hong Xiu. Would he truly have to resort to it here? He glanced at his status panel. Noting no changes, he might suffer severe injuries, but death was not yet imminent. With this thought, Lin Yun's resolve solidified. He must escape at all costs and avoid a prolonged battle. Su Qing relentlessly pursued him. And the two soon entered the Chen family estate, which had been breached by the Red Ghost sect. The air was filled with screams, and blood flowed like rivers. A true tableau of human tragedy. The members of the Red Ghost sect exhibited no mercy. Wherever they went, all practitioners were met with ruthless slaughter. Meanwhile, the Chen family's kin were either slain or captured and subjected to humiliation. Lin Yun yearned to assist, but he could only be driven deeper into the Chen family's inner courtyard. As support from the Flowing Cloud sect arrived, the Red Ghost sect began to rampage. Chapter 35. The last stand of the Chen family. Just as Lin Yun was about to be overtaken, Su Qing, in his current state, was undoubtedly intent on killing him. In Lin Yun's moment of uncertainty, a familiar voice reached his ears. Senior brother Lin. In the distance, Chen Jingru waved at him. Lin Yun's eyes widened, quickly retreat. Sure enough, Su Qing launched an attack on Chen Jingru. At this critical juncture, Lin Yun once more summoned his strength. Darting to Chen Jingru's side and throwing her to the ground, clang, clang, clang. The Hanyan sword forcefully blocked Su Qing's assault. At that moment, a barrier rose around the courtyard, preventing Su Qing from entering. Lin Yun looked at Su Qing, who was so close and could see a flicker of rage in his eyes. He stood up and helped Chen Jingru to her feet. Where is this? Chen Jingru inquired. This is the ancestral home of the Chen family, she replied. There is a barrier here left by our ancestor, which can hold for a while. My father has been worried about your safety, senior brother Lin. The Chen family's stronghold is doomed, and the Red Ghost sect will soon triumph. Although we have fought valiantly in recent days, our resources have been exhausted, and many of our practitioners have already turned traitor. Hence, at the outset of this major counterattack, we were caught off guard not by the Red Ghost sect's minions, but by our suddenly rebellious comrades. With no other choice, Chen Nanfeng had to retreat here with a portion of the remaining survivors. This is our last chance. Lin Yun moved further into the courtyard. The barrier would hold for a brief moment, and he intended to make good use of this time. In the hall, Chen Nanfeng was bloodied but visibly relieved upon seeing Lin Yun. Junior brother Lin, you have finally arrived. Patriarch, he greeted, acknowledging the others present in the hall. Most treated Lin Yun with respect, though a few still held a disdainful air. With great danger looming, Lin Yun could hardly be bothered to engage with them. Everyone, prepare yourselves. The barrier will likely not last long. At that moment, Hua Mingqiu interjected, Patriarch, we have fought tirelessly for the Chen family. You know full well the intentions of the Red Ghost sect. It would be wise to heed their demands and surrender. Fang Dong and the others immediately concurred, pleading with Chen Nanfeng to seek a way for them to survive. Faced with their desperate entreaties, Chen Nanfeng fell silent. Please allow me a moment to contemplate. Hua Mingqiu scoffed, you best hurry, Patriarch. Once the Red Ghost sect breaches this place, the opportunity will be lost. How could they act so callously? They had reaped the benefits of the Chen family for so long. Yet now, in this critical moment, they wished to abandon ship. After they departed, Chen Jingru stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, were it not for my father bringing them here, those scoundrels would have perished long ago. Chen Nanfeng sighed deeply. Jingru, step outside and keep watch. Do not let anyone approach. I need to speak with your senior brother Lin. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Jingru agreed. As she left, Chen Nanfeng's expression softened with a hint of tenderness. The Chen family was in dire straits. Even if he wished to turn the tide, it was beyond his power. Ensuring that the doors and windows were secured, Chen Nanfeng turned to Lin Yun and unexpectedly knelt before him. Lin Yun was taken aback and quickly reached out to support Chen Nanfeng. Patriarch, you mustn't do this. What are you thinking, junior brother Lin? You see the situation clearly. The Chen family is doomed. Taking a deep breath, Chen Nanfeng spoke through gritted teeth. Lin Yun remained silent. The outcome of the Chen family was not anyone's fault. Yet, before his impending demise, he had one last request of Lin Yun. Lin Yun's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, there was the prospect of acquiring a secret treasure, but it also meant the complete downfall of the Chen family, leaving Chen Jingru an orphan. Patriarch, as long as I draw breath, I will never allow the Chen family to perish, Lin Yun declared passionately, but Chen Nanfeng merely shook his head with a smile. Junior brother Lin, you know better than I that the Chen family is beyond saving. Even if the Flowing Cloud sect arrives, the century-old legacy left by our ancestors will ultimately perish. I hope, junior brother Lin, that you can ensure Jingru's entry into the Flowing Cloud sect in recent days. He had gleaned that Lin Yun was a direct disciple of the Qingxia Peak, making it feasible for him to escort Chen Jingru there. With Lin Yun's protection, while her future might not be brilliant, at least she would not suffer. What are you planning, Patriarch? Lin Yun sighed heavily. We are surrounded by the Red Ghost sect. Given my current state, I fear I cannot escort Miss Chen away. Had it been earlier, Lin Yun might have attempted it, but after battling Su Qing and Huang Shi, he was no longer capable of escaping the Chen family's fortress. At that moment, Chen Nanfeng solemnly produced a lamp. This item is known as the Yuqi Li. It has been passed down through the Chen family for generations. Our ancestral teachings dictate that every 10 years, a grand ancestral ceremony must be held. Showcasing this artifact, Chen Nanfeng gazed at the Yuqi Li, his expression complex. The Chen family flourished because of this item, yet it ultimately led to our downfall. He was unaware of the reasoning behind this tradition, but knew the Chen family had adhered to it over the years. Then, Chen Nanfeng handed the item to Lin Yun. Junior brother Lin, your character is pure, and I have observed your actions these past days. I entrust this artifact to you, knowing it will be in safe hands. In a moment, I will employ a secret technique to send Lin Shidi and Xiao Rou away. Henceforth, I entrust everything to you. Lin Yun, cradling the Jade Qi Li, gazed at Chen Nanfeng. Name: Chen Nanfeng Realm. 7th level of Sky Control Fate. Prosperous family lineage, purple, destiny. Cycle of rise and fall, gray. Daughter's servitude, white. Great heroism, blue, outcome. Perished at the hands of Duan Hong while activating the family's secret formation at Chen Family Fortress. Recent turn. Activated the family's secret formation to protect his daughter. Brother Duan, tormenting the head of the Chen family? Lin Yun felt a sudden heaviness in his mind. The Jade Qi Li felt burdensome in his grasp, and he found no joy in the acquisition of treasures. Lin Shidi, do not be disheartened. Life and death are but the laws of nature, Chen Nanfeng said, cheerfully patting Lin Yun on the shoulder. As the head of the Chen family, I must shoulder this responsibility. Lin Yun stowed the Jade Qi Li away, momentarily suppressing his inner doubts. Rest assured, as long as I, Lin Yun, draw breath, I will ensure that Miss Chen suffers no injustice. Chen Nanfeng nodded. Were it anyone else? I might not believe it, but if it is you, Lin Shidi, I have no doubt. He understood that Chen Jingru held considerable affection for Lin Yun, which was undoubtedly the best outcome at present. Once everything was settled, Chen Nanfeng opened the door in the courtyard. Hua Qiuming and others had been waiting for quite some time. Head of the Chen family, may we proceed with the transfer of the secret treasure? Chen Nanfeng nodded. To unlock the secret treasure, the Chen family's secret method is required. I ask you all to buy me a moment. Xiao Rou, return to your room. Curiously, Chen Jingru inquired, Father, what are you going to do? Be obedient, hurry. Chen Nanfeng bellowed, uncharacteristically stern. Chapter 36, Life and Death at High Speed. With a swift motion, Chen Nanfeng pushed Chen Jingru into the room. Hua Qiuming's eyes widened. Head of the Chen family, what are you doing? Seeing the door shut, Chen Nanfeng finally smiled. Do you not wish to negotiate with the Qigui sect? I offer you this opportunity. As his words fell, Chen Nanfeng crushed a piece of jade at his waist, A refreshing breeze swept through as green runes began to materialize beneath their feet, and simultaneously, the surrounding vital energy coalesced at an alarming rate. What is happening? Su Qing, who was attacking the barrier, immediately glanced at Huang Shi beside him. Does Chen Ninfeng have other means? Huang Shi's voice was grave. This Qin family head seems to harbor deep thoughts. Other methods are certainly possible. Damn it. Do not let this old fool succeed. Huang Shi huffed in anger, the whip coiling around his wrist as he struck the barrier with all his might. Meanwhile, Chen Ninfeng was busy dissipating the barrier's power. He looked up, muttering softly, "It must succeed." Chen Ninfeng, what are you up to? The cultivators present sensed that something was amiss, but it was already too late. The surrounding barrier dissipated, and the formation on the ground took shape. Those with discernment immediately recognized it as a powerful teleportation array. Who would have thought there would be such a large-scale teleportation array within the Qin family? Unfortunately, this formation could only transport a limited number of people and required immense energy to support it. Taking advantage of the barrier's destruction, Su Qing and Huang Shi rushed in. However, their combined attack failed to breach Chen Ninfeng's defenses. Old fool, trying to relocate the treasure? After their initial failure, the two continued their assault, and more disciples of the Qi Gui sect surged in. The guarding cultivators knelt in surrender, but the Qi Gui sect showed no mercy. As soon as they laid down their weapons, they were executed. Soon, the courtyard was awash with blood. Chen Ninfeng, protected within the formation, was mobilizing the surrounding vital energy to maintain the operation of the teleportation array. On the other side, Lin Yun, already aware of the impending outcome, held Chen Jingrou's hand tightly. At this moment, the young lady of the Chen family was weeping uncontrollably. She struggled to break free. Father! Father! Miss Chen, if you go out like this, all that the head of the Chen family has done will be in vain. Lin Yun's heart weighed heavy. Injured, he could only hide here. The runes on the ground grew more pronounced, and Lin Yun could even feel his body beginning to levitate. At the same time, the room shattered, and they found themselves enveloped in a colossal column of light, surrounded by transparent energy barriers. Chen Jingrou pounded against it desperately, but the barrier remained impervious to her assault. They're leaving. Su Qing glared fiercely at Lin Yun and Chen Jing Aroyud. At this moment, Chen Ninfeng was single-handedly withstanding their onslaught. It seemed the higher-ups of the Qi Gui sect were also held back. Otherwise, the Qin family could not have endured for so long. He chuckled with satisfaction. Su Qing was enraged and frantic, yet powerless against them. Huang Shi continued to unleash a barrage of punches against the barrier. Lin Yun and Chen Jingrou's bodies began to rise. With a crack, the barrier protecting Chen Ninfeng began to show signs of fracture. Chen Jingrou's eyes widened as she shouted, "Father!" Chen Ninfeng looked at her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Rower, you must live strongly," as the fissures in the barrier widened. Chen Ninfeng's condition deteriorated. With a resounding boom, the barrier protecting Chen Ninfeng shattered into pieces. Su Qing's finger pierced into Chen Ninfeng's side. "Stop the formation?" Chen Ninfeng coughed blood. "The Qi Gui sect has sacrificed so many lives for this day. I will never yield." Su Qing yanked Chen Ninfeng by the hair, gazing at the rising Lin Yun and Chen Jingrou. "If you leave, I will kill him in the most torturous manner possible." Chen Jingrou broke down in tears as Lin Yun embraced her, preventing her from escaping. "It is my brother's inadequacy that I cannot save your father, but our enmity with the Qi Gui sect I will not forget." Lin Yun gritted his teeth. At that moment, Huang Shi forcefully shoved Su Qing aside. "Lin Yun, stop. I know you have a way. If you hand over the Jade Qili, I can spare Chen Ninfeng's life and leave them a way out. Do you wish for Miss Chen to hate you for eternity? Lin Shidi, please, I beg of you, save my father." Chen Jingrou pleaded. Lin Yun's body trembled as Huang Shi suddenly forced Chen Ninfeng to the ground with a kick to his knee. He then drew a small knife. "Miss Chen, plead earnestly with your Lin Shidi. Do you want to watch your father die before your eyes?" Chen Ninfeng gazed at the weeping Chen Jingrou, summoning his last ounce of strength to shout, "Rower, do not stop. Quickly go. Do not believe these beasts." Huang Shi swung the knife, brutally slicing a piece of flesh from Chen Ninfeng. The intense pain did not elicit a single cry from this benevolent father. He smiled. "Rower, quickly go. Father is fine." Another strike. Chen Jingrou completely lost her senses. "Lin Yun, you coward. If you dare not save my father, let me go. I will go." Seeing Chun Jingru in such a state, Lin Yun felt helpless. He struck her on the back of the neck, rendering her unconscious. Seeing this, Qian Ninfeng closed his eyes with satisfaction. "You two beasts, kill me!" With a roar, the Formation S operation accelerated. A tremendous explosion erupted. A white pillar shot into the clouds, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The barrier of the Qi Gui sect was breached, creating a large hole. At that moment, Huang Shi suddenly summoned a sword. "Are you mad? This will expose us," Su Qing exclaimed in shock. Huang Shi tossed a parting remark, "There's no time. I'll leave this to you. I'll retrieve the treasure." With that, he soared away on his sword. Outside Qin family fortress, reinforcements from the Lu Yun sect arrived, led by the formidable Shang Guanwan. "Our ancestor, truly, that fellow is cunning. How could he easily fall in such a place?" Under the offensive of the Lu Yun sect, the Qi Gui sect began to retreat steadily. Suddenly, Shang Guanwan noticed a large hole in the barrier of the Qi Gui sect, followed by a fleeting white light. Then, a figure on a sword burst forth from within, moving with astonishing speed. Just as Shang Guanwan prepared to pursue, a black mist coalesced into a skull flew toward her, forcing her to engage in battle, yet her heart was filled with worry. Chapter 37. So it was you. The teleportation direction set by the Chen family fortress was towards Lu Yun sect. The journey was swift at first, but after a third of the way, their speed began to dwindle. The head of the Chen family's strength was waning. Could the formation not sustain itself until they reached Lu Yun sect? Lin Yun sighed, lost in thought, as he witnessed Qin Ninfeng's fate. All the enigmas unraveled before him. The disciples of Wuyang Mountain's mine were ambushed. Wang Shuang's death all stemmed from the betrayal of the one he respected most, Brother Duan. Lin Yun was filled with a desire to slap himself. Damn it, I even felt guilty for seizing this bastard's opportunity. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a glimmering white sword light approaching from behind. Hell, how on earth could you keep up with me? Lin Yun was on the verge of despair. Although the teleportation array was swift, completely shaking off his pursuer was no easy feat. Even while maintaining a speed advantage, it was impossible to sustain it for long. He knew he would inevitably be caught soon. As Lin Yun regulated his breathing, he scanned his surroundings. The teleportation array resembled more of a magical treasure. At this moment, Lin Yun and Chan Jingru were akin to two individuals ensconced within a cocoon. He could observe the environment around him and even select a suitable location to descend. As the cocoon's speed gradually diminished, his pursuer was closing in. Lin Yun recognized the approaching figure. It was Huang Shi. Or rather, it should be Brother Duan. At this moment, his gaze fell upon a narrow valley beneath him. The terrain there was just right for him. Whether using the Great River Sword technique or the Qingwen Sword technique, he could achieve remarkable results in such a confined space. Without hesitation, Lin Yun plunged downwards with Chan Jingru in tow. Duan Hong, who was pursuing Lin Yun, was momentarily taken aback. Is this kid out of his mind? He actually thinks he can confront me head-on. Even if Lin Yun had 10 times the courage, such a notion was utterly absurd. How could a mere nascent Yuan realm cultivator contend with him? Bang! Lin Yun, clutching Chan Jingru, slammed his body onto the ground. After sliding for a considerable distance, he finally stabilized himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he gazed skyward. As he fell, Duan Hong arrived. Remarking, Chen Nanfeng never anticipated I could pursue you this far. Hand over the items, and I can grant you a swift end. He said this while leisurely approaching Lin Yun. At this moment, Lin Yun was gradually setting Chan Jingru down on the ground. He stood up, limping, his crimson gaze fixed on Duan Hong. He had witnessed Chen Nanfeng's demise right before his eyes. It was impossible not to feel enraged. Duan Hong had completely dismissed Lin Yun. Did you not hear? Hand over the items, and I can spare your life, allowing the Chen family to retain a legacy. Do not provoke my wrath. After his words, Lin Yun remained unresponsive. Lin Yun clutched a pill in his hand. The only glimmer of hope, the Dune God Pill. This elixir was most suitable for a Yuan Sea realm cultivator, with a guaranteed 3 realms of breakthrough. However, for a nascent Yuan realm cultivator, it was akin to a ticking time bomb, one that would detonate within themselves. Lin Yun, do not be foolish. The Dune God Pill holds no significance for you. Consuming it will spell your demise once its effects take hold. Duan Hong mocked, clearly unconvinced that a single Dune God pill could enable Lin Yun to survive. There isn't a soul within 100 miles. The Flowing Cloud sect will not discover you. Lin Yun fell silent, casting a glance at his status panel. Name: Lin Yun. Realm: Nascent Yuan. First layer: Fate. Celestial Evil. Lone Star: Black. Fate count: Calamity approaches: Black. Outcome: Endured a life of hardship, barely making progress, only to be schemed against, battling enemies in the luminous Sunset Valley, ultimately perishing on the spot. Recent turning point: battled enemies in the luminous Sunset Valley, broke through with the Dune God pill. Severely injured, yet coincidentally aligned with the opportunities he accumulated, successfully stepping into the Sword Cultivator Yuan C realm. Sword Cultivator Yuan C realm. What kind of nonsense is that? This was a concept Lin Yun had never even heard of. However, upon examining the outcome, if he did not step into the Sword Cultivator Yuan C realm, he would undoubtedly perish. This realm represented Lin Yun's sole chance to defy fate. Lin Yun turned his gaze to Duan Heng. His mind already made up. Wasn't he simply a ready-made pawn? Duan Heng looked at Lin Yun, chuckling. Hand over everything you possess, the jade horn glass, as well as the items you found on Wuyang Mountain. He had expected Lin Yun to be astonished, yet Lin Yun's expression remained unfazed. You knew all along? Lin Yun sneered. I refuse to believe there exists such a benevolent person as you in this world. Your repeated attempts to approach me were merely to extract information. Duan Heng was momentarily speechless, having underestimated this junior brother of his on that day. Only you and Wang Shuang were at Wuyang Mountain. That fool didn't even comprehend the reason for his demise until the very end. You are, however, somewhat more astute. The items must be on you, right, junior brother Lin? The ambush at the Wuyang Mountain mine had been orchestrated by Duan Heng, who had killed disciples of the Flowing Cloud sect, drawing in reinforcements. It seemed he had triggered a trap upon entering the cave. Subsequently, Duan Heng returned to Wuyang Mountain, failing to locate the within the cave, leading him to slay Wang Shuang and his group of disciples, while leaving clues for the Red Ghost sect, enticing the elders of the Flowing Cloud sect to station themselves here. The true target of the Red Ghost sect was the Chun family fort. From that moment, Duan Heng began his scheming, including his actions upon arriving at the Chun family fort. Duan Heng glanced at the distant Chen Jingru and extended his hand. For the sake of our brotherhood, junior brother Lin, simply hand over the items, and I will not make things difficult for the two of you. My intentions are straightforward. Lin Yun could only smile bitterly. It appeared that brother Duan had been acting all along, deliberately allowing them to escape merely to seize the treasures on him. He regarded the man before him with a sense of unfamiliarity. Previously, he had thought of Duan Heng as a genuinely kind older brother, perhaps the only one in the Flowing Cloud sect who treated him without conditions. Yet now, it was clear that there was no kindness, only schemes. Duan Heng remained silent, tacitly acknowledging Lin Yun's assertions. Lin Yun shook his head, slowly raising the cold flame sword. I never imagined my senior brother could be so selfish. Initially, I felt regret for not seizing your opportunity. Now, it seems I can finally take a gamble. As he spoke, he directly swallowed the Dune God pill. Duan Heng was left dumbfounded. Had this kid lost his mind? In such a state, consuming the Dune God pill would overwhelm his body. The moment Duan Heng's words fell, a tempest erupted within the valley. Lin Yun's body erupted with an unfathomable surge of vital energy, every muscle in his body crackling. Everyone had expected Lin Yun to perish on the spot. Yet Duan Heng was unexpectedly astounded to find that Lin Yun's dantian had exploded after consuming the Dune God pill. The vital energy that had previously accumulated in Lin Yun's dantian now dispersed chaotically throughout his body like spilled ink. Although he had survived, he had become a shell of his former self. Strangely, however, Lin Yun seemed to exhibit faint signs of a breakthrough. Chapter 38. The Threshold of Breaking Through. The primordial sword embryo. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril and challenges. The realms of body refinement and nascent yuan serve to strengthen one's physique, facilitating the better absorption of vital energy, ultimately gathering it within the dantian for personal use. The Yuan C realm, however, requires one to consolidate the vital energy within the dantian until it resembles an ocean, signifying the true attainment of the Yuan C realm. Yet, Lin Yun's current condition left Duan Heng utterly perplexed. The vital energy that had gathered in Lin Yun's dantian had completely erupted, indicating that all previous efforts had been in vain. Yet who could have anticipated that Lin Yun would not become a waste as a result? Instead, he was continuously transforming. This kid, where did he acquire such an opportunity? It could no longer be ignored. Duan Heng fixed his gaze on Lin Yun, resolved, and charged forward with his sword. You insolent brat! Daring to consume the Dune God pill in the nascent Yuan realm to forcibly break through? Regardless of any advantages you may have, you shall not survive today. As he spoke, he swung his sword towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun frowned, his face pale. He felt discomfort, yet he did not struggle. According to the status panel he had previously consulted, he had already gathered all the elements necessary for altering his fate. He would not die today, on the contrary, he would gain even greater opportunities. However, Lin Yun first needed to be severely injured by Duan Heng. Perhaps this is what they mean by no breaking. No standing. Yet for Lin Yun, this was not a concern. The most terrifying aspect at present was that he resembled a colossal vortex, with vital energy swiftly converging around him. At this rate, even if Duan Heng spared him, Lin Yun might very well be overwhelmed by the vast influx of vital energy. Yet, in the face of the charging Duan Heng, even if Lin Yun wished to intervene, he was utterly incapable. Instead, the cold flame sword seemed to possess an innate connection, instinctively intercepting the blow. Boom! Lin Yun was sent flying as if struck by a train, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out blood. Yet the vital energy continued to surge towards him. If a normal person's dantian resembled an ocean, the vital energy accumulating in Lin Yun's dantian was beginning to exhibit signs of evolving into a sea of stars. Simultaneously, some of the vital energy permeated every cell of Lin Yun's body. Although the violent vital energy could instantaneously obliterate these cells, it would subsequently give rise to new ones at an astonishing rate. However, this process was excruciatingly painful, akin to being subjected to 1,000 cuts. Anyone would struggle to endure such pressure. Duan Heng, realizing he had failed to kill Lin Yun with his strike, was equally astonished. The cold flame sword had instinctively blocked his attack. How could this be? A mere nascent Yuan realm disciple possessed such a treasure. Only magical artifacts were capable of protecting their masters. Could it be that this sword? As Duan Heng gazed upon the Han Yin sword with greed, Lin Yun, merely a nascent origin realm cultivator, could wield such a formidable weapon? If he were to slay Lin Yun and seize this treasure for himself, would that not be a cause for immense joy? Ha ha, junior brother Lin, you truly are my benefactor, bestowing upon me such great advantages in quick succession. At this moment, Lin Yun could only forcefully circulate the mixed Yuan sword embryo heart technique. Barely stabilizing the situation within his body, he turned his gaze to Duan Heng, gripping the hilt of the Han Yin sword with one hand. The sword seemed to possess a spirit of its own. Trembling slightly, benefactor, by my father, son the thief, are you merely tickling me? Mighty strength begets miracles. Lin Yun gritted his teeth against the pain, continuously provoking Duan Heng. Witnessing Lin Yun's defiance even while injured only fueled Duan Heng's rage further. You little rascal, still boasting in the face of death. I shall send you to your demise. He suppressed the fury boiling within, thrusting his sword forward, condensing his Yuan force like a spear aimed at Lin Yun. Lin Yun did not deliberately seek to alter his fate. The moment he swallowed the dewy Shindan, he felt an inexplicable force guiding the unfolding events. This, perhaps, is the will of heaven. Old friend, this time, I must rely entirely on you. Lin Yun whispered to the Han Yin sword, which emitted a clear, ringing sound. The next moment, he swung the sword and charged forth. The waters of the great river descend from the heavens. Vanished is the soft red, never to return. Instantly, a tempest arose, as terrifying Yuan energy coalesced throughout the entire falling Sunset Valley. With a single move of the great river sword technique, Lin Yun expended a significant portion of his internal Yuan energy. Indeed, it proved effective, combat alleviating the surging energy within his body. However, senior brother Duan, you must hold on. This was clearly an unexpected boon. Lin Yun mused quietly, his actions no longer hesitating. He had indeed been profoundly grateful for Duan Heng's repeated assistance. Yet now, as Duan Heng sought to take his life, Lin Yun would show no mercy. Duan Heng had initially thought to eliminate Lin Yun in an instant, but this great river sword technique truly took him by surprise. The white sword light pierced through the air, leveling several small hills in an instant. What a little rascal! You've grown even stronger than when we were at the Chan family fortress. Duan Heng chuckled, though astonishment was absent from his demeanor. He met the oncoming sword with his own flying sword. The two distinctly different sword energies clashed, the white sword light beginning to fracture. Ultimately, Lin Yun's great river sword technique fell short against Duan Heng's might. For now, he could only contend due to the unceasing flow of Yuan energy, but as time passed, Duan Heng's superior sword energy began to overpower Lin Yun's. At this rate, the ensuing circumstances would likely prove even more troublesome than they had anticipated. Duan Heng sneered, "Junior brother Lin, relying on the Dui Shindan, you've done well to achieve this effect. You might as well surrender." Lin Yun remained silent. At this moment, a highly peculiar situation unfolded. Facing Duan Heng's onslaught, Lin Yun not only did not retreat, but continued to raise the stakes. An unending stream of Yuan energy surged into the Han Yin sword. Simultaneously, the scale of the sword energy released by the Great River Sword technique grew ever larger, and paired with the Han Yin sword, the chilling aura greatly enhanced the technique's power. Although Duan Heng spoke lightly, he was indeed a practitioner from a sect. Breaking through his techniques was no simple feat. Truly a troublesome fellow. Duan Heng, diverting one hand to summon his flying sword, used the other to pierce through his Yuan energy. Blood gushing forth as he rapidly inscribed a grotesque and sinister symbol in the AI art. In a mere quarter of an hour, Lin Yun, while circulating the mixed Yuan sword embryo heart technique, simultaneously executed the Great River Sword technique to confront Duan Heng, achieving a semblance of balance. For now, his life was not in immediate peril, but just then, he noticed a blood-red skull suddenly soar into the air. Accompanied by an eerie cackle, thick, crimson blood raining down. Upon touching the Han Yin sword, it immediately emitted white smoke, trembling uncontrollably, and no matter how much Yuan energy he infused, he could not induce it to respond. The sword energy he had released dissipated into nothingness in an instant. Ultimately, relying on external forces to combat me, you are still far from capable. Duan Heng chuckled with pride, attacking once more. Chapter 39. Break and Rebuild. Enter the Yuan Sea. As he shattered Lin Yun's Han Yin sword, Duan Heng struck with even greater ferocity. Thanks to the potent effects of the Dui Shendan, Lin Yun faced Duan Heng's attacks with a mindset of defense, feeling as if he were leaving his fate to chance. Yet, after a few exchanges, he was heavily wounded and sent flying. Lying on the ground, Lin Yun watched Duan Heng stride toward him. By the heavens! Why has the breakthrough not occurred? Is it a matter of posture? No, it must be because I have yet to reveal my trump card. Lin Yun recalled the leaf he had obtained from Hong Xiu. At this moment, it was his only hope. Elder Hong Xiu, the fate of your disciple rests upon you. With great effort, Lin Yun produced the leaf. Duan Heng, believing himself to be in control, approached step by step. Junior brother Lin, at this point, there is no need for you to struggle. Today, let me send you off to the afterlife. Duan Heng noticed the leaf in Lin Yun's hand. Although unaware of its nature, he questioned what could possibly save Lin Yun now. With a swift motion, he swatted the leaf away and, seizing Lin Yun by the neck, lifted him from the ground. Junior brother Lin, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Your existence has become a mistake. As your senior brother, I can only send you away from this world early. Lin Yun glared at the green leaf that had fallen to the ground. Cursing inwardly, damn it, that was my chance to turn the tables. Hong Xiu, oh Hong Xiu, is this leaf meant to mock me? Indeed, relying on women only leads to a more tragic end. Lin Yun, devoid of any means to retaliate, could only suppress the ever-accumulating Yuan energy within him. However, as Duan Heng's grip tightened, Lin Yun began to struggle for breath. The balance within him was on the verge of collapse. Just as Duan Heng was about to snap his neck, Lin Yun summoned every last ounce of strength and delivered a kick to Duan Heng's groin. Duan Heng's expression shifted dramatically. He slapped Lin Yun's chest in retaliation. Blood spewed forth, and in the next moment, the Yuan energy within Lin Yun exploded like a detonated powder keg. The surging energy rushed forth like a stampede of wild horses, sending Duan Heng flying. Simultaneously, the leaf that had fallen to the ground became stained with Lin Yun's blood. Unbeknownst to them, a sharp sword energy, upon appearing, was enveloped by the surrounding Yuan energy and assimilated into Lin Yun's body. The entire falling Sunset Valley reverberated with the sound of an explosion. the residual force leveling the ground. Duan Hong stared at Lin Yun, his brow furrowing. Junior brother Lin? Confirming there was no response, he cautiously approached. But just then, Lin Yun stirred. By the heavens, I nearly met my end. Lin Yun's heart raced like never before, filled with boundless strength. He felt far beyond the nascent origin realm, yet not quite at the Yuan Si realm. In that moment, Lin Yun comprehended what it meant to enter the sword repairer's Yuan Si realm. This was an extraordinary state, far more rigorous than that of typical cultivators. Achieving this realm required mastery of the sword, the mixed Yuan sword embryo heart technique, and a powerful sword energy as a catalyst. Along with the latent potential unleashed at the brink of death, each element was indispensable. As he finally rose to his feet, he saw Duan Hong drawing closer. After such a tumultuous ordeal, Lin Yun's survival compelled Duan Hong to acknowledge the sheer luck of Lin Yun's fortune. Although you've narrowly escaped death, your cultivation is utterly wasted. You likely cannot continue your training. Duan Hong, confirming that there was no immediate danger, swiftly approached and thrust his sword toward Lin Yun. Yet, just as the strike was about to land, it was intercepted. The Han Yin sword reappeared once more, this time enveloped in an even greater chill. Before Duan Hong could comprehend the situation, a layer of frost coated his right hand. He hastily withdrew, his gaze toward Lin Yun now markedly different. Gripping the Han Yin sword with one hand, Lin Yun felt an unusual transformation within his body. Senior brother Duan, have you ever considered that your actions in slaying so many might have been misguided? Duan Hong sneered. You little brat, I know you had a stroke of luck before, but that was in the past. Do you really believe you can rely on fortune to defeat me? Listening to Duan Heng's mocking laughter, Lin Yun let out a cold sneer and ceased to engage in further banter. He once again swung his sword, executing the first move of the Great River Sword technique. The surging sword energy flowed forth like a mighty river rushing into the sea, reverberating throughout the entire falling Sunset Valley with a thunderous roar. Duan Heng's expression darkened. He had initially presumed Lin Yun to be a mere cripple. However, he now realized that, despite being unable to discern Lin Yun's true cultivation level, the mere mastery of the Great River Sword technique was enough to convey that today's Lin Yun was fundamentally different. Duan Hong invoked blood as his catalyst, summoning a colossal blood skeleton. Good junior brother, I never imagined you would break through to the Yuan High realm. But what of it? Ultimately, you will meet your demise, though you still intend to avenge those who perished in the Chen family fortress? Duan Hong laughed heartily, pushing forth the blood skeleton that loomed ominously above him. It erupted violently, showering the ground with thick, viscous blood that rapidly corroded the earth beneath it. Yet, as it approached Lin Yun, several strands of azure sword energy dispersed, and Duan Hong scoffed. What does it matter if you have mastered 3 sword techniques? Your skill is lacking. I have long been prepared for this, as anticipated. The azure sword energy merely caused the blood droplets to burst further, becoming more concentrated, rendering any defense futile. Junior brother Lin, you might as well join them in death, Duan Hong declared with arrogant glee. To guard against Lin Yun's capabilities, he had made substantial preparations. At that moment, the Great River Sword energy thundered towards him, and a mist of blood enveloped Duan Hong, making it seem as though he wore some extraordinary armor. The impact of Lin Yun's sword merely sent his internal energy into a tumult, causing blood to seep from the corners of his mouth. A mere superficial injury, not life-threatening. Yet, when he cast his gaze upon Lin Yun, he saw him standing still, dancing with his sword, surrounded by a blossoming azure lotus formed by the sword energy. The tainted blood could not touch Lin Yun even slightly, as it was shattered by the sword energy and then vaporized by the intense heat. Duan Hong stared, dumbfounded. The sword techniques Lin Yun employed were evidently not limited to the Great River Sword technique or the Azure Origin Sword technique. He wielded the essence of 4 different sword styles. Has this lad gone mad? Before Duan Hong could voice his thoughts, Lin Yun smiled at him. Senior brother, it is time to end this in a flash. Before Duan Hong could comprehend, Lin Yun had already closed the distance. Slashing down with his sword, clang! The frost fire sword struck Duan Heng's body, producing merely a shower of sparks without inflicting any damage. Duan Hong spat out blood but continued to sneer, Junior brother Lin, I am particularly fond of my own life. You cannot harm me with this treasure. Lin Yun looked up at him. Is that so? In the next instant, the frost fire sword suddenly turned frigid, enveloping Duan Heng's waist and abdomen in a layer of frost. Before long, it erupted into searing heat. The rapid transition from cold to hot caused Duan Heng's protective armor to momentarily lose its efficacy, and Lin Yun's sword cleaved him cleanly in two. Were it not for Duan Heng's swift retreat, the blow would have rendered him asunder. As he stepped aside, Duan Heng gazed at the profound sword scar behind him, his heart quaking. What a remarkable young man. The destructive power of the Yuanhai realm is truly terrifying. What if he were to advance further? Duan Heng dared not entertain the thought. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was adjusting his body, rapidly acclimating to the exclusive sword cultivator's Yuanhai realm. Thank you, senior brother, for aiding my breakthrough. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to gather so many elements for my advancement. Although Duan Heng was bewildered, he recognized that Lin Yun must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity, and after the previous battle, he had attained an extraordinary level of cultivation. This realization ignited a deep-seated resentment within him. Damn it, I am so enraged. Yet, as he looked at Lin Yun, Duan Heng remained unable to comprehend the bizarre nature of the world. Chapter 40. A Century of Fortuity. The town subduing Hall. This is impossible. Duan Heng gazed at Lin Yun in disbelief. Breaking through to the Yuanhai realm is one thing, but to so effortlessly suppress me. A practitioner of the sky-controlling realm? Lin Yun tilted his head. Indeed. Who would have thought this? The esteemed practitioner of the sky-controlling realm is so easily overwhelmed. He chuckled, flicking his hand. For Lin Yun, this was a sensation he had never experienced before. Every cell in his body moved in harmony with his will, unleashing an endless torrent of Yuan power. Duan Heng, straining to rise from the ground, found the dense Yuan power surging like a tempest, rendering him unable to maintain his footing. Just as he managed to hold on briefly, blood erupted from his mouth as a massive hole punctured his chest, sending him crashing against a nearby cliff. Lin Yun was filled with murderous intent. The numerous lives lost in the Lu Yun sect and the Qin family fortress were all at the hands of Duan Heng. Even if he was not the main perpetrator, he was complicit in their demise. Moreover, he showed no signs of remorse. This scoundrel truly deserved death. In the moment Duan Heng fell, Lin Yun strode forward, sword in hand. Duan Heng struggled to resist, his flying swords swirling around him, countering Lin Yun's strikes one after another. However, Lin Yun had previously experienced few actual battles, and now, having broken through, his Yuan power surged abundantly. Coupled with the resentment boiling in his chest, he immersed himself entirely in the realm of intent. Each move and technique utterly suppressed Duan Heng. Were anyone to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Lin Yun wielded 3 sword techniques, yet at this moment, the 3 distinct styles seemed to be on the verge of merging. Duan Heng's protective armor was completely shattered, and the artifacts he summoned were all dismantled by Lin Yun. What kind of situation is this? After finally finding a moment alone, intending to seize all of Lin Yun's treasures, who could have anticipated that not only did he fail to kill Lin Yun, but he inadvertently facilitated this lad's breakthrough. Watching Lin Yun grow increasingly adept, Duan Heng, already gravely injured, felt as though he might be casually dispatched at any moment. Just as the frost fire sword descended, Duan Heng cried out, "Junior brother Lin, I have something to say. Don't you want an opportunity?" Hearing this, Lin Yun paused. Duan Heng's face turned pale as he exhaled deeply. Indeed, this lad is fond of such things. Lin Yun's expression softened considerably. For some reason, the barrage of 3 sword techniques had solidified his Yuan power significantly. What do you wish to say? Duan Heng smirked. Junior brother Lin, have you ever considered why the Crimson Ghost sect is making such a fuss? Lin Yun fell silent. Indeed, whether it was the jade horn of the Qin family or the mysterious Yuan fetus, neither seemed worthy of the Crimson Ghost sect's fierce conflict with the Lu Yun sect. What do you intend to convey? Duan Heng spat out a mouthful of stagnant blood. I know your character. Junior brother Lin, if you promise not to kill me, I will tell you that I promise you. Lin Yun did not hesitate. By the heavens, you agreed so quickly? Duan Heng felt a twinge of doubt, but upon seeing the intensity in Lin Yun's gaze, he relented. This matter can be traced back 500 years. The emergence of a town-subduing hall drew countless powerful figures seeking its secrets, yet they all perished within. A few individuals did emerge alive. But the town-subduing hall vanished once more. However, legends persist that there are 3 keys to the town-subduing hall. the Chun family's jade horn, and the sealed mysterious Yuan fetus from Wuyang Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun's expression brightened somewhat. When will the Town Subduing Hall reopen? Duan Hong shook his head. Few know the secrets of the Town Subduing Hall. It could be 10 years or 100 years. Having received a satisfactory answer, Duan Hong prepared to depart, but after taking only a few steps, he found himself unable to move. Looking down, he discovered that his legs had been frozen in place. Confused, he glanced at Lin Yun. "Did we not agree to let me go?" Lin Yun replied coldly, "You seem to have forgotten. I was once a mere servant disciple. To survive, one must employ any means necessary." Duan Hong panicked. "Junior brother Lin, considering that senior brother has aided you before, please." As the frost continued to spread, Duan Hong suddenly realized he could not even articulate his words. Lin Yun remained expressionless. "You sought the Yuan fetus, did you not? Everything prior was merely a faad. This point. I am all too aware of your intentions." From the very beginning, Duan Hong had deliberately approached Lin Yun to get close to him while probing for information. "Such a person must not be allowed to live. Junior brother Lin, I beg you. I realize my mistakes. Before Duan Hong could finish, Lin Yun raised his hand and severed his head with a single stroke. Approaching Chen Jingru, who was still unconscious, Lin Yun felt relieved that she had not been harmed in the earlier battle. Otherwise, he would have felt immense guilt. Seizing the moment, he quickly glanced at his status panel. Name: Lin Yun. Realm: Yuan Hai. Third layer. Fate: Child of Misfortune, Gray. Destiny: Mediocre, White. Child of Misfortune. You are often beset by misfortune, frequently encountering adverse events. Conclusion: you led a tumultuous and frustrating life, finally achieving some progress, only to be schemed against and ultimately pushed off a cliff, meeting a tragic end. Recent turnaround: return to the Luyun sect. Stripped of the status of an inner disciple. Damn it, heavens, do you still want me to live? Lin Yun howled, realizing that after finally dealing with Duan Hong, he returned to the Luyun sect only to lose his status as an inner disciple. He was oblivious to the events unfolding around him, yet a singular thought occupied his mind: to return first and address matters later. Lin Yun, embroiled in a fierce battle against Duan Hong in the falling Sunset Valley, was utterly unaware that the entire Flowing Cloud sect had been thrown into chaos. The Red Demon sect had come with fierce intent, and the Flowing Cloud sect, caught off guard, scrambled to respond, providing aid in all directions, resulting in numerous disciples perishing. Yet, in the end, they remained ignorant of the true nature of the calamity that had befallen them. In the cloudy sky pavilion, Gu Xinda flicked his sleeve, sending Liao Chongping hurtling through the air. "This is the result of your mismanagement," he scolded. The Chun family fort, home to 348 households, had been nearly annihilated, not accounting for the various cultivators who had come to offer their congratulations. At Wuyang Mountain, during the clash at Qin family fort, over 100 outer sect disciples were killed or injured, alongside dozens from the inner sect. Several others had gone missing, their fates still a mystery. Gu Xinda was trembling with rage. The Red Demon sect had dealt a severe blow to them. While it was true that they too had suffered, Gu Xinda remained perplexed about the motivations behind the conflict. Was it the mineral veins of Wuyang Mountain, or the Qin family? The motives of the Red Demon sect were shrouded in secrecy. "Master, this scheme by the Red Demon sect has been long in the making. Had we not responded in time, the situation could have escalated even further," Liao Chongping remarked. Gu Xinda sighed deeply. "Just moments ago, the ancestor sent someone to inquire about Lin Yun's whereabouts. How am I to respond? Missing? Killed in battle? No one knows what transpired that day." Chapter 41. Escaping Death. Returning to the sect, observing the furious Gu Xinda, Liao Chongping found the situation amusing. "I truly believed you held Lin Yun in high regard. But it seems your concern lies solely with the Flowing Cloud ancestor," he mused. Liao Chongping's expression softened. "Master, there is no need for such alarm. As far as I know, Lin Yun is merely a nominal disciple at Qingxia Peak. The ancestor has other true disciples." Upon hearing this, Gu Xinda's expression eased somewhat. Was his worry about Lin Yun's disappearance merely a concern over the ancestor's potential displeasure? The Flowing Cloud ancestor had not involved himself in sect matters for many years. Yet he had shown particular interest in this young man. How could Gu Xinda feel at ease? "Is that so?" Liao Chongping nodded repeatedly. "That lad possesses some talent, but when has our Flowing Cloud sect ever lacked for geniuses? One has perished, Yet others remain that I believe that Yi Qian is a worthy candidate. Ji Yuxinda snorted coldly. You have handled this poorly. You shall be punished with a month of closed-door meditation. Depart. Yes, master, Liao Chongping acquiesced. As he was leaving, a disciple rushed in, breathless. Master, we have located Lin Yun. A smile immediately spread across Gu Xinda's face. However, upon seeing Liao Chongping, he commanded, Elder Liao, please wait. You may leave for now. Once the disciple had exited, he inquired, is it true that Lin Yun and Duan Heng share such a deep bond? Liao Chongping turned back, Master, this is indeed the case. Many disciples within the sect can attest to it. Had it not been for Duan Heng's collusion, we would not have suffered such heavy losses. Upon hearing Liao Chongping's words, Gu Xinda snorted with anger. Isn't this your negligence? Knowing he posed a problem yet failing to act in time. Please forgive me, Master, I have a way to atone for my mistakes. Liao Chongping asserted confidently. The ancestor was merely asking out of curiosity. However, if Lin Yun and Duan Heng truly have a connection, upon his return, he will undoubtedly sow discord between the ancestor and the sect. What if the ancestor, in a moment of confusion, turns against you? Thus, I suggest we solidify the fact that Lin Yun is a traitor. Before Liao Chongping could finish, he was struck and sent flying across the room, crashing against a pillar at the entrance, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet he dared not utter a word, son elder. To dare speak ill of the flowing cloud ancestor was unacceptable. This is merely a lesson for you. Should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient. Depart. Lin Yun, accompanied by Chen Jingru, took 3 days to return to the flowing cloud sect. By then, the turmoil surrounding the Red Demon sect had finally subsided. Yet, no sooner had Lin Yun arrived than several disciples blocked his path at the entrance. May I inquire if there's an issue? Lin Yun asked, perplexed. We are the law enforcement disciples of the Discipline Hall. Lin Yun, you have conspired with the Red Demon sect in secret, leaking the confidential matters of our flowing cloud sect. We are here under orders to take you away. Lin Yun's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing their accusations. Leaking secrets? The flowing cloud sect is aware that Duan Heng is a traitor. Due to our close association, I too have become a target of scrutiny. However, Lin Yun did not panic. The Chen family's secret treasures, the Jade Qi glass and the mysterious primordial fetus, had been concealed within his wristband upon his return. This treasure, acquired from Duan Heng, possessed the ability to obscure one's presence, rendering it nearly undetectable. To ensure his safety, Lin Yun had taken precautions and stored all his secret items within the wristband. Lin Yun was escorted to the Discipline Hall by the law enforcement disciples. It was his first visit to this place. Brothers, the accusation of leaking sect secrets is entirely unfounded. My companion, Sister Chen, can vouch for me. The law enforcement disciples showed no inclination to entertain Lin Yun's explanations. You will need to discuss this matter with the elders of the Discipline Hall. Speaking to us is futile. Lin Yun, I advise you to abandon any unrealistic hopes. You did indeed make quite a stir during the inter-sect competition, but this time, the Flowing Cloud sect has suffered grievously, and you cannot escape your share of the responsibility. Numerous thoughts raced through Lin Yun's mind as he finally grasped why his identity as an inter-sect disciple had been stripped. Oh, they were waiting for me here. Understanding the connections between the events, Lin Yun decided not to waste further words. As they entered the Discipline Hall, an elder approached them. Upon seeing Chen Jingru, he hesitated for a moment. Witnessing her father's death had profoundly altered Chen Jingru's demeanor. She had not exchanged a word with Lin Yun in days, and now faced with the elders, she remained silent. Fortunately, as the heir of the Chen family fort, her identity was quickly established, and she was subsequently sent to Qingxia Peak. Lin Yun, however, was not so fortunate. Lin Yun, why do you not kneel before this elder? Elder Hong Hai questioned sternly. I have committed no wrongdoing. During the battle with the Red Demon sect, I nearly lost my life. Had I not fought valiantly alongside the Chen family head, how could we have preserved a single bloodline of the Chen family? Before he could finish, Elder Hong Hai struck him across the face, sending him sprawling. You insolent wretch, do you dare to retort? This slap knocked Lin Yun to the ground, yet he quickly rose, his expression dark and defiant as he glared at Hong Hai. Elder Hong Hai, without any evidence, dared to make such baseless accusations. Did he not fear the master's wrath? Lin Yun threatened. I am a disciple of the Qingxia Peak ancestor. Have you considered how you will explain this treatment to him? Elder Hong Hai was taken aback by Lin Yun's audacity to threaten him at such a juncture. Ha ha, Lin Yun, you truly broaden my horizons. Even at this stage, you still dare to speak so recklessly? Even if there is no basis for your claims, what if there were? Even if the flowing cloud ancestor were to arrive today, he could not save you. After speaking, Hong Hai slammed the table. Bring forth the soul-taming nails. As his voice fell, several disciples burst in from outside, swiftly pinning Lin Yun to the ground. One of them held a tray with a 6-inch-long nail adorned with intricate golden filigree. These soul-taming nails were excruciatingly painful, capable of exhausting both body and mind, tormenting the very soul. Lin Yun, you still have time to confess. Otherwise, once these nails are driven in, your life will be irrevocably ruined. Lin Yun's expression darkened. Even if he had conspired with the Red Demon sect, the Discipline Hall had no right to employ such torturous implements, especially when he had not even confessed. Were they intending to coerce him into a false confession? Chapter 42. Are you made of steel? When did the Discipline Hall become so devoid of principles? Even if I truly conspired with the Red Demon sect, this was not the appropriate time to use the soul-taming nails. Are you attempting to force me into a confession? Facing Hong Hai, Lin Yun exhibited no fear. Hong Hai's expression darkened. Lin Yun, if you are afraid, then confess everything regarding your collusion with Duan Hong. Otherwise, you will still face the soul-taming nails. Seeing that Hong Hai offered no chance for reprieve, Lin Yun felt compelled to adopt a more defiant stance. How absurd! If I do not stand firm now, my life will be forfeit. You may test your luck. If even a single hair of mine is harmed, do you think the flowing cloud ancestor will overlook your actions? Lin Yun declared resolutely. Stepping forward, I wish to see if the Discipline Hall truly dares to disregard the ancestor's authority. Observing Lin Yun's obstinate demeanor, Hong Hai was genuinely alarmed. Was this young man truly unafraid of death? In truth, according to the regulations of the Discipline Hall, Lin Yun was merely under investigation at this moment and could not be subjected to arbitrary punishment. Moreover, it was worth noting that this lad had recently shone brilliantly in the inter-sect competition, earning the favor of the esteemed ancestor Lu Yun. Had it not been for Liao Chongping's clandestine machinations, even with tenfold courage, he would likely not have dared to act so boldly today. Just as both parties were in a standoff, Xiaoping Tian made his appearance. Elder Hong, the command from the sect master is clear. This matter has stirred up considerable unrest and must be thoroughly investigated at all costs. If Hong Hai had harbored any reservations before, he was now bereft of fear. This was an order from Gu Xianda. What was there to be afraid of? With this thought in mind, Hong Hai waved his hand decisively. Execute the punishment. Lin Yun rose to his feet, questioning, what does senior brother Xiao intend? Does the sect master not fear the ancestor's reproach? Xiaoping Tian did not even spare him a glance. Junior brother Lin, while you are indeed astute, we have confirmed that Duan Hong has colluded with the Red Ghost sect. Your close ties with Duan Hong during the recent conflict with the Red Ghost sect have resulted in significant losses for our side, even compelling our master to treat this matter with utmost seriousness. Gu Xianda, who had previously fawned over me, is now so quick to throw me under the bus the moment trouble arises. The Lu Yun sect assessed that the Red Ghost sect's miscalculations led to severe losses among our elders and disciples. Should ancestor Lu Yun pursue this matter, Gu Xianda would undoubtedly find himself unable to withstand the repercussions. The most prudent course of action now would be to shift the blame entirely onto Lin Yun before any further fallout ensues. Thus, even ancestor Lu Yun would find it difficult to contest, as this was indeed a disciple she held in high regard. Amongst those engaged in cultivation, there are many who excel in scheming against others, without affording Lin Yun an opportunity to speak. Hong Hai advanced and forcefully pinned him to the ground. Weren't you quite defiant just now? Today, we shall see whether you possess more fortitude, or if the soul-subduing nail is the stronger. As he spoke, he retrieved a soul-subduing nail and drove it into Lin Yun's body. Expecting to hear Lin Yun's anguished cries, Hong Hai was instead astonished when the nail failed to pierce Lin Yun's skin. Bending instead, Xiaoping Tian looked on in confusion. Try again. Hong Hai requested another nail, but the outcome remained the same. If the first failure could be deemed an accident, then the subsequent ones were nothing short of bizarre. How could this be? Xiaoping Tian struggled to comprehend, while Hong Hai was equally bewildered. What in the world? In all my years as an elder of the Discipline Hall, I have never encountered anyone who could deflect a soul-subduing nail. This lad is extraordinarily peculiar. There must be some item on him that evidences his connection to the Red Ghost sect, Xiao Ping Tian asserted with unwavering confidence. Pressing down on Lin Yun, a group of disciples began to search him thoroughly. Soon enough, they uncovered a piece of jade that had initially been given to Lin Yun by Duan Hong, intended to aid in his cultivation. However, it was now discovered to be the cursed jade, a token of the Red Ghost sect's disciples. The cries of several disciples erupted in alarm. Lin Yun's expression darkened. How had he not foreseen that this rogue's gift was laden with malice? Seeing this, Hong Hai laughed heartily. Lin Yun, what do you have to say now? The cursed jade, a token of the Red Ghost sect, is in your possession. Anyone in your position would undoubtedly face death. Men, drag this scoundrel away for execution? Xiao Ping Tian crossed his arms, a smug smile gracing his features, while Hong Hai appeared thoroughly satisfied. Killing this brat would allow him to report back without issue. Yet, just then, a melodious voice rang out from outside. I would like to see who dares to lay a hand on him. At the sound of the voice, Lin Yun couldn't help but smile in surprise. Clad in a red dress, Qin Shiyin gracefully entered the room, as a direct disciple of ancestor Lu Yun. Her status surpassed even that of the esteemed Su Guanwan. Upon seeing her, Hong Hai's expression soured. He was on the verge of achieving a significant victory, only to have it interrupted. The sight of Qin Shiyin further darkened his countenance, as even Xiao Ping Tian appeared perturbed. Little martial aunt, Xiao Ping Tian called out, somewhat vexed at the presence of this younger, less experienced woman. Qin Shiyin calmly nodded, turning her gaze to Hong Hai. Elder Hong, how can you be certain that this cursed jade belongs to him, rather than having been secretly placed in Lin Yun's clothing by Duan Hong? Clearly, Qin Shiyin was well aware of the situation's intricacies, having likely heard the entire account from Hong Xiu. However, how to proceed remained her own decision. With Qin Shiyin present, even if Lin Yun had committed a grievous error, Hong Xiu would still be there to rectify it, much like now. Upon seeing Qin Shiyin, Hong Hai murmured, Little martial sister, this matter is not solely within my purview. It is, after all, the sect master's directive. Qin Shiyin huffed in response, if that is the case, you should inform the sect master. My master has decreed that while Lin Yun may have erred, he has also safeguarded the Chun family's lineage. The merits and demerits balance each other out. Let his status as an inner disciple be revoked, and he shall reflect at the mountain gate. After delivering her statement, she fixed her gaze on Hong Hai. Elder Hong, are you satisfied with this resolution? At this point, Hong Hai dared not voice any dissatisfaction. With an awkward smile, he replied, of course, I am satisfied. I believe the sect master would also be pleased with this outcome. Lin Yun, reluctant to become a disciple of direct lineage, had already reaped the benefits of being an inner disciple. This punishment was inconsequential to him. As for my junior disciple, Qin Shiyin glared coldly at Xiao Ping Tian. Little martial aunt speaks truly. I shall relay this to my master, he responded, leaving in a huff. Watching Xiao Ping Tian's retreating figure, Lin Yun felt an inexplicable confusion. When had he ever provoked Xiao Ping Tian's ire? Would this fellow come to assassinate him in the night? Chapter 43. The strong never complain about their environment since Elder Hong has no objections. I shall take my leave with him, Qin Shiyin declared, leading Lin Yun away. Hong Hai observed them depart, then summoned a disciple to whisper something in his ear. Following closely behind Qin Shiyin, Lin Yun secretly exhaled in relief. Senior brother, are you all right? Once outside, Qin Shiyin immediately scrutinized Lin Yun with concern. I heard that many perished in the bloody battle at Qin Family Fortress. Lin Yun's expression turned somber. Indeed. The atrocities committed by the Red Ghost sect at Qin Family Fortress are still fresh in my memory. I am fine now, but alas, the lives lost can never be reclaimed. Qin Shiyin fell silent, at a loss for words. Yet, Lin Yun quickly regained his composure. After I returned, the sect did not inquire about the events. They simply brought me directly to the discipline hall. Do you know what transpired? Qin Shiyin replied, a few days ago, my master inquired about your situation in this recent confrontation between the Lu Yun sect and the Red Ghost sect. We suffered significant losses. The sect master feared that the elders and my master would be displeased, thus attempting to create the illusion that he too was a victim. Listening to Qin Shiyin, Lin Yun was taken aback to discover that he had been made a scapegoat. The sect master likely assumed you were dead, as he had previously conveyed this to my master. She continued, her voice tinged with anger. Lin Yun, who had fought valiantly for the Liu Yun sect, received no rewards and was instead treated as a mere pawn to placate others. Regrettably, despite her efforts, she could only secure Lin Yun's life. From this day forth, he would remain at the mountain gate to reflect. Senior brother, I cannot believe how impotent I am, unable to help you uncover the truth. Qin Shiyin lamented, her guilt evident. Lin Yun gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, it is of no consequence, I had grown weary of the mountain. Remaining at the gate is not such a bad fate after all. Qin Shiyin understood that Lin Yun was attempting to comfort her. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to ask. I will not refuse as long as it is within my power. She looked at him earnestly. At that moment, Lin Yun marveled at the fact that she had not reacted negatively to his earlier gesture. How astonishing! This was the Empress. After a brief conversation, Qin Shiyin was summoned back by Hong Xiu, while Lin Yun was assigned to the mountain gate by the Internal Affairs Pavilion. In essence, he had become a gatekeeper. However, he retained his previous residence, allowing him to ascend the mountain during his leisure time. This was a benefit he owed to Hong Xiu's influence, and he was grateful for it. Lin Yun, however, was indifferent to these arrangements, lamenting only that he would not be able to see Xiaoping Tian as frequently, making it inconvenient to exploit his resources. He settled into a small bamboo cottage at the foot of the mountain. Surrounded by a patch of overgrown land that had seemingly been abandoned for decades, upon his arrival, he tidied the area somewhat before preparing to rest. Yet, just as night fell, Deng Pengzhu arrived with 2 jars of daughter's red wine. They have really relegated you to such a desolate place. That scoundrel Gu Xiande shows no courtesy whatsoever, he muttered under his breath, displaying no signs of restraint. Lin Yun rose to greet him. Elder Deng, what brings you here? Deng Pengzhu scrutinized Lin Yun and then furrowed his brow. I heard you were punished, so I came to check on you. Although he did not verbally express any words of concern, Lin Yun could still sense Deng's unease. During the battle at Qinjiabao, countless lives were lost within the Liu Yun sect, and among the survivors in the city, only Lin Yun remained. Just as Lin Yun was about to inquire about his internal condition, Deng Pengzhu spoke. Have you broken through to the Yuan High Realm? No, your vitality has not gathered in your dantian, but rather is dispersed throughout your body? Lin Yun smiled wryly. Indeed, he had stepped into the Yuan High Realm. However, his current state was likely unprecedented in centuries. Although the vital energy he cultivated through the Hunyuan sword embryo initially gathered in his dantian, Lin Yun could see through his inner vision that his concerns were now occupied by an invisible sword embryo. The sword embryo absorbed the vital energy and separated a small portion, which quickly spread throughout Lin Yun's body, enhancing every single cell. Through this cyclical process, his body naturally grew more robust. Deng Pengzhu had never encountered such a situation before. He immediately approached and examined Lin Yun for a moment, then chuckled with skepticism. I do not know where you, this rascal, found your good fortune. Although I have never seen your current condition, I trust it should not pose significant issues. Just continue your cultivation. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Lin Yun's current realm could be classified as either the Nang realm or the Yuan High realm, but surviving the Qinjiabao incident assuredly required one to be at least at the Yuan High realm. That evening, after consuming a few cups of wine, Deng Pengzhu returned home, his brow furrowed with worry, likely concerned about Lin Yun's condition. The ever-dominant Deng Pengzhu had, for the first time, realized that some matters were beyond his control. Meanwhile, Lin Yun resumed his cultivation. Having traversed through previous events, the Hunyuan sword embryo had now advanced to the second tier. At this point, Lin Yun seemed capable of mastering more sword techniques. However, both the Great River sword technique and the Qingyuan sword technique had reached the 5th and 3rd tiers. Respectively. It appeared that Lin Yun had indeed reaped rewards from his earlier battle with Duan Hong. Aside from the storage ring confiscated by his sect, he had acquired a considerable amount of benefits. The identity of an inner disciple had become the least significant matter. Confirming that no one was around, Lin Yun cautiously retrieved the Jade Qili and the mysterious Yuan embryo. As the two objects drew closer, Lin Yun distinctly sensed that the mysterious Yuan embryo seemed to be developing at an accelerated pace. Thus, he placed the mysterious Yuan embryo within the Jade Qili. As expected, the patterns on the mysterious Yuan embryo began to shimmer incessantly, with the surrounding vital energy gathering in a manner reminiscent of a whale swallowing the sea. Naturally, Lin Yun would not let this opportunity pass. Although he had been relegated to a cave at the foot of the mountain devoid of abundant spiritual energy, the strong never complain about their environment. With the jade chi li complementing the mysterious Yuan embryo, Lin Yun's humble bamboo hut was not in the least inferior to a century-old spiritual abode. Lin Yun sat cross-legged nearby, channeling the Hunyuan sword embryo as it competed with the mysterious Yuan embryo to absorb vital energy. However, this predicament severely troubled the outer and miscellaneous disciples of the Luyun sect. The very mountainside they inhabited was already sparse in spiritual energy, and now Lin Yun had rapidly gathered all the vital energy within a radius of several hundred miles, before they could even absorb a fraction. Lin Yun had swept it all away in an instant. The outer disciples of the Luyun sect were filled with grievances. Nevertheless, the higher-ups of the sect seemed entirely indifferent to this situation. Rumors suggested that a prosperous era in the cultivation world was imminent. And coupled with the recent events concerning the Chigaizong, the higher-ups were preoccupied with pressing matters, leaving no time to address the complaints of the outer and miscellaneous disciples. Chapter 44. The strong change the environment. Hey? Have you all felt that the vital energy seems to have diminished lately? Nonsense. It's not just diminished. It's completely gone. I heard from people outside that the end of the law era is approaching. And when that happens, spiritual energy will deplete, leaving no one to cultivate. Lin Yun, with a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, lay on a bench wearing a straw hat, surrounded by disciples passing by. He had heard similar remarks numerous times over this period. Ever since being assigned to the mountain gate, Lin Yun had immersed himself in cultivation. Initially, he thought it would be challenging to seize opportunities in this place. However, since the disciples entering and exiting the mountain gate had to pass through here, it inadvertently saved Lin Yun the effort of searching. He merely needed to select the suitable ones among them. Unfortunately, despite the time that had passed, Lin Yun had not managed to seize any significant opportunities. As for making the disciples of the Luyun sect miserable, that was merely Lin Yun's usual practice. During the day, the mysterious Yuan embryo absorbed vital energy, and at night, Lin Yun joined in the absorption. This routine had persisted for over half a month, leaving the entire Luyun sect in a state of distress. Were it not for the higher-ups being too busy to attend to such trivial matters, Lin Yun would not have dared to cause such a ruckus. Yet, taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Yun successfully elevated his realm to the 5th level of the Yuan High realm. This feat would be hard for anyone else to believe. Being sent to the mountain gate was seen as a termination of any potential for advancement by all. However, Lin Yun not only did not cease his progress but accelerated it further. Who could he possibly argue with about this? Nevertheless, Lin Yun's rate of advancement had slowed, evidently reaching a saturation point. He needed to seize some opportunities. That evening, Lin Yun returned to his bamboo hut. Having completed his cultivation, he planned to take a break and solidify his foundation, avoiding excessive ambition. At that moment, he recalled the ancient scroll he had taken from Feng Yidao. He immediately retrieved it, and with his current cultivation, he could barely turn the pages. Yet, the content left Lin Yun speechless. Damn it, after all that effort, I ended up with a dictionary? The 2 pages of the ancient scroll contained translations of ancient language. Lin Yun was utterly disheartened. He had thought it to be some earth-shattering secret, only to find it was merely a translation. If you want me to learn ancient language, where am I supposed to find a translator? Lin Yun muttered irritably. At that moment, the Shan Hai Ji he had carelessly tossed aside fell to the ground. Opening to its latter half, Lin Yun immediately recognized it. It was indeed written in ancient language. What the heck? This thing is written in ancient language. Lin Yun quickly picked up the Shan Hai Ji. Since he had not yet fully mastered the ancient language, he could only make out fragments of text. However, he could discern that it contained secrets to beast taming. This was something Lin Yun had never anticipated. The first half of the Shan Hai Ji introduced various rare and exotic beasts, while the latter half recorded an ancient and powerful beast taming technique. In the following days, Lin Yun began to diligently study the ancient language and subsequently translate the latter half of the Shan Hai Ji. However, the portion of ancient language he had learned was merely a fraction, making it impossible for him to fully grasp the beast taming technique. One day, while resting on the bench, Lin Yun was suddenly startled by a commotion nearby. Opening his eyes, he found Yi Qian and others approaching. At that moment, Qiu Zhiping glared, shouting loudly, "Who dares to intrude upon our Luyun sect's territory?" Su Ruoqing, standing not far away, also frowned. The newcomers were bare-chested, tall and imposing, exuding a fierce demeanor. Behind them followed a 2-meter-tall white tiger, adorned with peculiar patterns and heterochromatic eyes, glaring menacingly at Yi Qian and the others. Upon hearing Qiu Zhiping's inquiry, the man merely smiled derisively. It seems the Luyun sect is truly declining. How could you allow such insignificant characters to represent the sect? As he spoke, he showed no intention of acknowledging them. Enraged at being ignored, Qiu Zhiping's fury escalated. Not long ago, this man had severely injured several disciples of the Luyun sect, leaving them incapacitated. They had descended the mountain only upon receiving orders, yet this fellow completely disregarded them. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, having overheard the commotion, became intrigued. What a fortunate turn of events. Name: Li Wuze Realm, Yuanhai 8th level Fate, Companion of Beasts, Blue, Destiny, Wild and Reckless, White, Vulgar Man, Gray, Beast Tamer Apostle, Purple, Fortuitous Blessing, Purple, Companion of Beasts, a natural beast tamer with a high affinity for various exotic beasts. Wild and Reckless, naturally insane, unreasonable, only recognizes strength. Vulgar Man, lacks education, easily deceived. Beast Tamer Apostle, possesses extraordinary talent in taming beasts, capable of subduing beasts of a higher realm. Fortuitous Blessing. Recently, there is a high probability of encountering favorable opportunities. Conclusion: Strength 2 overwhelming, becoming arrogant. Forcibly taming 18 white mountain monkeys, ultimately torn apart to death. Recent turning point. Discovered a path leading to a hidden valley on Daqing Peak of the Luyun sect, where an ancient cave abode was found. Could it be a purple opportunity? It would be unreasonable not to seize it, Lin Yun thought to himself as he prepared to rise and take the lead. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Qiu Zhiping roar as he charged at Li Wuze. Rampant fool, take my punch! The imposing Qiu Zhiping exhibited no superfluous movements. However, when that formidable punch descended, it was effortlessly blocked by Li Wuze. This fellow surprisingly possessed an exceptionally robust physique, able to withstand Qiu Zhiping's strike without a trace of defeat. Qiu Zhiping likely did not anticipate that this opponent would have such capabilities. Aside from that Lin Yun, no one else could achieve this level. Li Wuze merely shook his head nonchalantly. Lin Yun? I don't know him. Zhou, attack. With Li Wuze parrying Qiu Zhiping's blow, it demonstrated his considerable strength. Yet, one must not forget, he was a beast master, and furthermore, Li Wuze's spirit beast was far more formidable than he was himself. It was only then that Qiu Zhiping realized, but it was already too late. Zhou's massive claws were raised high before crashing down with tremendous force. Even though Qiu Zhiping managed to block in time, that terrifying power still sent him flying as if he were a mere ball. He landed on the ground, blood spewing forth. Yi Qian's expression darkened. People from the Beastmaster sect? It seems your wits are not entirely gone. Since you know who I am, step aside. I have nothing to say to you, trash. Li Wuze scoffed disdainfully. Chapter 45. Have you not eaten? Such arrogance you possess. Su Ruoqing helped the fallen Qiu Zhiping to his feet, both she and Yi Qian glancing at Li Wuze with hostility. Is it customary for your Beastmaster sect disciples to be this unreasonable? Since you are visiting the Luyun sect, you should adhere to our rules. Li Wuze paid no heed to their words. Rules? Standing here, he, Li Wuze, was the rule. What use were such discussions with him? In this grand Luyun sect, not a single capable fighter was present. Li Wuze sneered. If you dare not act, then quickly get out of my sight. You're an eyesore. Yi Qian's face flushed with anger. Arrogant fool. I'll show you. Su Ruoqing attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Yi Qian charged forward, her sword technique, the Yu Maiden swordplay, flowing naturally as multiple shadowy figures intertwined, enveloping Li Wuze like a great net. Since your elders have not taught you to treat others with respect, today let my sword instruct you on how to speak. Facing Yi Qian, Li Wuze remained unfazed. As Yi Qian lunged with her sword, at the very moment it seemed destined to strike, he suddenly sidestepped. Yi Qian's expression shifted in disbelief. How is this possible? The sword energy clearly locked onto him. In an instant, the tides of battle turned. Li Wuze grasped Yi Qian's shoulder with one hand. Woman, you are too weak. Not my type. With those words, he let out a furious grunt, and with terrifying force, he hurled Yi Qian away. Boom, boom, boom. As Yi Qian was sent crashing through the air, a series of dull explosive sounds echoed, as if the bombs within her were detonating. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Upon landing, she gritted her teeth, using her agile form to barely stabilize herself. Su Ruoqing approached. You were too impulsive. His audacity signifies he is afraid of our retaliation. Coughing twice, Yi Qian replied, what else should we do? Should we just stand by while he acts so recklessly in our Luyun sect? If only our senior brothers weren't preoccupied with recent matters, this Yuan-Si realm brat wouldn't dare be so rampant. Yi Qian felt a pang of regret. If only she were stronger, she could teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Su Ruoqing sighed. Allow me to handle this. Suddenly, Li Wuze interrupted. One by one is tedious. You should all attack together. It'll be quicker. After defeating you, I have other matters to attend to. Such disdain was truly irksome. Yet Yi Qian found herself at a loss. Li Wuze was a beast master. And even without his spirit beast, he could easily overpower her. What good would it do even if she teamed up with Su Ruoqing? Regrettably, if only Lin. Before Su Ruoqing could finish, someone nearby yawned. Lin Yun, wearing an expression of impatience, walked over. Are you all done? You've disturbed my rest, you know? Li Wuze furrowed his brows. When did this guy arrive? Yi Qian's face darkened further at the sight of Lin Yun. What does it have to do with you? Lin Yun appraised Yi Qian. TSK. You've been beaten to the point of spitting blood and still act tough. Big sister, it's none of my business. After all, I'm merely a gatekeeper. But you inner sect disciples can't even defeat a circus act. Doesn't that embarrass you? Upon hearing this, both Yi Qian and Li Wuze's expression soured, especially Li Wuze. He bellowed. You insolent brat, who are you calling a circus act? I know many inner sect disciples of Luyun sect. Which one are you? Lin Yun scoffed, rolling his eyes at Yi Qian, then turned to dig in his ears. What are you shouting about? I'm not deaf that I am a disciple of the Mountain Gate. He patted his chest. Mountain Gate disciple? Li Wuze snapped back to reality and burst into laughter. I was wondering who it was. Turns out you're merely a gatekeeper? You little brat, kneel and apologize to me, or else, for the insult to my sect, I shall kill you. Lin Yun crossed his arms, exuding complete indifference. And what if I refuse? What will you do? Initially, he had no intention of engaging, but seeing Yi Qian and the others in such a pitiful state, he couldn't let the Luyun sect suffer disgrace and begrudgingly decided to test the waters. However, Li Wuze was indeed strong, a rare talent among the younger generation of the Beastmaster sect. The combination of man and beast was said to possess strength equivalent to the Void Realm. Yi Qian declared defiantly, Lin Yun, this is no concern of yours. Step aside. We do not need a gatekeeper to save us. Lin Yun, exasperated, retorted, Big sister, do you think I want to step in? I was having a good nap. And you all are chattering away, disturbing my peace, understand? Just stand there and watch. Hurry up and finish. I'd like to catch a few more winks. Lin Yun's words left Yi Qian speechless, her frustration evident as she looked ready to explode. Seeing her about to blow a gasket, Su Ruoqing hurriedly offered comfort, then turned to Lin Yun. Lin Yun, are you confident? Be careful. This fellow's spirit beast is quite powerful. Lin Yun waved his hand dismissively. Got it that he was becoming increasingly impatient. Spirit beast? What use is that? Do you really think I've been idly watching these past few days? While I may not be able to control spirit beasts now, subduing them to disrupt Li Wuze's commands is hardly a problem. You little brat, you dare to disregard me? Take my punch. Hearing the contempt in Lin Yun's voice, Li Wuze could no longer contain himself. Damn it, I must teach this brat a lesson today. He rolled up his sleeves and charged forward, his fist propelled with ferocity. With a resounding whoosh, it came to an abrupt halt. Seeing Lin Yun make no attempt to resist, Li Wuze inwardly sneered, believing Lin Yun to be just another weakling. Today, I shall shatter your skull, however. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yun suddenly moved with incredible speed. But it was only one hand. Slap! Lin Yun's right hand firmly grasped Li Wuze's fist. The arena fell silent. Li Wuze was dumbfounded. Su Ruoqing and Yi Qian were equally astonished. Lin Yun had barely enjoyed his status as an inner disciple before being chased down the mountain. So in their eyes, his strength was at most that of the first level of Yuan-Si, or perhaps merely at the pinnacle of the nascent Yuan realm. Facing a powerhouse like Li Wuze, it seemed impossible for him to fare well. Who would have anticipated that Lin Yun could actually stop Li Wuze's punch, and with such ease? This was a strike that even Yi Qian could not withstand. Lin Yun looked at Li Wuze, tapping his forehead with his left hand. Hey, have you not eaten? Is that all the strength you possess? Li Wuze was somewhat bewildered. Is my strength really that weak? Chapter 46. The old mansion at the back mountain. Li Wuze now felt a bit aggrieved. Throughout his life, this was the first time someone had claimed his strength was akin to that of someone who hadn't eaten. With a hint of resentment and reluctance, Li Wuze swung his left arm, throwing another punch. However, this time Lin Yun did not block. Yi Qian and Su Ruoqing wore expressions of concern. Oh no, this kid has boasted too much. Taking that punch, he'll either be dead or badly injured. Smack. As they worried for Lin Yun's fate, Li Wuze's fist landed on Lin Yun's head. The anticipated scene of blood splattering did not occur. What is happening? Yi Qian was perplexed, and Su Ruoqing shook his head in confusion. Crack! The sound of a bone fracturing echoed. Li Wuze had exerted too much force, causing his own arm to fracture. Meanwhile, Lin Yun remained unscathed. Sigh, not even a mere gatekeeper can be defeated. The Beastmaster sect is losing face in recent years. Lin Yun spoke as he delivered a powerful kick, sending Li Wuze flying through the air. He tumbled across the ground like a bouncing ball, creating several large craters before crashing into the embrace of Zhou Hu. With a splutter, Li Wuze expelled a mouthful of blood, which sprayed 3 meters away. His eyes fixed on Lin Yun, overflowing with resentment. What in the world is this? A mere gatekeeper, yet so formidable? His fist struck Lin Yun, but it felt like an ant attempting to shake a tree. They were simply not in the same league. Li Wuze staggered, struggling to regain his composure, and his gaze towards Lin Yun now brimmed with murderous intent. You little brat, pretending to be tough, are you? Let us see how you can contend with Zhou Hu. Zhou Hu, go. Eliminate this brat. At Li Wuze's command, Zhou Hu straightened its limbs and let out a thunderous roar, its fierce eyes glancing at Lin Yun before leaping into action. Su Ruoqing inhaled sharply, sensing danger. This is bad. Lin Yun is in trouble. Before she could act, a fragrant breeze swept past as a hand rested on her shoulder. Meanwhile, as Zhou Hu descended, Lin Yun executed the Zhongshu Guifa, his form resembling a delicate leaf upon the water, creating multiple fleeting shadows. In an instant, he was several meters away. Zhou Hu lunged at empty air, still eager to attack, but then Lin Yun began to chant a cryptic incantation. The already perceptive Zhou Hu momentarily froze before it lowered itself to the ground, the once ferocious beast now resembling a docile cat before Lin Yun. Su Ruoqing and Yi Qian were left dumbfounded. Despite Li Wuze's repeated urgings, Zhou Hu remained motionless on the ground, merely wagging its tail, as if imploring Lin Yun to pat its head. Lin Yun let out a chuckle and approached, gently patting the great cat's head. You possess remarkable talent. To command this beast, which far surpasses you in strength, is indeed fortunate. However, encountering me is your misfortune. You merely manage to control it, while I can earn its loyalty. As Lin Yun spoke, he continued to recite the enigmatic words. Li Wuze's expression shifted drastically. He felt a peculiar severance of the bond between himself and Zhou Hu, as if it were being cut off by some superior means. Damn it, is this brat truly just a gatekeeper? How can he be this powerful? Witnessing the impending loss of control over Zhou Hu, an elderly man clad in a fur robe suddenly appeared beside Li Wuze, leaning on a cane. Elder Shangwan, are you not going to intervene? The old man's sudden appearance startled even Lin Yun, while Shangwan floated over to Lin Yun's side. You can cease now. Lin Yun ignored her. Shangwan, exasperated, had no choice but to threaten. If you refuse to comply, you will face the consequences yourself. Indeed, the mention of facing repercussions made Lin Yun obedient. Shangwan shot him a glare. If it weren't for the ancestral elder mentioning him several times, she wouldn't bother with him at all. She mused inwardly before turning to the old man with a smile. This junior is merely sparring. Elder Li Hong need not take it to heart. Though Li Hong wore a smile, one could only wonder what mischief brewed within him. Nevertheless, outmatched, he held his tongue and of course, he replied. Li Wuze looked aggrieved, having initially hoped to seek Li Hong's assistance to regain his dignity, especially since he had almost lost control of a spirit beast. However, seeing Li Hong's cheerful demeanor quelled that thought. Within the sect, who was unaware that this elder was the most notorious smiley-faced predator? You all may return to your duties. I shall escort a few individuals from the Beastmaster sect up the mountain. Shangwan stated casually. At this moment, Lin Yun cautiously approached Shangwan. Whispering a few words into her ear, Elder Shangwan, the Beastmaster sect seeks our favor this time. Initially, they intended to bully us, but their plans have been thwarted by me. You and the sect master should exploit any advantages you can from them. Although Qingxia Peak typically remains uninvolved in such matters, the Flowing Cloud sect is indeed short-staffed at present. Moreover, since she has been concerned about Lin Yun, she decided to pay a visit. She had assumed this lad would be downcast, having made no progress in strength, only to discover that even outside the inner sect, his cultivation speed has remained astonishingly swift. Truly a marvel. Shang Wanwan, upon hearing Lin Yun's words, cast him a surprised glance before huffing. Understood. In a few days, we shall visit Qingxia Peak. Afterwards, you have yet to see the ancestral elder, have you? After concluding her statement, Shang Wanwan turned to lead Li Hong and the others up the mountain. Lin Yun, with a smile playing on his lips, immediately turned and dashed away. Su Ruoqing called after him, but Lin Yun disregarded her. Li Wuza, for the time being, was unable to reach the back mountain. Lin Yun arrived at Dayun Peak, scouring the area for several hours until he finally discovered a narrow path in a secluded forest. It indeed led to the back mountain. Rumor had it that before the Flowing Cloud sect relocated here, this had already been a land of exceptional talents. Many cultivators had hidden themselves here, and it now appeared that the claims were not unfounded. Lin Yun muttered softly to himself as he traversed the narrow path. The entrance merely a nondescript crevice that could easily be overlooked. However, once through the crevice, the world opened up before him, revealing a picturesque valley. A gentle stream meandered through the valley, with a waterfall cascading nearby, presenting a scene of breathtaking beauty. Following the path, Lin Yun swiftly found the so-called cave dwelling behind the waterfall. Uncertain how much time had passed, everything here appeared clean and orderly at this moment. Lin Yun sensed a stirring from the mysterious primordial embryo. Could this little one be on the verge of birth? After nurturing it for some time, Lin Yun felt that this creature was just a step away from hatching. Upon sensing its fluctuations, he immediately sought the cause. Soon, Lin Yun discovered a patch of land within the cave, cultivated separately, adorned with various flowers and herbs. Although unfamiliar, they were clearly not ordinary. Chapter 47. Walking into the Trap. What dense primordial energy! Lin Yun exclaimed, astonished. It was even richer than several cave dwellings within the inner sect. Standing amidst these plants, he couldn't help but marvel. Though he did not recognize the flora, he could discern their ability to draw in surrounding primordial energy, indicating they were likely extraordinary. Lin Yun meticulously noted each plant, planning to investigate them further when he had the time. Initially, he had hoped to pilfer some other treasures from the cave dwelling. But after searching thoroughly, he found only this spiritual field and its plants. Besides that, there was a pendant that appeared remarkable, which Lin Yun also took with him. As he exited, Lin Yun carefully concealed the crevice, ensuring it would not be discovered by others. After glancing at his status panel, he noted, Name, Lin Yun Realm, 3rd layer of Yuanhai Fate, Child of Misfortune, Gray, Fate Count, Mediocre, White, Child of Misfortune. You are often plagued by misfortune, frequently encountering unfortunate events. Conclusion. In the Flowing Cloud sect, you diligently toil, scarcely achieving any progress, only to become a sacrificial pawn due to conflicts within the sect. Recent turning point. Zhao Yuhu and his brother learned of your assignment to guard the mountain gate, and after 3 days, they schemed an assassination, summoning a powerful beast to eliminate you. Heh, I previously spared you. Do you seek death now? Lin Yun chuckled coldly to himself. He had not anticipated that these two brothers would dare to confront him again. If they play the fool, then he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. Lin Yun murmured softly before quietly departing Dayun Peak. Yet, just a few steps away, he was unexpectedly bumped into from behind. Turning around, he saw Bai Zhuqing grimacing in pain. Bai Zhuqing, what brings you here? Lin Yun greeted him with a smile. Upon realizing it was Lin Yun, Bai Zhuqing chuckled. Ah, it's you. Recently, the outer sect has been lacking in primordial energy. I was preparing to descend the mountain for some training. Lin Yun regarded Bai Zhuqing, thinking, Brother, you ancient harbinger of misfortune, wouldn't descending the mountain lead to your demise? He glanced at Bai Zhuqing's status panel. Name, Bai Zhuqing Realm, 1st layer of Yuanhai Fate. Surrounded by bad luck, Gray, Fate Count. 1,000 years of misfortune, Green. Things going awry, White. Stubborn mule, Blue. Conclusion. Despite enduring a millennium of misfortune, he ultimately accumulates strength and achieves great success after 1,000 years. Recent turning point. One day later, he loses 10 spirit stones in Jingyang town at the foot of the mountain. 2 days later, he suffers a stroke and facial paralysis. 3 days later, Lin Yun couldn't bear to read further. The Flowing Cloud sect, a land of exceptional talents, had barely managed to contain Bai Zhuqing's misfortune. If he were to descend the mountain, it would be a miracle if he returned unscathed, let alone finding any opportunities. Cough, cough, Bai Zhuqing. I suggest you refrain from descending the mountain. The Flowing Cloud sect is quite good. Lin Yun patted his shoulder, his mind racing with a bold idea. Even though he had shed the fate of the celestial loneliness, this child of misfortune fate was no easy burden to bear. This left Lin Yun somewhat disheartened. Yet, gazing at Bai Zhuqing, he pondered, 2 misfortunes together. Could they possibly cancel each other out? While it is not to say that luck will be exceedingly favorable, it should not be particularly adverse. Should it? It is worth a try. Lin Yun's attempt to deter Bai Zhuqing was merely to provoke a reaction. Indeed, Bai Zhuqing shook his head and replied, no matter. I simply wish to descend the mountain for a look. Since joining the Lu Yun sect, I have yet to venture down. Lin Yun appeared quite troubled and then suggested, how about this? If you insist on descending, let us go together. I have previously had the opportunity to venture down for sect tasks. It would be beneficial to have companionship. Bai Zhuqing regarded Lin Yun with surprise at his enthusiasm, yet he bore no animosity towards him. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. Upon returning to the bamboo cottage at the foot of the mountain, Lin Yun found Deng Pengzhu drinking under the moonlight. Without even glancing at him, Deng Pengzhu tossed a cup of wine into Lin Yun's hands, exclaiming, you rascal! Instead of tending to your sect, where have you wandered off to? Lin Yun chuckled awkwardly. I was pondering whether there might be any treasures at the foot of the mountain. Deng Pengzhu snorted disdainfully before turning to scrutinize Lin Yun seriously. Do you even comprehend your current condition? Lin Yun shook his head, bewildered. Although the Lu Yun sect is founded on swordsmanship, the true sword cultivators throughout history are few and far between. We sword cultivators emphasize a broad-minded and transparent approach. Yet, those who have struggled through the cultivation world have become exceedingly shrewd, lacking any semblance of openness or clarity. As he spoke, Deng Pengzhu exhibited a hint of contempt. However, apart from the differences in mindset, there is also a distinction between the realms of sword cultivators and ordinary practitioners. Each time a sword cultivator breaks through a significant realm, they face 2 choices: to break through as an ordinary practitioner does, or to achieve enlightenment in the face of dire circumstances. The benefits of the latter are self-evident. At present, you have fortuitously attained the Yuan High realm of sword cultivation, which is indeed commendable. He patted Lin Yun's shoulder with satisfaction. After discovering the changes in Lin Yun's physique, he had diligently perused countless ancient texts overnight, ultimately retrieving a tome that had been relegated to the depths of a bookshelf several millennia ago. This was not considered a secret. However, as the cultivation world matured, the genuine, carefree sword cultivators have all but vanished. The remaining practitioners are preoccupied with their own affairs, lacking the unity of mind necessary to attain the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Thus, Deng Pengzhu resolved to cultivate Lin Yun diligently. He was undoubtedly a promising prospect. Certainly, Elder Deng has researched extensively to acquire this knowledge, Lin Yun remarked with a smile, for without the system, he would have been oblivious to such information. Deng Pengzhu huffed in response, your talent is commendable, and your efforts are noteworthy. However, do not let pride take root. The path ahead will only grow increasingly arduous. He then rose and declared, demonstrate the sword techniques you currently know. I wish to observe. Lin Yun had nothing to conceal from Deng Pengzhu. It was his own fortune, and regardless of its nature, he was willing to wager on it. Upon witnessing that Lin Yun had mastered the Dai sword technique, Qing Yuan sword technique, and Wanhua sword technique, Deng Pengzhu stood agape for a considerable time. Good heavens! Most individuals struggle throughout their lives to master a single sword technique, yet you have taken on 3. What was most astonishing was that this youth's proficiency in all 3 techniques was commendable, rather than uneven. Such innate talent seemed preordained for the path of sword cultivation. Nevertheless, despite Lin Yun's impressive skills, Deng Pengzhu was still able to offer guidance. Thus, the two spent the night engaged in discourse. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Yun tidied his belongings and prepared to ascend Qingsha Peak. Since the Zhao brothers had chosen to court disaster, He had no qualms about preparing in advance, allowing them to walk into their own demise. Chapter 48. A fortuitous encounter with Su Wanrua to an outsider. It would seem that Lin Yun had endured a most dreadful time of late. Yet, only he understood that, in comparison to others, he was quite comfortable. Upon arriving at Qingxia Peak, Lin Yun chanced upon a young man clad in white, poised elegantly at the entrance, seemingly awaiting something. Upon seeing Lin Yun, the man promptly cautioned, "Junior brother, do not proceed any further. The female disciples of Qingxia Peak are not to be trifled with." Lin Yun glanced over and waved his hand dismissively. "It is of no concern." The white-clad man regarded Lin Yun with astonishment as he continued his ascent, utterly dumbfounded. Did this fellow truly lack awareness of Qingxia Peak's customs? Initially believing Lin Yun would soon be cast out, he was taken aback when Lin Yun's bold approach went unchallenged. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he followed suit. However, after only a few steps, a flash of sword light erupted. "Impudent fool! How dare you brazenly intrude upon Qingxia Peak?" With those words, the assailant was sent flying. Lin Yun reached a small pavilion halfway up the mountain, where a young female disciple was seated. Upon glancing at her, he recognized her as Su Wanrua, whom he had encountered previously at Qin Family Fortress. Name: Su Wanrua. Realm: Tongyu. Third layer. Fate: the cold and elegant beauty, purple. Fortune: perseverance, blue. Fiery passion, green. Junior sword practitioner, blue. Unyielding taste for spiciness, white. Cold and elegant beauty. You possess an aura of aloof beauty that attracts attention while simultaneously instilling fear in others, making you suited for the cultivation of the Jade Maiden Sword technique. Perseverance: you are filled with hope for all endeavors and will not easily concede. Fiery passion: you have a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Others perceive you as aloof yet remain unaware of the fire within. Junior sword practitioner: you possess considerable skill in swordsmanship, increasing your probability of breakthroughs. Unyielding taste for spiciness: as a native of Sichuan, the spicier the food, the more satisfaction you derive. Outcome: engaged in a confrontation with an evil sect on Daong Mountain. You were besieged, enduring for several days before ultimately falling to the hands of a great demon. Recent turn of events: due to your fondness for spicy foods, your internal energy has become stagnant, hindering your cultivation, and you are unable to ascertain the reason. You will suffer injuries and fall into demonic deviation in 3 days. What are you staring at? Su Wanrua glared at Lin Yun, her expression darkening as she coldly inquired. Lin Yun snapped back to reality, awkwardly scratching his head. "Ah, it is Su Shiji. We met previously at Qin Family Fortress." Su Wanrua huffed. "I do not recall. The disciples from Qin Family Fortress were far too numerous." Lin Yun's smile stiffened. Truly, the cold and elegant beauty had a knack for delivering cutting remarks, and ironically, this striking beauty was rather reserved. Lin Yun ventured to ask, "Su Shiji, during your recent cultivation, have you experienced any stagnation in your internal energy?" Initially, Su Wanrua had no intention of engaging with Lin Yun. She had encountered many such lecherous individuals before. However, upon hearing Lin Yun's query, her expression shifted. She had never disclosed her cultivation issues to anyone. Not even her master. How does he know? She pondered, her gaze towards Lin Yun growing increasingly hostile. Realizing she had misinterpreted his intentions, Lin Yun quickly reassured her. "Rest assured, Su Shiji. I have been stationed at the foot of the mountain, guarding the gate. I only ventured up today." Evidently, Su Wanrua softened her demeanor upon hearing Lin Yun's explanation, though a trace of hostility lingered. Lin Yun continued, "I have experienced similar symptoms myself, which is why I could discern your predicament. After all, we have fought side by side. I thought to offer a word of caution." Su Wanrua had been troubled by this matter for several days. Sitting in meditation today was an attempt to uncover the cause. Yet she had hesitated to disturb Shang Wanwan. "Indeed, I have experienced such issues lately," she conceded with a nod. Lin Yun persisted, "I was once in the same position. If one forces their cultivation, they risk falling into demonic deviation. Given your beauty, akin to the spicy maidens of Sichuan, I suggest trying a milder diet for the next few days. It may yield unexpected benefits." Su Wanrua scoffed inwardly, but waved her hand dismissively. "I understand." As Lin Yun turned to leave, she had anticipated he would engage her further, but to her surprise, he departed post-haste. Could it be that he speaks truthfully? Humph, since you have suggested it, I shall give it a try. What if it truly works? Following this brief interlude, Lin Yun proceeded to the main hall atop the mountain, where Shang Wanwan was engrossed in writing. Upon hearing a sound, she glanced up briefly. You must wait. The ancestor will arrive in an hour. Lin Yun acknowledged her and took his place beside her, and the hall fell into a tranquil silence. Suddenly, Shang Wanwan regarded Lin Yun thoughtfully, as if recalling something. You were correct yesterday. The Beast Tamer sect is indeed a paper tiger. They have come to negotiate cooperation with our Luyun sect. The sect master was overjoyed to secure favorable terms yesterday. Lin Yun smiled and nodded. That is truly splendid news. Moments later, Shang Wanwan tossed several pills to Lin Yun, stating, These are rewards from the sect master. Peiyuan pills are particularly beneficial for those in the Yuanhai realm. Given the thin spiritual energy at the foot of the mountain, they will serve you well. Lin Yun gazed at the elixir in his hand, expressing his gratitude before putting it away. Shang Wanwan, possessing a demeanor that was cold on the outside yet warm within, often appeared dissatisfied with Lin Yun in daily interactions. However, at critical moments, she would still extend her kindness towards him. Had it not been for her intervention, it is unlikely that Gu Xinda would have bestowed such a precious gift upon Lin Yun. Shangwan Elder, what of Qin Jingru? Shang Wanwan, while sketching and writing, replied, I have taken her under my wing. By the way, to prevent the Qi Gui sect from locating her, I have discussed it with the sect master and the ancestor. From now on, she shall be known as Chen Yu. You must refrain from calling her by her old name outside. Understood? The lengths to which Shang Wanwan went to protect Chen Jingru indicated that the matter concerning the Chen family fortress weighed heavily on the higher-ups of the Lu Yun sect. It also suggested that Chen Jingru possessed considerable aptitude, or else she would not warrant such concern. I am deeply grateful, Shangwan Elder. Observing Lin Yun's feigned sincerity, Shang Wanwan merely scoffed. If only you would refrain from causing us trouble. That would be enough. While I know you cannot possibly be a spy for the Qi Gui sect, the discipline hall is relentless, making it difficult even for the sect master. Lin Yun was certainly not inclined to believe that Gu Xinda was truly in a quandary. It was likely that the old man had orchestrated this situation himself. Chapter 49. A reunion with Hongxiu. Lin Yun and Shang Wanwan engaged in casual conversation, and before long, an hour had passed. Suddenly, they heard the soft voice of Qin Shiyan from outside the door. Upon entering the grand hall and spotting Lin Yun, she instantly beamed. Senior brother, you have finally arrived at him. Shang Wanwan interrupted. What senior brother? You are now my little junior sister. He should refer to you as master uncle. Youthful exuberance, let them be. You know I care little for such hierarchies. Hongxiu followed closely behind, a smile gracing her lips. Her complexion radiant. It was evident that Qin Shiyan had captured Hongxiu's affection. Initially, it was due to her ancient divine phoenix bloodline, but now, it likely stemmed from the girl's character and her usual demeanor. Qin Shiyan presented herself as aloof to others, yet with Lin Yun, she transformed entirely. Hongxiu chuckled as she took a seat beside them. Qin Shiyan's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh dear, master, what are you saying? Senior brother Lin has saved me several times. Her youthful innocence only solidified Hongxiu's conviction. Lin Yun interjected to alleviate her embarrassment. Are you settling in well at Qingxia Peak? Quite well, senior brother. I have already reached the nascent origin realm. Qin Shiyan proudly proclaimed, and Lin Yun was taken aback to realize that this girl had indeed advanced to the nascent origin realm. In a wonder, she was the reincarnation of an empress. Her cultivation speed was astonishing, only slightly less than his own. Even with his system-assisted advantages, Yuaner possesses extraordinary talent. Her future achievements are boundless. He mused, As for you, young man, there is truly nothing with the Qi Gui sect? Hongxiu suddenly inquired with seriousness. Without hesitation, Lin Yun responded, This is likely all the doing of my esteemed senior brother, Duan Hong. Even in death, he will not allow me respite. Hongxiu nodded, having already inquired with Chen Yu, who could only recall that Lin Yun had rescued her. The discovery of the calamity Jade on you is indeed difficult to explain. However, given your diligent efforts in this sect over the years, I believe the sect master will not make it too difficult for you. Once the elders of the discipline hall are appeased, you should be able to return to the inner sect. Lin Yun remained unfazed, merely allowing a casual smile to escape his lips. Yet suddenly, he stated, Elder, there is something I am uncertain whether to disclose. Hongxiu replied, As you are now considered a part of Qingxia Peak, feel free to speak your mind. Seeing Hong Xiu's support, Lin Yun stood and declared, "Yesterday, I uncovered some troubling clues. There appears to be a spy from the Qi Gui sect within the sect, and they plan to lure ferocious beasts to attack the mountain gate in 2 days, creating chaos." Upon hearing this, Hong Xiu sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Outrageous! Are the Qi Gui sect's people not yet ready to relent? Lu Yun's sect has suffered greatly, being led by the nose by the Qi Gui sect. It has become a laughingstock for all. Who would have thought that the Qi Gui sect would persist?" Lin Yun lowered his gaze as Shang Wanwan questioned, "Is this information credible?" "Senior sister, Lin's senior brother never speaks without reason. He must be certain before sharing such news with us." Before Shang Wanwan could finish, Qin Xian interjected, shaking her head in exasperation. Hong Xiu then added, "I will arrange for personnel to investigate this matter." At that moment, Lin Yun emphasized, "Elder, it would be prudent to inform Sect Master Gu about this. If we handle it independently, it may provoke his displeasure." By saying this, Lin Yun aimed to ensure that Xiaoping Tian was aware he had support behind him, thus minimizing potential troubles. Hong Xiu scrutinized Lin Yun for a spell. Seemingly grasping his intent, Lin Yun conversed with Qin Xian for a considerable time at Qingxia Peak, and only after an hour did he take his leave. However, he did not encounter Su Wanyu upon departing. She must have gone to cultivate, he surmised. With Qingxia Peak's protection, Lin Yun felt no concern regarding Zhao Yuhu and Zhao Yulong causing him any trouble. Yet he was curious about how the Zhao brothers had summoned the ferocious beasts. In the ensuing days, Lin Yun immersed himself in cultivation. Although his progress was rapid, he could not afford to slacken, especially with a voracious nascent origin entity by his side. 2 days swiftly passed. Awakened early, Lin Yun began setting traps at the mountain gate. News from Qingxia Peak indicated that Gu Xianda was already aware of the situation and had begun preparations. Lin Yun waited all day without encountering anyone seeking to trouble him, until the deep of night when he sensed something approaching. He swiftly leaped from his bed and opened the door of his bamboo cottage, only to find the ground teeming with venomous snakes. These were merely the lowest tier of ferocious beasts, possessing little intelligence. Initially, Lin Yun paid them no mind, but then he caught sight of one particular snake. Its scales shimmered with iridescence, hardly discernible in the dark, yet undoubtedly vibrant in the daylight. This was the 7-colored serpent. The more beautiful the creature, the stronger its venom, and this serpent was no exception. Lin Yun mused that this snake was likely the true threat. Without hesitation, he thrust his frost flame sword toward the 7-colored serpent, which, having developed a degree of intelligence, attempted to evade. However, Lin Yun would not grant it such an opportunity. In mere moments, he dispatched the creature, subsequently eliminating the remaining snakes with ease. "Who dares to stir trouble on the territory of Lu Yun's sect?" he bellowed. Zhao Yuhu and Zhao Yulong emerged from the shadows, looking smugly at Lin Yun. "Who would have thought it would be us?" Zhao Yulong exclaimed. Lin Yun nodded. "Indeed, I did not expect this." Even with his traps meticulously laid, these two dared to approach. It was clear they had yet to grasp the gravity of their situation. Zhao Yulong declared, "Lin Yun, you have cost me my qualification as an inner sect disciple. I will not let this debt go unpunished." If Lin Yun had remained within the inner sect, Zhao Yulong would have never dared to provoke him. Now that Lin Yun was relegated to guarding the mountain gate, the Zhao brothers felt emboldened, believing Lin Yun's diminished status signified a lack of concern from the sect master. Lin Yun observed Zhao Yulong's arrogant demeanor and retorted, "Do you genuinely believe you can kill me? Just the two of you?" Zhao Yuhu sneered, "Lin Yun, your unjust actions will lead to your downfall. There are many who desire your death, and today, you shall reap the bitter fruits of your own sowing." As his words fell, a beast resembling a leopard with mottled white fur appeared beside Zhao Yuhu. The split-toothed beast, a formidable foe at the Yuan High realm, which typically required 3 to 5 cultivators to subdue. Chapter 50. Thank you, Ao. The split-toothed beast? You have truly outdone yourselves, even managing to summon such a beast. Lin Yun chuckled lightly. The split-toothed beast was indeed a threat, yet there was no trace of panic upon his visage. In contrast, Zhao Yulong's expression shifted. Even they had only learned of this beast's identity after inquiry. It was unexpected that Lin Yun could identify it at a mere glance. This lad was destined to perish. As soon as the split-toothed beast appeared, its icy gaze fixed intently on Lin Yun, its body slightly leaning forward, poised to pounce on its prey. Liu Xinda had long since arranged for personnel Yet Lin Yun, wary of potential betrayal, had personally summoned Deng Pingzhu. Given his status as the child of misfortune, it was highly probable that Gu Xinda's people were closely tied to Xiaoping Tian. Would these individuals truly care for Lin Yun's well-being? The answer is undoubtedly negative, which is precisely why subsequent events transpired. Lin Yun summoned Deng Pingzhu, intending to escalate the situation. Indeed, the reality aligned perfectly with Lin Yun's suspicions. At that moment, Xiaoping Tian was lurking near the mountain gate. Senior brother, the enemy has already made their move. Due to the angle, Xiaoping Tian and his companions could only see the silhouettes of the Zhao brothers, who were engrossed in their meditation. Slowly opening his eyes, Xiaoping Tian remarked, "No rush. Let this young man experience a bit of hardship." He spoke with a hint of indifference. Having previously harbored a dislike for Lin Yun, he seized this opportunity to ensure the boy would not escape unscathed. Though a few disciples felt anxious, they could hardly act against Xiaoping Tian's words. On the other side, upon witnessing the emergence of the Lian Qi beast without any reinforcements, Lin Yun realized his suspicions were correct. Naturally, he would not allow Deng Pingzhu to act freely. You two, betraying your master and destroying your clan, actually colluding with outsiders to attack a fellow disciple. Upon hearing Lin Yun's evidently panicked response, Zhao Yuhu burst into a smug laugh. "What's the matter? Weren't you quite arrogant before? Champion of the inter-sect competition, I thought your head would be in the clouds by now. Why are you afraid all of a sudden?" Zhao Yulong added, "The grievances between us cannot be resolved with mere words. Moreover, you are now relegated to guarding the mountain gate. Even if you were killed, today's events would merely be deemed an exception." The two laughed triumphantly, anticipating Lin Yun would humble himself and plead for mercy. However, to their surprise, Lin Yun remained composed. "I bear no intent to eradicate you entirely. Therefore, today, I can only send you on your way." As he spoke, Lin Yun shouted, "Elders, brothers, the traitors are revealed. Please act swiftly." His voice boomed, clearly audible to anyone nearby. Yet, after his cry, there was no response. Lin Yun smirked inwardly. Initially, the Zhao brothers were startled. If Lin Yun had summoned reinforcements, how could they contend with that? But when Lin Yun's call for help received no reply, they erupted in laughter. "Facing death, you still think someone would come to your aid in this place? Lin Yun, you have offended too many wild beasts. Even if someone were to pass by now, they wouldn't glance your way. However, if you kneel and admit your mistakes, perhaps I could grant you a quicker death." Zhao Yulong spoke, drool dripping from the Lian Qi beast's mouth, the stench overwhelming. Lin Yun's expression darkened. "Then come at me. A soldier may be killed, but he cannot be humiliated." Zhao Yuhu snorted, "You seek your own demise. Go, subdue this fellow." With a command from Zhao Yuhu, the Lian Qi beast leaped high, lunging at Lin Yun. They did not intend to kill him outright, but rather to torment him before delivering the final blow. As the Lian Qi beast descended, Lin Yun swiftly evaded. Yet the beast's movements were swifter, and its massive tail struck Lin Yun's abdomen. To onlookers, it appeared as a heavy blow, but only Lin Yun knew that the tail had not actually made contact. With a spurt of blood, Lin Yun unleashed his vital energy, sending a spray of crimson mist several meters away, the scene gruesome. The Lian Qi beast relentlessly assaulted Lin Yun, completely overpowering him. Zhao Yuhu, witnessing this, expressed his satisfaction, remarking, as expected of a master. Zhao Yulong quickly interjected, warning his reckless brother, "Watch your words, you fool. Be careful. The walls have ears." He too was pleased with the Lian Qi beast's performance. Observing Lin Yun sprawled on the ground, seemingly on the brink of collapse, his injuries likely severe, at that moment, the Lian Qi beast pinned Lin Yun down with its hooves on his chest. Zhao Yulong, brimming with arrogance, approached, squatting beside Lin Yun. "Lin Yun, did you ever imagine you would meet your end this way? There is still time to beg for mercy. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life." Zhao Yulong wished fervently for Lin Yun to plead with him, as it had become a lingering desire. Hearing Zhao Yulong's words, Lin Yun merely paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Zhao Yulong, at this juncture, you still dare to hope I would beg you? Dream on. It is you who should be pleading with me." Lin Yun spoke softly. Zhao Yulong frowned, "Ignorant fool, with but a word. I can command the Lian Qi beast to crush your chest. Is that so? You might as well give it a try." Lin Yun replied with a smile from the ground. Zhao Yulong's expression shifted suddenly. For some reason, he felt an ominous premonition. In the next instant, the Lin Qi beast's foot descended. Bang! While the sound echoed, Lin Yun remained unharmed. The beast's attack failed to inflict any damage on him. Zhao Yulong's face paled. How could this be? How did Lin Yun sustain those injuries earlier? He had not anticipated Lin Yun's physical resilience, finding himself frozen in place, unsure of how to proceed. Lin Yun then stated, I am immensely grateful to both of you for attempting to kill me. Otherwise, I would have struggled to devise a means to attract the sect's attention. At this moment, the astute Zhao Yulong realized Lin Yun had been deliberately scheming against them. Zhao Yuhu approached, sword drawn. Brother, why waste words on him? The longer we delay, the more troublesome it becomes. Kill him. The two prepared to strike, but at that critical juncture, a sword whizzed through the air. Deng Pengzhu bellowed. Who dares to be so audacious, causing trouble in my Lu Yun sect? As his voice fell, a sword aura cleaved through the air, and the Lin Qi beast, caught off guard, was directly sliced in half. Blood splattering onto the Zhao brothers. Upon seeing Deng Pengzhu's arrival, their hearts tightened with anxiety. Chapter 51. One cannot catch a wolf without first sacrificing a child. The moment the Zhao brothers laid eyes on Deng Pengzhu, they felt as though their hearts had turned to ice. Deng Pengzhu approached Lin Yun, frowning. Lin Yun, I have met Elder Deng. The previously vibrant Lin Yun now resembled a mere breath away from death. Deng Pengzhu, seething with rage, bellowed, You too. How audacious. Plop. Zhao Yulong, ever astute, immediately knelt before him. Elder, please see clearly. I had no part in this matter. We merely witnessed this beast attacking junior brother Lin and attempted to intervene. But to no avail. Had Zhao Yuhu been the one to speak, he would have surely made excuses. But Zhao Yulong was different. He was clever. He thought this explanation would suffice, only to see Deng Pengzhu holding a crystal recording. I have documented everything that transpired. Do you dare to argue further? Upon seeing the device in Deng Pengzhu's hand, Zhao Yulong's face turned ashen. Should this matter reach the discipline hall for investigation, the two of them would likely face dire consequences, if not expulsion from the Lu Yun sect altogether. Yet, Zhao Yulong harbored no regrets. Inflicting such harm upon Lin Yun was a form of vengeance in itself. As the two pondered their predicament, they watched Deng Pengzhu stow away the recording crystal, while Lin Yun rose from the ground, stretching leisurely. Zhao Yulong's eyes widened in disbelief. You're unscathed? Lin Yun smiled. Of course, I'm fine. Did you truly believe that summoning a mere beast would suffice to end my life? While the Lin Qi beast is indeed powerful, understanding its nature renders it not so formidable. Observing the bewildered expressions on the faces of Zhao Yulong and Zhao Yuhu, Lin Yun felt a sense of triumph. You two, who prided yourselves on superiority, would now have to face the consequences of your arrogance. At that moment, the Zhao brothers' minds were in a state of complete disarray. I had long anticipated your attempts on my life. Thus, not only is Elder Deng present today, but also senior brother Xiao. Disciple of the sect leader, you are finished. Zhao Yulong finally grasped the situation. They had believed they were outsmarting Lin Yun, only to discover that he had already foreseen their actions. How had this fellow known everything? Despairing, Zhao Yulong knelt. Lin Yun, I beg you, do not inform the sect leader of this matter. Zhao Yuhu joined in, pleading earnestly. Yet Lin Yun merely chuckled coldly. I had already spared you once before, but today you truly sought to kill me. Were it not for my superior skills, I would have become a wronged spirit by now. Spare you? Should I wait for you to strike me down again? He could no longer afford to be lenient. Especially regarding the matter of Duan Hong, which had a profound impact on Lin Yun. He turned his gaze towards Deng Pengzhu and nodded. In the next moment, a signal flare was launched from Deng Pengzhu's hand. Zhao Yuhu intended to voice his thoughts, but at that moment, Zhao Yulong suddenly charged towards Lin Yun. He knew he was doomed, but before facing his demise, he hoped to take someone down with him. However, when his sword struck, it failed to inflict any harm upon Lin Yun. Instead, he was met with Lin Yun's disdainful and envious smile. With such meager capabilities, you think you can kill me? After uttering those words, a resounding slap sent Zhao Yulong flying. Did you truly believe I would grow weaker at the mountain gate? Merely a defeated foe. Had it not been for my desire to see both of you perish, would I have orchestrated such a farce? Lin Yun laughed heartily, and soon the entire Lu Yun sect was in an uproar. This incident garnered widespread attention, as many could hardly fathom that Lin Yun would suffer such unjust treatment at such a critical juncture. Within the grand hall, Lin Yun sat feebly in a chair while the Zhao brothers stood nearby, along with the arrogant senior brother Xiao. Yu Xinda observed the individuals below with a grim expression. After grasping the sequence of events, he glanced at Zhao Yulong and asked, "Do you realize your mistake?" Zhao Yulong knelt on the ground, pleading, "Sect leader, please forgive me. I acknowledge my wrongdoing. However, today I have not committed a grave mistake. This is all part of Lin Yun's scheme. This brat was never injured. It was all an act to ensure our downfall. He did not dare hide the truth and confessed everything." Ji Yuxinda felt a headache coming on. He had initially arranged for Xiao Ping Tian to handle the situation, but he was bewildered by Deng Pengzu's unexpected appearance, who had recorded the entire process with a crystal-clear image. Now, with Zhao Yulong claiming Lin Yun was unharmed, who would believe such nonsense? The crystal recording showed Lin Yun spitting blood and convulsing. It was a miracle he was still alive. "You imbeciles!" Gu Xianda exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table as he stood up. "As fellow disciples, not only did you show no inclination to support Lin Yun, but you even plotted his demise, and now, you dare to argue with me? Zhao Yulong, do you take me for a fool?" Zhao Yuhu trembled as he spoke. "Sect leader, please forgive us. My brother is not lying. Lin Yun is indeed feigning illness. Senior brother Xiao can testify to this." Xiao Ping Tian's face darkened, as if he could squeeze ink from it. Having played the role of the hawk all his life, he was ultimately blinded by one. He had intentionally refrained from intervening, hoping to teach Lin Yun a lesson through the brothers. Little did he know, Lin Yun harbored the same intention. "Ping Tian, what is the matter?" Before Xiao Ping Tian could respond, Lin Yun spoke softly. "Sect leader, I have long-standing grievances with senior brother Xiao. Yet I never anticipated that, witnessing my injury and near death, he would choose to remain aloof. Were it not for Elder Deng's intervention, I would have truly perished today." Gu Xianda felt a surge of anger within, yet he could not display it outwardly. With the crystal-clear evidence, there was no room for doubt. Even if Lin Yun was acting, it was ultimately their folly. The Zhao brothers continued to plead desperately until Gu Xianda bellowed, "Silence! You two fools dare to lay hands on a fellow disciple? Bring them to the discipline hall. Strip them of their cultivation and cast them down the mountain, to serve as a warning to the cultivation world that they shall never practice again." Zhao Yulong hastily bowed and begged for mercy. Without their cultivation, given their usual cowardly demeanor, they would surely perish. Yet Gu Xianda had made up his mind and would not listen to their pleas. With a wave of his hand, he ordered the two to be taken away. Lin Yun merely watched coldly as the Zhao brothers faced their reckoning. "Next, how would you deal with your own direct disciple, sect leader?" At that moment, Gu Xianda turned his gaze towards Xiao Ping Tian, hoping to show him some favor, especially since no lives had been lost. Chapter 52. Sect leader, your actions are disheartening. Ji Yuxinda's thoughts were transparent to Xiao Ping Tian, who at that moment held a single idea. This was rash. He had underestimated Lin Yun comprehensively. What he intended as a means to eliminate a rival had backfired spectacularly. "Ping Tian, do you have any words to defend yourself?" Gu Xianda's voice bore a hint of resignation. "Witnesses and evidence abound. Can the crystal-clear recording be forged?" Even the mightiest of figures would find no recourse here, especially since Xiao Ping Tian had refused to assist Lin Yun. Had it not been for Deng Pengzu's timely arrival, Lin Yun might have perished. "Master, I was entangled with others at the time, hence my inaction. I hope Master will show leniency." Xiao Ping Tian knelt, maintaining a defiant expression. Lin Yun scoffed, "Truly, you are something else." Xiao Ping Tian, even now, you refuse to concede? Regrettably, while others might find you formidable, Gu Xianda had initially considered that since Xiao Ping Tian had reached such a point, a lenient punishment might be possible. However, at that moment, a woman's voice interrupted. "What a lenient punishment! Having committed such a grave error, if you do not impose strict penalties, what will become of the reputation of our Luyun sect?" Shang Wanwan had arrived unannounced. Gu Xianda's expression darkened. He had hoped for a sliver of luck, but now it was bleak. He could not comprehend why Hong Xiu would place such importance on Lin Yun. Surely, while he possessed some talent, it could not warrant such protection? Sect leader. Shang Wanwan greeted him with a smile. Ji Yuxinda nodded. "Elder Shangwan, what brings you here?" "Oh, merely passing by." Yuxinda attempted to defuse the situation, but Shang Wanwan was not swayed. Sect leader? She was backed by the ancestor of Lu Yun. What did she have to fear? Yet some within our sect not only disregard Lin Yun's contributions but actively conspire against him, even seeking his demise. Sect leader, do you truly not believe this man's motives are treacherous? As Shang Wanwan continued her barrage of accusations, Xiao Ping Tian's expression grew increasingly grim. He glared at her retreating figure. Silently vowing revenge once he reached the Wanfa realm, Du Xinda sighed. He was well aware of Shang Wanwan's intentions. He understood Xiao Ping Tian's temperament as well. However, when compared to Lin Yun, Xiao Ping Tian held greater value and potential benefits for the sect, which was one reason Gu Xinda sought to protect him. Ping Tian, you have erred gravely here, Gu Xinda sighed. Yes, I acknowledge my mistake and am willing to accept any punishment. He glanced at Lin Yun, then at Xiao Ping Tian. Gu Xinda declared, you shall reflect on your actions in the back mountain for a month. Xiao Ping Tian paused, then respectfully accepted the order and left. Only Lin Yun remained, a cold smile playing on his lips. Old man, was that truly a lesson for Gu Xinda? It was evidently a means for him to seize opportunities to ascend to the Wanfa realm. Alas, you two have schemed for so long, yet did not foresee that I would be a step ahead. Elder Shangwan, Elder Deng. I must take these two oblivious wretches back now. You both should retire early. After Gu Xinda finished speaking, he took one of the Zhao brothers in each hand and ascended the mountain. Once Gu Xinda departed, Shang Wanwan turned to Lin Yun and said, you owe a debt of gratitude to the ancestor. But do remember to know your limits and when to advance or retreat. The ancestor cannot intervene excessively. Should every matter require intervention, it would undoubtedly raise eyebrows. This latest incident with Gu Xinda's handling of Xiao Ping Tian is a clear indication. Lin Yun, even if you secured victory in the inter-sect competition and single-handedly preserved the Chun family's bloodline, in Gu Xinda's eyes, it means little. After speaking, Shang Wanwan departed, leaving Lin Yun standing in place. Feeling somewhat heavy-hearted, Deng Pingzu perceived his thoughts and reassured him, do not take it to heart. Once you grow stronger, you will no longer suffer such injustices. Lin Yun nodded. After Deng Pingzu departed, he returned to his bamboo cottage. Today's events had indeed left him disheartened. He had initially hoped to seize the opportunity to enjoy a drink with Xiao Ping Tian, but to his dismay, Gu Xinda's blatant favoritism was unmistakable. Were it not for his formidable strength, he would have perished in that earlier confrontation. And what of Gu Xinda? He merely dealt with two inconsequential outer disciples, unwilling to offer any advantages to Lin Yun. Moreover, Lin Yun's recent turmoil had nearly exhausted the goodwill from Hong Xiu's side. It seemed that he would have to rely on himself in the future. Lin Yun sighed softly as night fell. The stillness of the night enveloping him, at Yunshao Pavilion, Gu Xinda sat cross-legged on a mat, when suddenly, the sound of a sword's song reached his ears. Xiao Ping Tian had arrived. Master, he exclaimed, visibly surprised to see Xiao Ping Tian. Did I not send you elsewhere? Why have you returned? Xiao Ping Tian's countenance was grim, as if he had just undergone a grueling debate. Master, the opportunities there have been seized by another. Upon hearing this, Gu Xinda sprang to his feet. What did you say? His face was a mask of astonishment. That person's prowess is extraordinary. Even the esteemed Lu Yun Lao Zu pales in comparison. How is it possible that someone else has claimed the legacy left behind by him? The forbidden grounds of the back mountain are seldom visited, and it is inconceivable that anyone could pass the trials set by that esteemed elder. Could it be the work of another sect? Xiao Ping Tian then remarked, Master, this matter is undoubtedly related to Lin Yun. Ever since I encountered this fellow, I have faced nothing but misfortune. He is a harbinger of calamity. Lin Yun, a rising star, was rapidly gaining favor among Hong Xiu and the other disciples, and in recent days, his renown within Lu Yun's sect was nearly rivaling that of Xiao Ping Tian. As a once preeminent swordsman, Xiao Ping Tian felt a mixture of envy and resentment. Gu Xinda understood Xiao Ping Tian's thoughts. He was simply concerned that Lin Yun's ascendance within Lu Yun's sect would one day threaten his own status as the sect swordmaster. Thus, he was willing to go to any lengths to eliminate Lin Yun. However, this aligned perfectly with Gu Xinda's intentions, as Lin Yun's recent inquiries into sect matters had become rather excessive. Xiao Ping Tian glanced at Gu Xinda, seemingly struck by a realization, and lowered his head in fear. Chapter 53. Entangled in fate. Cuckoo, cuckoo. The calls of the birds gradually brought Gu Xinda back to his senses. You may leave now. For the next few days, refrain from venturing outside and focus on your cultivation. He cast a fleeting glance at Xiaoping Tian. Understood, master. Once Xiaoping Tian had departed, Gu Xian waved his sleeve. Sending a beam of light soaring towards a certain location within Lu Yun sect, a quarter of an hour later, a figure appeared at Yunxiao Pavilion. What have you discovered? The newcomer was Liao Chongping. I've located the corpse of Duan Hong. The two had been locked in combat for quite some time. Yet Duan Hong was killed with a single strike. Jiu Xian's expression darkened further. Crossing borders to kill, and to do so decisively. If the elder were to learn of this, how could Ping Tian maintain his standing within the sect? Lu Yun's sect cannot harbor someone so formidable who does not heed my commands. Liao Chongping furrowed his brow. That lad is indeed a genius. Jiu Xian sighed heavily. And what of genius? Until he matures, he is no different from those worthless individuals. His thoughts are too heavy. And he is unwilling to serve my interests. That esteemed figure is returning soon, and we cannot afford any complications at this juncture. Ensure that he is dealt with swiftly. Liao Chongping was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Gu Xian's resolution. After a moment, he clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Understood. Under the night sky, Lin Yun was cultivating within his bamboo cottage but felt increasingly agitated. He decided to summon his status panel. Name, Lin Yun Realm, third layer of Yuan High Fate. Child of misfortune, gray, fortune. Mediocre, white. Afflicted by calamity, black, child of misfortune. You are often beset by misfortune and frequently encounter unfavorable circumstances. Afflicted by calamity, a great disaster is imminent for you in the near future. Outcome. You diligently serve in Lu Yun's sect, experiencing a glimmer of success, yet ultimately become a disposable sacrifice due to sect conflicts. Recent turning point. You will receive a mission from the sect in 2 days to venture down the mountain for training. This is troubling. Lin Yun gazed at the panel, his thoughts growing heavier. As a mere gatekeeper, why would he be tasked with a mission from the sect? Such anomalies surely indicate something sinister afoot. In a state of anxiety, Lin Yun began to pace restlessly when Deng Pengzhu approached. Riding his sword, he immediately greeted him. Elder Deng, he had intended to mention the sect mission but faltered. How could he explain this to Deng Pengzhu? Instead, Deng Pengzhu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I must be away for a while. Lin Yun's anxiety intensified. Away? Deng Pengzhu nodded. Yes, I have matters entrusted to me by an old acquaintance that require my attention. At this critical juncture, Deng Pengzhu's departure could not help but raise Lin Yun's suspicions. There are ill-intentioned individuals within the sect, and this could spell danger for him. He quickly accessed Deng Pengzhu's status panel. Name, Deng Pengzhu Realm, 8th layer of 10,000 Laws Fate. Righteous Spirit, purple, fortune. Single Noble, green. Wine Sword Immortal, blue. Master of Objects, purple, outcome. A century ago, he was grievously injured in a confrontation in the Boundless Realm, leading to a significant decline in his cultivation. Ultimately, he lived incognito within Lu Yun sect, leading a leisurely life. Recent turning point. He ventures to the northern wastelands, where he is beset by dark forces, inadvertently stumbling into a cave. However, due to taking a wrong turn, he is grievously injured and near death. Indeed, there is something gravely amiss. Lin Yun clenched his fists. Though he had no formal master-disciple relationship with Deng Pengzhu, their bond was akin to that of a mentor and student. There were few individuals in Lu Yun's sect whom Deng Pengzhu held in such regard. Elder Deng, please exercise caution on your journey. Lin Yun feigned solemnity, pretending to divine his fate. He deliberately stated, I have just foreseen that in any matter, should you choose the right path, there will be great catastrophe. Beware, beware. Deng Pengzhu paused, then playfully slapped Lin Yun's head. You little rascal, are you cursing me? Lin Yun shielded his head, retreating with a smile. Just tell me, will you heed my words? My ancestors were adept at divining fate. If I predict this for you, it may shorten your life. Seeing Lin Yun's animated demeanor, a glimmer of warmth flickered in Deng Pengzhu's eyes. He scoffed lightly. Pa, I have no need for your divination. What can that old sky do to me? Deng Pengzhu maintained his usual fearless demeanor. He then took Lin Yun aside, offering numerous pieces of advice. Lin Yun could sense Deng Pengzhu's unease, yet he refrained from voicing his concerns. He could only hope that Deng Pengzhu, being a virtuous man, would navigate this peril safely. The following morning, Lin Yun arrived at Qingxia Peak as usual. He had intended to see Hong Xiu, but instead encountered Shang Wanwan. What brings you here again? Shang Wanwan's demeanor remained as frosty as ever, sending shivers down his spine. Cough, cough. I am here too. Junior sister is currently in closed-door meditation, and the elder is safeguarding her. If you wish to see her, you will have to wait a month. Everything seemed to be piling up at once. Lin Yun inwardly grumbled that a month from now, he might be in dire straits. He decided against troubling Elder Shangwan further and turned to leave. Shangwan watched his retreating figure, her brow furrowing slightly. What is amiss? It feels as though something has changed. After descending from Qingxiao Peak, Lin Yun pondered his strategy within his bamboo cottage. Jiyu Xianda and Xiaoping Tian must have uncovered something, prompting them to strike against him. With Hong Xiu and Qin Shiyin in seclusion and Deng Pingzhu leaving the sect, all those closely connected to Lin Yun were preoccupied with significant matters. It was evident that they were clearing the way for his demise. While striving to enhance his cultivation, Lin Yun also hoped for the emergence of his Yuan Tai. This little one had enjoyed a free ride for far too long. It was time to offer something in return. In the following days, Lin Yun meticulously cared for his Yuan Tai, but unfortunately, neither he nor the Yuan Tai exhibited any signs of progress. One morning, Lin Yun summoned a disciple from Yunxiao Pavilion to his presence. Upon seeing Lin Yun, Gu Xianda greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, Lin Yun, do take a seat." He guided Lin Yun to his side and instructed a nearby young servant to serve tea. That moment, Lin Yun noticed that aside from himself, Elder Liao Chongping was also present. "Sect Master, may I inquire why you summoned me today? I still have the mountain gate to guard." Jiyu Xianda waved his hand dismissively. "Lin Yun, are you still harboring grievances against me?" Lin Yun immediately rose and bowed. "Disciple dares not." Jiyu Xianda's tone softened considerably. "No need for such formality. You needn't feel so tense. Simply regard me as your elder. The arrangement to station you at the mountain gate was solely to silence the gossip within the sect. Otherwise, with just a word from Qingxiao Peak, I could have spared you." The seemingly benevolent old fox, observing Gu Xianda's kind and gentle demeanor, Lin Yun could not help but secretly scoff. This only solidified his conviction that the current mission from the sect was directed at him. Chapter 54, Dancing with Wolves. Old fox, I am eager to see how you intend to deal with me. Lin Yun's heart was as clear as a mirror. Jiyu Xianda continued to feign righteousness. The sect has matters to attend to, and I trust that you, Lin Yun, will not stand idly by. Will you? Lin Yun smirked. "Sect Master, your disciple will certainly do his utmost to safeguard the mountain gate. Am I asking you to continue watching over the mountain gate? Is that the answer I require?" Gu Xianda's anger made his beard tremble. This rascal was still playing the fool. I will not beat around the bush. The Beast Control sect has come here for two reasons. One is for the Spirit Realm Grand Competition, and the other is that not long ago, they lost a spirit pet that has escaped to Weiyang Mountain. Since you have been to Weiyang Mountain, I have already promised them that you would go there to retrieve the lost spirit pet. Seeing Gu Xianda's self-righteous facade, one might mistakenly believe he was doing Lin Yun a great favor. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't defeat him, Lin Yun would have truly liked to pluck every hair from this old fox. "Sect Master, I fear I am ill-equipped for such a task." Lin Yun attempted to decline. However, Liao Chongping rose and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Lin Yun, this matter falls solely upon you. Besides you, the only other person who has been to Weiyang Mountain is Xiaoping Tian, and he is currently in seclusion on the back mountain. If you refuse to go, who else can we send? If something goes awry, can we shoulder the responsibility? So it's a matter of forcing my hand, is it?" Lin Yun silently cursed, but seeing Liao Chongping and Gu Xianda's expressions, he realized he could not shirk his responsibility. Since evasion was impossible, he might as well negotiate for some benefits for himself. With that thought in mind, he spoke. "In response to the sect master, your and Elder Liao's considerations are commendable, and I should indeed agree. However, during the battle at Qin Family Fortress, I suffered a head injury, and some of my memories are rather unclear. I fear I may mislead you." Jiyu Xianda fixed his gaze on Lin Yun. "Are you trying to play Tai Chi with me?" Just as Gu Xianda appeared ready to explode, Lin Yun hastily added, "However, I do have a plan." Jiyu Xianda struggled to contain his anger. "Speak." I recently found a secret tome on alchemy that contains formulas capable of restoring memory," Lin Yun proclaimed earnestly. Liao Chongping regarded him with skepticism. The Lu Yun sect had always focused on offensive techniques. When had they begun to delve into alchemy? Only Liao Chongping secretly chuckled, thinking, "Clever lad. Seizing the opportunity to extort me, are you? Very well, Write down what you need, and I shall ensure it is delivered to you. Lin Yun cautiously replied, Sect Master, this may not be appropriate. Ji Yuxinda smiled benevolently. No harm done. You have labored diligently for the sect. It is only fitting that you receive some reward. Lin Yun, feeling no need for modesty, began to write. After a while, Gu Xinda sensed something was amiss. Liao Chongping, regaining his composure, remarked after a quarter of an hour had passed. Lin Yun, what kind of formulas require such an extensive amount of time to write? Elder Liao, there are many formulas for treating amnesia. And I intend to try them all, Lin Yun replied. Ji Yuxinda sighed. Finally, after a full incense stick had burned, Lin Yun presented the hefty list of formulas. Ji Yuxinda's expression grew increasingly grim as he examined the list. 1,000 spirit stones? Tianxiang Mu, Shijialan, are you truly demanding such exorbitant items to treat a case of amnesia? Have you come to Lu Yun's sect to stock up on supplies? You little rascal, you are truly milking me dry. Despite his discontent, Gu Xinda begrudgingly agreed to Lin Yun's demands. After finally sending Lin Yun on his way, Liao Chongping erupted. Impudent brat, sect master, this fellow is clearly extorting you. Why agree to such terms? Gu Xinda, clutching his chest, sank into a seat and let out a long sigh. After all, he was bound by a connection with the ancestor. Should he use this as an excuse to avoid action? Who knew when the next opportunity would arise? Once the task was accomplished, the ancestor would not reprimand them, and they could simply prepare what this lad required and reclaim it afterward. After exiting Yuntian Pavilion, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the upcoming journey to Weiyang Mountain would be perilous, yet he felt no overwhelming despair. The Beast Control Sect's visit to Lu Yun's sect was primarily concerning the lost spirit pet. Upon returning to his bamboo cottage, Lin Yun received a delivery of various precious materials from the Internal Affairs Pavilion that very night. He accepted them all without hesitation. However, he was unexpectedly delighted to find that the personal items previously confiscated by the Discipline Hall had also been returned. That night, Lin Yun stood in his courtyard gazing at the starry sky. He had already begun to plan his departure from Lu Yun's sect. It seemed that even if he could evade the impending crisis posed by the Beast Control Sect, Gu Xinda would not allow him to remain here. Fortunately, Qin Xian and Chen Yushan still had the protection of Hong Xiu from Qingxia Peak and Shangguanwan. Being alone, he had fewer worries. In the days that followed, Lin Yun discreetly made preparations. It wasn't until the day he was set to descend the mountain that he unexpectedly learned that he would be accompanied by the ancient relic known as Bai Zhuqing. Clearly, Bai Zhuqing had yet to grasp the danger of the situation. Li Hong and Li Wuze were acquainted with Lin Yun, but they were also accompanied by a young man in his teens who was perpetually smiling. Yet Lin Yun sensed a hint of chill emanating from him. Name: Fang Chengqian Realm, 9th layer of Sky Control Fate, Poison User of Southern Frontier, Blue, Destiny, Justice over Evil, Green, Old Poisoner, Blue, Deep Thinker, White, Southern Frontier Poison User. Born under an extraordinary sign, with 5 poisons manifesting, naturally close to toxic substances, immune to their harm. Justice over Evil, innately cruel, yet well hidden. One day, his true nature will be revealed. Old Poisoner exhibits higher efficiency in the formulation of poisons. Deep Thinker, steady-minded, with profound cunning. Outcome: born as the Poison King, he entered the 10,000 Poisons Cave during his travels in the southern frontier and established a sect alongside the leaders of the Beast Control Sect and 10,000 Poisons Cave, but ultimately perished during the 9 Thunder Tribulation in his later years due to violating the natural order. Recent turn of events: discovered the lost spirit pet at the mysterious lake beneath Weiyang Mountain, leading him to a hidden underwater cave. Upon observing Fang Chengqian's profile, Lin Yun was certain that this was the individual he needed to regard with utmost caution. He appeared to be a formidable adversary indeed. As Lin Yun contemplated Fang Chengqian's profile, he had begun to grasp the situation. Just then, Gu Xinda and Liao Chongping descended the mountain. Ji Yuxinda patted Bai Zhuqing and Lin Yun on the shoulders. You two must exercise the utmost caution on this journey. If the situation becomes dire, do not feel compelled to act bravely. Bai Zhuqing nodded. Disciple obeys. Lin Yun echoed the sentiment, but as he spoke, he noticed Li Wuze glaring at him with a sinister expression. Indeed, this expedition to Weiyang Mountain would not be so straightforward. Chapter 55. Stepping onto Weiyang Mountain again. Thinking about his impending return to Weiyang Mountain, Lin Yun had researched numerous records regarding it during this time. The Liu Yun sect had established itself here for many years. There ought to be ample documentation. In his search, Lin Yun stumbled upon some legends. It was said that thousands of years ago, a giant python had cultivated for a century and attained sentience. It later attempted to transform into a flood dragon at Weiyang Mountain, but inexplicably survived. Following this event, many cultivators believed that a hidden treasure lay within Weiyang Mountain, drawing them to gather there. However, what ultimately transpired remains a mystery. It is known that a great battle occurred, claiming the lives of nearly 90% of the participating cultivators. Those who survived were often left maddened, and few retained their sanity, remaining tight-lipped about the events that transpired. At this moment, Lin Yun nudged Bai Zhuqing and whispered, "Why did you come along? This is a perilous undertaking." Bai Zhuqing scratched his head, responding earnestly, "Have you forgotten our pact? We agreed to undertake the sect's mission together. Would you leave me behind?" "Well, this stubborn mule has no inkling of the dangers involved," Lin Yun lamented. "Elderly, I shall entrust these two disciples to you for the time being." Li Hong patted his chest in assurance. "Rest easy, sect master. I will return them safe and sound." The two exchanged a knowing smile. Gu Xianda watched as Li Hong led Lin Yun and Bai Zhuqing down the mountain, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. On the road to Weiyang Mountain, Li Hong remarked, "Lin Yun, I know there have been conflicts between you and Li Wuza in the past. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. Since the issue has been resolved, let us shake hands and make amends." Lin Yun glanced at Li Wuza. Though the words were spoken, it was clear that Li Wuza bore no intention of reconciling. Called by Li Hong, Li Wuza reluctantly uttered a few words, to which Lin Yun responded in a similarly perfunctory manner. However, what puzzled Lin Yun the most at that moment was that Li Hong and his companions did not seem to harbor any intentions of eliminating him. Ji Yuxianda and Xiao Pingtian must have learned of my seizing the opportunity in the back mountain, which prompted their actions against me. I had initially assumed it was a case of using a blade to kill someone, but could it be that they intended to sever ties with the Beastmaster sect through this opportunity? Lin Yun mused quietly. This was the only explanation for the current situation. The atmosphere during the journey was rather awkward. Bai Zhuqing, being somewhat taciturn, failed to notice anything amiss. Lin Yun, on the other hand, was deep in thought throughout the journey. Upon reaching Weiyang Mountain and confirming that these individuals had no intentions of harming him, he finally stopped Li Hong. "May I have a word with elderly?" Li Hong, furrowing his brows as he scrutinized Lin Yun, nodded in agreement. The two stepped aside, and Li Hong glanced around. "Lin Yun, what do you wish to discuss? Is the Beastmaster sect here to seek cooperation with the Flowing Cloud sect for the Spirit Realm competition?" Li Hong's eyes bore into Lin Yun, incredulous that a mere disciple could possess such knowledge. "I also know that the Beastmaster sect has made considerable sacrifices for the Spirit Realm competition." Li Hong's expression turned grave. "What do you intend to convey?" "Although I am a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, elderly may not be aware that there are numerous individuals within the sect who wish to see me dead." As Lin Yun spoke, Li Hong merely scoffed, clearly disbelieving. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. You are backed by the ancestral figure of the Flowing Cloud sect. Even before our departure, Gu Xianda emphasized repeatedly that he would ensure your safety. To kill you. Do not jest." Lin Yun anticipated that Li Hong would not believe him, so he revealed his suspicions. What if the Flowing Cloud sect has ulterior motives this time and does not intend to cooperate with the Beastmaster sect? After obtaining benefits from the Beastmaster sect, they may seize the opportunity to eliminate me and frame the entire affair on the Beastmaster sect. In such a scenario, the Beastmaster sect would undoubtedly be the unwitting victim. Should I perish, Bai Zhuqing, who possesses no significant background, would be easily dismissed. Upon hearing Lin Yun's analysis, Li Hong found it surprisingly plausible. It must be said that Gu Xianda had indeed been overly enthusiastic in his efforts to assist the Beastmaster sect this time. These two disciples were forcibly sent by him. Li Hong had never requested their presence. Even if your reasoning holds merit, it remains merely your analysis. Why would Gu Xianda, as the esteemed leader of a sect, wish to harm you? Lin Yun rubbed the tip of his nose. I am not one to enjoy being constrained. Perhaps Gu Zongzhu believes that no matter how many benefits he offers me, it will not yield any advantage for the Flowing Cloud sect. Li Hong huffed. That is merely speculation. Cease your wild imaginings. You need only follow our lead. Once we locate the spirit pet, we shall ensure your safe return. I will personally safeguard your safety. Lin Yun smiled with satisfaction. Though Li Hong feigned disbelief, when the situation reached this point, his demeanor seemed rather compliant. The Beastmaster sect had indeed gained considerable notoriety a century ago due to the emergence of a prodigious talent, whose captured spirit pet, an ancient spirit fox, was poised to evolve into a rare nine-tailed fox. Unfortunately, fate proved envious. Such a genius met an untimely demise during a mission for the Beastmaster sect. Despite numerous suspicions, no evidence surfaced to substantiate claims of foul play. This incident compelled the Beastmaster sect to invest excessive resources, and with many promising youths perishing alongside him, the sect's current strength had markedly declined. Upon arriving at Weiyang Mountain, Lin Yun had already forgotten how to locate the initial lake. I have been to Weiyang Mountain before. The only place dense with vitality is the lake I once encountered. Lin Yun murmured. Weiyang Lake? Fang Chengqian inquired. I am aware of its legends. However, it is said to be fraught with danger. He glanced at Li Hong, clearly aware of the tales and somewhat apprehensive. What if the giant python still resides there? After all these years, even if the creature exists, it may have long since turned to dust, Li Hong scoffed. Having failed to transform, the giant python is unlikely to survive any longer. Let us investigate Weiyang Lake. With Li Hong's decision solidified, Fang Chengqian took the lead, while Lin Yun and Bai Zhuqing walked in the middle, with Li Hong bringing up the rear. Bai Zhuqing, be cautious. This task is not as straightforward as it seems. Bai Zhuqing nodded, evidently not fully comprehending the implications. Fang Chengqian, well-versed in Weiyang Mountain, swiftly led them to Weiyang Lake. Clearly, Li Hong's earlier assertions were not unfounded. Lin Yun and Bai Zhuqing were indeed gifts from Guxianda. Chapter 56. The kill at Weiyang Mountain. Do you sense anything? Li Hong inquired of Fang Chengqian, who nodded gravely, while Li Hong and Fang Chengqian deliberated on how to search Weiyang Lake. Li Wuzi approached Lin Yun. Upon seeing him, Lin Yun took 2 steps back. You aren't thinking of making a move again, are you? He immediately scrutinized Li Wuzi's demeanor, relieved to find no signs of aggression. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions, Li Wuzi smiled. I am merely here to observe you closely, as instructed by elderly observe. Lin Yun realized this indicated that Li Hong had not yet fully entrusted him. Until the Flowing Cloud sect acted, Li Hong would not grant him absolute trust. Lin Yun's willingness to speak candidly was also a means to prepare for securing a place for himself. Given that his Yuan Tai had yet to be born, he considered the Beastmaster sect to be the most suitable target, potentially yielding clues regarding his Yuan Tai at that moment. Li Hong produced a white jade token, inscribed with peculiar runes that shimmered with a reverse glow. This is indeed the place, Li Hong said with excitement. I can affirm that the spirit pet lies beneath Weiyang Lake. Fang Chengqian glanced at the unfathomable depths of the lake. Elder, I cannot shake the feeling that Weiyang Lake harbors a sinister aura. Regardless, we must ascend to investigate at that moment. Li Hong turned to Lin Yun and Bai Zhuqing. You two shall descend as well. Due to Lin Yun's influence, Li Hong was less courteous, yet genuinely concerned about Lin Yun causing trouble on land. To be honest, Lin Yun was reluctant to enter the water. Who knew what lurked below? What if the legends of the giant python were true? However, given Li Hong's current demeanor, there was likely no room for negotiation. Bai Zhuqing did not object either. Ultimately, under Fang Chengqian's guidance, Lin Yun and Bai Zhuqing descended into the water. Li Hong produced a crystalline, azure blue orb. This is the water avoidance pearl. Carrying it will ensure you can breathe comfortably underwater. However, it requires the use of Yuan power. Lin Yun tucked the water avoidance pearl into his robes and then leaped into Weiyang Lake. With the activation of Yuan power, a membrane seemed to envelop him, allowing for the conversion of necessary oxygen. Following suit, Bai Zhuqing and Fang Chengqian also entered the water. Fang Chengqian swiftly took the lead. The spirit pet we lost is several zhang long. If you happen to see it, do let me know. After issuing his instructions, he commenced his search. Bai Zhuqing also earnestly scoured the depths. Weiyang Lake was deep and bottomless. Even with its crystal-clear waters, discerning the lake's floor proved exceedingly challenging. Additionally, submerged as they were, movement remained quite cumbersome, despite the water avoidance pearl. Lin Yun's movements were slow, and he found himself straining to keep pace with Fang Chengqian. After all, he understood that it was Fang Chengqian who had located the spirit pet. Nearly a quarter of an hour passed when suddenly, Fang Chengqian shouted, I found it. Lin Yun hurriedly swam over, not out of curiosity for the spirit pet, but rather to uncover the secrets hidden beneath Weiyang Lake. Before him lay a red-maned fire lion. Lin Yun recognized it from descriptions in the Shan Haiji. The red-maned fire lion, possessing ancient Qilin blood, would become a formidable spirit pet in the cultivation realm, particularly in its matured state. The creature before him undoubtedly possessed peak strength in the void realm. How could it have perished so easily? Let us ascend, Fang Chengqian remarked nonchalantly. Just as they began to rise, Fang Chengqian suddenly spotted a dark area beneath them, where a flash of red light darted by. What was that? He instinctively called out. Lin Yun recognized it as the mysterious cave Fang Chengqian had discovered. We should first report this to elderly before making any decisions. Fang Chengqian, being cautious, understood that this cave was certainly not ordinary, and at that moment, he would not easily dive down to investigate. Once the three emerged from the water, they recounted the situation beneath the surface. Upon hearing that the red-maned fire lion had been slain, Li Hong's expression darkened. How could this happen? Beneath Weiyang Lake, the conversation was abruptly interrupted as Li Hong found himself unable to continue. The formidable red-maned fire lion had been slain, a testament to the ferocity of its assailants. It was evident that those responsible were no mere miscreants. Moreover, the location, Weiyang Lake, evoked memories of the ancient giant python. Fang Chengqian had examined the corpse closely and now shook his head, remarking, "The wounds appear more akin to those inflicted by some ferocious beast gnawing at its flesh." That moment, Lin Yun directed his gaze toward Fang Chengqian. Noticing a transformation on the panel before him, name, Fang Chengqian Realm, 9th layer of Sky Control Fate. Southern Poison User, Blue, Destiny. Justice prevails over evil, Green. Old Poison Master, Blue. Deep Schemer, White, Conclusion. Born a Poison King, he wandered through the southern region, joining the 10,000 Poisons Cave, ultimately establishing his own sect in collaboration with the leaders of the beast-taming sect and the cave. However, due to defiance against the heavens, he met his demise during the 9 Thunder Tribulation in his later years. Recent turn, severely injured in a surprise attack by the Flowing Cloud sect. His fate in Weiyang Lake remains uncertain. The Flowing Cloud sect preparing to strike. Lin Yun immediately turned to Li Hong and Li Wuza. Name, Li Hong Realm, 4th layer of 10,000 Laws Fate. Mind Connection, Purple, Destiny. Beast Tamer, Blue. Beast Speaker, Green. Death Tribulation, Black. Mind Connection. Enables communication with various exotic beasts, enhancing the success rate of beast taming. Beast Tamer. Can tame 2 additional exotic beasts beyond his own level within the same realm. Death Tribulation. Triggers karmic retribution. Death is inevitable, and anyone attempting to alter their fate will suffer consequences. Conclusion. Engaged in a fierce battle against Elder Liao Chongping of the Flowing Cloud sect on Weiyang Mountain. Nearly all of his spirit beasts were slain. Tio evade pursuit. He feigned death, lingering for 5 days before passing away. Recent turn. Ambushed by Liao Chongping on Weiyang Mountain, he succumbed in battle 5 days later. Liao Chongping, it is he? Lin Yun clenched his fists tightly, realizing Gu Xianda truly wished for his demise. Name. By Zhuqing Realm, 2nd layer of Yuan Si Fate. Enveloped in misfortune, Gray, Destiny. 1,000-year decline, Green. Things go awry, White. Stubborn Mule, Blue, Conclusion. Captured alive by Elder Liao Chongping on Weiyang Mountain. Falsely accused of being a traitor to the Flowing Cloud sect, he was subjected to severe torture in the Discipline Hall. Enduring humiliation without yielding to corruption, ultimately forgotten and despondent, dying in prison years later. Recent turn. Captured alive on Weiyang Mountain. Has Bai Zhuqing been captured? Lin Yun gazed at the panels of several individuals, his heart heavy with foreboding. Since the Flowing Cloud sect had made its move, it was undoubtedly intent on exterminating them. Yet, Lin Yun was taken aback by Gu Xianda's blatant disregard for pretense. Elderly, I discovered a massive cavern beneath the lake, Fang Chengqian interjected. Li Hong nodded. It seems the tale of the giant python is indeed true. Let us investigate. At that moment, Lin Yun stepped forward to intervene. Chapter 57. Righteousness? A hypocrite. Fang Chengqian and Li Zhe were both ambushed and overpowered by the Flowing Cloud sect. Had they been forewarned of the impending events, could they have avoided this calamity? What do you wish to convey? Li Hong fixed Lin Yun with a penetrating stare. The matter you spoke of has yet to unfold. Lin Yun replied earnestly, members of the Flowing Cloud sect have arrived. Liao Chongping is among them. He is a trusted confidant of Gu Xianda and likely accompanied by others. Elderly, it would be wise to prepare early to avoid being caught off guard. Li Hong chuckled, You rascal. As a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect, you repeatedly betray your own sect. Yet, before this, you were always considering your sect's interests. Naturally, he found it difficult to believe Lin Yun's assertions. Regardless of the truth of my words, the reality will soon be revealed. I urge everyone to be on high alert. Lin Yun declared resolutely. Li Hong, hearing this, responded firmly, rest assured, if what you say holds true. Even if the Flowing Cloud sect truly seeks to kill you, I will ensure your safety. It would be disingenuous to claim Li Hong harbored no grievances against the Flowing Cloud sect, especially after they had previously reaped significant benefits. Lin Yun, I fail to comprehend. Are we not executing this mission for the sake of our sect? Why would they seek to kill us? Bai Zhuqing expressed his confusion. Lin Yun sighed. Time is of the essence. There is no room for lengthy explanations. He turned to Li Hong. I fear the Flowing Cloud sect has already arrived. Elderly, it would be prudent for you and Brother Fong to submerge yourselves and draw them out, allowing us to ambush them. Li Hong glanced at Fang Chengqian and nodded. Once Li Hong and Fang Chengqian descended into the water, Lin Yun pulled Bai Zhuqing aside. I apologize. It seems I will inadvertently involve you in this situation. If the Flowing Cloud sect truly arrives, you must do your utmost to escape and distance yourself from Weiyang Mountain. Remember, do not return to the Flowing Cloud sect. Should you be captured, have faith that I will rescue you. Lin Yun vowed earnestly. Bai Zhuqing appeared perplexed. Lin Yun, though I do not fully grasp your words, I shall remember them. Lin Yun reflected on Bai Zhuqing's unfortunate fate as an embodiment of misfortune. It seemed a dire predicament awaited him. Yet, for now, he was merely captured alive, and while he had suffered, it did not preclude the possibility of rescue. The next steps would hinge on his performance. Li Wuze, though appearing well, had not truly recovered. He would likely faint before any confrontation even commenced. As time passed, Lin Yun's judgment seemed increasingly erroneous. This brat, I knew he was scheming against me, Li Hong thought to himself while concealed beneath the water. Just as Fang Chengqian was about to proceed, he suddenly raised his hand to halt. Wait, something is amiss. On the shore, Lin Yun sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, meditating. Having arranged everything, he had also checked his own panel. Name, Lin Yun Realm, third layer of Yuanxi Fate. Child of misfortune, gray, destiny. Fated to encounter calamity, black. Minor fortune, green, conclusion. After diligent efforts within the Flowing Cloud sect, he managed to achieve some progress but ultimately became a disposable pawn due to internal conflicts. Recent turn, surrounded and attacked by Liao Chongping and others at Weiyang Lake. He was rescued by Li Hong, plunging into the lake and concealing himself within a mysterious cavern for safety. Indeed, the seemingly fatal situation had shifted. While Lin Yun felt a surge of joy, he also began to strategize for a more distant future. Suddenly, he caught the sound of approaching footsteps. He recognized that Liao Chongping had arrived. On the scene, several figures landed, all cloaked and masked. One figure, notably robust, was unmistakably Elder Liao, despite his disguise. Who goes there? Li Wuze, having overheard Lin Yun's earlier remarks, darkened in expression. As he spoke, the day tiger was unleashed, lunging toward the newcomers. Liao Chongping remained silent, merely sneering. Raising his right hand, a terrifying pressure descended like a colossal mountain. Li Wuze emitted a muffled groan, blood erupting from his mouth in a fountain-like spray before he collapsed, unconscious. Lin Yun turned to Bai Zhuqing, whispering, "They are here for me. Do not concern yourself with me. Flee at once." Bai Zhuqing was no fool. Trusting Lin Yun, he acted without hesitation, casting several dice to create an opening and swiftly escaping. Two of the cloaked figures split off to pursue Bai Zhuqing, while the remaining ones remained fixated on Lin Yun. Liao Chongping let out a derisive laugh. How absurd. Facing death, you still concern yourself with another's fate. His tone had shifted, likely to safeguard his identity. Elder Liao, why mask your true self? I have long anticipated that you would not spare me. Lin Yun took a few steps forward. Allow me to guess. Brother Xiao should also be present today, correct? Upon hearing Lin Yun unveil his identity, Liao Chongping's expression shifted dramatically. How did this brat come to know? Before he could respond, the nearby Xiaoping Tian declared. It seems you are aware of your impending doom. Xiaoping Tian's gaze was venomous. Brat, ever since you became an outer disciple, chaos has followed you within the sect. It would be better to eliminate you early, thus sparing me a rival for the title of chief disciple. His jealousy towards Lin Yun was palpable. Lin Yun erupted into laughter. How ridiculous. Though you possess talent, your cold-hearted nature betrays your lack of gratitude. While others may refer to you as sword master, fear and dread fill their hearts. You are merely envious of my rapid growth and good relations, fearing I might eclipse you in popularity. Striking a nerve. Xiao Ping Tian bellowed, "Brat, today I shall ensure your demise." He fixed his gaze on Lin Yun with an icy murderous intent. In that fleeting moment, Lin Yun found himself rooted to the spot, unable to move. Had it not been for his experiences in Lizhu Dongtian, he might not have been able to maintain such composure. The sword of Xiao Ping Tian was a mere half-meter away from Lin Yun, and he could feel the sharp sword aura slicing against his cheek painfully. Given his physique, even the most ordinary attacks could hardly penetrate his defenses. This was perhaps the closest Lin Yun had ever been to death. Suddenly, a sticky tongue lunged at Xiao Ping Tian with astonishing speed. Xiao Ping Tian's expression shifted as he observed the greenish viscous liquid dripping from the tongue, sizzling and smoking upon contact with the ground. This substance was undoubtedly infused with a deadly toxin. He twisted his body mid-air, retreating swiftly. Although he evaded the attack, he lost the prime opportunity to eliminate Lin Yun. TSK, is this truly the esteemed Luyun sect, renowned for its righteousness? Fang Chengqian approached Lin Yun. Behind him loomed a gigantic poisonous toad. The Miaojian poisonous toad, ranked 167th in the Shanhai GE, possessed an extremely potent toxicity. Below the realm of Yujing, mere contact meant instant death. Fang Chengqian, are you courting death? Xiao Ping Tian scoffed derisively. Whether I will die or not, we shall find out once we engage, Fang Chengqian replied, somewhat disheartened. He had hoped the Miaojian poisonous toad would inflict some harm on Xiao Ping Tian. Even a slight injury would have been beneficial for their battle. Elderly, it is time for you to reveal yourself. Liao Changping, no longer hiding, realized their entire plan had been unraveled. Just then, Li Hong emerged from beneath the water. Luyun's sect truly plays its cards well today. You intend to wipe us out entirely and frame us, the Beastmaster sect, for the harm done to your disciples, all while seizing ownership of that spiritual vein. Am I right? His cold gaze fell upon Liao Changping, who chose not to respond. It seems you have underestimated me, old man, Li Hong sneered. How could the Beastmaster sect not be aware of the difficulties posed by the Luyun sect? Since I was assigned to handle this situation, how could I possibly be unprepared? Liao Changping turned to Lin Yun, you arrogant brat. Do you think that with the Beastmaster sect's backing, you can survive? Today, even the ancestor of Luyun cannot save you. Jiu Xianda had long plotted for this day. Failure was not an option. Liao Changping formed a seal with his right hand, and his flying sword surged forward. With a flick of his sleeve, invisible sword energy coalesced behind him, hurtling toward Li Hong. Faced with Liao Changping's full-force attack, Li Hong naturally did not dare to be careless. PFF, a mouthful of blood spewed forth. As the blood mist dissipated, a magnificent white horse appeared behind him, soon sprouting wings and unleashing a tempest. Liao Changping's flying sword was surprisingly met with equal force, the white jade divine steed. Ha! You managed to tame this creature. What a pity. All of it is in vain. Liao Changping sneered, as his flying sword was suppressed by the fierce winds conjured by the divine steed. But in the next moment, he too drew upon his own blood, and the sword light surged forth, hinting at a potential counterattack. Everyone, converge. Ensure that this brat does not leave alive. With Liao Changping's command, several individuals sprang into action. Fang Chengqian faced off against Xiao Ping Tian, while the Miaojian poisonous toad proved to be a formidable challenge, hindering Liao Changping from fully unleashing his advantage. Lin Yun found himself battling 3 opponents. However, their strengths were all at the peak of Yuan Hai in the initial stage of Yujing. Although he felt pressure, he was not yet on the verge of defeat. The trio adeptly maneuvered in the heat of battle, inching closer to Weiyang Lake. Though they were uncertain of what lay beneath the lake, they had no choice but to take a gamble. However, Liao Changping had seen through their intentions. They seek to enter Weiyang Lake. Stop them! Xiao Ping Tian became even more animated. Ha! Trying to flee? Did you consult me first? From afar, Lin Yun glanced at Li Hong. Feeling quite helpless, it seemed that fate was not so easily altered. Even with foreknowledge, Li Hong could not escape his destiny. Lin Yun had already attempted to intervene but dared not overreach, for this was a death calamity. as Xiaoping Tian prepared to intercept the two. Li Hong bellowed, "You wretches of the Luyun sect, do you dare to kill in front of me?" A terrifying force swept through the surroundings as an invisible dark red flame ignited upon Li Hong's form. Liao Changping's countenance shifted. "You old fool, have you lost your mind? Are you willing to obliterate your very soul for someone so inconsequential?" At that moment, Li Hong unleashed a secret technique. Should he exceed his limits, it would mean certain death, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Yet, this very act amplified his power, dispelling all negative effects and elevating his realm to the 8th layer of Wanfa. Lin Yun watched Li Hong's retreating figure, feeling a stir of emotion. Compared to the Luyun sect, the elders of the Beastmaster sect were truly capable, willing to step up when necessary. As Xiaoping Tian and the others were still recovering from the shock, Fang Chengqian hastened to Lin Yun's side. "Staying here is futile in a battle of the Wanfa realm. We are mere pawns," as elderly suggested. "We must retreat." He assumed Lin Yun was reluctant to leave and grasped his hand, attempting to rush towards the lake. At that moment, Li Hong pointed and commanded, "Stop." The individuals who intended to encircle Lin Yun found themselves immobilized. Even Liao Changping felt his movements hindered. Seeing Lin Yun attempt to flee again, Xiaoping Tian cursed, "Damn it. If I let this brat escape, it will only lead to greater troubles." With that, he spat a mouthful of essence blood onto his sword, his eyes burning crimson, wild with fury. "Lin Yun, today you shall undoubtedly die." Chapter 59. The serpent of the lake's depths, Xiaoping Tian, was completely unhinged. Jealousy had driven him to madness. He had not once considered the consequences of his actions upon others. Consumed solely by the desire to kill, Lin Yun must die. Nothing could stand in his way. Roaring, Xiaoping Tian thrust his sword towards Lin Yun, the blade's energy crackling like tangible lightning, though swift. Lin Yun widened his eyes, feeling the overwhelming power of the strike from a distance. Fang Chengqian cursed, "Do you have a vendetta against this man? Are you willing to sacrifice your own cultivation to kill him?" He could hardly fathom that Xiaoping Tian would lose his sanity over a mere disciple of the Yuanhai realm. Lin Yun fell silent. The sword aura surged violently, coupled with Xiaoping Tian's desperate effort. It was clear that Lin Yun's path to survival had been severed. Yet at that critical moment, a hazy golden barrier materialized, intercepting the oncoming sword energy. Boom, boom, boom. Several sword energies struck above, creating ripples that quickly dissipated into nothingness. Li Hong, upon Lin Yun's gaze, was accompanied by a creature resembling a white crane. Its plumage was a vibrant green adorned with crimson spots, and it possessed but a single leg, its beak a striking red and white. Remarkably, it could articulate human speech. Li Hong, you have broken your promise. Liao Changping's expression transformed drastically at the sight of this spirit companion. The scarlet feather clear skybird, the signature spirit beast of the beast tamer sect. How could you possibly bring it forth? His voice trembled, revealing his palpable fear. Do not casually provoke a beast tamer you do not comprehend, and do not corner them into a fight for their lives, for you can never predict what they might summon. Li Hong chuckled dryly. Are you afraid? Today, none of you shall escape. Liao Changping was thoroughly flustered. Xiaoping Tian, cease the pursuit of those two. Focus all your might on eliminating Li Hong. Take advantage of his weakness to claim his life. Li Hong, at the cost of his own vitality, forcibly summoned the beast, significantly augmenting his power but inevitably suffering backlash. If they could withstand this wave, Li Hong would surely perish. Meanwhile, having narrowly escaped, Fang Chengqian wasted no time. Pulling Lin Yun directly into the unfathomable depths of Weiyang Lake. As he observed the splashes upon the lake surface, Xiaoping Tian was beside himself with rage. However, upon hearing Li Hong's declaration, he redirected his attention towards Li Hong. It was a startling sight. Li Hong appeared invigorated, an aura of formidable strength emanating ceaselessly. Is it truly worth this for just one disciple of the Luyun sect? Liao Changping could not fathom Li Hong's motives. It is not merely for him, but to thwart your Luyun sect's sinister plot. Li Hong bellowed, "Clear sky bird, should I be deemed untrustworthy, I beseech you to aid me in vanquishing my fierce adversaries." The clear sky bird merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Hong. "Very well, I shall assist you this once. However, summoning me with your lifeblood may cost you dearly. The battle of beast tamers is unlike that of ordinary cultivators. Their connection with their spirit companions is profound. In combat, the spirit's power is derived from both its innate strength and a portion of the beast tamer's energy, both elements being indispensable. Thus, to command a spirit companion stronger than oneself, an immense amount of energy is required from the tamer. A significant disparity in cultivation levels may be mitigated, but Li Hong's current companion is a signature beast of the beast tamer sect, reputed to transcend all laws existing in the realm of yin and yang. For reasons unknown, Li Hong had summoned such a powerful spirit, and no matter, should I kill these few, even if it costs me my life, it would be worth it. Li Hong coughed lightly. In a situation of certain doom, it is better to fight with all I have. The clear sky bird snorted, raising its head to release a long, piercing cry. In an instant, a conflagration erupted, and an invisible golden dome descended from the heavens, enveloping the members of the Luyun sect. Subsequently, unending wildfires surged forth. Xiao Ping Tian's countenance shifted dramatically as he approached Liao Chongping. Elder Liao, what shall we do? Liao Chongping inhaled sharply, gripping his sword. Form a formation. This old wretch can't withstand for long. The members of the Luyun sect summoned their flying swords, and amidst a cacophony of thunder, a solidified sword shadow plunged from above, striking the dome with a resounding crash. The heavens dimmed, and the ground trembled violently. Centered around Weiyang Lake, the energy wave obliterated the surrounding area for dozens of miles. This was the pinnacle of the battle within the realm of myriad laws. After plunging into the lake, Lin Yun and Fang Chengqian felt the overwhelming energy fluctuations from outside. The realm of myriad laws was a level of existence beyond imagination. Fang Chengqian's expression darkened as he guided the water-repelling pearl, swiftly bringing Lin Yun to the cavern at the lake's bottom. We have no other choice but to take refuge here. He understood that Li Hong could not hold out much longer. Summoning the clear sky bird to buy time was already at its limit. The best outcome would merely be to severely injure Liao Chongping. However, the remaining foes, including Xiao Ping Tian, were still formidable threats. Thus, they could only seek refuge within this cavern, where perhaps a glimmer of hope remained, or a path to escape could be uncovered. Lin Yun nodded in agreement. The two descended into the lake's cavern, still feeling the ground tremor, indicating that the battle above had yet to conclude. Lin Yun clenched his fists. The humiliation suffered by the Luyun sect today shall be repaid tenfold in the future. Just as Lin Yun entered the cavern, the primordial spirit unexpectedly stirred once more. Heaven bless, little one. After so many days of siphoning my essence from the Luyun sect, you finally show signs of life? Lin Yun was almost moved to tears. However, in the next moment, he collided with Fang Chengqian's back. Brother Fang. How? He began, but the words halted mid-sentence. Within the cavern lay a remarkable realm, reminiscent of an underwater dragon palace, with rich energy coursing through the depths of its jade halls. Yet, what truly unnerved them was the statue standing before the jade palace, beneath which coiled a colossal dragon over 100 feet long. Exuding tendrils of dark malevolence, it was said that a giant python could transform into a dragon after a century. This dragon, appearing several hundred feet in length, was likely the legendary transformation-failed giant python. For reasons unknown, it had survived, and now seemed to have found another opportunity to achieve its transformation. The dragon appeared gravely injured. It seems injured, Fang Chengqian whispered. Lin Yun harbored doubts. This aura is more potent than that of Liao Chongping in the realm of myriad laws. Who could have inflicted such harm upon it? Fang Chengqian replied. This giant python's transformation into a dragon must have involved some sinister methods. The spirit beasts killed by our beast tamer sect were likely the work of this creature. It must have been grievously wounded for a millennium, now seeking to consume spirit beasts for healing, and we unwittingly crossed paths with it. His tone was hushed. Present, the demonic dragon remained in slumber. Should it awaken, the two of them would likely be no more than a snack for it. Just then, Lin Yun cautiously examined Fang Chengqian's status panel. Name: Fang Chengqian Realm, 9th layer of Sky Sovereignty Fate. Southern Poisoner, Blue, Destiny. Justice over Evil, Green. Old Poisonous 1, Blue. Deep Thinker, White, Conclusion. Born as a Poison King, he traveled through the southern region, joining the 10,000 Poisons Cave and establishing a sect with the strengths of both the Beast Tamer sect and the 10,000 Poisons Cave. But due to defiance against heaven, he perished in his later years from the Nine in Thunder Calamity. Recent turn of events. Fell into Weiyang Lake, took refuge in the cavern, encountered the demonic dragon, and inadvertently awakened it, suffering grave injuries. Chapter 60. The Frenzied Abomination. This is bad. This could lead to disaster, Lin Yun thought to himself, urgently checking his own status panel. Name: Lin Yun Realm, 3rd layer of Primordial Sea Fate. Child of Misfortune, Gray, Destiny. Fortunate through Calamity, Purple, Conclusion. In the Luyun sect, he worked diligently, achieving some progress, but due to internal conflicts within the sect, he became a disposable sacrifice. Recent turn of events. Encountered the demonic dragon in the cavern beneath Weiyang Lake, inadvertently awakening it while being hunted. The primordial spirit's fluctuations were becoming increasingly frequent. However, at that moment, Lin Yun did not wish to linger. Brother Fong, that abomination seems exceptionally ferocious. We may not be able to handle it. Should we leave? If that creature awakens, our lives will surely be forfeit. Fong Chengqian's thoughts were profound. This demonic dragon was evidently not easy to deal with. The best option now was to make a hasty retreat. With this decision, he immediately prepared to leave with Lin Yun. Yet at that moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted from above. The next instant, the cavern trembled, and enormous boulders began to plummet. Lin Yun's face went pale. We're doomed. It's all over. The demonic dragon is about to awaken. A horrifying roar surged forth, causing the lake's waters to churn violently. Lin Yun and Fong Chengqian clamped their ears, fearing they would be deafened. They beheld the once sleeping demonic dragon slowly opening its eyes, its crimson gaze malevolent eye in the blink of an eye. It fixed its stare upon Fong Chengqian and Lin Yun, without uttering a word. With a swift claw, the lake's waters solidified into pillars, launching directly at Fong Chengqian. Damn it! Before Fong Chengqian could finish his sentence, he hurriedly conjured a barrier, but before it could hold, it was shattered. Blood sprayed forth, staining the lake crimson, as he was violently thrown against the wall. What rotten luck! Fong Chengqian gasped, breathless. Lin Yun also felt overwhelmed, quickly summoning the cold flame sword. The panel did not indicate imminent death, which meant there was still a chance. Outside, Li Hong and Liao Chongping were locked in fierce combat, with no end in sight. The battle between those in the realm of myriad laws would surely spell his doom if he ventured out. Thus, they could only seek a solution within Weiyang Lake. Observing Brother Fong's demeanor, it was evident that the demonic dragon was indeed injured. Otherwise, Fong Chengqian would have been turned into a mere snack. He muttered softly, his mind racing with thoughts. The magic dragon would certainly not grant Lin Yun such a favorable opportunity. In the next moment, its tail stirred, transforming the entire Weiyang Lake into a colossal whirlpool. Even with the aid of the water avoidance pearl, Lin Yun struggled to maintain his footing. An invisible force seemed intent on pulling him in. Summoning all his internal energy, he barely managed to stabilize himself, casting a cold glance at the distant magic dragon. The creature's power was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, Lin Yun could not see the dragon's stats. Otherwise, he might have devised a strategy to deal with it. At this moment, Fong Chengqian ceased to feign restraint and summoned the Miaojin poison toad once more. The inherently toxic toad instantly tainted the surrounding lake water with its noxious essence. Lin Yun, upon witnessing this, broke into a cold sweat. Brother, your approach is indiscriminate. He understood Fong Chengqian's intentions. At this point, he was wholly unconcerned about Lin Yun's survival, and no matter how strong the magic dragon was, it still had to be wary of the toad's venom. Thus, the dragon, initially aimed at killing Lin Yun, shifted its focus towards the Miaojin poison toad. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yun fled with great urgency, fearing that a moment's delay could cost him his life. While the magic dragon engaged Fong Chengqian in combat, Lin Yun made his way towards the depths of the palace. Take a chance, and a bicycle could become a motorcycle. Outside, death is certain. Perhaps there lies a chance for survival within. Earlier, he had observed that the magic dragon was relentless in its attack, yet it refrained from destroying the palace behind them, indicating that it likely held significant secrets. During this tumultuous exchange, Fong Chengqian summoned a green venomous snake, measuring several dozen feet long. Although the magic dragon momentarily struggled against the two poisonous creatures, it maintained the upper hand. Brother Fong, if you strike hard, don't blame me for fleeing first, Lin Yun thought, aware that Fong Chengqian could not hold out much longer as he dodged the falling boulders. He rapidly approached the palace. This place was truly extraordinary. Massive stones rained down, Yet the palace remained unscathed. At first, the magic dragon had not noticed this insignificant presence, devoting all its efforts to suppressing Fang Qingqian. Just as the dragon bit down on the Miao Jian poisoned toad's head, preparing to eviscerate it, it discovered that Lin Yun was already nearing the palace entrance. Like a dragon's reverse scale being touched, the magic dragon jerked its head and flung the toad aside. With a swift motion of its claws, it tore through the lake, splitting the Miao Jian poisoned toad in two. The other venomous snake attempted to coil around, only to be severed by a water blade emitted by the dragon. However, in a final desperate attempt, the snake clung tenaciously to the dragon's body, its sharp fangs sinking into its flesh. Fang Qingqian spat out a mouthful of blood. Losing 2 spirit pets was a considerable blow to him. Seeing the magic dragon charging towards Lin Yun, he no longer hesitated and turned to flee from the cave. Lin Yun, don't blame me. You only have yourself to blame for your foolishness in not considering your escape. After emerging from the cave, Fang Qingqian, wary of potential danger, forcefully destroyed the entrance to ensure no threats followed him, feeling slightly reassured. Meanwhile, Lin Yun was not so fortunate. He watched helplessly as the entrance was obliterated. Expecting something within the palace, he was met instead by an invisible barrier blocking his path. Thud! Lin Yun's head collided with it. Sending ripples through the AI or die in the distance, it seemed as if a massive celestial gate appeared. Yet within it lay a peculiar seal, resembling a key that was oddly shaped like a crooked spine. Lin Yun knocked against it twice. Alas, the barrier was too robust for him to breach. This moment, the dragon charged at him. This creature was indeed cautious, yet Lin Yun found himself utterly powerless before it. The Qing Yuan sword technique unleashed, sending several sword energies slicing through the water. Clang, clang, clang. The magic dragon merely sparked, showing no signs of injury. Indeed, the beast hide was remarkably tough. With that, Lin Yun executed another stroke of the Great River Sword technique. In the depths of the lake, its power surpassed previous demonstrations, yet this time it only succeeded in compelling the magic dragon to conjure several water shields for defense. The next moment, Lin Yun found himself pinned against the barrier by the dragon's claws. Boom! A foul stench assaulted his senses. Brother, how long has it been since you washed your feet? Chapter 61. Slaughtering the magic dragon. Perhaps sensing Lin Yun's unspoken thoughts, the frenzied beast roared, its gaping maw releasing a putrid breath. What an ancient stench, Lin Yun mused. After a bout of rage, the magic dragon grew somewhat calmer, its crimson eyes fixated on Lin Yun, the pressure intensifying. A sense of impending doom enveloped him. Was this creature truly intent on ending his life? Breathing became increasingly labored, and Lin Yun felt as though he were a mere balloon on the verge of bursting. "Oh great mudloach, you are squeezing me to my end." The magic dragon's roar grew louder, its grip tightening. Lin Yun tasted blood in his throat. This was dire. Am I about to perish? Thud. What was that sound? Lin Yun strained to look around. The magic dragon was still intent on his demise. Thud, thud. This time, he confirmed the source of the sound. It was his own body, and this was a powerful heartbeat. Thud, thud, thud. His heart raced faster. Yet, Lin Yun could hardly focus on anything beyond the suffocating grip of the dragon. Time passed, though he could not perceive how much. With a sudden crashing sound, a surge of oxygen flooded his lungs. He opened his eyes wide, the dragon's incessant roars filling his ears. Its claws were gradually pried apart. Not by Lin Yun, but by the protective golden light enveloping him. Despite the dragon's relentless efforts, it could not subdue Lin Yun at that moment. Abruptly, a brilliant golden light erupted from him, shattering the dragon's grip and sending the massive creature flying. The cave trembled with the force of the impact. The magic dragon writhed in disbelief. Unaccustomed to being wounded by a mere prey, in a fit of rage, it coalesced water blades to launch another assault. Yet at that moment, Lin Yun noticed the protective golden light surrounding him was being siphoned away. Oh no. Is it about to fly solo? The next instant, a mysterious primordial embryo appeared before him. The cracks upon its surface deepening. Accompanied by a crisp sound, 2 beams of golden light shot forth, piercing the magic dragon. Boom! The dragon howled in agony as the beams completely penetrated its body. Lin Yun smirked. Goodness, this little one is quite ruthless when in trouble. A fluffy creature burst forth from the primordial embryo. agile even in the water, though its size was merely that of an arm. Its speed and movements were anything but slow in no time. It reached the magic dragon. At this point, the magic dragon was severely injured, having also suffered from poison during its battle with Fang Qingqian. The little creature skillfully evaded the dragon's relentless strikes, its eyes emitting radiant golden beams. The nature of this golden light was a mystery, yet it could pierce through the dragon's thick scales. As the two engaged in combat, Lin Yun remained at a safe distance, observing the brief yet fierce battle that unfolded. In the end, the little creature delivered a stunning blow that shattered the magic dragon's skull. "Oh dear, what a waste!" Lin Yun exclaimed in dismay, as the dragon's head split open. A shimmering blue dragon pearl flew out. Just as Lin Yun was about to collect it, he saw the little creature snatch it and swallow it whole. Crunch, crunch! It actually ate it! After consuming the dragon pearl, the little creature appeared elated, transforming into a streak of golden light beneath the water, eventually landing on Lin Yun's arm. It felt surprisingly heavy. Only then did Lin Yun realize that this little being was a monkey, covered in white fur with a flat nose, exuding an innocent demeanor. Yet, he vividly recalled its ferocious attack on the magic dragon. This was not a creature to be trifled with. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Lin Yun noticed that the little monkey was quite affectionate, even nuzzling against his face. Realizing that this little creature acknowledged him as its master, he finally relaxed. Although the dragon pearl was precious, it mattered little if this small being recognized him as its owner. Bestowing some benefits upon it was not a burden. "You little rascal, possessing immense strength and golden eyes, I shall call you Xiao Bai." One must acknowledge that Lin Shu possesses a unique flair in naming. The little one, now endowed with a name, joyously calls out incessantly. Lin Yun, meanwhile, approaches the carcass of the Emo Jiao, beginning to scavenge. Though deceased, its body is laden with treasures. At Weiyang Mountain, the celestial anomalies manifest fleetingly. The once tumultuous skies, filled with dark clouds and thunderous roars, suddenly clear into a brilliant azure. The vicinity of Weiyang Lake has already transformed into a scorched wasteland. Liao Chongping suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood, cursing the old fool for his madness. He cannot fathom how Li Hong could become so unhinged over a stranger, a mere boy with no ties. Li Hong gazes at the gravely injured Liao Chongping, who weakly collapses to the ground, while Chongqing Bird observes with a hint of despondency. "You are about to perish," Li Hong chuckles softly. "It is not in vain. You may leave now, and I hope you carry the news back to the sect." Chongqing Bird nods in agreement. "Take care." Just as Chongqing Bird attempts to soar away, Liao Chongping strikes, trying to flee. "Do you truly think I am powerless to stop you?" Naturally, he could not allow Chongqing Bird to escape so easily. Several sword energies burst forth, encircling Chongqing Bird, who can only barely uphold a shield of golden light to fend off the onslaught. Yet, it ultimately proves insufficient. In the moment the golden light dissipates, Chongqing Bird lets out a mournful cry, transforming into a streak of light that plunges into Li Hong's body. At that moment, Li Hong has already collapsed. His life force extinguished. Liao Chongping surveys Weiyang Lake and prepares to depart. "Liao Elder, do we not care for Lin Yun?" Liao Chongping turns to Xiaoping Tian, sneering. "Just now, I sense the tumult of battle beneath Weiyang Lake. Consider what else could have caused such a commotion here. The recent conflict will undoubtedly attract others. Today's events must remain undisclosed. Both Li Hong and Lin Yun are doomed, and you need only remain vigilant in this vicinity." Though Xiaoping Tian feels a sense of dissatisfaction, he recognizes that revealing their identities would only lead to trouble. The two then hastily seize the unconscious Li Wu Zhe and vanish into the shadows. It is not until the following day that Lin Yun finally escapes from the depths of Weiyang Lake. The contingencies left by Fang Chengqian have also caused Lin Yun considerable distress. After vanquishing the Emo Jiao, he longs to delve into the palace but finds himself thwarted. It seems entry is impossible without the key. Thus, he can only flee from Weiyang Lake, ensuring the area is devoid of witnesses before he breathes a sigh of relief. At that moment, Lin Yun spots Li Hong lying on the ground. Realizing he still clings to a thread of life, he hastens over, channeling his energy to heal him. "Elderly, fear not. I shall not allow you to perish so easily." Little White, perched upon Lin Yun's shoulder, chirps encouragingly. As Lin Yun infuses his energy, Li Hong's complexion visibly improves. Suddenly, He opens his eyes and grips Lin Yun's wrist firmly. Do not exert yourself that I, an old man, cannot survive. Seeing Lin Yun alive brings a smile to Li Hong's face. Chapter 62. Final words. Elderly, you still have a chance. How can you speak of giving up? Lin Yun never expected that Li Hong would go to such lengths for a promise. Observing Li Hong's urgency, he shakes his head with a smile. I have fulfilled my vow and preserved your life. Liao Changping, after this battle, will surely suffer a significant decline in his cultivation. It will take decades for him to recover. Coughing, he continues, to have reached this point in an inevitable demise is already commendable. He glances around. Where is Fang Chengqian? Lin Yun shakes his head. I encountered the transformed giant serpent beneath the water during a fierce battle. My senior brother was injured and is now missing. Li Hong grips Lin Yun's hand tightly. This expedition to Weiyang Mountain has not only failed to return with spirit beasts, but has resulted in total annihilation. His gaze shifts to Little White on Lin Yun's shoulder, his pupils narrowing in realization. Ha ha, the heavens have not forsaken my beast-taming sect. With great effort, Li Hong slowly sits upright. Lin Yun, I must ask you, with the treatment you have received from the Lu Yun sect, do you still wish to remain there? Lin Yun resolutely shakes his head. After this ordeal, his fate with the Lu Yun sect has been irrevocably severed. Their next encounter would undoubtedly lead to a reckoning. Li Hong regards him solemnly. Gu Xian's treachery against our beast-taming sect has inadvertently bestowed upon us a tremendous opportunity. While I am undoubtedly fated to die, finding someone to entrust my legacy to in my final moments is a stroke of fortune. As he speaks, he retrieves a jade pendant from his waist. Liao Changping and Xiaoping Tian left in haste, neglecting to confiscate Li Hong's belongings. However, upon reaching the myriad laws, practitioners typically safeguard their personal items, anticipating a day when they may be pursued after their demise. Liao Changping likely feared this, which is why he refrained from taking anything. At this moment, Li Hong places the jade pendant into Lin Yun's hand. This is the treasure of my beast-taming sect. I implore you to return it safely. Additionally, I entrust you with this spirit-taming bag, which I have just unsealed. Take these items back to the beast-taming sect, and the sect leader will understand my sincere intentions. From this day forth, you are my direct disciple, Li Hong speaks fervently. And Lin Yun, gazing at the aging figure before him, responds gravely, with such a heavy burden placed upon me, I fear I may falter in my duty. Li Hong chuckles, coughing up blood, and no need for concern. You will be fine. You must relay today's events to the sect leader. If not, the Lu Yun sect will exploit this, plunging our beast-taming sect into irretrievable ruin. He grips Lin Yun fiercely, expending his last vestige of strength. Lin Yun, I entrust you. Seeing the earnestness in Li Hong's expression, Lin Yun's heart aches, and he nods in agreement. In that moment, he witnesses Li Hong smile. Then I can rest easy. Senior brother, I shall take my leave. Li Hong's body slumps, his face serene. A predecessor with whom he shares no ties has gone to such lengths for his protection, stirring deep emotions within Lin Yun. Subsequently, he finds a secluded spot on Weiyang Mountain to lay Li Hong to rest. The Lu Yun sect has likely not strayed far. Lin Yun's expression darkens. He will not forget Elder Li's vengeance. Name. Lin Yun cultivation level, 3rd layer of Yuanxi fate. Child of misfortune, gray, destiny. Surviving against all odds, white, outcome. Laboriously striving within the Lu Yun sect. He finally begins to see some progress, only to become a disposable pawn due to sect disputes. Recent turn of events, ambushed by Xiaoping Tian while fleeing Weiyang Mountain. Indeed, senior brother Xiao. You are truly unwilling to let me go. Lin Yun grits his teeth, clenching his fists. He vividly recalls how fiercely Xiaoping Tian pursued him when Li Hong fought desperately. Is it really necessary? Merely outshining you within the sect. Such jealousy is maddening. Lin Yun rises, gathering his belongings, and affectionately pats Little White's head. His lack of fear towards Xiaoping Tian also stems from Little White. For this little creature possesses the strength to vanquish the Emo Jiao. Coupled with the expression on Li Hong's face at the end, Lin Yun senses that Little White's identity is far from ordinary. Xiaoping Tian has been stationed at Weiyang Mountain for some time, having placed restrictions around the area. As soon as Lin Yun dares to emerge, he will undoubtedly be aware. Liao Changping has taken Li Wuze back. Following the battle with Li Hong, he has plummeted to the Tongyu realm. Go protect the sect leader's direct disciple. He has truly expended his utmost efforts. worried that Lin Yun may still be alive. Xiaoping Tian remains vigilant. Senior brother, I dare say you overestimate Lin Yun. What merits does that boy possess? He is surely dead beneath Weiyang Lake. The speakers are two disciples of the Luyun sect. Both devoted admirers of Xiaoping Tian, he pays them no heed. Can Lin Yun truly die so easily? I do not believe it. Others may fall effortlessly, but I do not think Lin Yun will. This fellow must possess a means of evading calamity. He will survive, and I shall remain here to sever his last thread of hope. Ensure that everyone remains alert. Report any developments immediately. We cannot allow even a fly to escape. Xiaoping Tian snorts, his tone grave. The two disciples nod, not daring to slacken their vigilance. Meanwhile, Lin Yun strides confidently out of Weiyang Mountain. Indeed, as soon as he arrives, two disciples of the Luyun sect appear before him. The commotion at Weiyang Mountain has been too great. It seems Gu Xianda can no longer dispatch elders to oversee matters. Thus, only these disciples and Xiaoping Tian remain. Even if Lin Yun emerges alongside Fang Chengqian, victory is assured. Presently, upon seeing Lin Yun, the two disciples burst into laughter. Quickly informs senior brother Xiao, "We have captured Lin Yun. This is a great achievement." They gaze at Lin Yun as though they have struck gold. A great achievement, is it? Do you possess the means to secure it? Lin Yun sneers, his voice icy. As fellow disciples, I can spare you this once. There is still time to leave. Should anyone dare obstruct me, I will not show mercy. He suppressed the raging fury within him as he listened to the two disciples burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Yun's words. Ha ha, Lin Yun, are you still not awake? One of the tall, slender disciples stepped forward. You have fallen into our encirclement, and yet you still dare to threaten us. Before the disciple could finish his words, his head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. The male disciple beside him stood in shock, trembling as yellowish liquid streamed down his pant legs. Lin Yun, with a sword grasped firmly in one hand, coldly remarked, "Noisy." His icy gaze turned towards the disciple. "And what about you? Do you intend to stop me?" The disciple knelt, respectfully bidding farewell to Lin Shixiang. Chapter 63. The frantic little white Lin Yun found it perplexing. They were merely two outer disciples. Yet they acted so audaciously. He snorted softly and departed without a backward glance. It was unfortunate that he hadn't encountered by Zhu Qing on his way out. It seemed she had been captured by the Lu Yun sect. Lin Yun felt a pang of sorrow, vowing that one day he would return to the Lu Yun sect to rescue by Zhu Qing. Were it not for him, she would not have faced such a fate. However, this incident had confirmed for him that the adage of two negatives making a positive held some truth. Otherwise, with Lin Yun's status as the son of misfortune, it would have been exceedingly difficult to escape from Weiyang Mountain alive. Not long after, a sword erupted before him, sending shockwaves through the air and forcibly pushing Lin Yun backward. Xiaoping Tian descended flamboyantly from the sky, casting a frigid glance at Lin Yun. "Where do you think you're going, shitty Lin?" Upon seeing Xiaoping Tian, Lin Yun's expression remained neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow in this vast world. "Where is there that I cannot go?" Xiaoping Tian let out a sinister laugh. "Heaven truly does not treat me poorly. I've long found you, this fool, displeasing." Clenching his fists, his tone turned menacing. Lin Yun shook his head. "Xiaoping Tian, I have no enmity with you. Why must you act this way?" Xiaoping Tian sneered. "You caused my imprisonment in the forbidden area of the back mountain." Lin Yun anticipated this argument from Xiaoping Tian. This man was truly beneath contempt. Not only was he jealous, but he also sought to cloak his malicious intent with grandiose reasoning, as if Lin Yun had wronged him, thus justifying his desire for Lin Yun's demise. But in reality, it was simply because he found Lin Yun irksome and wanted him dead, nothing more. "Nothing less, is that so? That is only because you stood idly by at the mountain gate, unwilling to save me. You think I am unaware? You simply wished for the Zhao brothers to succeed in killing me." Xiaoping Tian huffed. "Today, you shall not leave alive. This is the will of our master." Lin Yun retorted scornfully. "You two are merely two sides of the same coin, replete with hypocrisy. Brat, prepare to die." Xiaoping Tian shouted, charging at him with his sword. Lin Yun stood his ground and coolly uttered, "Little White, make your move." Chirp. Little White, perched on Lin Yun's shoulder, called out and then lunged at Xiaoping Tian. The latter scoffed. "Lin Yun, you truly are amusing. Do you think a mere monkey can stop me? The flying sword hurtled toward them, but just then, Little White swung his arm, delivering a punch that struck with a resounding duong. The sound was deafening. Xiao Ping Tian's eyes widened as he beheld the flying sword pinned beneath Little White's foot, utterly flummoxed. What in the world is this? He cursed, desperately trying to summon his power to move the sword. But to no avail. Despite his best efforts, the sword remained immobile under Little White's weight. In desperation, Xiao Ping Tian summoned another flying sword. Indeed, you little rascal have gained some advantage from beneath Weiyang Lake. Haven Tu. He felt a surge of rage. Why should all the good fortune fall to Lin Yun? Die. Xiao Ping Tian thrust his sword forward, but it was met with another punch from Little White. This time, even more powerful. Crack. The flying sword shattered, and Xiao Ping Tian coughed up a mouthful of blood. And why heavens? The Hongbao sword. This is a middle-grade treasure, one I expended tremendous effort to acquire. Little White had smashed it to pieces with a single blow. You beast, I'll fight you to the death. After losing his treasured sword, Xiao Ping Tian completely lost his wits. Little White, go all out and finish him off. Once done, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Lin Yun had recently discovered this about Little White. Despite being innately pure, he should not have been interested in mundane food. He was supposed to crave only celestial herbs and spiritual plants. Yet, to Lin Yun's surprise, this little creature was a voracious eater. Regardless of what Lin Yun prepared, even a simple roasted green fruit, Little White would devour it with great delight. Upon hearing Lin Yun mention a feast, Little White immediately perked up, his eyes gleaming with golden light as he focused on Xiao Ping Tian. The once formidable Xiao Ping Tian now stood dumbfounded, completely unprepared for this little creature's hidden strength. The golden light pierced through Xiao Ping Tian's abdomen. With his treasure destroyed and his belly punctured, Xiao Ping Tian had never suffered such severe injuries since his rise to fame. Lin Yun's expression hardened. Xiao Shixiang, on the anniversary of your death next year, I shall pay my respects. With a surge of anger, Lin Yun unleashed the Great River Sword technique, channeling all his energy into one devastating strike. The torrent of sword energy descended like a flood, and Xiao Ping Tian, already severely wounded, could only react in a daze, barely managing to block the attack. The force sent him flying. Although Lin Yun was furious, he had not lost his reason. He first confirmed that he could indeed eliminate Xiao Ping Tian today, lest he be interrupted by others. After all, they were near Weiyang Mountain, quite close to the Lu Yun sect. If this man had some secret technique from Guxianda, things could turn troublesome. Name: Xiao Ping Tian Realm, Tongyu 9th Level Fate, Chosen 1, Gold, Fate Number, Feathered Sword Heart, Purple, Divine Assistance, Gold, Celestial Appearance, Purple, Bloodthirsty and Brutal, Gray, Vengeful, White, Outcome. Achieved the title of Emperor, slaying hundreds of thousands of heavenly demons with a single sword. However, due to his excessive bloodlust, he was not tolerated by the mortal realm and ultimately fell to encirclement by the righteous path at the Cliff of Severed Gods. Recent turn of events, failed to ambush Lin Yun at Weiyang Mountain and was severely injured, subsequently rescued by Shang Wanwan. Shang Wanwan? Lin Yun felt a sense of relief. At this moment, Xiao Ping Tian was already in a daze. And Lin Yun fully activated the Qing Yuan sword technique, poised to deliver the fatal blow. Just then, a delicate figure appeared, placing a small hand on Lin Yun's shoulder. Little White bared its teeth upon seeing Shang Wanwan appear behind Lin Yun. But Lin Yun managed to restrain it just in time. Elder Shangwan, do you intend to stop me? Lin Yun asked, filled with ire. Shang Wanwan regarded him with an impassive demeanor. Xiao Ping Tian, as a direct disciple of the sect leader. If he dies, the sect leader will not let you off easily. With your current cultivation, who in this world can protect you from the Lu Yun sect? Her voice was icy yet melodious. Her words indeed calmed Lin Yun. Today, he had already taught Xiao Ping Tian a sufficient lesson. If he truly killed him, would Gu Xianda let him off? After all, the matter of joining the Beastmaster sect was still far from settled. Observing Lin Yun regain his composure, Shang Wanwan continued, the ancestor is in seclusion and is unaware of these matters. Regardless of what you decide today, it has nothing to do with my Qing Xia Peak. Take this opportunity to leave before others arrive. Lin Yun looked at Shang Wanwan, hesitating for a moment before ultimately cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Shangwan. This farewell may well be for a long time. With that, he waved his hand. Little White, let us go. Shang Wanwan watched Lin Yun depart, standing in place for a long while before casting a disdainful glance at the heavily injured Xiaoping Tian. Ancestor, like him, you two have ultimately erred. With a sigh, she waved her sleeve and took Xiaoping Tian into the air. Chapter 64. Paying homage at the mountain gate, what did you say? Lin Yun is not dead. Gu Xianda's expression darkened as he gazed at the prostrate Xiaoping Tian. The recent battle at Weiyang Mountain had left Liao Chongping severely wounded. His realm diminished. Not only had several disciples perished, but they had also failed to kill Lin Yun. All they achieved was the death of an elder from the Beast Master sect and the capture of a disciple. What good was that? Xiaoping Tian trembled as he knelt on the ground, fully aware that he had made a grievous error. Master, this was entirely within my capability. However, for some reason, that Lin Yun had an additional monkey by his side. Endowed with immense strength and capable of shooting golden light from its eyes, I was momentarily careless, which led to my downfall. Jiu Xianda's fury escalated with each word he heard. That brat is not only alive but even stronger? Useless, Gu Xianda roared, flinging his hand and sending the still injured Xiaoping Tian flying. Pfft. Xiaoping Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and clumsily got to his feet, continuing to kneel before Gu Xianda. Master, I understand my mistakes. Please give me another chance. I will definitely redeem myself. Gu Xianda's gaze was fixed intently upon the kneeling Xiaoping Tian. He stepped forward, lowering his head. Xiaoping Tian was gripped by fear, repeatedly bowing his head until a large bump formed, oozing blood. Please, Master, believe me, I can do this. He trembled, unable to utter a single coherent word in the face of Gu Xianda's presence. He felt like a discarded dog cast aside. Go and tend to your wounds, Gu Xianda commanded. After Xiaoping Tian departed, Liao Chongping entered Yunxiao Pavilion. Master, he began, that old wretch Li Hong has unexpectedly brought the heavy-spirited bird with him this time. Gu Xianda nodded. You have performed admirably. Liao Chongping was taken aback, not anticipating such praise from Gu Xianda. Li Hong is dead. How shall we explain this to the Beastmaster sect? Gu Xianda laughed heartily. Explain. Since when has our Luyun sect needed to justify our actions to others? When Li Hong has perished, I doubt the Beastmaster sect would dare to confront us over this, he continued. While Li Hong's death is indeed connected to our sect, it was Lin Yun who struck the fatal blow. You shall disseminate this information swiftly. The sooner, the better. Additionally, entice by Zhu Qing, who is detained by the Discipline Hall, to testify against Lin Yun. If he concedes, he may secure his safety for life. Liao Chongping was astounded by Gu Xianda's seemingly compassionate demeanor. He knelt, fervently declaring, Master, you are truly wise. Thus, Lin Yun would be branded a traitor of the Luyun sect. Even if he were aware of the events at Weiyang Mountain, with Li Wuze and Bai Zhuqing's testimonies, who in the cultivation world would dare shield him? Even if he managed to escape temporarily, death would ultimately catch up with him. Liao Chongping had to admit that Gu Xianda's cunning was indeed ruthless and astute. Meanwhile, after departing Weiyang Mountain, Lin Yun hastened towards the Beastmaster sect, carefully maintaining his disguise along the way. Fortunately, he had transformed significantly. His hair had grown longer, and his clothes were tattered, bearing little resemblance to a sword cultivator. Consequently, he had evaded capture multiple times after the Luyun sect issued a bounty for him. Who would have imagined he could become so disheveled? The notice board at the city gate displayed his likeness, accompanied by a bounty. Traitor of the Luyun sect, Lin Yun, a vicious criminal, who, in a moment of greed, murdered Elder Li Hong of the Beastmaster sect when he was unguarded. Currently wanted, a reward of 10 silver coins for information, and a bounty of 10,000 silver coins for his capture alive. Lin Yun clenched his fists, a cold smile curling his lips. 10,000 silver coins? Quite the generous offer indeed, all for my capture. Lin Yun proceeded with caution and, after a week, arrived at the territory of the Beastmaster sect. Nestled amidst a vast grassland, the sect's mountain came into view, where some disciples were tending to a flock of exotic beasts at the mountain's base. Upon noticing Lin Yun's disheveled appearance, they paused, murmuring among themselves, who is this person? A wild man. Is he targeting our Beastmaster sect? Ignoring their comments, Lin Yun made his way up the mountain path towards the sect's entrance. Just as he was about to enter, 2 disciples blocked his way. Who goes there? This is the entrance to the Beastmaster sect. No idlers allowed. Lin Yuan regarded the two disciples with an air of indifference, stating, "I am Lin Yuan, and I have important matters to discuss with your sect's leader." Initially, the gatekeepers dismissed him, but as the weight of his name sank in, they recalled its notoriety. The disciples trailing Lin Yuan were equally astonished. Is he really Lin Yuan? Impossible. How could such a wretched figure have killed elder Li Hong? Perhaps he was merely a namesake, they speculated. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by their scrutiny, Lin Yuan likened himself to a circus monkey. However, he composed himself. What surprised him most recently was that Xiao Bai could enter the ukulai. While waiting for someone to come down, a sudden gust of wind howled past his ear, prompting an instinctive leap. Boom! A swirling green hurricane struck the ground, creating a large crater. In that moment, a figure emerged at the mountain gate. Icy eyes locked onto Lin Yuan. "You wretched brat, having killed a member of my Beastmaster sect, you dare to come here and provoke us?" Facing the middle-aged man, Lin Yuan felt a wave of frustration. "Surely you should inquire about the situation first. What if I am not Lin Yuan?" Nevertheless, he couldn't dwell on that thought. Lin Yuan swiftly rolled to the side, retreating a few steps, while the middle-aged man advanced without hesitation. Name: Meng Ketuo, Realm: 5th layer of Tongyu. Character: outspoken and straightforward, blue. Fate: blunt words, white. A trustworthy companion, blue. Outspoken and straightforward. Your personality is very frank, but your directness can easily lead to misunderstandings. Blunt words: your words have a significant impact, allowing you to gain recognition from many in a short time. Trustworthy companion: you are a reliable partner and will earn the trust of many. Outcome: plummeting into the deep sea of Beihai, to be devoured. Recent turn: displaying great prowess at the Beastmaster sect's gate, only to be intercepted by the sect leader. Chapter 65. I apologize for the disgrace. The disparity between the 5th layer of Tongyu and Lin Yuan was immense. Faced with such an opponent, Lin Yuan could only evade. Yet he had not forgotten to explain, "I did not kill any members of the Beastmaster sect. I have come today to provide you with an account. I am here on Elder Li's behalf. In this predicament, Lin Yuan could only do his utmost to clarify. However, it was evident that Meng Ketuo had no intention of listening to his explanation. "You insolent brat, I've already heard from Junior Brother Li." After he awoke, he recounted everything clearly at the Luyun sect. Because Liao Chongping and others had initially concealed their identities, Li Wuze could not ascertain who they were. However, before taking action, these cloaked figures had dealt with Li Wuze first. Connecting the dots with Lin Yuan's earlier claims, Meng Ketuo immediately concluded that Lin Yuan was lying. What nonsense! Their target was to kill Lin Yuan? Ridiculous! Their true aim had always been the disciples of the Beastmaster sect. This realization, coupled with Meng Ketuo's existing disdain for Lin Yuan, led him to swiftly accept this narrative. Upon returning to the Beastmaster sect, he spread this misinformation widely, resulting in many members eager for Lin Yuan's demise. "Do you truly believe I will let you slip away with such a feeble excuse?" Meng Ketuo sneered, his right hand clawing the air. "Mysterious eagle, it's your turn." Another gust of wind roared as an enormous spirit pet, with wings spanning several dozen feet, descended from above, unleashing a green whirlwind. "Kill him! Kill him!" The surrounding disciples shouted excitedly, convinced of Meng Ketuo's inevitable victory. After all, the 5th layer of Tongyu against a mere Yuanhai cultivator? Unthinkable. Moreover, this was the battlefield of the Mountain Gate, Meng Ketuo's domain. Lin Yuan is truly foolish to dare provoke our Beastmaster sect. As the crowd murmured, Lin Yuan found himself reluctantly drawing his sword. "I have no intention of engaging with the members of your sect. Why can't we clarify matters first?" With that, he unleashed the Great River Sword technique and the 10,000 Flower Sword technique, allowing his figure to flicker and dance through the air, each energy sphere closely trailing his form. The spectators were left dumbfounded. That was Meng Ketuo's mysterious eagle, possessing the might of a 3rd layer of Yujing. Yet it couldn't land a blow on Lin Yuan? The onlookers were baffled by Lin Yuan's seemingly miraculous evasion. He employed minimal movement to dodge attacks, granting him ample opportunity to counterattack. Meng Ketuo was equally startled by Lin Yuan's agility. Incredible! One misstep, and I could meet my end. Lin Yuan's technique relied on minimizing movement and space to evade his opponent's strikes, thus creating opportunities for counterattacks. Against those of lower realms, success was nearly guaranteed. However, facing someone of the same or even higher realm posed a risk. Any slight miscalculation could lead to grievous injury. Yet now, Lin Yun demonstrated an astonishingly elusive style, not only evading Meng Ketua's assaults but also retaliating. This predicament vexed Meng Ketua. If he failed to subdue this young man today, he would become the laughingstock of the sect. Humph, insolent brat. Let us see where you can hide now. As Meng Ketuo concluded his words, he suddenly tossed a shuttle from his hand. What could it be? Lin Yun furrowed his brow. This object was evidently a treasure as well. In the instant the shuttle was thrown, it transformed into a streak of flowing light, encircling Lin Yun in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, countless resilient silks of silk cocooned around him, rendering him immobile as he plummeted from the heights. Seizing this opportunity, Meng Ketuo lunged forward with great strides and struck Lin Yun in the abdomen with a powerful punch. Immediately after, the tempestuous winds of the charming eagle engulfed Lin Yun. At this critical moment, an aged voice resonated from the mountain. Meng Ketuo, cease your actions. Upon hearing this voice, a group of disciples knelt down in reverence. The sect leader has arrived. This brat is doomed, having killed our Beastmaster sect's members. He dares to provoke us at our very doorstep, even alarming the sect leader. Hey, Meng Shixiang's previous moves alone would have left him severely wounded, and now that the sect leader is here, he shall surely be obliterated. Jiang Zhengqing, clad in white, sat cross-legged atop a massive black bull, towering at nearly 4 meters high. Its enormous horns loomed large above, and its eyes, akin to copper bells, fixed their gaze upon Lin Yun. The bull seemed restless, scratching the ground with its hooves. Jiang Zhengqing found it peculiar. This great black bull had been his companion for many years, yet it had never displayed such unruliness before. It appeared as if it had encountered a formidable opponent. At that moment, Meng Ketuo chuckled, raising his hands in greeting. Sect leader, you have arrived. Alas, it is unfortunate. You are too late. That brat has already perished, he boasted with an air of triumph. Having endured 2 of my lethal strikes, how could a disciple of the Yuan High Realm possibly survive? Jiang Zhengqing frowned slightly. You reckless fool. I merely instructed you to keep an eye on him. I did not authorize you to kill him. His irritation was palpable. Should Lin Yun truly be dead, there would be no evidence to prove otherwise. Sect leader, what is there to discuss with such scum? Killing one of our Beastmaster sect's members and then flaunting it here. It's only right for the disciple to eliminate him. Meng Ketuo dismissed the gravity of the situation. Just as Jiang Zhengqing and the disciples believed Lin Yun to be dead, a cough echoed from behind them. Fortunately, with Xiao Bai's assistance, or else I would have truly met my end here today. As the dust settled, Lin Yun slowly rose from the pit. His tattered robe had completely disintegrated. He was clad only in trousers, his upper body bare, showcasing his sinewy muscles, which elicited gasps of astonishment from the female disciples. Heavens! This is undoubtedly the most perfect physique I have ever seen. Meng Shixiang is usually so diligent about body management, yet compared to him, he pales in comparison. Meng Ketuo's face darkened upon hearing the female disciple's remarks. Humph, you are still alive. He scoffed disdainfully. At this moment, Xiao Bai perched upon Lin Yun's shoulder, having mitigated a portion of the force. However, due to the abrupt nature of the attack, even Xiao Bai could not fully neutralize Meng Ketuo's onslaught. It was ultimately Lin Yun's own formidable physique that had saved him from certain death. Even Jiang Zhengqing regarded Lin Yun with newfound astonishment. To withstand Meng Ketuo's assault and remain unscathed, even with the aid of a spirit companion, showcased an extraordinary level of physical prowess, while the physique of a swordsman from the Luyun sect was indeed commendable. How capable could a freshly ascended Yuan High Realm individual truly be? Lin Yun's remarkable display had undoubtedly broadened Jiang Zhengqing's horizons. Chapter 66. Confrontation in the main hall. Lin Yun turned his gaze towards Jiang Zhengqing. Is this how your Beastmaster sect treats its guests? Meng Ketuo, infuriated, retorted, You insolent brat. Since I did not dispose of you earlier, you dare to speak back? Today, I shall surely flay you alive. As Meng Ketuo prepared to strike again, Jiang Zhengqing swiftly intervened, placing a hand on his shoulder. Enough. I have questions for him. The impulsive Meng Ketuo furrowed his brow. Sect leader, this brat has slain our Beastmaster sect's elder. It is common knowledge in the cultivation world, and Shidi Li can attest to it. What more is there to discuss? Jiang Zhengqing sighed with impatience. You, a mere Karamai, dare to speak back to me? Step aside. Reluctantly, Meng Ketuo retreated, his expression filled with frustration. Jiang Zhengqing inquired. Lin Yun, how do you explain the accusations leveled against you? Lin Yun smirked coldly. Sect leader, you are well aware of the truth. Why bother to ask? If you truly believed it, you would not have commanded Meng Kechuo to halt his actions. While I possess some talent, it is still far from sufficient to effortlessly eliminate an elder of the Wanfa realm. Meng Kechuo attempted to retort, but was silenced by a piercing glare from Jiang Zhengqing. Indeed, I am most familiar with Elder Li Hong's strength. To kill him is no simple feat. Thus, there must be more to this matter. He spoke these words to ensure the other disciples comprehended the situation. Subsequently, he led Lin Yun to the gates of the Beastmaster sect. Prolonging this discussion could lead to an ambush. During their journey, Lin Yun learned from Jiang Zhengqing that the Luyun sect had gained considerable notoriety in the cultivation world. With their preemptive strike, coupled with the involvement of Li Wuze, Lin Yun's guilt had seemingly been established. The two soon arrived at the main hall. Though the Beastmaster sect may not rival the grandeur of the Luyun sect, its main hall was nonetheless imposing. As Lin Yun stepped inside, he observed 3 individuals on either side, all of whom were elders of the Beastmaster sect, their gazes sharp and unwavering, scrutinizing him intently. Jiang Zhengqing took his seat at a high position, gesturing with a flourish. Brothers, this is Lin Yun. As his words fell, one elder stepped forward. Sect leader, the matter has been clarified. Why bring this boy up the mountain? Sect leader, the Luyun sect has already issued a bounty on him throughout the cultivation world. Are we not opposing the Luyun sect by doing this? Under the scrutiny of so many, Lin Yun showed no signs of fear. His gaze sweeping over each individual. Name, Wu Boyan Realm, Sevenfold Wanfa Fate. I alone am supreme, blue, fortune. Vengeful, white. Self-interest above all, green. Treacherous, blue. I alone am supreme. A refined form of egoism. Prioritizing oneself in all endeavors. Vengeful. A gentleman's revenge is never too late, and those who offend me today shall meet their end by nightfall. Self-interest above all. Regardless of the situation, self-gain takes precedence. Even the gravest grievances can be set aside for benefit. Treacherous. This individual is inherently cold-hearted, devoid of loyalty or righteousness. Outcome. Expelled for betraying the core secrets of the Beastmaster sect, ultimately meeting a tragic end during his flight. Recent turn. Engaged in correspondence with the Luyun sect, confirming Lin Yun's assassination of Li Hong and agreeing to provide a geological map stolen 3 days hence. Name. Zhao Fa Realm. Threefold Wanfa Fate. Born with spiritual sensitivity, purple, fortune. Timid as a mouse, gray. Conservative, green, timid as a mouse. Possessing a small amount of courage, yet occasionally capable of a bold stand. Conservative. Always cautious in dealings, unwilling to become embroiled in troublesome affairs. Outcome. His life ended at the Wanfa realm. Achieving nothing noteworthy, recent turn. Threatened into stealing secrets from the Beastmaster sect. Upon witnessing the profiles of these 2 individuals, Lin Yun chuckled. There were a total of 6 elders present. One was a traitor, while another was a mere fool. Among the remaining 4, 2 exhibited no discernible attitude towards Lin Yun, while the other 2 were clearly aligned with Wu Boyan. It was no wonder that despite years of conflict with the Luyun sect, the Beastmaster sect remained at a disadvantage. There were indeed villains among the crowd, with traitors lurking beneath, and not a single loyal subject in sight. Even the mightiest leader cannot secure victory under such circumstances. Lin Yun sighed. Lin Yun, what does your size signify? Questioned Elder Fong Yin, a staunch supporter of Wu Boyan in the Grand Hall. Such insolence cannot be tolerated. Sect leader, I propose we seize this boy and punish him severely. Elder Chao Yuka, the 6th elder, concurred. Jiang Zhengqing merely smiled. Why the haste, my brothers? Even if there is a monumental issue at hand, we ought to allow him to speak first. Lin Yun perceived Jiang Zhengqing's demeanor and realized that being the sect leader was not an easy task. He saw through the identities of the traitors and rebels, yet regrettably, even the most skilled artisan cannot create without materials. Lin Yun, you continually assert your innocence. Pray tell, why would the Luyun sect wrongfully accuse you? Jiang Zhengqing inquired casually, his gaze fixed on Lin Yun as he awaited a response. Lin Yun clasped his hands together. I am unaware of the reasons. Perhaps Gu Xinda fears my exceptional talent and, unable to control me, fears for his own foundation. Before he could finish, Wu Boyan interjected hastily, Nonsense. Who do you think you are? A mere inner disciple. And you presume to make the sect leader fear you? Fang Yin scoffed, indeed, a mere Yuan High Realm individual, yet your arrogance is astounding. Anticipating their reactions, Lin Yun maintained his composed demeanor as he replied, Sect leader Jiang must be aware that Elder Li and Fang Chengqian are both knowledgeable about the whereabouts of the Qizong Huayan lion and should have insight into Weiyang Mountain. Why then would the Luyun sect send me and Bai Zhuqing to accompany them? Jiang Zhengqing merely smiled, completely disregarding the situation, relinquishing the power to respond to others. As expected, Wu Boyan eagerly interjected. The Luyun sect has always been an ally of our Beastmaster sect. Whenever we require assistance, they shall not stand idly by. Observing Wu Boyan's smug expression, Lin Yun sighed inwardly, Elderly Hong. How naive to think one could single-handedly reverse the tide. Now I comprehend why Li Wuzi dared to challenge the disciples of the Luyun sect. The realm of cultivation is fundamentally governed by survival of the fittest. If one does not adopt a more assertive stance, how can one secure greater advantages? Alas, the treachery within the Beastmaster sect is overwhelming. It seems that no matter what I say today, you all will find an excuse if that is the case. Would it not be futile for me to speak further? Lin Yun regarded Jiang Zhengqing, for it was this sect leader's thoughts that eluded him the most. Given his awareness of the Beastmaster sect's circumstances, how should he, as a leader, navigate these matters? Should he truly remain a mere observer, allowing events to unfold unchecked? Chapter 67. I wish to join the Beastmaster sect. Name: Jiang Zhengqing. Realm: Wanfa. 9th layer. Fate: ambitious heart, purple. Destiny: loyalty above all, blue. Knowledgeable of antiquity and modernity, purple. Scion of the Jianghuai aristocracy, golden. Ambitious heart. You possess lofty aspirations, yet, regrettably, due to various factors, you have been unable to realize your ideals and must constantly strive. Loyalty above all. You value deep emotional bonds, exemplifying righteousness. Knowledgeable of antiquity and modernity. You are well versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters, surpassing the 3 realms. Scion of the Jianghuai aristocracy. You are a descendant of a prominent family from Jianghuai. Ending. With great effort, you turn the tide, rescuing the Beastmaster sect from peril. Throughout your life, you strive to elevate the sect to greater heights, yet ultimately, due to infringing upon the interests of nefarious elements within the sect, you are assassinated in a conspiracy, meeting a tragic end at Wu Zangping. Recent turn of events. Following the poisoning of your most beloved disciple, you fall gravely ill. Lin Yun never anticipated that the Beastmaster sect would be such a quagmire. There are a total of 7 elders, with the Grand Elder Ning Changkong and the Second Elder Duan Wuya engrossed in their cultivation, seldom attending to the sect's affairs. Meanwhile, a faction led by the 3rd Elder Wu Boyan controls a significant portion of the sect's resources. This has resulted in Jiang Zhengqing, even if he wishes to revitalize the Beastmaster sect, being left with mere words and no real power. Sect leader, the situation is heavily skewed in favor of the wolves. Lin Yun mused internally. At that moment, Jiang Zhengqing, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Brothers, let us maintain our composure. He turned to Lin Yun. Since you claim to be wronged, you must provide evidence to substantiate your claims. Lin Yun nodded. Elder Li Hong entrusted me with certain matters on his deathbed, which is why I have come to the Beastmaster sect. Jiang Zhengqing's expression flickered with evident excitement, revealing the closeness of his relationship with Li Hong. It is no wonder that he would be willing to wade into such murky waters for Jiang Zhengqing. Without further ado, Lin Yun produced Li Hong's spirit bag. Wu Boyan, who had previously worn a glum expression, was instantly rendered speechless upon seeing the spirit bag. What on earth is this? Jiang Zhengqing rose abruptly. To be honest, he had never imagined that such an item would be in Lin Yun's possession. Even at the time of his passing, Li Hong should have had better options. This spirit bag could have easily been entrusted to Fang Chengqian. After all, he was his direct disciple. Who would have expected it to be in Lin Yun's hands? This is impossible. How could Li Hong have entrusted his most cherished spirit bag to you? You must have taken it by force. Fang Yin was the first to attack. Sect leader, it must be that Lin Yun killed Li Hong and seized it. This is insufficient proof. Jiang Zhengqing quickly shot him a derisive glance. I am aware. Elder Li Hong was always meticulous. His spirit bag is bound by a restriction. Without his consent, no one can open it. Lin Yun, if you wish to prove your innocence, you must retrieve something from within. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wu Boyan and the others morphed into smug satisfaction. Liao Chongping had witnessed Li Hong's last moments, merely failing to collect the spoils in time. Now to ask Lin Yun to extract something from this spirit bag, it was nothing short of absurd. Any forceful attempt would likely ruin the bag. Seeing Lin Yun remain motionless, Chao Yuka and Wu Boyan pressed on. Lin Yun, why are you hesitating? You claim to be wronged. We offer you a chance to prove yourself. Are you unwilling to seize this opportunity? Both were convinced that Lin Yun could not possibly retrieve anything from the spirit bag. The elders are rather impatient, Lin Yun remarked with a smile. Subsequently, he channeled his energy and extracted a token from within. It was Li Hong's identification token, sufficient to demonstrate the ownership of the spirit bag and that Lin Yun had the right to open it. What more do you wish to say? Lin Yun declared triumphantly, casting a glance at the others. Wu Boyan's face darkened considerably. The original plan was now disrupted by Lin Yun. He wondered just who this young man truly was. Jiang Zhengqing turned to Wu Boyan. Wu Shidi, do you have any further questions? You should be able to confirm that this is indeed Elder Li Hong's personal item. Wu Boyan's countenance remained grim. Sect leader, even if it is, we cannot ascertain that this was not Lin Yun's scheme. Jiang Zhengqing snorted. Is this not enough proof? Chao Yuka and Fang Yin immediately pressed on. Sect leader, the Lu Yun sect is indeed watching us. Do you wish to incite conflict between the two sects? It was a familiar tactic to deflect with flattery, an age-old strategy employed by these individuals. Jiang Zhengqing clenched his fist. At that moment, Lin Yun interjected. I anticipated you would respond in this manner. Sect leader, I possess another item, one that Elder Li Hong personally entrusted to me for you. Jiang Zhengqing's expression brightened. What is it? Lin Yun produced a hook jade, presenting it with both hands. This is the item. Elder Li Hong also mentioned that he wished for me to join the Beastmaster sect as his direct disciple. The declaration sent shockwaves through the assembly. Even Ning Chongkong and Duan Wuya were taken aback. Li Hong was notoriously selective in choosing disciples. Fang Chengqian had only been arranged under Jiang Zhengqing through various justifications. Yet now, he was allegedly so easily accepting an outsider, especially one who had been a disciple of the Lu Yun sect. If there were no underlying circumstances, how could this be justified? Zhao Fei's voice trembled. Sect leader, this matter is of utmost importance. Even if Lin Yun did not kill Elder Li Hong, allowing this individual to remain in the sect would be tantamount to opposing the Lu Yun sect. Jiang Zhengqing held the hook jade, a token of the Jiqing bird, carrying significant weight. Had he not trusted Lin Yun, Li Hong would never have entrusted such an item to him. Sect leader, the truth of the matter is inconsequential. As the realm of cultivation recognizes the Lu Yun sect's narrative, do you intend to defy it? Wu Boyan inquired coolly. Jiang Zhengqing laughed, though his mirth was far from joyful. You all know that I have always had a good relationship with Elder Li Hong. Now that he has passed and entrusted someone to be his direct disciple, you still wish to obstruct this. You have often contended with one another. I have remained silent, but today, do you wish to employ the same old tactics? Observing Jiang Zhengqing's rage, the others were momentarily bewildered. Is he truly this furious? Lin Yun, since this was Elder Li Hong's dying wish, I shall not go against it. From this day forth, you shall remain within our Beastmaster sect. Regarding the matter of Wuying Mountain, I will investigate thoroughly and restore your reputation. Wu Boyan and his companions were left dumbfounded. Jiang Zhengqing was indeed audacious. Chapter 68. The Spirit Realm Competition. Jiang Zhengqing was uncertain of Lin Yun's true capabilities. Gu Xianda, Hong Xiu, and Li Hong all held him in high regard. After all, he was merely at the Yuan Hai realm. Did the Beastmaster sect truly lack such individuals? Certainly not. When Li Hong made this decision, he must have considered numerous factors, yet it did not sway his intention. This sufficed to prove that Lin Yun might indeed be the key, prompting Jiang Zhengqing to deliberate, and no matter the circumstances, he must safeguard Lin Yun. I am aware of your reluctance. However, this matter need not be discussed further. Even if it means opposing the Lu Yun sect, I shall keep Lin Yun within the Beastmaster sect. His words left little room for interpretation. Even the mightiest among them would not sway Jiang Zhengqing. The others exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that Jiang Zhengqing would take such a stand. Zhao Fei, seeing no way to halt the situation, could only concede. If the sect leader insists on retaining Lin Yun, he must still adhere to the rules of our Beastmaster sect. Only by passing the sect's assessments may he remain. Unlike other cultivation sects, the beast taming sect places greater emphasis on an individual's influence over exotic beasts during assessments. The stronger and quicker the beasts one can subdue, the higher one's abilities are deemed to be. At this moment, Jiang Zhengqing felt a lack of confidence. Suddenly, the jade pendant in his hand inexplicably broke free. In the next instant, the hall resonated with the melodious calls of the Chongqing bird, echoing through the heavens. Instantly, all eyes within the beast-taming sect turned towards the main hall, where a golden light surged skyward. While the attendees were bewildered by the unfolding events, they witnessed the jade pendant transform into a streak of light, merging into Lin Yun's palm. Lin Yun himself was taken aback. Upon raising his right hand, he discovered a small jade imprint adorning his palm, almost as if it had been painted on. Zhao Fa stood dumbfounded, and Wu Boyan and the others were equally perplexed. Jiang Zhengqing gazed at Lin Yun, hands entangled in disbelief. The Chongqing bird acknowledged its master. Ning Chongkong regarded Lin Yun with a complex expression. The Chongqing bird, revered as the spirit pet of the beast-taming sect, had garnered immense attention over the years. Even among the elders, there was a longing to one day harness such a spirit pet. Yet, after all these years, no one had managed to earn a glance from the Chongqing bird. Now, Lin Yun, a mere ordinary cultivator, had compelled the bird to recognize him as its master. If anyone were to claim that Lin Yun lacked the qualifications to join the beast-taming sect, it would be utterly ludicrous. Even the esteemed spirit pet had chosen him. Zhao Fa's expression darkened significantly. The slap to his face was swift and resounding. The Chongqing bird had chosen Lin Yun as its new master. This was a monumental event not witnessed in 500 years. Is there anything further to discuss, esteemed colleagues? The hall fell silent, with Wu Boyan and the others refraining from uttering a word. Instead, Ning Chongkong smiled and clasped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, sect master." Jiang Zhengqing snorted. In light of this, from today onward, Lin Yun shall be a direct disciple of Li Hong, serving in the capacity of acting elder. Wu Boyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Acting elder? This seemed excessively presumptuous for someone merely at the Yuanxi realm. He truly could not fathom Jiang Zhengqing's intentions. Sect master, this? Jiang Zhengqing waved his hand dismissively. My decision is final. Lin Yun may currently lack the strength, but he will serve as an acting elder. In due time, as his prowess grows, he shall become a true elder of the beast-taming sect. It was a jest of sorts. Was it excessive to bestow the title of elder upon one chosen by the Chongqing bird? Even if Lin Yun were merely at the Yuanxi realm, it was still no small feat. Even at the body refinement realm, Jiang Zhengqing would not treat the matter lightly. The beast-taming sect had once flourished in the cultivation world precisely because its former sect master was acknowledged by the Chongqing bird. Now, with another such individual emerging, how could Jiang Zhengqing let this opportunity slip by? Lin Yun observed Wu Boyan's dismay and inquired, "Might I ask if any of the elders have further objections to my presence? It would be prudent to clarify matters in the hall today to prevent any future complications. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to respond accordingly." He smiled at the assembled elders. Wu Boyan felt pricked with unease. This young man was undeniably a source of anxiety. It seemed he would need to devise alternative strategies. With Li Hong deceased, there were numerous matters to attend to. Elder Ning, let us temporarily suspend discussions regarding our conflicts with the Flowing Cloud sect concerning Fenghua Mountain. In light of Li Hong's demise, the Flowing Cloud sect was eager to seize this opportunity to contest the claim to Fenghua Mountain. Jiang Zhengqing, momentarily weakened, found himself unable to resist. However, with Lin Yun's addition, the situation had changed dramatically. Not only could they turn the tables and damage the reputation of the Flowing Cloud sect, but they could also gain the full support of the sect spirit pet. The concepts of voluntary recognition and voluntary subjugation were entirely distinct. Although Lin Yun could not yet fully harness the Chongqing bird's might, he could still wield approximately 10% of its power. Once the attendees of the hall had departed, Jiang Zhengqing led Lin Yun to his residence. You witnessed the events in the hall today. The circumstances of the beast-taming sect are dire. The first and second elders are deeply engrossed in their cultivation, indifferent to worldly affairs. They would not intervene unless it was a matter of life or death for the sect. The third elder, Wu Boyan, and his associates have long been a source of concern for me. This, Jiang Zhengqing sighed deeply. One hand cannot clap alone. Previously, with Li Hong present, it was manageable, but now that he is gone, I am left to bear the burden alone, a thought too daunting to entertain. Fortunately, Lin Yun appeared at a crucial moment. His formidable entrance into the beast-taming sect will, for the time being, keep Wu Boyan and his faction in check. Most importantly, Ning Changkong and the others now view Lin Yun in a markedly different light. Even if Wu Boyan and his associates wish to cause trouble, they will require a valid justification. For the immediate future, I can ensure that they tread carefully, refraining from rash actions. Lin Yun exuded confidence and determination. However, I wish to participate in the upcoming Spirit Realm competition. Jiang Zhengqing's expression shifted. The Spirit Realm competition? Have you lost your senses? Do you understand the implications of this? If you remain, the already complex enmity between our beast-taming sect and the Flowing Cloud sect will become irreconcilable. The Spirit Realm competition is a matter of life and death. Should you participate, the Flowing Cloud sect will undoubtedly employ every means to eliminate you. This is far too perilous. It was true that Lin Yun was a prodigy, but he had now become a target for many, and Jiang Zhengqing was determined not to allow him to rush headlong into danger. The sect master of the beast-taming sect was indeed a man of genuine character. Lin Yun contemplated this and replied, "Rest assured, sect master, this is a decision I have deliberated upon carefully. Given the treatment I have received from the Flowing Cloud sect, even if they do not pursue me, I am resolved to ensure they suffer greatly." Jiang Zhengqing regarded Lin Yun, startled by the palpable aura of vengeance emanating from him. Jiu Xianda, you truly are growing old. Chapter 69. The four great sects of ambition. Lin Yun preferred to avoid trouble, yet he recognized that the Flowing Cloud sect would not relent. Although he was uncertain what Gu Xianda feared, he understood that once one embarked on a path of wrongdoing, there was no turning back. Sect Master, have you inquired about a disciple named Bai Zhuqing? He accompanied me to Weiyang Mountain on that fateful day. Jiang Zhengqing pondered for a moment before responding, there is indeed such a person. It is said he has been apprehended by the Discipline Hall. They allege he is your accomplice. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun felt a pang of sorrow, but more so, a sense of cold despair. These individuals merely wished to coerce Bai Zhuqing into incriminating him, yet given Bai Zhuqing's character, how could he possibly yield? One day, I shall devise a plan to rescue him. Jiang Zhengqing discerned Lin Yun's worry and, having resolved to take him under his wing, felt it his duty to alleviate some of his burdens. However, Lin Yun merely shook his head with a smile. This matter is ultimately my personal affair. I will personally venture to the Flowing Cloud sect to rescue him. From Lin Yun's tone, Jiang Zhengqing felt no inclination to doubt him. Zhou Damao. Lin Yun turned to the entrance as a towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, strode in. His robust physique made the sect uniform appear significantly smaller. Zhou Damao entered with a hearty smile, his gaze landing on Lin Yun. Master, you called for me? Jiang Zhengqing replied warmly. Lin Yun, this is my beloved disciple, Zhou Damao. Since you are new to the beast-taming sect, feel free to seek his guidance whenever you are in need. While he could not attend to Lin Yun at all times, Zhou Damao's honest and straightforward nature made him Jiang Zhengqing's favorite apprentice. Junior brother Lin, in our beast-taming sect, we are far less formal than the Flowing Cloud sect. If there is anything you do not understand, just ask me, he said, scratching his head with a grin. Name. Zhou Damao Realm. 6th layer of Tongyu Fate. Great wisdom appears foolish, purple, fortune. Enmity with evil, black. Warm-hearted, blue. Meticulous, blue, fate. Killed by the disciples of the beast-taming sect. Chong Lu, after uncovering Zhao Fei's secret. Recent twist, 2 days hence, at the hour of the rat, he encountered Zhao Fei, who was stealing geological maps at Mingtai Mountain of the beast-taming sect. Has he arrived so soon? Lin Yun scoffed, realizing that he would soon have much to occupy himself with. Jiang Zhengqing casually imparted a few words before allowing Zhou Damao to escort Lin Yun out. It was evident that he held great affection for Zhou Damao, who, despite appearing simple-minded, never faltered when it mattered most. The choice to have Zhou Damao look after Lin Yun clearly indicated Jiang Zhengqing's high regard for him. Upon exiting the main hall, Lin Yun noticed a throng of disciples gathered outside. Wow, is he the traitor of the Flowing Cloud sect? He looks like a beggar. This disdainful remark belonged to a female disciple. Presently, he was a wanted man in the cultivation world, and it was only natural that he would be met with hostility. Indeed, who would dare harbor someone with a bounty on their head from the Flowing Cloud sect? Nearby, 2 disciples with insider knowledge scoffed. You clearly do not know. He has already joined the beast-taming sect and has gained the recognition of the sect's spirit pet. The Chongqing bird. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in disbelief. How is that possible? How could this brat earn the recognition of the Chongqing bird? Indeed, The traitors of the Lu Yun sect may betray our Beastmaster sect at any moment. Several individuals murmured loudly. Meanwhile, Lin Yun maintained a smile, showing no inclination to engage with their remarks. Instead, it was Zhou Demao who grunted, his voice resonating like a thunderous bell. Silence. From today forth, Lin Shidi is a member of our Beastmaster sect. I do not wish to hear such words again. Understood? The disciples, who had been discussing moments ago, displayed a range of expressions. Although some were not convinced, they ultimately responded in unison. We heed the teachings of senior brother. Zhou Demao cast a glance and then, smiling, patted Lin Yun on the shoulder. It's all right. These youngsters are just accustomed to chattering nonsense. You need not take it to heart. To be frank, Zhou Demao was remarkably courteous to Lin Yun. As a newly inducted disciple who had immediately become a direct heir, Lin Yun was truly a rare case. Zhou Demao led him to the back mountain of the Beastmaster sect, where numerous courtyards were nestled in close proximity. He brought Lin Yun to one of the more spacious and well-positioned ones, saying, "You shall reside here. Just 100 meters east lies my dwelling." Lin Yun was deeply moved, for upon his arrival, many had already gathered at the courtyard entrance to gaze upon him. Upon hearing that Lin Yun was assigned to this place, they all revealed expressions of envy. Not only was the location prime, but it also radiated abundant energy. Who wouldn't he desire such a courtyard? Thank you, senior brother Zhou. Zhou Demao chuckled as he patted Lin Yun's shoulder again. The Beastmaster sect is not like the Lu Yun sect. At least I have fewer rules. As he spoke, he gestured around the mountains. You may roam freely in these areas. However, Ming Tai Mountain is a forbidden ground of the sect. Unless in special circumstances, you are prohibited from approaching it. So do take care. Lin Yun diligently noted Zhou Demao's instructions, glancing at the towering peaks at the heart of the Beastmaster sect. Was that Ming Tai Mountain? After Zhou Demao had arranged numerous matters for him, he finally took his leave, demonstrating considerable thoughtfulness. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yun surveyed his new courtyard. Each direct disciple was afforded such a dwelling, which was quite substantial. After all, the Beastmaster sect had once been a dominant force in the cultivation world. However, the tides of fortune had shifted, and now the Lu Yun sect held a stronger position. The Lu Yun sect, Beastmaster sect, Changyang sect, and Miao Yin sect comprised the four major sects of the Dai dynasty, with the Lu Yun sect being the most formidable, followed by the Changyang and Miao Yin sections. Over the course of a century, the Beastmaster sect had barely managed to maintain its status among the four. Beneath these four major sects lay countless smaller sects, which typically existed in reliance on the larger ones. However, there were exceptions, such as the Qi Gui sect, which, unlike the four major sects, did not adhere to the conventions of the cultivation world and, as a result, was not recognized by the Dai dynasty. The Ling Jiegran competition was co-hosted by the four major sects of the Dai dynasty and the four major sects of the Wu Qian dynasty. Over the years, the four major sects of the Dai dynasty would allocate resources based on the rankings achieved in the Ling Jiegran competition. Consequently, the Lu Yun sect, consistently securing the top position, not only strengthened its own power but also attracted numerous smaller sects to affiliate with it. Although the Dai dynasty appeared to be governed by the four major sects, in truth, it was dominated by the Lu Yun sect, with the other three sects powerless to resist. After all resources allocated to each sect were dictated by the Lu Yun sect, and the Beastmaster sect was increasingly weakened under their exclusion. Chapter 70. Li Hong's Old Flame. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin Yun activated the protective barrier, ensuring that no one, not even the elders, could intrude without his permission. Inside, the fluctuations of spiritual energy and sounds could not escape. Once he confirmed everything was in order, he returned to his room, which had been tidied up, with clean and orderly bedding. The room was spacious, equipped with all the necessities he required. After cleaning himself thoroughly, Lin Yun changed into the sect's attire, a simple azure robe that, in comparison to the Lu Yun sect's garb, was quite unpretentious. Once the door was closed, Lin Yun eagerly unpacked his treasures. Having been on the run lately, he hadn't dared to inventory his belongings. Although he hadn't activated the barrier at Weiyang Lake, the magical flood dragon had yielded a bountiful haul. The scales of the dragon could be fashioned into armor, while its horns could be skillfully crafted into a sword by a suitable blacksmith. Such materials were rare in the cultivation world. Though not divine weapons, they were nonetheless indestructible. Additionally, there were dragon tendons, bones, claws, and teeth, all invaluable treasures. Naturally, Lin Yun had not spared the dragon's flesh and blood either, having fed quite a bit to Xiao Bai along the way. Lin Yun had sampled a few bites himself. But the magical dragon's flesh was quite tough and offered no benefit to the body. However, Xiao Bai relished the flavor of the roasted dragon meat. Moreover, Lin Yun recalled the transformation of the Yu Qi Li. When he received it from Chen and Feng, it was merely a lamp, but after Xiao Bai was born and took a turn in it, the Yu Qi Li inexplicably transformed into a bracelet. Strangely, wearing this bracelet seemed to calm the mind and enhance focus. Most intriguingly, the Yu Qi Li appeared to possess some kind of restriction, rendering it invisible to ordinary people. Regrettably, Lin Yun was currently unable to delve into the secrets of the Yu Qi Li. Otherwise, he could have explored the extent of its hidden space. When Lin Yun retrieved Li Hong's spirit pouch, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Though not related by blood, Li Hong had genuinely opened his heart to him, ultimately entrusting him with the entirety of his life's accumulation. Unfortunately, Fang Changqian had fled. It was unlikely that he would return to the Beastmaster sect. Lin Yun scoffed softly before opening the spirit pouch, revealing a plethora of items, tens of thousands of high-quality spirit stones, several unidentified treasures, and a substantial quantity of materials for nurturing spiritual pets. There was also a tome detailing the Beastmaster sect's cultivation methods. However, Lin Yun discovered a broken sword within the pouch, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuations. It appeared to have been forcibly snapped, the purpose of which Li Hong could only speculate. Additionally, there were notes written by Li Hong during his travels, chronicling the frequent haunts of exotic beasts, along with their preferences and weaknesses. While most of this information was already known to Lin Yun, some details were absent from the Shan Haiji, thus providing him with valuable insights. At that moment, Lin Yun unexpectedly found a letter addressed to Su Miao Yun. Could it be written by Elder Li Hong? His curiosity regarding this Su Miao Yun piqued. After organizing the items, Lin Yun prepared to rest for a while. He had been on the move, evading capture, and had yet to enjoy a proper rest. Now, he could finally close his eyes and sleep soundly. Just as Lin Yun began to drift off, the courtyard's barrier was triggered. Who could it be? Upon stepping outside, Lin Yun found a remarkably graceful woman standing at the entrance. Name: Su Miao Yun. Realm: Tongyu 9th Layer. Fate: Master Blacksmith. Purple: Destiny. Divine Weapon Creator. Gold: Heartbroken Lover. Blue: Unfeeling Path. Purple: Master Blacksmith. A born genius in crafting treasures, with an increased success rate for high-quality items. Divine Weapon Creator. Has personally forged a renowned divine weapon that resonated across the 9 provinces. Heartbroken Lover. Bound by love. Unfeeling Path. Cuts through emotional ties. Only by being unfeeling can one be invincible. Conclusion: imprisoned by love, she spent her life confined to the Beastmaster sect, languishing in sorrow until her death. Recent shift. Grieved deeply upon learning of Li Hong's death. Senior, may I inquire what brings you here? Lin Yun suppressed his inner turmoil and asked calmly. Su Miao Yun was now assessing him as well. You are Lin Yun? Indeed, I am a disciple. Su Miao Yun fell silent, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Lin Yun dared not look up, feeling the intensity of her gaze burning into him. Su Miao Yun's emotions were complex. She was uncertain whom to trust. Could this young man truly have been the one to slay Li Hong? At that moment, Lin Yun inquired, Senior, have you come to inquire about Elder Li? How did you know? Su Miao Yun immediately regretted her question. It seemed rather foolish to seek him out without any other reason. This was a golden opportunity for a face-to-face meeting. Li Hong, consider this as me doing you another favor, Lin Yun thought, observing Su Miao Yun's demeanor, which suggested a mutual affection between the two. Yet, even so, had Li Hong's letter not been delivered? Lin Yun pondered, likely a love letter. Without further hesitation, he produced the letter and handed it to her. Senior, this is a letter that Elder Li Hong entrusted me with for you. Su Miao Yun examined the letter closely, recognizing the handwriting as Li Hong's without a doubt. Without hesitation, she accepted it, gazing at the young disciple before her, simply stating, understood. Having said that, she walked away without a glance back. Lin Yun gazed at Su Miao Yun's retreating silhouette and waved his hand, feeling a sense of loss. The message had been sent, yet the person had departed. He had initially hoped to seize this opportunity to bridge the distance between them. Considering she was a master of forging who could potentially assist him in crafting some exquisite treasures, he could no longer see Su Miao Yun's figure. Lin Yun sighed, realizing he would have to wait for another occasion. Perhaps it was best to return and get some rest at Yunxiao Pavilion. Gu Xianda erupted in fury upon learning that Lin Yun had officially joined the beast-taming sect. The entire Yunxiao Pavilion was in disarray. Xiao Pingtian and Liao Chongping stood below, their expressions equally grim. Meanwhile, at Qingxia Peak, after ensuring Qin Shiyan was stable, Hong Xiu finally emerged from seclusion and happened upon Shang Wanwan, who had been waiting outside. "What are you doing here, you mischievous girl?" Shang Wanwan looked at Hong Xiu and recounted the recent events. Hong Xiu listened without displaying any emotional upheaval. In her eyes, Lin Yun was merely a young man with whom she had no significant connection. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by Qin Shiyan. She had little concern for this boy. Since he had left Lu Yun's sect, she decided to let him go. Shang Wanwan softly remarked, "I received news not long ago that Lin Yun has officially become a direct disciple of Li Hong." "Li Hong's direct disciple, you say?" Hong Xiu scoffed. "Does this boy think he can avenge Li Hong?" Everyone was well aware of the events at Weiyang Mountain, yet no one dared to speak openly about it. Hong Xiu valued only Qin Shiyan. As long as she remained, the departure of Tin Lin Yun's mattered little. Shang Wanwan's expression was complex. "Elder ancestor, Lin Yun's actions signify a bitter enmity with our Lu Yun sect. I worry for my junior sister." Seeing Hong Xiu's nonchalant demeanor, Shang Wanwan felt an urgent anxiety. This matter was far more complicated than it appeared. Just look at Qin Shiyan's past attitude towards Lin Yun. In fact, Qin Shiyan's recent retreat was orchestrated by Hong Xiu. Shang Wanwan was aware that this was a transaction between Hong Xiu and Gu Xianda, the details of which remained unknown. Unfortunately, Lin Yun had become a discarded pawn in this deal. "Xiyan? Ha, do not fret," Hong Xiu said, patting Shang Wanwan's shoulder. "She has already forgotten about those matters." Shang Wanwan looked at Hong Xiu, momentarily taken aback, but ultimately found herself at a loss for words. In the afternoon, Lin Yun arrived at the Back Mountain Beast Arena. Unlike other sects, disciples of the beast-taming sect were required to learn to communicate with and tame exotic beasts. And Lin Yun was no exception. However, upon his arrival, he found the place already teeming with people. Just then, Zhou Damao happened to arrive and led Lin Yun to the beast arena. Wu Boyan frowned at the sight of Lin Yun being forcibly ushered in. "Zhou Damao, what is the meaning of this?" "Elder Wu, Lin Shidi has just joined our beast-taming sect. It is only fitting that he observes the beast arena," Zhou Damao replied with poised, as the direct disciple of the sect leader. He had no reason to fear Wu Boyan's pressure. Seeing Zhou Damao's disregard for him, Wu Boyan's expression turned cold. "According to the rules of the beast-taming sect, anyone entering our sect must undergo an assessment. Even with the sect leader's special permission, he is still subject to the subsequent processes. Otherwise, how can we command respect?" As Wu Boyan concluded, a chorus of agreement arose from the crowd. Indeed, as fellow disciples of the beast-taming sect, why should he be treated differently? "Yes, we demand equality." Zhou Damao simply chuckled at Wu Boyan's serious demeanor. "Elder Wu, Lin Shidi has already reached the Yuan High Realm. Such strength deserves the treatment befitting an inner sect disciple." Wu Boyan showed no signs of yielding, his face darkening. "Zhou Damao, are you instructing me on my duties? Just because you are the sect leader's direct disciple, does that mean you can disregard us elders?" Zhou Damao's expression grew increasingly grim as he struggled to respond. That moment, Lin Yun stepped forward and asked, "Brother Zhou, what is the process I should follow?" Zhou Damao looked at Lin Yun. Fists clenched. Lin Yun understood that if he did not acquiesce to Wu Boyan, the old man would find trouble for him elsewhere, potentially dragging Zhou Damao into the mess. He sighed and said, "Brother Zhou, whatever others do, I can certainly do as well, and I am nothing special." Seeing Lin Yun's bright smile, Zhou Damao felt a pang of guilt. "Lin Shidi, this is not something you should have to endure." Wu Boyan interrupted, "I do not care what the sect leader thinks. This beast arena is my domain, and my rules must be followed. If Lin Yun refuses, he can forget about learning here forever. I want to see how someone who cannot even tame beasts can call himself a disciple of our beast-taming sect." After Wu Boyan's declaration, many in the audience began to jeer in agreement. To spare Zhou Damao any further embarrassment, Lin Yun reluctantly decided to comply. Wu Boyan stepped closer, his gaze icy as he regarded Lin Yun. "Very well, you have agreed of your own accord. Oh, not blame me for forcing you." With a smirk, he instructed, "Do you see that area? From today on, you will feed our spirit pets there. You must also clean up after them, if you do not serve my spirit pets well." Zhou Damao's expression changed dramatically. "Elder Wu, this is going too far. Even if Lin Shidi is to go, It should only be for cleaning duties, not— Wu Boyan retorted angrily. Zhou Damao, if you dare to contradict me again, do you believe I will send you to confinement? If you are unconvinced, feel free to discuss it with the sect leader. I would love to see whose side he takes. Seeing Wu Boyan's smug expression, Lin Yun felt a cold smirk rise within him. The opinions of others were formidable. If he refused, the internal strife within the beast-taming sect would only intensify. Moreover, if he wished to remain here, he needed to earn their respect. Realizing Lin Yun was genuinely going to comply, Zhou Damao blocked his path. Lin Shidi, those spirit pets can be quite difficult to handle. How can you endure such treatment? Zhou Damao felt a deep sympathy. This type of work was typically reserved for the sect's errand boys. Many disciples enjoyed using spirit pets to torment these lowly workers. If Lin Yun accepted this, given the previous incident, would these individuals truly let go of this opportunity to humiliate him? Seeing Zhou Damao's concern for him, Lin Yun merely smiled and waved his hand. Brother Zhou, do not worry. I will be fine, and if I do not do this, they will surely use it against me, and the situation may become even more complicated. For now, it is but a minor setback, and I fear nothing. Zhou Damao glanced at Wu Boyan, who wore a triumphant expression. Even if he had been chosen by the heavy rain bird, what did it matter? Regardless of Jiang Zhengqing's esteem, to establish himself in the beast-taming sect, he still needed to abide by Wu Boyan's rules. As Lin Yun entered the beast enclosure, Wu Boyan nearly erupted into laughter from sheer delight. The moment Lin Yun stepped in, several errand boys were left dumbfounded. What is going on? Are even direct disciples expected to feed the spirit pets now? Faced with the curious gazes of those around him, Lin Yun remained silent as he began his work. To him, it was hardly a bother. After all, just months ago, he had been but a lowly errand boy at Lu Yun's sect, engaged in similar tasks. However, Lin Yun silently took note of Wu Boyan. This matter would not simply end here. He had not intended to provoke this individual, yet Wu Boyan had persistently created obstacles for him. If he did not deal with him now, how could he establish himself in the beast-taming sect in the future? Thus, when Wu Boyan decided to target Lin Yun, it was evident that his days of ease in the beast-taming sect were numbered. Lin Yun could not guarantee he would eliminate all those who bullied him. But dealing with Wu Boyan was certainly within his capabilities. Chapter 72. A lack of skill in learning. Zhou Damao quickly relayed this matter to Jiang Zhengqing. Upon hearing it, Jiang Zhengqing was somewhat taken aback. Lin Yun agreed to this? Zhou Damao hesitated for a moment. Why yes. Jiang Zhengqing smiled. Astonished, I did not expect this at all. As he laughed, tears streamed down his face. Li Hong, even in your absence, you have rendered me a great service. He stood up earnestly and patted Zhou Damao's shoulder. Damao, since Lin Yun has willingly accepted this, we must not interfere. However, could you ask a few people to keep an eye on him to prevent those rascals from making things difficult for him? Zhou Damao nodded. Since Master has agreed, there will be no problem. He would not overthink the matter, even though he felt a twinge of unhappiness. The work in the beast enclosure was indeed arduous. The errand boys were overwhelmed by the harsh environment. Yet, when they looked at Lin Yun, they simply could not comprehend why he was still able to smile. Although this smile evokes a sense of unease, a coarse voice suddenly rang out from outside. Damn it, where are the people from the beast pen? Have they all died out? The moment this voice was heard, a few errand workers immediately exerted themselves in their tasks. Seemingly terrified of the voice's owner, Lin Yun, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. Perhaps it was due to the lack of response that the person outside the beast pen quickly approached the door. You, come here. Still, no one answered. The man grew impatient, demanding, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear? Lin Yun furrowed his brows and rose, glancing toward the doorway. Yes, I'm talking to you. Stop looking around. You're Lin Yun, right? Bring my snow-walking dragon horse over. Lin Yun looked at the name. Zhang Hengzi, realm, 9th level of Yuan Si, fate. Great wealth and prosperity, blue, fortune. Small people achieve their goals, white. Bully the weak and fear the strong, white. Great wealth and prosperity. Your luck is favorable. Even a small business will yield profit. Conclusion. Having bullied others frequently, when faced with danger, no one will come to his aid, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of bandits. Recent turning point, none. Just now, when a few errand workers murmured quietly, Lin Yun overheard quite a bit about Zhang Hengzi. This guy is a direct disciple of Wu Boyan, known for his arrogance. The errand workers in the beast pen have been bullied by him countless times. Today, he has come here, likely to cause trouble for Lin Yun. Lin Yun chose silence, quietly harnessing the snow-walking dragon horse. At that moment, he keenly heard what Zhang Hengze was saying. Although Lin Yun did not comprehend it, he recognized that the way the snow-walking dragon horse was acting indicated that this brat was undoubtedly commanding the spirit beast to humiliate him. Lin Yun, with his fiery temper, initially had no intention of engaging with such a person, but upon realizing that Zhang Hengze intended to harm him, he could no longer hold back. Wu Boyan perhaps believed that Lin Yun truly desired to learn the beast control techniques of the Beastmaster sect. But in reality, Lin Yun's understanding of beast control was theoretically far superior to theirs. After Zhang Hengze finished speaking, the behavior of the snow-walking dragon horse changed dramatically. Lin Yun hurriedly whispered a couple of phrases in an ancient tongue. The previously agitated snow-walking dragon horse immediately calmed down, allowing Lin Yun to lead it out of the beast pen. Throughout this process, Zhang Hengze kept his gaze fixed on them. Strange, what's wrong with my snow-walking dragon horse today? Could it be malfunctioning? At this moment, Zhang Hengze was equally perplexed. Lin Yun brought the snow-walking dragon horse outside the pen, where numerous disciples were gathered, curious about this direct disciple. After all, a direct disciple working in the beast pen was enough to be a topic of conversation for quite some time. Zhang Hengze sneered. As expected of the outstanding youth of the Lu Yun sect, truly adept at laboring in the beast pen, why spirit beast is being well taken care of here. After saying this, he tossed a broken spirit stone to the ground. This is a reward for me. Take it and spend it. I imagine you Haven T had many spirit stones on your journey, so this should keep you well fed for a while. With that, he burst into loud laughter. Lin Yun glared fiercely at Zhang Hengze. What are you staring at? Are you not convinced? But don't forget your current status, Zhang Hengze bellowed. He initially aimed to mock Lin Yun. But didn't he anticipate that the snow-walking dragon horse would misbehave? Nonetheless, it didn't matter. With so many witnesses, humiliating Lin Yun in such a manner was even more thrilling. Lin Yun let out a cold laugh. Quietly standing to the side, at that moment, Zhang Hengze stood next to the snow-walking dragon horse and said to Lin Yun, "Damn it, are you blind? Hurry up and help me mount." Lin Yun's expression turned icy. "I will only perform my designated duties." Zhang Hengze laughed heartily. "Exactly, you are just an errand worker. Helping me mount is precisely what you lowly errand workers should do." He pointed at a few dispirited individuals behind Lin Yun. "Ask them how it should be done." Before Lin Yun could inquire, a nearby errand worker stepped forward. "Hey, it's simple. Just kneel on the ground and let Zhang Shixiang step on your back to mount." Lin Yun's face darkened. Even if errand workers are deemed lowly, there is no need for such humiliation, right? Wu Boyan is truly not a decent person, and his direct disciples are all despicable. At that moment, Zhou Damao arrived just in time. Junior brother Lin is here merely for the sake of the Beastmaster sect's principles of equality. Zhang Shidi, why make things difficult? Upon seeing Zhou Damao, Zhang Hengze instinctively shrank back. Casting a glance at Lin Yun, "Humph, consider yourself fortunate today. Otherwise, I would have made you pay dearly," he said, preparing to mount. Just then, Lin Yun whispered in an ancient tongue. At this point, few were paying attention to the situation. As Zhang Hengze attempted to mount, the previously calm snow-walking dragon horse suddenly began to thrash about wildly. Caught off guard, Zhang Hengze was sent flying, his body arcing perfectly before crashing into a nearby feeding trough. His originally dark hair became matted and sticky with the spirit beast's food, rendering him utterly disheveled. Many disciples nearby burst into laughter at this sight. Zhang Hengze shouted angrily, "What are you all laughing at? Shut up!" Upon witnessing Zhang Hengze's fury, the crowd quieted down considerably. Zhou Damao, however, looked curiously at Lin Yun. Others may not have heard, but being so close to Lin Yun, he distinctly caught a few words from Lin Yun when the snow-walking dragon horse lost control. At this moment, Zhang Hengze approached the snow-walking dragon horse once more, but this time he was much more cautious. Chapter 73. The upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked. Zhang Hengze remained oblivious to what would unfold next. As he drew near the snow-walking dragon horse again, the beast abruptly swung its rear, causing him to stagger. Zhang Hengze was completely bewildered. Once was one thing, but what did the second incident signify? Yet before he could react, the snow-walking dragon horse turned its rear towards him. "Pooh! A cloud of dust erupted, the stench overwhelming. The previously uninterested onlookers erupted into laughter once more. Zhang Hengze nearly suffocated from the foul odor. Retching violently, just as he bent down, the snow-walking dragon horse delivered a powerful kick, thud. Poor Zhang Hengze was sent flying yet again. However, this time, he was not fortunate enough to land in the feeding trough, but rather in the excrement fermentation pit. When Zhang Hengze crawled out, he was utterly deranged, shouting that he would charge at Lin Yun. "You bastard! It must be you causing trouble behind the scenes. I will kill you. No one can stop me." Even Zhou Damao couldn't help but pinch his nose at the approaching Zhang Hengze. What a terrible stench! With a mere wave of his hand, he immobilized Zhang Hengze. "Zhang Shidi, calm down." Zhang Hengze continued to roar. "Zhou Damao, are you going to shield this traitor? It must be him causing trouble behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could my snow-walking dragon horse lose control? It must be him." Lin Yun let out a cold laugh, countering with utmost seriousness. "How ludicrous! So many eyes are watching. Which of you brothers saw me meddling with your dragon horse?" A crowd of disciples nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Yun hasn't done anything. Zhang Hengze clenched his fists, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Yun continued, "Clearly, it's your lack of skill that led to you losing control of your spirit beast. In the end, you lost face and blame others. If this gets out, you'll be ridiculed, and people will mock Elder Wu for not being able to teach you beast control." Zhang Hengze nearly fainted from rage. "Lin Yun, you have the audacity to insult my master?" Just as Zhang Hengze was about to lose control, a surge of powerful Yuan force suddenly sent him flying once more. Useless, Wu Boyan appeared at some point, frowning upon seeing the disheveled Zhang Hengze. "What a disgrace, with so many people watching, such a blunder. My face as a master is utterly lost." Upon seeing Wu Boyan, Lin Yun smiled reassuringly. "Elder Wu, no need to be angry. We still wish to believe that this incident occurred due to Zhang Hengze's lack of skill. It has absolutely nothing to do with you. Elder Wu. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face." Seeing the smile plastered on Lin Yun's face, Wu Boyan felt like a boiling kettle. About to explode, he could only suppress his anger and respond with a forced smile. "You're right. This kid indeed lacks skill. I will ensure he properly consolidates his foundation. In the days to come, everyone will surely regard us with newfound respect." Wu Boyan, having suffered a hidden loss, spoke boldly, yet secretly communicated with Lin Yun. "You audacious little brat, just wait as long as you remain within the Beastmaster sect. I shall ensure that your existence is a torment beyond measure." With that, he flung his sleeves in anger and stormed off with Zhang Hengze. Zhou Damao, standing nearby, chuckled and patted Lin Yun on the shoulder, remarking, Lin Shidi, your tongue is truly merciless." Lin Yun smiled amiably. "Oh, not at all. I have always preferred not to antagonize others." He glanced at the shattered spirit stones on the ground, then crushed them underfoot into powder. After this incident, Lin Yun found his days in the beast pen much more comfortable, as no one dared to trouble him. After all, Zhang Hengze's fate served as a stark warning. Following that event, he was too afraid to even walk near the mountain gate, while others whispered behind his back, dubbing him the one who closely sniffs farts. However, although Lin Yun's days in the beast pen had improved considerably, he did not allow himself to grow complacent. Zhang Hengze was relatively easy to deal with, but Wu Boyan was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, several days passed, and at the appointed hour, Lin Yun awoke promptly. He had awaited this moment for a long time. With a swift roll from his bed, he stealthily exited the courtyard. Since moving in, he hadn't encountered a single soul to greet, suggesting that the inner disciples of the Beastmaster sect rarely resided here. Ensuring no one was watching, Lin Yun made his way towards Mingtishan. The only significant location atop Mingtishan was Minga, a repository for numerous important documents and texts of the Beastmaster sect, along with various martial arts manuals. Upon arriving, Lin Yun fortuitously spotted a shadowy figure sneaking towards Mingji. It seemed he had found his target. Having prepared during the day, he refrained from making a sound and merely took out a crystal for recording. Zhao Fa moved with practiced ease, evading the numerous guards at the entrance, demonstrating that he had been scouting this location for quite some time. Lin Yun mused silently, this old fellow must have been plotting this for a while now. Zhao Fa quickly entered Minga, spending less than a quarter of an hour inside before re-emerging. The guards at the entrance remained oblivious to his presence. Cradling something within his robes, Zhao Fei was about to make a stealthy exit when he unexpectedly collided with Zhou Damao, who had also come to Minga. Seemingly in a hurry, Zhou Damao took a small path, coincidentally crossing paths with Zhao Fei. Their eyes locked for a fleeting moment, and Zhao Fei, regaining his composure in an instant, darted into the nearby foliage. Zhou Damao, momentarily stunned, followed after him. Without a second thought, Lin Yun stealthily trailed behind. Although his cultivation level was not high, in terms of agility, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect were no match for him. However, just as Lin Yun took a few steps, he felt someone pat him on the back. Just as he was about to react, a familiar voice whispered in his ear, "It's me." Turning around, he was met by none other than Su Miaoyun. "Why are you following me at this late hour? Are you missing someone?" Lin Yun replied, a hint of helplessness in his tone, yet he managed an awkward smile. "Su Xinbei, what brings you here?" "Just checking to see what you're up to," Su Miaoyun replied casually. "Once Zhao Fei is discovered, he will surely find a way to target Zhou Damao. We should go and observe." Now was not the time for idle chatter, and the two hurriedly pursued the unfolding scene, only to find Zhou Damao sprawled on the ground, while Zhao Fei had vanished without a trace. Lin Yun exchanged a glance with Su Miaoyun. "He has gone, but Zhou Damao's memories have been erased," Su Miaoyun stated with certainty after a brief examination. Lin Yun was taken aback. "Erased memories? Is such a thing even possible?" Su Miaoyun seemed to read his thoughts. It was merely a matter of using a pill to temporarily erase his memories. There's no telling when he might regain them. It is merely a stopgap measure. Crouching beside Zhou Damao, Su Miaoyun mused. What did he steal from Minga? Chapter 74. The scapegoat. Lin Yun smirked coldly. Earlier in the hall, he made things difficult for me. It seems they are not acting in the interests of the Beastmaster sect, but rather out of fear that my presence poses a threat to them. Su Miaoyun fell silent. Lin Yun chose not to reveal his true identity and stealthily departed with Su Miaoyun. On their way back, Su Miaoyun asked nonchalantly, "What was your purpose in going to Mingtishan? You must be aware that it is a forbidden area." Lin Yun scratched his head awkwardly. "Elder Li Hong mentioned to me before his passing that there is a traitor within the Beastmaster sect and urged me to keep an eye on Mingtishan." Upon hearing Li Hong's name, Su Miaoyun's expression brightened considerably. Zhao Fei has always been timid and has avoided conflicts. Yet now, he has changed his ways and is brazenly attempting to steal from Minga. For whom is he doing this? Lin Yun understood all too well but feigned ignorance. "We should inform the sect leader about this matter first," Su Miaoyun agreed, and the two hurriedly departed. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had silently emerged not far away. Following the events of the night, Lin Yun distinctly sensed that Su Miaoyun had grown more affectionate towards him, though not in a romantic sense. It was more akin to how one might regard a child. This startled Lin Yun. "Surely, Su Xinbei does not see me as a surrogate for Elder Li Hong, does she?" Finally managing to escape Su Miaoyun's company, Lin Yun eagerly made his way to Zhou Damao's courtyard. Just then, Zhou Damao returned shortly after. After Zhao Fei fled Mingtishan, he quickly found Wu Boyan. "I told you, we were pressed for time today," Zhou Damao exclaimed upon spotting Lin Yun. Wu Boyan's expression shifted. "What did you do?" "Humph, that kid thought he could keep up with me, so I naturally had to knock him out and feed him a returning dust pill," Zhao Fei replied, his demeanor grim. "But now that we are at this point, a death matters little. I have already sent Changlu." Wu Boyan's expression fluctuated. He looked at Zhao Fei and clenched his fists. This might be the only way forward. Initially, he thought the matter was settled, but then Zhao Fei continued, "By the way, it seems Lin Yun also spotted me, and he was accompanied by Su Miaoyun." Wu Boyan nearly struck him in frustration. "You fool, why do you have to complicate matters? Can't you be more straightforward and spare me some trouble?" His eyes darted around, and he declared, for the time being, "Do not act against Lin Yun. Leave Su Miaoyun to me. She is unlikely to risk everything for an outsider." Upon hearing Wu Boyan's words, Zhao Fei finally exhaled in relief. Yet, neither realized that their schemes had long been anticipated by Lin Yun. As Lin Yun entered, Changlu was preparing to drink heartily with Zhou Damao. Lin Yun knew all too well what kind of liquor Changlu had. Upon seeing Lin Yun's sudden appearance, Changlu was momentarily taken aback. "Is this a mix-up in the script? How did he end up here? Brother Zhou, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Zhou Damao scratched his head. "I just felt like something was left undone and couldn't recall, so I came back." Coincidentally, Changlu encountered some emotional turbulence and sought me out for a drink, He laughed heartily. Since you can't remember, then forget itis that liquor? How wonderful. I haven't had a drink in ages. I could really use one. Lin Yun, spotting the wine jug on the table, wasted no time in lifting the lid to sniff it. What a fine wine. Chong Li's eyes widened. Kid, that stuff is not meant for drinking, however. Before he could finish, he watched in shock as Lin Yun downed the entire jug in one go, then let out a hearty belch. Both Chong Lu and Zhou Damao stood dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Apologies, Brother Chong, but I haven't had a drink in many days, Lin Yun slurred, scratching his head in a daze. Chong Lu stared in disbelief at the now empty wine gourd. What in the world is happening, Brother Zhou? Since the wine is all gone, I shall take my leave. Do rest well. Chong Lu, I still have more wine. Zhou Damao began, but before he could finish, Chong Lu had already dashed off. Stay here? No way. If Lin Yun keels over, I won't be left unscathed, Zhou Damao sighed as he looked at the inebriated Lin Yun. Lin Shitty, you truly are. He assumed Lin Yun was genuinely drunk. But to everyone's surprise, Lin Yun suddenly regained his clarity and promptly expelled all the alcohol from his system using his inner energy. Zhou Damao's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth is this kid doing? I can't comprehend it at all. Lin Yun glanced at Zhou Damao and stated, Brother Zhou, that wine is toxic. Zhou Damao immediately stood up. Alarmed. You mustn't speak such words recklessly, Lin Shitty. This incident transpired within the sect. How could it be that before Zhou Damao could finish his words, Lin Yun had already produced a crystal recording that documented Zhao Efei's theft of items from the Ming Pavilion, which Zhou Damao had witnessed. This revelation instantly brought Zhou Damao back to his senses. After Chong Lu departed from Zhou Damao's courtyard, he dared not venture too far, fearing that if Lin Yun were to meet an untimely demise, he would have to contemplate his escape from the Beastmaster sect. However, he soon observed Lin Yun emerging from Zhou Damao's courtyard, his steps light and ethereal. Humph! It is no surprise that he is a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect. His physique has evidently strengthened considerably. Had it been a practitioner at the Yuan High realm of the Beastmaster sect, they might have already met their end. Upon witnessing Lin Yun return home, Chong Lu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The following morning, a scandal erupted as the Ming Pavilion was reported stolen. A geological chart of the spirit realm had vanished. This incident immediately stirred a significant uproar. Lin Yun had just recently joined the Beastmaster sect, and already such a theft had occurred. Zhang Zhengqing was infuriated. However, by the time Fang Yin and the disciplinary hall members located Lin Yun, he was already dead. Outside the main hall, Zhao Efei was in a state of panic. His composure shattered. Everything had descended into chaos. He had initially intended to eliminate Zhou Damao, but unexpectedly, Lin Yun had perished first. Observing Wu Boyan, who remained unfazed, Zhao Efei pressed on. Aren't you going to say anything? Witnessing Zhao Efei's agitation, Wu Boyan chuckled. Why the haste? This is perfectly advantageous for us. I have already orchestrated everything. All you need to do is maintain your innocence and shift all blame onto Lin Yun. Wu Boyan wore a confident smile. The unfolding events were indeed unexpected, yet Lin Yun's demise had inadvertently resolved many of their issues. At this point, they need not worry about the theft of the Ming Pavilion affecting them. For within the entire Beastmaster sect, no one was more suitable to bear the blame than Lin Yun. Chapter 75. What do you have to say? Wu Boyan prided himself on his cleverness. Convinced that the current situation posed no cause for concern. With the intelligence he possessed, what issue could not be resolved? The group then entered the main hall, where Zhang Zhengqing's expression was grim. Speak up, what exactly has transpired? The Ming Pavilion has been robbed, and Lin Yun is dead. Who can enlighten me on the meaning of this? As he spoke, he slammed his hand on the armrest in fury. Wu Boyan glanced at Fang Yin, who wore an innocent expression and replied, Sect Master, we have long said that Lin Yun should not be kept alive. Chao Yuka interjected, Indeed, he has only just joined our Beastmaster sect for a few days, and already he has caused such upheaval throughout the sect. Just days ago, he publicly humiliated and mocked Elder Wu's disciple, Zhang Hengzi. This child is indeed a source of chaos. Zhang Zhengqing surveyed the individuals performing this verbal duet and then turned to Zhao Efei. Brother Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Efei was anxiously wringing his hands. Upon hearing Zhang Zhengqing's query, he hastily responded, Ah, right, indeed. He appeared utterly distracted. Zhang Zhengqing sneered. Ning Chongkong then inquired, Sect Master, What was stolen from the Ming Pavilion? The geological chart of the spirit realm, Jiang Zhengqing replied with a faint smile. Upon hearing this, several elders' expressions shifted dramatically. Each of the four great sects possessed distinct geological charts, regarded as treasures. It was precisely because each sect had its own that they could ensure their names would not be easily altered. After all, to obtain a complete map of the spirit realm competition, the four great sects would need to cooperate fully. Yet now, the Beastmaster sect's geological chart was missing. Was this not a matter of life and death for them? Wu Boyan collapsed to the ground. It's over. Our Beastmaster sect is finished. As he lamented, he cried out in despair. Our ancestors, we truly are sorry. Who could have thought that a moment of kindness from my brother would lead to such a grave error? The Beastmaster sect is doomed. Wu Boyan's performance was so convincing that even Duan Huaya and Ning Chongkong recognized his theatrics. What could be done? Jiang Zhengqing, as the sect leader, had taken Lin Yun in. Yet this calamity had befallen the sect. Was he not responsible? At that moment, Zhou Damao entered the hall, causing Zhao Fei to grow even more anxious. Even Wu Boyan wore a wary expression, awaiting Zhou Damao's reaction. If he remained oblivious, all would be well. However, if he were to uncover the truth, Wu Boyan could threaten them with the absence of the chart, ensuring his own escape later on. Master, I believe this matter is shrouded in mystery. We currently lack evidence to prove that Lin Yun is the one who stole the chart from the Ming Pavilion. Wu Boyan scoffed. Evidence? If Lin Yun did not steal the chart, why would he take his own life? Are you suggesting this lad was not driven to suicide by guilt? He exclaimed, exuding an air of righteousness. Zhou Damao countered. Assuming Lin Yun is guilty, if he could send the chart away, why did he not flee himself? Why take his own life? Wu Boyan huffed. How should I know what goes on in that boy's mind? Perhaps he's simply lost his wits. Zhao Fei's hands were clenched tightly around his garments, sweat pouring down his back. He was tense. Wu Boyan now felt certain that Zhou Damao appeared unaware of the truth. It's he that moment. Jiang Zhengqing spoke loudly. If you all speak the truth now, I may choose to overlook this matter out of consideration for our past brotherhood. Wu Boyan instinctively shot a glare at Zhao Fei. How amusing. Did he think this would elicit their confession? Zhao Fei lowered his head, unwilling to speak further. Wu Boyan then queried. Sect Master, if this matter has nothing to do with Lin Yun, why did he die? He directed his gaze at Zhou Damao. I know you have always favored him. But this time, the evidence is irrefutable. Only he had the motive within the entire Beastmaster sect. If not him, then who? Just as Wu Boyan's words fell, a voice that sent shivers down his spine resonated from outside. Within the entire Beastmaster sect, he was precisely the one least likely to commit such an act. Su Miaoyan slowly entered the main hall, addressing Jiang Zhengqing, who sat in the position of authority. Sect Master. Jiang Zhengqing nodded with a smile, but at that moment, Zhao Fei was thoroughly panicked, and even Wu Boyan was at a loss for words. He repeatedly gestured to Su Miaoyan, but regrettably, she paid him no heed. Sect Master, I can testify that I personally witnessed Elder Zhao Fei stealthily entering the Ming Tai Mountain during the Hour of the Rat, and stealing the chart from the Ming Pavilion. Before Su Miaoyan could finish her statement, Zhao Fei erupted. You slanderous woman! How dare you speak such nonsense? How could a mere woman know these things? Jiang Zhengqing raised his right hand, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that significantly calmed Zhao Fei. Continue. As Su Miaoyan unraveled the truth, even Wu Boyan's expression darkened. This should have been a foolproof plan. How could so many people be aware of it? Jiang Zhengqing turned to Zhao Fei. Brother Zhao? After all these years, I know your character better than anyone. Speak. Who instructed you to do this? Zhao Fei stubbornly retorted. Sect Master, are you really going to take the word of Su Miaoyan? She claims to know everything. Where is the evidence? How can she prove that I was the one who stole the chart? Anticipating his defiance, Su Miaoyan produced the long-prepared crystal recording. What a coincidence. I have kept a record. Would you like to see it? Seeing Su Miaoyan's unwavering confidence, Zhao Fei was rendered speechless. The events of that day had been entirely documented. He attempted to snatch it away but was deftly evaded by Su Miaoyan. Zhao Fei fell to his knees, weeping, Brother, spare me. I truly had no idea. He was overwhelmed with fear. Wu Boyan huffed with anger. Zhao Fei, how dare you steal the sect's chart? What exactly were your intentions? You also killed Lin Yun. Did you not wish to harm him? Zhao Fei remained silent, but outside the hall came a mocking voice. Elder Wu, there is no need to hastily accuse others. Are you so eager for him to die that you fear he might escape at the last moment? Lin Yun strutted into the hall, brimming with confidence. Zhao Fei and Wu Boyan stared at him in disbelief. You're not dead? Lin Yun replied, I fear I must disappoint you. The poison in the cup from Brother Chong Lu could not kill me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fei fell into utter despair. Chapter 76, Confrontation. Lin Yun. What on earth are you saying? Poison. What does this have to do with Chong Lu? Wu Boyan feigned ignorance, looking at Lin Yun with furrowed brows. What exactly transpired? Speak slowly, and we shall seek justice for you if there is any grievance. Wu Boyan's hypocritical demeanor was so impressive that even Lin Yun could not help but admire it. Elder Wu truly is considerate of his disciples. However, on that day at the Beast Arena, your demeanor was far from benevolent. Observing the scornful smile on Lin Yun's face, even Wu Boyan, despite his lack of intellect, could comprehend the intentions of this young man. He regarded Lin Yun with a grave expression, stating, My child, the affairs of the Beast Arena are merely a test from elders to their juniors. If you cannot endure such minor hardships, how can we entrust you with greater responsibilities, of course? You have already demonstrated your capabilities to the beast-taming sect. Wu Boyan dared not meet Lin Yun's gaze. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun shook his head, responding, I truly appreciate your sentiments. He then turned to Jiang Zhengqing and clasped his hands in respect. Sect Master, I have something to convey. Jiang Zhengqing glanced at Zhao Fei, sighed deeply, and urged, Speak your mind. On that day, both I and Elder Su encountered Elder Zhao Fei at Mingtai Mountain, but Brother Zhou also took note of his presence. Fearing exposure, Zhao Fei instructed Brother Changle to poison Brother Zhou, yet it was the disciple who ended up consuming the poison wine. Ning Chongkong and Duan Wuyo's eyes widened in disbelief. What a remarkable young man. After consuming such a lethal poison, he is still alive. Zhou Dumao stepped beside Lin Yun, laughing heartily. Master, had it not been for Lin Shidi, I would have likely fallen victim to nefarious intentions. Thankfully, Lin Shidi is a sword cultivator with a unique constitution. He merely suffered from severe vomiting and diarrhea before we conspired about today's events. The two then turned to Jiang Zhengqing. Speaking in unison, we implore you, Sect Master, to take charge of this matter. Lin Yun had asserted that those who offended him would face dire consequences. He was not jesting. Upon arriving at the beast-taming sect, he initially intended to foster goodwill, only to be targeted by the likes of Wu Boyan on his very first day, who threatened his life multiple times. Today's predicament was entirely forced upon him. However, Lin Yun's actions also aligned favorably with the circumstances, ultimately aiding Jiang Zhengqing in eliminating this blight. Yet, the crux of the issue remained centered on Zhao Fei. To summon or not to summon? Jiang Zhengqing regarded Zhao Fei with a gentler tone. Brother Zhao, how many years have we known each other? Zhao Fei, shrinking back, replied in a hushed voice, Sect Master, it has been 72 years. Time indeed flies swiftly. Jiang Zhengqing sighed. For today's events, even I, as your elder brother, cannot guarantee your safety. What you choose to do next will depend on your forthcoming words. Zhao Fei's expression turned somber as he abruptly knelt, exclaiming, Sect Master, this entire affair was orchestrated solely by me. Wu Boyan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, while Lin Yun sneered, though I am unfamiliar with Elder Zhao's character, it is known throughout the beast-taming sect that you are typically cautious and timid. Do you truly believe you could undertake such a grand scheme alone? Without guidance, you wouldn't dare approach Mingtai Mountain. Zhou Damao nodded in agreement. Lin Shidi speaks the truth. There must be hidden circumstances behind this matter. Jiang Zhengqing remained silent, simply observing Zhao Fei. Everyone was aware that this situation undoubtedly harbored deeper secrets. But now, what would Zhao Fei do? As Zhao Fei admitted guilt, Lin Yun remained aggressive, prompting Wu Boyan to grow anxious. He believed he had managed the situation effectively, yet the sooner a resolution was reached, the better. Prolonging this discussion would lead to greater complications. Lin Yun, what is your intent? Zhao Fei has already confessed. What more do you wish to pursue? It seems you are merely seeking to exploit this opportunity for personal gain at the expense of a certain elder present. The implication was clear to all. Yet normally, Wu Boyan's words would garner support. However, both Ning Chongkong and Duan Wuyo remained silent, effectively becoming invisible. Even Fang Yin and Chao Yuka, who typically praised him, refrained from further commentary. It was evident to discerning eyes that this was a trap meticulously set by Lin Yun and Jiang Zhengqing. Elder Wu, This matter is gravely serious, affecting the geomantic chart of our beast-taming sect. Should we not clarify the situation further? Your urgency does not suggest a mere coincidence, does it? Lin Yun remarked. Casting a cheerful glance at Wu Boyan, Wu Boyan's expression darkened instantly. Lin Yun, I warn you, do not speak recklessly. How could this matter possibly concern me? Lin Yun chuckled lightly. Jiang Zhengqing, having waited patiently, noticed Zhao Fei's continued silence and sighed. Brother Zhao, I had intended to assist you, but it seems you remain obstinately unyielding in that case. Do not blame me for being impolite at this point. Lin Yun broke into a smile. Elder Zhao, even to this day? You still wish to shield the truth from others. Little did you know, they would prefer you to perish sooner rather than later for their peace of mind. He directed this statement at Wu Boyan, whose gaze unsettled him deeply. Why do you keep staring at me? Lin Yun chose silence, causing Wu Boyan's juniors to sweat nervously. Zhao Fei continued to deny any wrongdoing. Lin Yun then added, in truth, Elder Zhao, whether you confess or not is of little consequence. I know where the geomantic chart is hidden. Lin Yun feigned death solely to discover the location of the geomantic chart. As he finished speaking, Wu Boyan's complexion shifted dramatically. Zhao Fei hastily shook his head. Impossible. I have already sent the geomantic chart away. It belongs to the Lu Yun sect. Lin Yun laughed heartily. The one who took the geomantic chart from you is our elder Wu. The Lu Yun sect would not dare approach here without being discovered by the sect master. Does that not seem overly ambitious? Upon hearing Lin Yun's words, Zhao Fei appeared utterly bewildered. Lin Yun, you speak nonsense. I have been preoccupied with concerns over new disciples. When would I have engaged in such actions? Lin Yun retorted with a cold smile. Your denial matters not. The geomantic chart is hidden by you. We merely need to search, and all will be revealed. Wu Boyan was drenched in sweat, cursing inwardly. Damn it. How does this brat know everything? It's as if he anticipated all of this while I foolishly walked into the trap he set. Lin Yun sensed Zhao Fei's resolve wavering and continued. I do not know what promises Elder Wu made to you on behalf of the Lu Yun sect, but I can assure you, he cannot fulfill them. Chapter 77. Safe travels, Elder Wu. At that moment Lin Yun uttered those words, Zhao Fei's mental defenses crumbled completely. He knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. Much to Lin Yun's astonishment, Jiang Zhengqing sighed. His expression stern. What good is crying? You must swiftly explain the entirety of this situation. Do you wish for me to hold you accountable? Only then did Zhao Fei inquire, Sect Master, do you remember Su Lin? Jiang Zhengqing expressed surprise. Is she not already deceased? Zhao Fei replied quietly, indeed. But I have heard that the Lu Yun sect possesses a secret technique capable of opening the nether abyss, allowing the deceased to be summoned. If such a thing exists, I might be able to revive her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhengqing couldn't help but sigh deeply. Ultimately, he was a deluded man. Lin Yun was equally astonished that the timid Zhao Fei would go to such lengths for the woman he loved. I have been in the Lu Yun sect for many years, yet I have never heard of such a technique. Moreover, even if it exists, do you truly believe they would hand it over to you? They would only leverage this leverage to exploit you as the fifth elder. Zhao Fei's face turned ashen. Jiang Zhengqing inquired, who instructed you to steal the geomantic chart from the Ming Pavilion? Zhao Fei looked at Wu Boyan, Sect Master. It was Brother Wu. Wu Boyan was enraged, his face turning crimson. Zhao Fei, you are truly malicious. What enmity do we share that you would seek to harm me in this manner? Is it merely because Su Lin's death was linked to me that you have harbored resentment all these years?